Yeah, y'all got, you know how we do. Yeah, man. We in the building, you know what I mean? Yeah, Blizzy and yo. So I'm asking the same question from yesterday, B. No one ever answered the blood clot thing. So we got the same question from yesterday, guys. Yo, she been there, yeah. Wow. Yeah, man. So the same question still stands. How do people get information questions that they don't know about? That's what I'm thinking about. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Opening split screen. Yo. Alright, so I'll take Astro Inferno. Again, let's send that link through a couple places. It's baking outside. I'll take all the sunny massive. Massive and crew. Inside. Yeah, man. You was in G Block University this morning. You man are slacking, bruv. You man are slacking. I was man asking for information on stuff here, but I'm not there when the information is being shared. But what happened to this man, that man, and the other? Right. What can you do, eh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I noticed that um, more people care about streams about chatting shit about each other than they do about what the actual learning lessons or gaining knowledge. You know what I mean? You might not want to gain knowledge. You just want to believe in shit. You want to be rock sleep in your comfort. You know what I mean? Comfortability. Oh yeah, yeah. It's safe down there. Yeah, slapping off the fence and all that, mate. Yo, yeah, man. Just been trying to get some people to come in the building. You get me? Yeah, coming like the block's too serious now, man. You know what I mean? Get splashed all over the gaff. Now no one wants to play with him at it. Oh, mate. Mad, mad shit. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Splashing their tops and brains everywhere. Now no one wants to play no games. Mad. That is what it is. You get me? You get me? Right. Set. One stroke. Post this. Yeah. again, like I'm saying, how do people get their information, or how do people get answers to questions where they don't know the answer to? How do you get the answer to that? Yeah? I'm a so. Eh? I'm a so yeah, so bad mind. My get so bad mind. Get so bad mind. My get so bad mind. Get so bad mind. My get so bad mind. I'm a so. Eh? I'm a so yeah, so bad mind. My get so bad mind. Ew. Yeah, man. Mother is still. Yo. Because the agony in your trouble. Oh, yeah, man. We're causing bad agony and pain around here, man. But really and truly, yeah, we're not out here just trying to cause agony and pain. We're trying to find the truth and learn and teach. Yeah, that's what really truly what Landon was trying to do. You get me? Hold tight, love is the law. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Mike. Good day, Mike. How are ya? How are ya? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I'm on big up the blah, 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 blah. Nah, we do, man. We up in there. Yeah, yeah. We up in there, man. And I want to know some how people get information. That's what I want to know. How do you, man, get information about topics you have no idea about, no clue about? How do you get the information for that? Uh, I've heard some shit. You get me? Because I might put a shrimp on the barbie. But Aussie style, yeah. Sure. Yeah, man. Yo, hey, big up man like flames, man. Big up yourself, man. Sleep to a wimp, innit, man? Sleep when you die. Can I get a pack of silver as well, please? Cheers. Yeah. I'll make it still. So you're too bad, man. My, you're too bad, man. Yeah, man. Oh, mate. Oh, man. So, is the man them saying, yo, are we going too hard on the people, them? Is the information that we're giving out and we're going at, is it too hard to debate against? Nah. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the man them are saying, bro. Get me? Yeah, Kadai might put a shrimp on a babby. I crashed me you. I crashed me you. Yeah, man. What is it, man? Let us know. Let us know, man. Cause it seems like, yeah. Personally, it seems like people are a little bit worried, man. Maybe we think we're too smart and shit. And I don't think that the man don't think that they're extra over smart and more smarter than anyone else. Or more times, if you're standing with whatever you feel is actually the truth or whatnot, man, you know what I'm saying? Objective truth, not personal truth. I don't know about this personal truth thing. When it's true to me, that's bullshit, bro. It's true to me, I don't care if it's true to you. The fuck does that mean? Does that even mean it's true to me? If something's true to you and it's false to me, what does that mean? I don't know. But again, anyway, man, I want to hear all these people that keep gassing and talking shit about the black, 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 black blizzard. You get me? Ah, you man just go to Google. Yeah, that's cool. What if you don't know the answer? You're gonna answer. You're gonna try and find the answer from somewhere where you might get the actual official answer. Uh, yeah, yeah. In that case, though, so what do you do? Eh? How are you? How are you, still, sir? How are you? What make you still, sir? You're too bad, man. Man, you're just so bad, man. Let me put on that speaker. That comes. We're quiet. We're quiet. Yeah, man. So, let me put the link in the chat, man. Let me put the link in the chat, man. Oops. That's the one. Mm. Okay, okay. All right, all right. So what's the popping, man? What's the popping? You get me? I want the popping. I was hoping you little faggots are sleeping, man. And I was in bed about half three. Fucking whips. Alright. Hmm. Got the Roosevelt, though. Let me check. Let me check. Yo,
Family,
walk on. Hey, yeah, it's you, yeah.
what a gone, what a gone, what a gone. Early morning.
Stand on, babe.
Back in this still, we say G Block, yeah, early.
Yeah, man, we up in there, man. You get me? I was saying,
Mm.
I'm asking the question today, yeah? I'm asking the question on where people get their information
Where
for
people get the
questions that they don't
information.
know the answer to. Yeah.
Okay. Oi. So you're saying where do people, if they don't know the answer, how did they what route do they go through to get the
Yeah,
answer?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Good question. For me personally, like if someone's asking me a question and I don't know, I'll say I don't know and I'll leave it as that. But if I'm gonna speak to them another time, the way that I would answer their question is going through like, reliable sources, like, things that are facts, proven, um, evidence, you feel me? Um, yeah, to be honest, I mean, like we're in the age of information, you feel me? And I feel like for like conspiracy theory, for instance, yeah, like a lot of their information is dodgy, innit? Like I can't really trust a conspiracy theorist like 100% because like the sort of stuff that they come out with, 5G, bloody the Jews, flipping, you get me? Like all of that stuff. That sort of stuff is not like
The Jew.
reliable.
So what? So if someone asks you, it don't have to be about religion. You know? I mean, I just mean a general question that you have no knowledge of.
Mm.
What would be your first step to try and find out the answer? What would you do?
Research, innit? Like I would go and research it, and like if all that, like if I got like 10 sources, yeah, and 8 of them basically are the same, then I will go with that opinion. Do you feel me? If the two disagree, then that's just an alternative opinion. But if most of the sources agree, then I'll have to go off of that,
So what like what sources do you look at to get answers?
To be fair, yeah, I'm be honest, yeah. The main thing is obviously we get onto Wikipedia, innit? And like for me, I wouldn't
Straight
say
Google, yeah.
Wikipedia's sorry.
Straight Google.
Yeah, straight Google, innit? That's the main search engine still. To be honest, I've got a couple of books here as well. Um, that are written by a couple of like I've got a book about the Moors. I've got some Islamic books as well that have been written like they're obviously copies, but like they've been written like 18th century, like early times. Do you get me? Um, so yeah.
Yeah. What it is, yeah, is that people be trying to talk, talk a bit of shit lately about the block, saying how man go to Google for answers, innit? You man just don't go answers. I'm like, what? How the fuck do you answer a question that you don't know the answer to?
mm.
Hey,
No, I feel
crazy.
like Google is obviously the first thing that we usually run to, innit? But there's other ways of getting information. I don't think we should be solely dependent on Google. But that's what Google is, isn't it? It gives you fast answers quickly. You just type in something and it just gives you the information straight away. It's very quick and resourceful in that sense. But whether it's 100% reliable, that's a different story because something that's on Google and then there's a book that's
Might
been
be
written
bullshit.
200 years ago, the book might be more reliable.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was they saying to you? Like, what was their debate or something and somebody got out of Google or what?
Nah, well, yesterday was question of the day for yesterday, yeah. But no one ever jumped on and answered it, innit? I remember we was talking about something else. So
Mm.
yeah, we was talking about freedom of speech and sort of stuff like that. Yep. So true, no one ever answered the question yesterday. Yeah, I put it as the same question today, but I just worded it different. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Uh,
So what were they saying about freedom of speech?
and we're saying obviously it's my point of freedom of speech. Yeah, this free speech thing was it's like a two-way door sort of thing about. It seems all right, innit? Yeah. But then if it's someone talking about something that you find um, that you find like
offensive.
distasteful or yeah,
Mm.
something like that. Yeah. Sometimes the freedom of speech though might slap you back in the face as well. So
Yeah, I mean, for me, like from my understanding of freedom of speech and how it really first came about, it was really to criticize the government, and I feel like that's something that we as the population should definitely be able to do. So I feel like that's really kind of the background of the origins of freedom of speech. Like, back in the day, you couldn't really criticize the monarchy or speak bad about the monarchy. For me, but now it's just gone over to a different ball game. You get me? Anyone can say anything. And that's where I feel like freedom of speech is definitely being abused. Um, they got who's that?
okay,
So big
right,
up,
so
very big up. Really,
oh go on, bro.
Yes.
Oh shit, I've got a new customer in the back. Hold on a sec.
bring him in. Good to
Yo, dude.
What?
Yo,
This early, fam. The
hello.
trolls are.
Yo, dude.
Yeah, just kick him, kick him, kick him.
Sounded a bit weird still. Charlie. Sound like he was gonna try to play some music or something.
Yeah, he was.
Weird, isn't it, man?
Yeah,
Weird
man.
guy.
But
Anyway, man. Yeah, go through, go through.
yeah, like I was just saying with freedom of speech, yeah, I feel like the original purpose was very useful in the sense of criticizing the government. Because if you look at it, like even in this country, if you was to criticize the Queen or Henry VIII, or like you're getting your head chopped off in it, and like Henry VIII did deserve to be criticized because at one point he was going against the church, and that was the sort of head of state at the time, and if anything, that could have been deemed as blasphemous, but nobody really done anything or said anything, and like with Anne Boleyn as well, we don't really know if she was 100% guilty, but the fact that she just disrespected the king, they cut his head off. You get me? Up until a certain point, even like with Speaker's Corner, like from the Speaker's Corner's origins, I heard that people used to get executed there. But before they would get executed, they would obviously say their last words and stuff, and then it started to become a place for free speech. Um, so yeah, I mean, free speech. Personally, I think it should be used to definitely criticize politics. Talk about what's happening, even to extent of criticizing religions. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to hate speech, which I think what's happening now, that's when it starts to go left.
So, what's the difference between free speech and hate speech? Hey, but listen, yeah,
Like,
one sec, so yeah, I'm about to go
mm,
through the tunnel, yeah, so it's gonna cut out for me in about 2 minutes, if that still. So
alright,
I'll jump back on as soon as I get out of the tunnel. I'll do that, not even a minute or so.
Valley, where you going? You're running already and haven't even started the show.
Time
Right.
work, man.
yeah.
You get that money, B. You
Okay.
get me?
They got the
But I'm
front
the only
line
guy for a
workers.
tunnel. I'll be back in a sec.
They got the front. Have I spoken to you before, Kay? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I might have been on one of the early shows last year when I think you used to come on Jedi's quite a lot, but I used to duck in and out all the time.
Okay,
So
okay.
yeah. But I remember you. Yeah, I remember you from there. But I think just talking to other people and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay.
So I watch all the channels and that. I've been around. Trust me, I've been around on all the channels. I'm always in the chats. So yeah.
Okay.
But
So what do you
in
think about
conclusion,
what do you think about free speech?
obviously, I don't think it was a problem. Like everyone knows, back in the early days, I just think that if you look at it from another angle, I guess there's so much the culture these days now compared to 20, 30 years ago is a lot more mixed, multicultural. So I think everyone's trying to cater to everyone, and we've kind of got so much laws and so much things happening now that it's just getting to a point where we can't turn back.
Mm.
So I think in the midst of having saying that we trying to create something better, we're actually making something worse, if that makes sense.
I mean, you sound like you're from like I don't know Australia or New Zealand, like because you know here in the UK, free speech I think is something that is only really come into play in the last, or people have started to utilize it in possibly the last 10 to 12 years. I think free speech was it's something that's very big in America. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, we know that because we see all sorts of racists coming out just openly being racist, and like America's mad. But here in the UK, I think we're a bit more our tolerance level is much better than that of America. But since I think free speech has started to become more utilized here since sort of the spread of Islam and terrorism, and a lot of the British people have come out and marched and spoken out, and they have the right to do that. But I feel like it's got to the point where it's opened the door for hate preachers and supremacy to sort of lead the way, if you get what I'm saying.
Like I think people are scared of things that they don't know and that they don't understand, and so people can put up walls and have a lot of hate. But I would stress that one of the biggest dangers is you can hate somebody, you can hate 2 to 3 people that have done you wrong, you can hate a friend or someone, but it's the thing when you're talking about those individuals, but then it becomes all those individuals associated with those individuals is when it becomes a problem. And that's what I see happening. And I see that when 2 or 3 people have a problem with someone or something, when they say something, it digresses to that whole group of people as a whole.
Generalizing.
So
That's the word.
yeah. So look, it doesn't bother me. I've had run-ins. I've never really based everything. If I've had a problem with someone, it's always generally with that person. It'll stay with that person, or it'll stay with those 5 people. You just have to be ignorant to go outside that kind of way of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the way that I utilize my freedom of speech is to basically speak out against oppression, whether it's happening via the government, whether it's happening via groups of people. Like that's how really I utilize my freedom of speech.
Yeah. I mean, if that's your thing, if that's your passion, then that's what you do. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't have a problem with that. Personally, I think all of us have that thing where we want to stand up for what we believe in. I guess that's just your thing, and yeah, I don't really. That's all I got to say on that, really.
So, what do you think about hate speech?
Just what I mentioned at the start. I think if you and a friend, or you and a person, or another person have problems, you deal with it between yourselves. I mean, it shouldn't really affect anyone else but the people with the situation. In regards to this whole, to be honest, Z, I don't really try not to follow the media too much, because we all have mobile phones and we all have TV, and I think if we our phones, we use our phones to say hello and ring our friends and family and things like this. And I think it's best to sometimes leave it at that, because I think, there's a lot of things in the media that I know isn't true, because where I come from, I can tell you it's not true. And so I try and just stay off out of the media and stuff, because when you're living it, it's a different story from what's being portrayed, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So Valley, you still there, man?
No, you hear me, yeah? You hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I would ask you where you get information answers for questions that you don't know the answer to.
Okay. I would say that everybody has the same information, not 100% the same information, roughly, generally the same information, but it's how we interpret that information. When you're talking in regards to bias, it's always the opinions are always going to form towards the person's belief, and that can sometimes blind you from the truth. So I'm saying that the information is there, it's there for everybody, but it's how we interpret them through symbolism, is how we interpret them, and try not to be biased by our own beliefs. is that a kumbaya thing? Not really. It's just, I think you've got to really take those. You've got to look at it for what it is. You've got to break it down slowly. And like I said, everyone's got it. There's that much information out there, but I just think it's people's interpretation of it. Look, people probably have history, family history. There's people they can talk to. There's towns you can go to. Obviously, there's a whole array of ways to know, to gain this sort of information. Mine will primarily always come out of the Bible. That's just me.
So
But that's how I see it.
if I ask you to convert pounds into kilos, how would you get the answer?
Sorry, Valley, say that again.
If I asked you to convert pounds into kilos, so how much would
I think you
200
got
pounds
background
be
noise
in
playing.
kilos?
You need to mute your YouTube. You got background noise
Yeah.
playing. I
Hold up.
can hear myself.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, hold up.
You know, it's still echoing anyway. But like I was saying, yeah, how do you get the answer to this question? How would you tell what would 200 pounds in weight be in kilos? Oh shit, he dropped out. Dropped out, mate. Yeah. Yeah. You know, to me though, you see what man's trying to do, yeah? Man, never gonna jump on here and try and give every other way apart from saying, oh, I look on Google to search for the answer. That's what man's gonna do, you know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but come on, Veli. Like, even you sent me a link that was on Google about the national history thing. Like,
Of
that's
course.
the first thing that's a go-to. You get me?
Because it's, you know why? Because it's a search engine. That's exactly
Yeah,
what Google's
exactly.
made for. There's different answers on there. You go through the list and then you pick which you think would be the best answer that tailors your question.
But obviously,
Yeah,
like more time, yeah, like like if it's an Islamic issue, I'm going straight to the Hadiths, straight to the Quran. Like that's just on a like any religion. Furthermore, yeah, if I'm discussing Christianity or Hebrew Israelite, like I'm gonna go to the scriptures. And I also think the scriptures is a good source of information when it comes to religious topics because, like religion, the Abrahamic faiths are based around scripture, right? So we would always have to refer back to the scriptures. You feel me? And let's see what the scripture says. Obviously, if it's what you said about 200 pounds into kilos or something like that, then some people might not even have to search that. That's just simple, or not. Well, for me, I don't know the answer, but really, it's kind of sort of mathematics, isn't it? Those that know maths they know the answer straight to that. But if they don't, then yeah, boom, Google and Google, even Siri. Do you get me? Like that's what I'm saying. We're in an age where information is easily accessible. Maybe not like before. Before, folks had to, like, if you look at all the philosophers and the lecturers and scholars, they all had to literally go through books after books and had to travel the world literally to get their information. And I think really that's a good way of getting information. But now it's just like one source.
yeah, man. Yeah. Why? Don't be scared of Google. You get me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
man.
it's better than Internet Explorer, bro. You get me? It's better than Internet Explorer because that thing was. What's the other thing, man? Bingo or what's that other search engine?
Bing.
Bingo, Bing, yeah,
Yahoo.
or Yahoo, yeah. I don't do all that, man. Yeah,
Really,
Google.
yeah, man, should be dealing with Brave, innit? Because it's no cookies, no, that's still.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about that. So.
Yeah, that's switch up to Brave still down there. But, yeah, man. But again, whatever search engine it is, yeah, obviously they're just using Google, yeah, because we keep posting links to this, that, and the other. Yeah, if man answers a question, if man asks me a question and I don't know the answer, I'll tell man around. Let me quickly look on Google real quick. You get me? And then pick. one of the list of answers from there. If it's a question to whatever the question is, like say if it's a question to like a scientific question, I'll try to go and even not even to Wikipedia, more to scientific paper, whoever's got a scientific answer, like a website or whatever, something science or whatever, then I'll click on one of their links. Or someone's done a
Mm.
study on it, or someone's done a paper, I'll click on one of their links and look at that and try to read through that.
But are we saying it's
If it
bad
comes
to
to
use
that,
Google? Like, are we saying we shouldn't use Google?
but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. No, I'm saying Google's your friend. You get me? That's what I'm
Mm.
saying. Google's your
You gotta
friend,
make sure
bro.
the information's Sahih. You get me? You know about Sahih, yeah? Like with the Hadith, is it Sahih? And that means like reliable. Um,
Yeah,
and with
yeah,
Google,
bro.
like, but there's certain things that I try to research that I can't find on Google. Like honestly, like especially for instance, like Algerian history and stuff like that. There's really not a lot there on Google. Like I have to search and search and search, even on YouTube. Like there's certain things, trust me, that I've searched on Google that I didn't get the answers to. So
That's quite
Google,
hard.
yeah, it doesn't give you everything still.
But you know what it is though, yeah? With that, yeah. So if you get actual real historical facts or whatever, and you've got a blog or a website, or even you submit a paper or something, true, there's not a lot of answers to that. Your shit will be near the top.
Mm.
And then if it's information that's like factual that people can fact check it against and show that it's right, then by it will be the top answer. No,
Yeah, I mean, there's a
nothing
lot
is
of
true.
things like can't like as like even here on Speakers Corner, a lot of our topics, not a lot of people speak about them. Do you get me? Like when we're speaking about, I don't know, lineage, genetics, history, like certain history that not a lot of people speak about. You've got like the mainstream history, the Greeks, the Romans, the ancient Egyptians, and stuff like that. But I don't know if you really wanted to dig into sort of like I don't know, the Zimbabwean history and stuff like that. You know, I personally don't think that Google will have a lot of information on that. Do you know what I mean? And then you have to start going elsewhere and speak. You know, it really comes down to what I would call hidden knowledge. There's mainstream knowledge, and then there's sort of hidden underground knowledge that you can't really get off the internet. You've got to speak to elders. You've got to travel. You've got to go there and see it for your own eyes. You've got to pick up a book that's got 100 years or 200 years on it. Do you feel me? And that's the sort of conversations that we're really having sometimes. Things that, you know, is a bit above our intellect in a sense where we're speaking about deep things. I mean, Jupiter, she was speaking about like Sumeria and stuff. With Sumeria, there's not a lot of like history or scripture to back certain things. Like a lot of it has been destroyed. They've not left a lot of things. You know, in Iraq, if you go there, like the Mongols destroyed a lot of the artifacts and the books and burnt a lot of information. Even ISIS as well started destroying some stuff in Syria, and this is all ancient history, so we don't really have a lot to work with when discussing something like Sumeria. Sometimes it really is even off hearsay, because if I was to ask Jupiter, bring me proof of that, she might have a bit of trouble doing that.
Yeah, yeah. But like I was saying, man, for your starting point, and depending on what you're looking for, it's okay to start there. You get me? I ain't got an issue with that.
Mm.
I don't know why
Yeah,
anyone else has
man.
an issue with that. But yeah, man. Like we say, man, we're gonna clean up today. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I just
Uh,
answer Web Funk? Yeah. Mm. No, but can I
you
answer
got
Web
that?
Funk's question? Yeah. Like I hear you. Obviously, I'd love to do. But I think I'd have to actually go to Algeria and speak to the scholars there and the teachers there to really get an authentic uh, encounter. You get me? I don't think the internet, especially with this, and the thing is with Google, yeah, it's a very westernized, I think, source of information. Do you get me? It doesn't really deal with everyone's information, because like in China, for instance, I don't think they use YouTube. Like China specifically, even the search engines, even the social networking, it caters to them. Do you get me with that? What's that app that they use? WeChat or WeChat or something like that. Certain countries don't even know about WhatsApp. I think in America they don't even use WhatsApp. They use Skype. But I think do they? Not a lot though. That's what I'm saying. Cause I spoke to someone about WhatsApp. They're like, "What the hell is that?" They're like, "Don't you use Skype?" I'm like, "Fam, I don't use Skype, fam, unless I'm calling my family from back home." You feel me about Skype? But yeah, I think every country's got like a different way of like social networking or search engines and stuff like that. That's why like a lot of these Instagram pages, they're catering to like different people. Like you'll find like a Pan-African Instagram specifically speaking about Pan-Africanism, reaching out to that specific audience. Like I follow a lot of like Algerian history pages on Instagram, and they post like old pictures of Algerians in the desert, and you won't really find that on Google. You get me? These lot have literally dug up bare stuff and compiled it together and made a page out of it.
He used to send me old pictures, yeah? Was Samaru used to send loads of old pictures of Somalia before, before it was how it is now. You get me? I used to send bare pictures, bruv, and all the people was like dressed well, looked like they was going to do educational work or something like that. You know, like everyone looked like they had something to do. It didn't look like people that was in any sort of struggle or anything. You get me?
Yeah.
Knowing the history of the place, like your original place or whatever, is a good thing still, because again, when propaganda comes out about it, you can easily shoot it down, innit? Because you know the facts of.
But it's like an archive, innit? Like there's bare archives of information that are not out there. Like I follow, you know Uhuru, innit? The Jamaican guy that used to come to the park. I follow him on Insta, and he posts like a lot of educational videos about like Africa, which is not really out there on mainstream social media. Do you get me? So yeah, like Instagram, I see bare information that like these little posts and stuff that you wouldn't really hear about on a mainstream one. Do you feel me? And it's up to you, and it depends what you're looking
some
for.
of that stuff, yeah, is that again, yeah, like you just said, with stuff that's personal to you, your own history, that might not be mainstream. So you have to do your own research.
Yo, Veli, what was the? Sorry, I cut out before, but what was the question you were going to ask? I didn't want to.
I was asking you, how you would get the answer to a question that you don't know the answer to. So then I said,
okay, so
how would you convert £200 into kilos? Like what method would you use? How would you do that?
Well, I'm going to answer you. I got two questions to answer. A question with a question, but before I give you the two questions, I would say that you've got to go back and what was happening before computers? Where did they get this information from? Now, a lot of people would say, well, they got it from the ancients. They got this this information of all the ancient people, all the ancient tribes, this, and that, and then they discovered electricity and so forth and so on, and things like that. But the two questions I would ask you is, if you went onto Google and you typed in two questions, the first question is you ask Google, who is God? The second question I would ask you to ask Google is, what is the meaning of life? So do you want to type those two things in?
Yeah, I'm driving. I'm on the motorway, mate.
Okay, so if you typed in those two questions, what is the answer you think you'll get?
It's a search engine. It will give you the top answers which people have clicked on.
Well, that doesn't really like that no, well, to get the actual answer is the answer you would get is Google. The first one, Google will explain, well, God comes from a belief from this person and that person and this person. And the second question you get, what is the meaning of life? They'd give you interpretations of history and from certain scriptures. Now, why I ask that is because when you look at a computer, and a lot of people that do general searches and they look at information, the way I see the computer, it's not actually, the computer is invented by a man, correct?
Yeah.
So no matter how advanced the information you get, it's only coming from the person that designed it, correct?
Which means, but that's not what Google's a search engine, yeah. Where
Well, it's not a search. What? No.
Yeah. Yeah, but let me finish, man. How you gonna tell me about how much? Don't relax, see?
You got background noise, Tay. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, mute your YouTube, Tay.
You're echoing.
There, background noise.
Hey, Kay.
Okay, is that better?
No, we still got background noise. Let's just fix the background noise.
Yeah, you have to mute when you're not talking then, yeah? But like, obviously, alright, so Google is the actual search engine that people put their answers to questions, yeah, in whatever website or whatever, and then, so depending on how many people click on your website, whichever, say people ask, like, what's the meaning of life? And you've got the best explanation of what you think the meaning of life is. And the most people in the world click on your answer. Your answer will be a top answer in the Google search engine. It don't necessarily mean that it's right. The rest of that's up to you to find out.
That was, I don't know what, like, yeah, okay, I guess so. But I think my point is that the information that you get off Google is most of the time, I would say, in regards to looking for things like where's this bird from, where's this car from, where's
Okay, let me
Jay-Z
ask you
from,
one question. Let me
where does
ask you one
Beyonce
question
live?
before you get your question off, yeah? Let me ask you one question before you get your question off, yeah? Did man tell you about God, or did God tell you about man?
Well, first of all, let's stick to the topic that we were talking about. Because we're digressing. This is what happened. This is what happens when Witness came on, Valley. Because we haven't got the answer. We haven't got the answer to the question of the stages that are incomplete in evolution for the mathematical equation of stages that lead up to a complete change. It's incomplete. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so.
I know you watched the video recorded.
Well, it didn't impress me that much, to be honest. Well, big up to that video, though. Yeah, I watched a bit of it. I must admit, I watched probably a quarter of it, but it was all right. It was all right. It didn't really, it was a bit hoppy here and there. But look, that's just what I sort of think. But look, at the end of the day, Google has a wealth of information, but so do encyclopedias, and so do people. Can the degree of information change? 100%. But information itself. Sorry?
Do you use Google or not?
Well, what is that? Like a trick question? Of course I Google. But the point is, I don't Google. I Google, but when I Google, right? When I Google something, I look for something. It's not that I understand that when I Google something, that all this information comes from a man, right? The computer was invented by a human brain. So, no, hang on 1 second. Think about it. Where we have this information Anyone can have this information. Anyone can be this clever. It's how you apply yourself, your brain, and your way of thinking. Does it ultimately give you the answers? I don't think so. I think it can give you the general answers, probably scientifically and mathematically and biologically, to all sorts of different things. But like I said, information through observation, observing the symbolism in that information, having a clear understanding of, I just don't think, I think, look, I think information for me is something that you have inside you, that, you know, like faith and belief kind of thing. It's like a moral kind of high ground.
Let me ask you another question, yeah?
Yeah.
So, do you think that anything made by man shouldn't have 100% trust in it? 100% trust in it.
Of course not. No way. Not at all.
Anything that's written by man, yeah? So everything and anything.
I know where you're going to go, because you're going to go back to religion. I know you really want to go down that track. But of course not. It says in the Bible, the heart of man is deceitfully wicked. Who can know it? You know,
But the Bible was written by men.
Written by men, but inspired by God.
Yep, that's correct.
So if it's inspired by God,
written by men.
Well,
you said anything written by men, you should never have 100% trust in.
No, that's, well, what is man and what is spirit? Define the two. Because if you read the Bible, Paul talks about the flesh.
I don't know what a spirit is. I know what a man is.
Well, that's the problem. You don't have an understanding of the definition between spirit and flesh. It says in the Bible that it says in the Bible that the flesh is strong. The flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. Right? The flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. Yeah, but inspired by God through man. And this is how we get prophets and things like this, Valley. Like, it's hard to understand when these things aren't revealed to you like this. Sorry,
but Valley, look at this, when you're dreaming, for instance, your dreams, I believe, like, they say that your body is like in a state of death, really, but you can still have dreams where you're you know, you're envisioning certain stuff. You sometimes, some people get sleep paralysis where they feel it physically. Do you understand? What do you think that is? Do you think that's your soul? Because your soul is still active, your body is not. Your body is in a state of sleep. It's almost in a state of being paralyzed, but yet you're still having thoughts. You're still having these experiences from a soul perspective, if you get what I'm saying. Like, how would you explain dreams?
What's to do with your brain, innit?
Sorry?
To do with your brain. Your brain.
Okay. But like I said to you, your body is physically not active like that. You get me? But I feel like when your soul is.
By your brain.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how come you're still dreaming and you feel like, I don't know what about you, but when I'm dreaming anyway, I'll just speak about my own experiences. It generally feels like I'm in a different realm. And then when I wake up, I come back to earth, sort of thing. Do you get me? And sometimes some people experience like sleep paralysis and it feels very much real. Do you understand? And I feel like that's just the soul going to a different place. And then when we wake up, the soul comes back. Because from an Islamic perspective, like we speak about when you're sleeping, like there's a Quranic verse that says, when you're sleeping, like we bring your soul back to your body and we give you another chance to live. Do you understand? Otherwise, we could have taken your soul whilst you were asleep. And there's a lot of people that die in their sleep. Do you feel me?
What are you saying that? I don't get it. Yo, Speeder, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get the point you was making.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I didn't get the point that you was trying to make in what you were saying.
No, but you were speaking about like the flesh and the spirit for me is the soul, and I feel like the soul lives on forever. Like it's our body that dies, but our soul is what continues. Do you feel me? And for me, sleeping dreams is kind of a proof of that, because
Okay.
our when we're dreaming, we're in a different sort of realm. Do you get me? And we're still like interactive with what's happening. And then when we wake up, we sort of come back to reality.
But you know that if they done a test, yeah, to see if your soul or whatever leaves your body at certain times, yeah, like why you know like why you're still alive. You know, like people say they have these out of body experiences and stuff like that.
Mm.
Yeah. So if they done a test, yeah, and they put something somewhere where you should see it and you don't see it, yeah, would you say that that's a falsification of the person believing that they left their body?
Say that again. Sorry.
So say you went to a test center, yeah, to test that
Yeah.
your soul was leaving your body. You kept on having out of body experiences, yeah. We're just saying
Yeah.
hypothetically, yeah. So Zabini's having out of body. I'll say myself then, yeah. I'm having out of body experiences, yeah. Belly's having out of body experiences all the time, yeah. So he goes to he goes to a test center where they're gonna see, right, are you really having out of body experiences, or do you just think you're having out of body experiences, yeah? So they're gonna be able to do something like hide hide a can of Coke on the shelf that's like out of sight when you're standing up. But if you was floating in the room, then you should be able to see it. So like, you know, when people have out of body experiences, they reckon they're above their body, innit? Like they're in
Mm.
the top of the room and they're looking down on the room, innit? Yeah. So you basically, yeah, you should be able to see everything that's in the room, but even the stuff that's out of eyesight from the ground or whatever, yeah. So it's just on the shelf. It wouldn't be like mad hidden. It would just be on the shelf above eye height, where no, if you was just standing on the ground, you wouldn't see it was there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
this is the
So
thing though, Benny, there. Like you speak. Go on,
let
sorry.
me finish, man. Let me finish, yeah. So if say they done a test, yeah, to see if you did see this, what you was looking for, and then after I come out of the test, the sleep or whatever I did to make myself have the out of body experiences, I didn't describe the can of Coke that was on the shelf above or whatever. Would you say that test was enough to falsify my, or would you be satisfied with the answer that, right, you're not really having out of body experiences, it's just the actions in your brain or something like that?
Yeah, but all right, cool. But I think they've done something similar to that. Like, there's actually a documentary on Channel 4. It was really based around people that had breathing problems when they were sleeping. There's a specific condition for it. I forgot the name. Where they have to sleep with like oxygen masks and stuff. Yeah. But even then, like in that documentary, they were analyzing the way that they were sleeping and stuff. You feel me? Um, and you was mentioning drugs as well. Like, there's been a lot of experiments, like with ayahuasca as well. Like, there's a guy that goes to the park. He's some white ginger guy, and he was like, just before he went to do this experiment, he comes up to me and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go on this trip, in the middle of the countryside, whatnot, and there's a bunch of other people. We're gonna participate in some ayahuasca experiment." So I was like, "Are you sure, mate?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do it." I was like, "Bro, all right then, let me know how it goes." You get me? And then I don't know, a couple of weeks later, a month, he came back and he said, "Yeah, Z, I went and I done it." And I was like, "Raw, like, how did it go in it?" He was like, "It was something else. Like this drug." He was saying that one thing that I found very interesting. This drug tapped into his memory, because he was saying it made me realize my relationship with my mum. I said, "What do you mean by that?" And this drug sort of it sort of made him spiritually time travel from the way that he was explaining it. Like he was like, I was thinking about my whole life. It's like my life flashed before my eyes, and I was thinking about my relationship with my mum. Do you get me? And towards the end, he said ended up getting hospitalized because he started tripping or something like that. But like, even that, certain drugs, they make you hallucinate. Like hallucination, for instance, as well. Like you think you're seeing stuff, but it's actually not there. Like, and I believe that's possibly that person experiencing the spiritual dimension. Do you get me? You can say it's the brain, it's the brain playing tricks on you, and it could very well be, but from a spiritual perspective, like, I believe that your chakra is now open. Do you get me? And you're seeing stuff from a spiritual realm, sort of thing. So, you know, I don't know about you. You might have had different experiences, but I'm sure a lot of people who've had these out of body experiences would tell you pretty much the same thing. Like, if you know, they're in a different dimension. Even when you're smoking weed, like, come on, bro, you know your thought process is not the same when you're not high in it, and you know, you might, like, people hearing voices and stuff, like people seeing random stuff. Like, how would you explain that?
I've never heard a voice while I've been smoking weed though.
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky, you get me, but I've never heard voices either. But like, some people do though. Like, some people, and it's only, they only hear it once they start smoking the weed. And I believe it's an
Yeah.
intoxicant. Yeah, it intoxicates the body.
I would say with something like that, yeah, I would more say that the person had mental health sort of condition before they started smoking, and then smoking weed and brought it on a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, to be honest.
Start hearing voices
Like,
and shit.
mm,
But
mm.
one sec, yeah. Is there anyone else in? Oh yes, Ultra. Big up, man. That Ultra Funk in the building. Like, I'm outside my first job now.
Yo,
Got, like,
Nelly, listen, just
got
before
right
you
outside
go,
the
right?
customer's window.
Hold on, Nelly, just before you go,
Yeah, big up yourself,
Zaveda
Ultra.
said, big up Zaveda. Zaveda said, like, people who had an out of body experience have said they've experienced similar things, right? Now, my question to Zaveda immediately is, could it not be that rather than it's some supernatural bullshit, it could be that the human brain works similarly or the same amongst all of our species, meaning that should you take a thought altering or hallucinogenic substance, your brain reacts the same way because most of our brains are wired the same. So some of us are fucking obviously dickhead zombies, but if the brain is wired similar or the same as a species, it's only right that it will react the same and people will have the same or similar experiences. It doesn't necessarily have to be some
No.
supernatural bollocks. You get me?
What I mean, experience, yeah, is like the out of body feeling, like they are disconnected with reality. That is probably similar. But as for their experience, it's not all going to be the same, because somebody might take ayahuasca, like the guy I gave the example of. He started reminiscing about his family, whatnot, and he was telling me about the other people. He said some people started dancing, some people started crying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when, and it's the same with weed. Some people can smoke and smoke and smoke and they're completely fine. If I was to hit one toke, I'm gone, mate. I'm having a clear-cut panic attack, because I feel like
But
I'm not
Zubaida,
in
this is the
control of my
thing.
body.
But again, you're making my point for me. You're saying even though there's a broad spectrum of emotion, you're saying
Mm.
taking thought altering or hallucinogenic substances makes the human brain react in ways where it's always similar. I guarantee you, if you take everyone on the planet who's taken drugs, they'll have an experience where it's the same as somebody else's. And the reason why is, even though the brain isn't wired exactly the same because we're all individuals, the brain's wired in a way where it's only right that we'll all have similar or the same experience. Like, to me, it's not even a big deal. It's like, yeah, we've got brains, take substances, and we all react. Like you said, some people cry, some people dance, some people reminisce, some people just be going to sleep, some people
Yeah,
have
but
no
that
effect,
shows
and
it's
that's
not
the
the same
same thing
experience, though.
for everybody, babe.
Yeah, but Ultra, have you heard that saying that you are what you eat? Have you heard that saying?
What, hashtag Khan, yeah?
Big up Khan wherever you are.
Shit.
But yeah, no,
Fuck yeah. Who said that? You're out of order.
but what I also say, you've heard that saying, you are what you eat. So the brain ultimately needs nourishment, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so
Needs
the brain,
oxygen
how does the
and
brain
stuff like
gets
that.
that
Yeah.
nourishment by the food that we eat. So I believe, and I might be wrong, that a lot of mental health and all the other issues come via the food that we eat. If you have a look at our DNA and the proteins that make up our DNA,
That's a good
those
point.
things need
Yeah, that's a good
nourishment.
point.
Yeah, and so you know where I'm going. So I just sort of like
That's very true.
No.
you notice
That's a
that a
good
lot of
point.
people, you notice
That's a
that a
good
lot of
point.
people that have depression are overweight.
King. Wait, has
I think
somebody got the
I think they've
YouTube on
done
in the
some like
background? I'm hearing
crazy
a mad
experiments.
echo.
It's okay, but listen to this. Yeah, they've done some mad experiments. I think it was during World War II. Yeah, because in that certain area there was a lot of malnutrition happening and starvation. So they done a case on pregnant ladies, and they found that the woman who wasn't eating very well for the first 3 months of her pregnancy, and the woman that started eating well the last months of her pregnancy, it affected the child. Do you understand? So basically, to add off Kay's point, you are a product of your environment, really. Do you understand? And apparently, like your DNA changes also based on your circumstances. So that's why when kids are very young, from the age of like when they're first born to like when they're 6, that process is a very important process, because if it's a negative process, right, and that child's suffering from neglect or abuse, that is going to affect them for the rest of their life. Sorry.
Yeah, Kate, listen, there's like a crazy
Echo.
echo. Yeah, whenever you unmute. If you could maybe turn your YouTube down a little bit, that would be so cool.
Yeah, YouTube's bad.
Yeah, like I was saying, Zoeda, listen, you see the fact that brains are wired the way they are. I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
Like when people say to me they've had an experience, and then we go across the globe and other people have had similar experiences. Like for me, I don't jump to the conclusion that it must be some supernatural fucking fairy tales gobbledygook. It's like we've got brains, we're the same species, and it's only seems only right that we'll have similar experiences when
Yeah, but
things
I
are done to
disagree.
our
I
brains.
disagree, Ultra. I
Wait,
disagree
you
because
disagree that we're all the same species, we have
no,
brains,
no,
and
no,
we'll have
no. What
similar
you're saying,
experiences?
no, I'm agreeing the fact that you're saying we all have the same experiences. I completely agree, because everyone psychologically is different. Do you understand? And I feel like certain people, they feel more, and some people are very desensitized. So this is a difference between
Yeah, I
man
won't lie,
and woman.
Zabina. I got desensitized that day I saw Two Girls, One Cup. That desensitized
Yeah,
me. I can't
I mean, I don't know why you're even watching those things. I've never seen it, thank God, but I've
No,
heard,
don't, please.
and yeah,
Don't.
no, no. But what I'm saying is, yeah, a lot of people feel more, and that's the difference between man and woman, for instance. Yeah, men are a bit more stronger, a bit more stern, a bit more firm, and women are a bit more emotional, a bit more sympathetic. Something could happen in front of a man, and he might not even feel anything about it, but a woman might watch it and she might start crying her eyes out. Do you get me? And it's the same with
Mm,
life. Some people go through
mm.
experiences and it breaks them. Do you
Morning,
understand?
is
They might
somebody
go through a
speaking?
traumatic. Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, Rob. I don't know if you can hear me, but Zubayd's speaking. You might have to jump out and come back in.
Jeez, I've done it like 3 times already. Okay, cool.
All right, sorry, bro. Yeah, sorry, Zubayd. No,
But
I hear what you're saying,
yeah.
but if I'm honest with you, I got a confession to make. I rarely cry. Yeah, the last time I remember crying significantly was at my wedding, and I don't know why I cried. I've lived with this woman for most of my adult life, but when I saw her come down the aisle, I cried like a bitch. And then the first time I remember crying significantly was when I watched a kung fu movie called The Thundering Mantis, where like the protagonist, they kill the little boy. Like the last boss killed the little
Okay.
boy, and like the protagonist lost his mind, and I cried because the little boy died. And then I also cried watching the Undertaker documentary, but I only cried because I think Issa had just passed away, and I was feeling a little bit raw, and I don't know why. And then I watched the
Morning, is it
Undertaker thing, and
silence
I
or is
shed a
somebody still
tear.
speaking?
Oh my god! Now you can't hear me, Rob. Zabeda, see if he can hear you.
Isn't the
Rob, you can't hear
Undertaker
Ultra.
action too?
No, he's a wrestler.
Yo, Rob, can you hear us?
I can hear you
Rob,
and I can hear Surveyor.
when you jump out, yeah, refresh. When you jump out,
Yeah, I have done
refresh
that.
the browser because
Yeah,
that
I've closed the
happens to
browser,
answer.
reopen it, open a new
Oh
page,
shit!
and still somebody I can't hear. All right, I'll try one more time. That
Oh
was a bit
man!
of a miss.
Yeah.
Oh man!
No, Undertaker. Do you remember
Yeah.
Undertaker from WWF? Zaveda, come on, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like he's a big
What
dusty
happened
old
to
man
him?
now. He's just
He
old, isn't
don't.
it? His body can't go anymore. Do you know what I
Um,
mean? Yeah, so
yeah, my
he's
sisters
just
used to be like proper WWE fans, but I just thought that stuff was just cringy, man. It weren't real.
all right. You see, when people say that, I have to ask what you mean by not real. Do you mean
Come
like
on, Ultra, you know that ain't real.
it's no wait, real like it's scripted or what? Like, what do you mean by not real? Because I would argue
Yeah, that's
that if you
definitely
think
scripted.
yes, but do you think that the bumps that they take on their bodies is fake? Like falling off ladders, like people chucking you over their heads and landing on your
No,
back
I'm not
and all
saying
that.
that they don't get. No, I'm not saying they don't get physically hurt because it's stunt in it. Like even if you're doing stunt acts, you're gonna get hurt. Like, but I do feel like it's scripted. It's not like spontaneous, like
No,
like,
of
like a
course it's
boxing
scripted.
ring.
No. It's the way they scripted. It's like violent EastEnders.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's corny because it's American. Like you know when they come with that them corny sayings and like, go away, man. Like get out
Do
of
you
it,
know what's
man.
funny, Dwayne? You know when people say it's corny, I would love to.
You
Anyone who says
can't
that,
see
just
me. You can't see
let me
me.
give you
No,
a
we see
spear.
you,
Yeah,
bro.
let me give you a spear or a German suplex, and then if you can get back up and you ain't wounded or winded or hurt in some way, then like, all right, cool.
Well, I prefer boxing because that's really like. Do you get me? That's real in it. Like man is
Yeah,
really
but
getting
that's
in
the
the ring.
thing. I prefer scripted violence. I don't like real violence, man. I'm not
But I
into
don't
it.
think
Someone,
boxing is like violence in the sense where man's
oh
trying to like
really?
kill
It's like
him.
two men punching the shit out of each
No,
other.
but it's a sport though. But no, but it's a sport. It's a violent sport. Yeah. When I think of
Yeah.
violence, I think of like malicious. Do you get me? Like man, like most boxing opponents will shake hands and do you know what I mean? It's
Mm,
you know, it's a manly
One sec.
sport.
Let me see if
yeah.
Rob can hear everyone. Yeah, Rob, can you
Rob,
hear
come
everyone?
in. Can you hear everyone? Rob,
I think so.
Rob.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can hear you,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah.
Red pill. We can hear the red
Okay, now I
pill.
can hear everybody. I had to restart the entire phone.
All right, Rob, let me
I'm
Can
ask
you
you a
on.
hear?
Okay.
question. Since you can hear
Go
me,
on then.
Rob, right? I was saying to Zabeda that out of body experiences
All
and
right, I'm gonna jump off
like
though,
taking
yeah, because I'm outside the shop.
hallucinogenics. All right, cool. Go do your thing, B.
All right, Eddie.
Yeah, hallucinogenic drugs. Like rather than equate it to some sort of supernatural mumbo jumbo, I was saying, doesn't it make more sense that we're all humans, we're the same species, and we have brains which are near enough wired, near enough the same, right? So if we have similar experiences, it makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to speak about that. So it's a good point you're making, Ultra, right? I mean, what does it even mean to have an out of body experience? So people use those words. I don't think most people stop to actually listen back to the words they've used. What would it actually mean in reality to have an out of body experience? What is it that goes out of your body? And how do we determine that? Can
So
anybody
like I
on
don't know if
earth
you know
explain
about
that?
like sleep paralysis. Yeah, I don't know if you've experienced it, but some people would experience sleep paralysis actually seeing some sort of figure and they have no control and it's like if they had control they'd be able to move their body around and that's like sleep paralysis is the best explanation I can give out of body because you're seeing what's happening but you're physically not able to do anything about it so you're paralyzed, right? And it's your soul that's really experiencing the full experience. It's not your body that's really going through it because your body is paralyzed at that moment.
When somebody's in sleep paralysis, are you claiming that they're seeing their body from a third person perspective, or they're looking through their own eyes and their body cannot move?
Both. I mean, I've heard people say, you know, they've seen their soul from a distance, and then I've heard other people say that they've seen different figures at the end of their bed, or the moment that they wake up is because a
I've had
figure
that
sort of
experience once.
yeah.
I've had that experience of seeing a figure, and the question to ask is, what is most likely? That it's just a hallucination of my brain, or in fact something that we cannot explain is actually there in reality? Which do you think is the most reasonable explanation?
Hey, good question. I mean, obviously the brain has a factor to play in this, yeah, because that's what really we use to function and stuff, yeah. But at the same time, I don't know, like your figure, yeah. How would you explain that figure? Was it human-like, or was it, what was it?
Well, when you say human-like, I think it was something like what I imagine to have 2 arms and 2 legs, but that's just
Yeah.
my imagination. I chalk that up to my imagination. But whatever the figure was, whether it was human-like or alien-like, what's most likely? That it's just something that my brain conjured up, or that it in fact exists in reality? But
Okay,
again,
but
I ask you,
how
what
is
does it
your
mean
body?
to have an out-of-body experience?
For me personally, I feel like it's us
What is it?
connecting. I feel like it's us interacting with the spiritual realm. Do you understand? And the fact that our body has become paralyzed, what
What
was
is
the
the
trigger
spiritual
factor?
realm?
The spiritual realm, we know, well, we'd call it jinns,
What is a spiritual realm? Is it part of this reality, or is it an imagination, or something that exists?
I mean, obviously you're atheist, so really what I'm saying might not resonate, but for my personal understanding, the spiritual realm is like like jinns, for instance, they're part of the spiritual realm. Angels, they're part of the spiritual realm. God is part of the spiritual realm. Um, and when people speak about ghosts and stuff, like that's
You
their
cut out. I don't know if
interpretation.
you're still speaking.
Yeah, I'm speaking. I think maybe you're a bit delayed. I think you're delayed.
Are you speaking? I can't hear you.
I don't know what's going on.
Ultra, is Zabeda speaking, or is it cut out for you too?
Ultra. Oh yeah, I don't think this guy can
Here
hear
in the
me.
chat, just let me know if Zabeda is cut out for you guys, or is it just me?
It's just you, cuz. Yo, Veli. I think you need to let my man out and bring him back in.
I don't know if anybody else can hear. At the risk of over talking Zabeda, hopefully she's not speaking, or maybe she's cut out. Again, I'm asking the question, what does it mean to have an out-of-body experience? Does that mean that something
Rob,
that
can you
makes
hear
up
me?
you goes outside of your body?
Nope.
If it is, what
Rob,
is
can you
that
hear me?
something? How does it go outside your body, and how do we determine that's the case? As opposed to you imagining some sort of ghost fairy or some other imagination. How do we determine that? Because people use these words, in my view, without actually thinking about the implications of them. And so I'm inviting people to think of the implications. What does it mean to have an out-of-body experience? And somebody might just say, hey, well, it's that near-death experience where I float out of my body. Well, what is it that you claim is floating out of your body? And you might say soul or spirit. Well, what is that exactly? Well, I don't know, but it's just like I'm looking through my eyes, but I'm out of my body. Well, okay, but that it's not incoherent to say that. But of course, for that to be the case, it would need to be something that exists in reality and somehow reconnects with your body.
Yo, Veli.
And then you have, as we've talked about before,
I
the
think you need
interaction
to
problem.
bring
How is it does this thing
in and
interact
out.
with your body? Because presumably, when you come back to life, or when you come back, quote unquote, from near death, you remember these things. So somehow, whatever this was that floated out of your body has now reconnected and implanted those memories into you, or at least implanted, the visual aspect of this thing floating out of your body. And the more you think about it,
Yo,
the more you go, how
Veli.
is this
Bring
even
him out and
possible?
bring him back in again.
I'm not saying it's
Yo,
impossible, but how is it
Veli's
possible? Can
working.
anybody
It's not
explain?
gonna work.
And I
Yo,
think at this
Ultra,
point
you
we
there?
have wild speculations. So I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
if I'm
here.
the
Can
only
you
one
hear me,
speaking.
Devedo?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on,
I
man.
apologize, I can't hear you at the moment. So
Mm.
you're both off mic and I can't hear either of you now. Just post
Yo,
something in the private chat, either of you, Zubeda or Ultra. Just let me know if either of you are speaking, because I cannot hear either of you at the moment. I haven't touched my phone. So just, we're both
yeah, I
speaking.
mean,
All right. Kelly, if you're listening, I apologize. I've just lost them both again. I've done nothing on my phone here. Suddenly I can't hear them. So I'll just hop out. Maybe you can re-add me. And if it happens again, I'll just call it a day. Sorry about that.
yo, Veli. Oh, Veli.
Oh wait, it's Vader. He's doing a job at the moment.
Yo,
Yeah.
I just came in. I just came in to say, look, Zabina, you didn't deserve that in it, so apologies.
Yeah, I think I'll go, bro. Like honestly, mate. Yeah, like
honestly, I know. Honestly, personally,
cool.
I feel like we've been over all of it before, and the fact that Africans see Arabs as invasions, an invasive, quite a destructive invasive force at a period of time. I would say that anything to do with an Arabic man or person speaking sort of negatively on Africa in any way, shape, or form is going to bring sort of just negative feedback. So I think if I detract, if I try and put out of my mind what I've got what sort of perception I've got of you and Waleed, then I won't then sort of become stupid enough to just have an impulsive type of reaction.
I mean, I can go, bro. Yeah, listen, yeah.
We've gone over it
like,
before.
I'm sure you disagree with me, yeah. And
I
that's
genuinely think
you're fine.
you're not racist. I actually genuinely feel.
No,
somewhere
bro.
in my heart, I feel like you're not actually. You guys aren't actually like purposefully disrespectful towards black people. I just think that it comes across like that sometimes. So yeah, I mean, I feel
I hear that, bro. I mean,
apologize, like literally, and I very rarely do that. So.
No problem. I mean, bro, look at it. Yeah, if it's a good conversation, you know what I'm saying, and I'll be happy to have that conversation.
This morning, I've heard a lot of good points you've made. So, I mean, I just thought this.
But I mean, I was just a bit shocked at the sort of personal attacks, and this is what I'm trying to stay away from because we're all going to disagree with each other. But I don't think.
Yeah. Go on. I said I think I always get it every time when it's chat, and I just think that I'm coming sort of like. It's like become the norm now just to chat shit in the chat. And I'm falling.
But that's the thing. Don't become a product of your environment and get consumed by the trolls because
I know. And I was like, wait, why am I chatting shit to Zabina? She ain't saying that.
Well, that's why I just blocked you, yeah, because I thought because I don't want to fight with no one, mate. Do you get me? Like even the other day on Rasta's show,
me a little bit, but still, it's cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, but like you get me. I'm not trying to argue with no one like that. You feel me? But I hear you. It's a good conversation to have because, like, you know, there is a history there, and it affects both parties. It affects the African community, the Arab community, and it'd be good to definitely speak about it. But when people start throwing around the racist term and you disrespecting black people, that's people being irrational and illogical. Because I don't think anything that me and Waleed said was racist. I think maybe on Waleed's part, I think for him, he has to learn to acknowledge that there is racism happening in his country. And, you know, that's something that me and him are definitely speaking about. But for me, like, I know what's going on. Do you get me? I'm not denying it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But at the same time, I'm being balanced and saying it's not everyone, first of all. And we are taking steps to eradicate that. Do you know what I mean? And, you know...
No, I've heard the positive speaks in the last week, actually, regarding that. So, Yeah. I mean, even from people that have just converted to religion is something that I think that's quite an issue to speak about. So, yeah. But, I mean, this whole spirit talk, though, going back to what we were talking, you know, I mean, when he says... something, an explanation that is not too outlandish. I don't know exactly what term he used. I'm not quoting him verbatim, but Rob's got a little bit of a point. But I mean, say if your spirit was something that left you on your out of body experience, right? And it was because we know that electricity is very synonymous with the body, with functionality of sort of that energy that allows our body to function, you know. So imagine, so I'm just going to give an example of theory. So say there was something in the form of data, which is in the electricity, or do you know what I mean? The source of energy, and if that, I mean, a lot of data is transferred via Wi-Fi, on computers. So I mean, if you couldn't really see that correlation between the spirit and intelligence via the form of data, then I mean, I
But it
think that's
sounds like
quite
you're
a good.
speaking about energy here,
Well, it's
and I
energy
feel that.
because data does flow through electricity, Wi-Fi, and all the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? So you
Yeah.
can't. So and that's like data that transfers from ones and zeros, and it allows the computer to be able to relay it back in ones and zeros. So it's like it's quite
It's energy
extended.
in it. It's like energy being, and that's what I'm saying. Like when we're connecting with the spiritual world, it's an exchange of energy, because some people they use the spiritual realm and take part of that spiritual energy and use it for themselves. Do you understand? When it comes to, certain rituals, or like even with music, you know what I'm saying? When people are playing music, they're consuming this sort of rhythmic energy. Do you understand? Which impacts on the way that they physically behave. Do you feel me? So, and then you got negative and positive energy. I'm sure that when you're around certain people, you might think, "Now your energy is off, man. I'm not really feeling your energy," because you can feel that. Do you know what I mean? And then when you're around positive people, you start to feel that positive energy, and you're like, "Yeah, I like your energy. I'm feeling very positive right now," because they're coming with that positive energy.
Well, where we were very close is when you said out of body experience. Now, when you got an out of body experience, sometimes people's hearts stop and they stop breathing, and they come back
Yeah.
to life, right?
Yeah.
But so, and they have that out of body experience. So technically, they're actually dead, right?
Mm.
In a general sense, like they're dead. Like a man that had his, but people could go as far to say they still got a little bit of electricity and oxygen in the brain, which is obviously required to keep anything. I think once oxygen goes from the brain, that's when I think it's irreversible. It actually starts causing damage. But you could argue and say, oh, there's still oxygen in the brain, so technically the body's not dead. Actually, you know what I mean. But in the general sense, it is. But they say technically it's not. So that's where it kind of rules it out a little bit, because only the doctors will know that now. See, this is why I say the establishment knows everything. They see everything and say nothing, because they would definitely be able to know or be able to gauge or judge if you can see particles from hadron collider machines and all the rest of it, whatever it is. You can be able to detect.
I believe these scientists can prove a soul, but they're choosing not to. Do you feel me?
Of course they can. They know they can be able to see what leaves your body, or know what type of element leaves your body. The 22 pound or whatever it is, the 22 grams, is it, or that leaves your body at that time of death. So this is something I mentioned yesterday, and they should be able to read that.
But what they're trying to do now, from like not these scientists, but maybe like these techno people, they're trying to so someone dies, they're trying to get into their brain and get all their memory and install it into some sort of robot, so that when that person dies, they would have a robot which thinks the same as the person that was alive. What's his name? Morgan Freeman. He's got a series on Netflix about God, and part of the series is speaking about afterlife. And within that series, there's this woman that said, if my partner dies, I still want to be around her. So therefore, they're sort of message, like they're messing with her, neurons and her brain and her thought process, and taking as much information from her brain and transferring it into some sort of disk or memory card and putting it into a body. Do you get me? So when she does die, that person, her partner, still has is still able to sort of experience her.
I've seen that. They put that in Japan and China, where when a little kiddie dies, they've got like a robotic, what's it called? One of the things that just come out there. It's not actually in the computer screen, hologram. You've got a hologram of the child, and she's like interacting with the child. Yeah, so it's meant to be really good. Technology-wise, like they're I mean, it's been all over World Star Hip Hop for you to be able to look at, but they've got really good technology when it comes to really good sort of almost real life AI. But when you think about it, I call the prosthetic legs and body parts, and you think that they can't. It's just too many signs that are showing you that they've definitely got cyborg. Cyborg is like a half organic, half computer body, where you've got like organic skin which on the outside, so it's like half robot, half man. You could be able to do that. You know, when you look at it from a computer point of view, all you really do need is the memories.
Exactly, and that's what they're trying to do. Like a lot of these films, as early as like, I think as early as like the 60s, there was a film, I think it was something like Frankenstein or something else, but it was this sort of construct of half man, half robot. And even Beyonce in her tour, she was wearing this sort of robotic outfit, and it was inspired by the film. Yeah, and basically the film was indicating that in the future there will come a time when they will merge human bodies with robots. And there's so many films about it, really, like Black Mirror. I was watching some other thing with Scarlett Johansson in it. Like, do you think that this is something that they could be trying to implement in the future?
Do you know what? When you look at it like this, what are they dealing with so much now? The AI. And why are they dealing with AI? Because it will show all of the questions that we're asking around about spirit and bodies and all that. Because it's like all the parts of the computer have got a function in the body. You know, there's like a function organ that does exactly what hard drive does, CPU, RAM, you know, all the different things. So it's like once
They're trying to like emulate humans via technology. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, definitely. I mean, they've got different electric things that they put inside your body, like different contraptions that assist your body. Hearing aids, different things inside you, you know, all different types of things that they put inside your body. I wouldn't even be able to tell you them now, but so you know that they know that what they can do. But it'd be interesting. I don't think it's not like you're trying to mix two genes together, and it could be like really detrimental to that organism. You know, it's like if you got a human that's willing to be part of an experiment, that'd be interesting to see. But definitely, it's what Area 51, man. It's one of Area 51 things that they're definitely onto, and they've been doing that.
Area 51.
Definitely,
no, but even like Hitler, he was doing experiments on people and stuff, trying to, you know, like merge two human beings together, take skin off an animal and try to put it on a human. Like they've been doing these sort of human experiments on people. But I think, you know, we're living in an age of technology, innit? And I feel like that's why a lot of these old school traditional jobs like mining and stuff like that is kind of been extinct, because they've got all this machinery to do the work for us.
Zubaida, it's not just old school jobs, princess. It's fucking all jobs are being is it automated? Like even my job, I went on a fucking CPC course about a month before I went on first.
Yo, did you just cut out?
Oh, you just dropped
Yo,
out.
Rob, come back on, man. I'm jumping off, mate. I know I don't know, maybe you didn't come back on because of me, because I think I've been trolling you recently.
I think this connection was
yeah, it's been in and out, innit? Well, if you want to jump back on, mate, I you know, don't worry about it, mate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, things are changing, you feel me? I definitely feel like robots, I think they're also like, maybe the Americans or the Australians are trying to make robots as soldiers, because they don't have a soul. And that also proves that there is a soul in a sense, because we have a conscience. Do you get me? So like some people in war, you know, you have the merciless evil people that will just kill anyone and everything, yeah. But then you do have people that do have mercy and compassion, and that comes down to their moral conscience, and they won't just kill innocent people. But as for robots now, they're going to program these robots to just do as they are told. That's why when you see in the American army, a lot of soldiers came out and they spoke out, because they believed that they were manipulated and indoctrinated to fight for something that really wasn't what they were being told to fight for. And they come out and spoke out. And that was detrimental to the American army, because it exposed what they were really about. But now if you've got a robot who doesn't have a conscience, right, doesn't have any morals, if the commandment is to kill X, Y, and Z people, it's going to do that. And I think that's what they're onto right now.
Yeah, because technically you could take something that could do something to some part of your lobe part of your brain, and then obviously that would cut off your immediate, I think, emotions, or dull your emotions, that. But yeah, I think it would be good. Do you know about Egyptology? What do you know a little bit about Egyptology and their beliefs and how the spirit comes around, and like the car and the bar and the cat, and do you know about spirit, soul, and stuff like that? Do you know anything a little bit? Do you know
I mean, for me, I really know maybe possibly more about the afterlife, because they believe that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when they die, they go through some sort of spiritual journey to their final destination. That's why they arm themselves in their tombs with, sometimes they used to bury cats with them. I think at some points they'd even bury their servants with them in order for them to be with them during their journey in the afterlife.
Oh, sugar, what, whilst he was alive?
No, I'm saying, yeah, I'm sure I've heard that, bro. I'm sure I've heard that they would,
That's harsh.
No, you can look it up, mate. I'm sure I've heard it. They will kill their servants so that they can accompany them in the afterlife.
Oh shit! After watching that Scorpion King thing, all the stuff that happened in that, fucking all that killing of, but yeah, because why I asked you that is I think they explain it. Seeing as it was like a good couple of thousand years old, they actually explain it quite not accurately, like it's on this fact and it's proof, but the way they actually they give you quite a good breakdown.
Sorry to cut you, Kingo. Sorry to cut you. Veli. There's people in the back chat. Veli. Sorry, go on.
Yo, Veli. Yeah. So I think it'd be a good idea, because all the information's right in front of us, but if not, I think it'd be good to just if Veli can play something on it, or be able to just enlighten everybody on what the ancient Egyptians believed, how when it came to the spirit and soul. And
no, it's very interesting, the ancient Egyptians, because we believe that they had something called fitra, yeah, and what that really means is a natural spiritual inclination of a god. They always believed in a higher being, in God, and they also believed in afterlife, which is a principle in Islam. Do you get me? Like, you have to believe in predestination.
1 sec, I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, Veli. You got folks in the back. But yeah. As for ancient Egyptian spirituality, it is very interesting, because these people definitely were spiritually conscious. Do you get me? They understood spirituality in depth, for me personally, and for them to believe in an afterlife, like, that's for me the most interesting part, because we live in an age of atheism, and a lot of people have this opinion that when we die it's over. But here's people thousands and thousands of years ago acknowledging the fact that we go somewhere else after this, and for me that indicates purpose. Do you get me? Because they were so focused on the afterlife that they had to do certain things to do well in the afterlife, which gave them purpose. If people just believe that they're gonna die and nothing happens afterwards, then it might question what their purpose is here on earth. Because a lot of people say that, why am I here for if I'm just gonna work 9 to 5 and die? Do you get me? And I feel like for the spiritual people, we don't come from that mindset. We come from a mindset where we have a purpose here, and the outcome of that purpose is either going to be positive or negative. Do you get me? If I don't utilize my purpose, and I commit oppression and I commit crimes and stuff, then I'm going to be punished for that. But if I use my purpose to do good and be good, then obviously I'll be rewarded for that. Do you get me? But when somebody doesn't have a purpose, doesn't believe in they're going to go somewhere else, they can do what they want. And that's why we live in this society, because people don't have that fear for God. They don't have fear for consequence. So that's why they roam around and do what they want, because they think, oh, I'm only here and I'm going to die anyway. You know, this whole principle of YOLO, you only live once. So therefore, let me just do everything and I won't have to face any consequence. And that's why a lot of people get away with a lot of madness.
You know what I think? I think that's about, it's not that people are like YOLO to that extent. I think it's the religions are a bit too difficult to be able to sort of adhere to. Some of them are too strong. It's like even when you could see Egypt, the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at, it's like 42 negative. It's like, wow, I've got to not do 42 things. And it's like, that's too hard to live by. So when you got these people called the bush people trying to break free of ancient Egypt, and they're like, nah, we want out. And then all these exoduses, that's why. So there's laws here, obviously, as well. So, you know, there's actually more laws than 42, but I'm sure they had the laws anyway back in the day. So, but the laws here, you know what I mean? Here is a bit easier because they haven't got too many sort of religious laws here because there's a law in the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at where you can't actually eavesdrop on somebody else. So media, Big Brother, things like that, you'd have been breaking God's law or the creative law. So that's why the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at in ancient Egypt was way too hard to live by. Go and type in it on now on your computer, 42 negative.
I think I downloaded something on Kindle called Ma'at still, and it's like looks like it's written like in a Bible sort of style text. I don't know, like when I was reading it, it seemed like I was reading Kemet Bible sort of thing. But I haven't read the whole thing, but I'm definitely gonna look into it. But that's the thing, bro. Do you not feel as people we need laws and restrictions? Because if we didn't have them, like for instance, if we didn't have any law here in this country, that will give reign for all the criminals, all the pedophiles to just do what they want. These laws are made for the ones that for the menaces of society, if you get me.
Yeah, as well, but don't forget the laws was a lot to do with protecting the people who were actually on the bottom from the people who were at the top. That were kind of doing what they wanted, but at the same time, the law where you read in a book, like, you know, the religious part of it, I mean, that's what's needed. I'd say just as much as the judiciary system, you know, it's definitely required, because what are you going to know about the law and how to be able to act accordingly if you ain't even really got if you ain't got a good family or a family that's dysfunctional? Having that book as to be able to sort of have a good equilibrium, you know, with you know, in the mind of your family, your mum and dad. So because without a book, yeah, you could say, you could go fast and say society's bad, then they're not really going to have a good you know, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad if the laws and the country's bad. There was no religion. Then what would stop that country having full reign of what is wrong and what's right? At least there's a book on ancient.
What on earth are you talking about?
We're talking about religion and a book, and if it's even good having the religion.
Yeah, but all right, let me ask you a question. Do the most atheistic societies on the globe,
and there's family influence, so that's what the fuck I'm talking about trying to make me sound too retarded and trying to influence your viewers to try and start throwing tomatoes at me. So that's why. So if you want to open your fucking ears, take your earwax out of your ears, then you can hear exactly what I'm saying.
And don't be a victim. Okay, I don't know why you get your back up every time I speak to you. Just chill out, bro, and whatever your preconceived notions are, be mature enough to put them aside for like 5 minutes and have a conversation. I have a simple question for you. Are the most atheistic societies on this planet today, do they have lower crime rates than those of countries that are run by or mostly theocratic? Yes or no? Or I don't know.
To be fair, Ultra, I generally feel like that's the insincere question, because
How
like
can
a
it
lot
be
of these.
all right.
No, because
about?
obviously you're coming from an atheistic point of view, yeah,
No,
and
but
you're not looking at it.
it
But
doesn't
what
matter.
you're trying to say is, yeah, what you're really trying to say is, yeah. Well, hold on. What you're trying to say is, yeah, look at these theist countries and look how much corruption is happening there, and let's
No,
compare it
that's
to an
not.
atheist.
I'm
Hold
saying
on, and let's compare it to an atheist country. But what you're failing to also include, and I hope you do, is a lot of these theist countries that you might deem to be corrupt. I hope you look into the background and as to why they are corrupt. It's got nothing to do with religion. What you'll find really is actually politics and destabilization. That's why a lot of the theist countries now are all over the place.
It's not an insincere question. I think your response was quite fragile, if I'm honest with you. If you wanted to add the question you just posed after what I said as a retort, that's fine. But to ask a question where I'm asking for fact-based information, for you to call it insincere is actually quite worrying.
But it's not a fact though. It's not a fact.
No, I asked a fact-based question. I asked, are the most atheistic societies on this planet today, do they have a lower crime rate than the theocracies around the world? How can
I don't know. Let's look at China. Yeah, China is a majority atheist country, and you got the Chinese triads that are importing illegal drugs and infecting a lot of American poor societies. We've got this coronavirus, which is mismanagement from that country. You understand? We have oppression towards Muslims in China. Muslims are getting put in concentration camps. You get me? So and that's a majority atheist country.
Don't stop there. No, but Zabeda, don't stop there. You've mentioned one country from the, what is it? I can't remember. Is it hundreds of countries around this globe? You mentioned one. I asked, my question was, Zabeda, are the atheistic societies around the world, do they have a lower crime rate than the theocracy? So you can't just say China and say, haha, I've got you. No, I'm asking for all of the countries.
Do you have that information?
I don't. And that's the point, Akingo Gold. I'm thinking, how could you make a claim like without a Bible or without a book to tell you right and wrong, rare? I'm saying, well, let's find out together.
Yeah, but we're speaking of. Let me just answer that quickly. Sorry, God. Yeah. A lot of. Wait, hold on. I just want to say one thing though. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just want to say one thing though. Yeah. Listen, a lot of empires were built off religion. Yeah. Like a lot of scientists, early scientists were theists. Do you understand? A lot of like universities, right? They were established by theists. Do you understand? Unification. Would you say that religion unites people? I personally think religion does unite people, and it was able to unite people from different races as well. Do you understand? And I feel like a lot of the laws that we have now, for me personally, do stem from religion, i.e., like the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. And obviously, during the Roman times, which they like to think themselves to be this high civilization, they were doing madness. Do you understand? For instance, the woman.
Argument, Zabida. This is a nonsensical argument. Let me just down his dance now. Look at the media. Sorry about cutting. Look at the media now. What they put in as a curse. Big up IC3. They put in the curse now. You got to stay in your house. They put it in the media. They put it in writing. You got to wear masks. What's everybody doing now? It's fucking religion now, isn't it? Down your dance. Stop it. Stop it. So what that means is that if you wait, the power of religion, that's for a negative. I'm using a negative example here. But for power of religion, if you're telling me that it doesn't have an impact on a social behavior of people, then that's nuts. It's actually the religion is way more of a set in stone. Has more of an effect on people than the lockdown has. Go on.
I don't understand.
Go on.
Like, what's actually happening right now?
Go on.
Bro, Ultra, when I just want to answer Renegade's question, he's saying religion unites people. Definitely. I mean, from as a Muslim, when we're going through a calamity, we all come together. Do you understand? Like even the passing of our brother Isa, may Allah bless his soul. Like a lot of us Muslims put our differences aside and we all decide to unite in a very difficult time. And this happened many other times. Even Christians and Muslims, when there was a lot of bombings happening I'm sure you guys have seen this picture. There was some bombings happening in a mosque by Christians. or the other way around. Sorry, I don't want to. I think it was Muslims bombing Christian churches in Egypt, and what happened is Christians and Muslims they held hands and they formed a circle to protect the church while the people was praying. Do you understand? So for me personally, I do believe religion is a uniting factor, because when we refer to each other as Muslim brothers and sisters, I'm referring to you as family. Do you understand? And I feel like that's very uniting. When you look at someone, yeah, go on.
God, sis, I'm going to shoot anybody down in chat that said, is it uniting, with a question mark, trying to be all sort of funny. Yeah, it is uniting. Do you know why? Because before we had religion or any type of unifying type of belief system, what was there? Do you reckon all human beings weren't warring each other? Mate, there was tribal wars.
Tribalism, yeah.
And how many tribes are in Africa alone? Come on, don't
Zubeda, can I respond to that point, please?
Yeah.
You see the point where you said like bombs were going off and blah blah blah, and the Christians and the Muslims united. In my opinion, I'm looking at it like they didn't unite because of religion. They united despite it. Like they were showing that there was an atrocity and injustice, and they did what they could, right, in an act of humanitarianism to try and stop. Now, it could have been inspired by their religion, of course, but you guys are ideologically opposed. So
not really,
you got together
bro.
despite religion.
No, because I don't want to bring it to religion, bro. Yeah, but like,
okay.
From an Islamic perspective, the Jews and the Christians are extended family. No, we can though, and this is where. No, hold on, let me finish. Because you're wrong, bro. You're very wrong. Because you look at Palestine, yeah. And this is the thing, yeah. There is injustice happening in Palestine. I'll never ever deny that. Do you understand? But also, like, Palestine is a holy place for Christians, Jews, and Muslims. The three holiest places, the Wailing Wall, Al-Aqsa Mosque for the Muslims, Wailing Wall for the Jews, and there's a specific church for the Christians. They're all within the same vicinity. Do you understand? And people go there peacefully, and they go to their holy shrines and they go to their holy places. They live amongst each other. Like me, you see me, yeah? There's only so much of the media that I can take. This is why I like the fact that we're in the era of vlogging. Yeah, you see how much I respect vloggers. There's this one brother, he's an African guy, yeah, and really what he does is he goes to different countries and tries to find the indigenous black people or the black community within that country. And he went to Palestine and he was vlogging and he was speaking to black Palestinians that were black born and bred Palestinians. You feel me? And he was speaking to Muslim black Palestinians. He was speaking to Christian black Palestinians, and the unity and the tolerance between them was something that they don't document in real life. They will just speak about, oh, the Jews and the Muslims are going back and forth and the Christians are caught in the middle and they all have this hatred towards each other. But this is a guy that went in there, like literally went to all the local areas and documented his time there and showed us. Do you understand? I think he's more reliable than this mainstream media.
I was going to say, could I ask you ultra question? Do you think without all the wars, religion would still be scrutinized to the way it is, or you'd be questioning it as, is it productive in this world or not?
I'm being honest with you. The amount of atrocities that have been done in the name of religion don't mean shit to me. I mean, I acknowledge that they're heinous, they're fuckery, the loss of life has just been like incalculable, right? However, that's not why I'm not a religious person today. I look at it and I read these religious texts and I hear and see religious people's behavior today, and I know it's not for me. So remember, I'm only speaking for myself here. Religion just ain't for me. I don't need a book to tell me don't punch someone in the face, don't rape, don't murder, don't steal. I don't need a book to tell me that. Now, I won't lie to you. The irony of that is a lot of my morals are steeped and based in Christianity because that's how I was raised. However, I agree that these things are demonstrably better than.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold on. These things that I mentioned are demonstrably better not to do than to do, because it makes the human experience a lot better. Now, I don't care where something good comes from. It could come from the Quran, the Bible, whatever the fuck. If it's good and you can apply it to today, like, you know, if the Quran's got some magic secret tip for agriculture, horticulture, and whatever the fuck, then I'm gonna take it because it's gold. It doesn't matter to me the source. Where I have the problem is every time I speak to a religious, no, that's a lie. Most times I'm on Hangouts when I speak to religious people, and only on Hangouts where you get all the fucking lunatics.
Yeah, it's true.
You get people telling me, they're telling me, they're not even giving me the option. They're telling me, without a book, I'm either a cunt, or I'm either doomed, or I couldn't possibly be a good person.
Yep.
And this is why I say all people that think like that, are they worth my time? Probably not.
Do you know why they're saying that though? Because
It doesn't matter why they're saying it, bro.
No. Because this is where it comes to my other question. So say there was a stage in humanity, judging by history, where there was a stage where people were robbing. There were people doing all these things that these laws are telling us not to do. Yeah. Now, at that stage, that could have been going on from before then up until that time. So you could go as far as to say is that them particular laws were the beginning, the early stages of the real civilization and refined consciousness of the human being. So
I don't understand what the fuck you just said, because wars are still happening.
that was good, man. You
What was he rambling about?
Go in the dictionary, go on Google, and then you'll.
No, it's not the fact that I didn't understand the meaning of the words you said. It's just that it doesn't make sense, bro. Because if you were saying that wars were early, then but we're still having wars, which means we haven't fucking grown up yet.
Listen to what I was saying.
Yeah, but Ultra, you're
Wait, hold on, Zubaydah, let him finish. Zubaydah, let him finish.
I was going to say that could have been the breakthrough that the human being needed in order to know thyself as being the Sphinx-like essence, where it's the mind over the material and sort of animalistic, you know what I mean?
Then explain the wars today. We're still behaving like fucking primitives today.
So without them words, yeah. But this is not all the general. You're trying to, or maybe you'll do it on purpose, but you're trying to mix up these satanic sort of 1% with the general populace. Generally. Exactly.
Wait, what satanic?
And
what are you talking about?
Religion. They don't care about religion, bro. You're saying
what's satanic? What are you talking about?
But Ultra, you're judging religious people based on. But hold on, if the religion is telling you, yeah, clear cut, don't kill innocent people, and then you've got some idiots going around killing innocent people, are they following the scripture? First of all, if the scripture clearly says don't do that,
yeah, if the scripture says.
Don't do it.
Wait. No. See, this is the thing. Wait. Hold on. Let me respond. If the scripture says, don't kill anyone under any circumstances, and they go ahead and do it, then they're going against the scriptures. But if that scripture, seems like... wait, hold on, Zabay. Let me finish the sentence. If that said scripture is ambiguous in any way, shape, or form, then that's down to the scriptures. And obviously, human beings are massive arseholes, as you know, right? And they're going to interpret shit however the fuck. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, but what? Let me just answer him one. Sorry, Raf. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is, you're judging religion based on people. Do you understand? And I don't think that's fair, because, like, I'm bringing you an example.
What?
No, because that's what you're. No, but that's what you're saying. If you're using the bad apples, and then you're saying, oh, that's why religion is bad based on these bad apples.
Stupidity, and the NW knows about the NWO. This ain't general way people were behaving.
What, New World Order?
Yeah,
What's the New World Order got to do with
what does that have to do with religion?
But that's why we're having wars, though. You just spoke about why we're all having wars and stuff.
Don't try and hang me like that and think you shouting at these. And look, I'm trying to
stop being a victim, man.
No. Okay, what I'm saying. Let me speak.
We just question you on that point.
If you're, okay, cool. Like you're saying that, like, you don't think that the NWO has a big part to play in why the world is so unempathetic, and all the people are dying the way they are. I mean, you don't think that they're the main driving force behind all the craziness today? Come on,
And
bro.
that's not Islam.
Please.
That's not Judaism. That's not
Bro,
flipping
that's an argument
Kemet.
from ignorance. All you did was make an assertion and provide absolutely no proof for a group that you know
Proof?
nothing about.
No proof. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Proof is we've been studying. This is why we're here.
NWO, bro? What's
The
this new
NWO is
world
why
order?
we're here speaking about this shit. What are you talking about?
No,
What are you
exactly?
talking about?
Make what you're saying make sense to me. Because
Okay,
let's
so this is
pretend
what
I know
This is what I mean.
nothing about this NWO.
You don't
Start
know.
from the
All right,
beginning.
okay, he's been. This is insincere anyway. I'm out. All right, I'm out.
All right,
No,
peace. Take care.
but
Have a good day.
Ultra, let's be honest. Do you not think that there's a
Bye,
worldwide
King of Gold.
agenda?
Thanks for coming.
No, but okay. No. I know exactly what King of Gold's saying, and he's speaking factual. Because let me tell you why, Ultra. Yeah. Do you not think there's a specific agenda being pushed around globally, and that's what controls the narrative? For instance, all these wars that you're speaking about, yeah. Oh, people are moving like see you next Tuesdays, and they're going around causing wars or whatever, yeah. So we look at the last 20 years, yeah. Where have all the major wars been happening? In the Middle East, right? And the media, yeah, which I believe is part of this New World Order or the 1%ers, like Akingo was saying,
What did
they
you say?
told
Did you say in the last 20
hold
years?
on. They told the public that they were going into Iraq and Afghanistan because they were there to, kill dictators, and they had chemical weapons and whatnot. And it was only later that we found out that it was all a complete lie. So these people pretty much got away with murder, right? And because they are part of that elitist society, they got away with it. George Bush has never been tried for war crimes. Tony Blair's never been tried for war crimes. Yeah, we look at Palestine. They signed over land to Israelis. This guy is not even a politician. He was able to write a declaration, a piece of paper, and he said, because of me and my declaration, Palestine can now be given to the Jews. And it happened, and no one can do anything about it. Do you understand? The power is out of our control. Yeah, and this is all part of this one world agenda. They want people to all think the same, right? They want people to follow this one-way narrative. You can't think outside the box, because when you do think outside the box, you're going to be deemed to be crazy.
No, come on, Sabida, come on. Hold on.
King of Gold, I thought you was going.
Let Rap speak, because Rap hasn't spoken.
I was just saying, come on,
way back from the Italians.
I can level with you on the fact that there are shitty people in every, whatever faith system you want to talk about, who are, making the faith look bad in it. But what you're not going to be doing is acting like we're just talking about the last 20 years. Historically, this has been going on. And it wasn't that there was no British imperialism. There was no what we call, people warring each other. You can talk about conquests that was happening in Arabia back then. You can talk about conquests that was happening with the Crusade, with the British and the people who were practicing Christianity. This is historical. This is not something we're talking about in the last 20 years.
You're talking, being sincere. The NWO hasn't been going forever. I'm talking about the push from.
Why are you talking about the NWO when we've been talking about religious history?
Yeah, but it's all got to do.
But why are you speaking about history though? This is what I don't understand about you folks here. You constantly speak about hold on. You constantly speak about the invasion of the Arabs and this and that. We're living here right now. Yeah, I'm not accountable for what happened before. You're not accountable for what happened before. It's good to acknowledge it, but to use it and bring it into current times and use it to divide people, I think that's not productive.
We're talking about what's happening now. Yeah, 20 years ago, you're bringing up the war. People back then in Britain, in their numbers, came out against the Iraq war. So it's not like.
But what happened though? What happened? Their voices never got heard. That's exactly proof that the New World Order has so much power. If you've got a million people, a million British people on the streets, campaigning against the Iraqi war, and the government didn't listen to those people, a million people come out marching and they said we're against this, and they never took their opinion into account, and they continue to do what they do. So we have no power.
That's not the New World Order talk. That's just imperial. What you would call the media trying to cover up for their motivations, which is money. It's always been money.
So why is the media covering up for them? Why does the government allow this media to be pushed out? Why doesn't the government censor this media? Why did the government allow this media to be pushed to every corner of Britain as if it was true?
Hang on a second. A King of Gold. I thought you was going.
I forget it, man. He's not going.
What do you mean, man? All right, if you want me to go, bro.
No, I don't. I want you to stay, but you said you was going. I'm glad you changed your mind.
Let me ask you a quick question, just a quick one, yeah. I see some posts here today, and it actually made sense, yeah. You see how recently you post something about 5G, or anything conspiratorial, yeah, they will remove it, yeah? Imagine they've got child porn on the internet, yeah? And I hate to use this example, and that does not get deleted at all. It's out
Wait,
there.
are you
But
watching the video?
if you post
Zabeda,
something,
listen,
if you post
there's,
something against the
you
government,
can't get
if
child
you
porn, bro.
post,
Child porn, you're going straight to jail. Are you mad?
Exactly.
oh,
How's child porn on the
there's
internet?
there's people, look, like if they can delete
Wait,
a
how do you
simple
know this?
Facebook post.
Sabida,
Cause I see one post, bro, and obviously I've been
you see
watching a
one
lot of
post on
cases. And
child
a lot of these
porn?
people, bro, like you got the dark web and all that nonsense. You get me? People go and
Yeah,
they set
Zabeda,
up
leave
these
that
Wait,
stuff
wait,
alone, man. You're going to jail for that shit, man. Leave it
No,
alone.
I listen, bro.
Oh,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Come on,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
don't be
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, but what I'm
sincere,
saying
man.
is,
You're
yeah,
watching these
my
videos
main
on
point
child
is,
porn.
yeah, bro, my main point is you have all this indecent stuff on the net, yeah, and it's accessible. But the moment you post something about the government or 5G, they will delete it, and it's been happening recently. Do you know how many people on my
So
Facebook
is
are
there
getting
no
their posts
5G?
removed?
Is there no 5G on the dark web where they're talking and releasing government information? Is there no 5G there where
Yeah,
they're
so
doing
why are
that?
they not deleting it? How come they
Are they
can't delete certain things, but they delete other stuff?
are they deleting it in the dark web?
Bro, I don't know this. Have you heard about
So
that
then, if you
situation
don't
with
know, why
Donald
are you
Trump with
claiming
them
that?
hackers? Huh?
If you don't know, why are you claiming that? Like, if you're talking about, because you said that the so-called child pornography is on the dark web and whatnot,
Yeah.
yeah. If that's on the dark web, and and you're saying that what's it called? They're deleting the 5G conspiracy information off the internet, but the internet is not. The internet has a section called the dark web as well, like you're saying in it. So wouldn't the 5G be in there as well, not being deleted?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm trying to show you. They're
What?
allowing other stuff to run. What I'm trying to say to you is they're
I
allowing
I
certain
don't
stuff
think
to
that.
run, and
Yeah,
other stuff they're censoring it.
I don't
Why are
think
they
that makes sense
censoring
what you're saying.
people? Why are they censoring Facebook posts, but they're not censoring stuff that actually really does need to be censored?
What on the dark web?
Everywhere, even on Instagram, sometimes there's all sorts of nonsense
There's
happening.
child porn
Yeah.
on Instagram.
That's ridiculous,
Well, I
Zabeda.
don't
I'm
know,
not gonna lie,
I
something's
don't know
going
about
on
that,
right
yeah.
now.
But like, for instance, yeah, like even these little ISIS beheading videos, yeah, like people can go and see that stuff on the net, and they don't censor
Yeah,
that. Even on Facebook, actually, furthermore, I've seen some weird videos. I don't know if you like, videos that are not allowed to be on there of like people
do me a
fighting,
favor.
people killing each
Stay off
other.
the internet. Stay off those
Sorry?
pages. Stay off those
Nah,
pages.
bro, sometimes they just pop up randomly. I'm not even
Oh, I
joking.
don't pop up
Yeah, I'm
where
being
I
deadly
am.
No,
serious.
they don't pop up
Where I am.
randomly, babe.
I'm
They
being
have
deadly
these.
serious, bro. Listen.
Listen,
Hey,
Don't do that.
we can't search for it. Listen, let's not play that game. Yeah, we know, we know.
Don't do
Yeah.
what
Bro,
you do.
you think I follow
Listen,
these weird pages, bro? You mad?
why are you on the weird
Are
pages?
you on
then?
Omegle? Are you on Omegle or something?
Bro, I'm not on no weird pages, bro. I'm telling you, sometimes random stuff pops up on the net because they do this on purpose, brother. Are you like, come on, bro?
Yeah,
Be
they're trying
serious
to
now, fam.
weasel out the fucking creeps and the weirdos and the disgusting folk. That's why they drop cookies in your shit. So that if you're looking at certain things, they'll just push you and say, I wonder if this sick cunt will like this. If they click it, we're watching them.
Yeah, but that's the issue in itself, though, Ultra. Why are they pushing out these sort of
Yeah,
things to
exactly.
people?
Why do that? Why
Like, do
do
you
that?
know what I
Why
mean?
do that? Why do that?
Yeah, to weasel out the nasty fuckers that'll put in their credit card details to get child porn.
Yeah, but why are you putting that like lead by example,
But you're
innit?
promoting it by doing that, though, innit?
Go,
Doing it.
go.
Come on, man,
Not
stop
even
it.
please.
Like,
Move on.
they've told you. Listen, I've had the discussions with certain people there on when they're talking about these videos of people committing murders on live and whatnot and everything. And from what I was told, I don't know if it's true or not, because obviously it's amongst my friends when we were talking
Yeah,
about
what am I hearing?
it. They have said that the idea is that the police repeat those type of things up so that they can go and arrest or investigate, if anything, into those certain
So
people
they're
that are doing
promoting
it.
that, basically. That's
But
what it sounds like.
we're not talking about pornography though. We're talking about people doing killings on the internet and whatnot. But that's if you want to go and search for them type of stuff there. It don't just come up randomly. It's like if someone comes and goes and search for it, then it's going to come up in it. So I don't know why. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
like, the police have stated. I don't know.
Websites. So sorry, without trying to cut you, but I don't know if you're trying to actually trying to accuse the beat of getting it wrong. But anyway,
Wait, what?
I don't know what you lot are talking about. Zabida going on kiddie websites. Let's get off this fucking
No,
subject.
we never said kid. You should go on kiddie.
Yeah, I mean, every
obviously,
time,
obviously, I was
see me,
busting
I'm
joke
so
on that,
confident what I say. No one can try to twist my
Sorry,
words.
but-
You get me?
I
But
know,
what I'm
obviously-
saying is
obviously
truth
you're
anyway,
busting joke on
regardless.
it, but like even like it didn't make any sense to say that. Oh, what's it called? There are
But
child
what happened to freedom of speech? So my main point is, yeah. Sorry, bro. Go on. Sorry, bro. Go on.
Yeah, no. Obviously, your point is that the freedom of speech
Criticize and question.
Yeah, to criticize and question. Yeah, that's fine.
But why are those posts getting deleted though? Like I've seen people just simply saying, 5G is the cause of corona, for instance. Yeah, that's an opinion. Doesn't mean it's a fact. And they're deleting that stuff. But then you'll see certain videos of people killing each other. You'll see certain madness that's not getting deleted.
I'm sure if you go through the internet, you'll see bare 5G message posts about 5G and corona up still. So I don't think it's just.
I'm not denying that, but let's speak about the ones that are getting deleted. Why are they getting deleted?
I don't know.
That's a good question, Zabeda. Have you investigated why these posts are being deleted, or have you already made up your mind?
Facebook's putting up a notification. They're saying that these people are misinforming, right? But at the end of the day, you might be misinforming us. You might be misinforming us. So why can't we add an alternative opinion, which can technically be proven in the sense with I don't think 5G is what's caused corona, but I do think 5G does have negative effects on the body, and it's also questionable as to why we're in a lockdown, but yet you still got people out on the street, not social distancing, putting up 5G towers during the pandemic. It's reasonable questioning, and we're getting censored for that.
So look, sis. Imagine now they use this method. They got an algorithm that links all these keywords being searched in relation to any children or any sort of weird material looked up online. Or you have hanging fruit just randomly on adverts. You don't think that's going to actually somehow get into people's conscious, may influence people that hadn't actually even thought about these things to maybe partake in it. What we reckon would be a better strategy towards it. So. And don't forget, we do have them strategies. So, it's weird to me, but I can see what Zabida's saying, where it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard promoting it. So, but it's a very nasty subject. I mean, good on all them pedophile catchers or pedophile catchers, whatever they are.
You see, look, now we agree on something, King Gold. Now we agree on something. I agree. Those fucking pedophile hunters need to step up their game and step it up more.
But for Zabida to be getting just random shit, which happens a lot, it's like saying something. You know what I mean? It's not like it's just like catch a predator.
No, but this is the thing. But King of Gold, listen, yeah. When you're on a filthy website, and you type up big black booty, yeah, you click a video, and the next thing it's going to show you is more videos of booty. And then, you understand? It's not going to take you to child porn unless, you're pressing things like young teen or tiny first time that gets smashed. I'm telling you, if you're clicking certain things, it's going to take you down a nasty path. Which is why I say, if you're going to look at that stuff, just look at the regular stuff. Okay?
So look,
I stop getting nasty with it.
Sorry, bro. Go on. I'll say I know someone that was.
But you're acting like we're misconstruing Zabida when. All I was saying to Zabida is that comment didn't really make any sense, because you're saying they're taking down 5G post, and you say it's on the internet. And then when I asked you what about the child pornography stuff that you argued that was still remaining on the internet, and you said it was on the dark web. I'm saying if you go to the dark web as well, are you saying that the 5G government stuff that they're exposing is not going to be on the dark web? That was my point.
Yeah, and why are they not? This is what I'm saying to you. They're selective when it comes to censoring, and I'm not even just speaking about the dark web. I'm trying to find the post. I'm trying to find the post. I think Bob's posted it.
Listen,
posted it.
Stay off the dark web. Trust me, it's long.
No, I've never used the dark web in my life. I've never been on it
so much that I didn't even know. I've never been on it once. So when people are telling me,
I've never been on it either.
No, but that's the thing. None of you have been on it, because you can't just access the dark web with your fucking Chrome browser. That's not how it works. Just in fact, I'm not even saying nothing else. That's it. All I'm saying is stay the fuck off it.
You know what I mean? So
I'm just trying to find the post here, because I read it today, and as I was scrolling through Insta, and I thought, that kind of makes sense. It was something along the line is on Instagram. It was something along the lines of
Come on, man. Is Insta really gonna
look how they
is
look
Insta
how
the
they
best
look.
way
Hold
to get
on,
information?
bro. Like I'm not. I don't know about you in it, yeah, but I'd rather look at alternative opinions, yeah. People that are coming with different knowledge. I'm not constantly going to be listening to this mainstream stuff all the time,
No
yeah,
one's
because
coming to
the
mainstream
mainstream media. Hold on, the mainstream media has been known to lie.
We
I
know
don't
that.
think you understand that, bro. So
We
what?
know
So
that.
No, we
if we
do,
know that they're
Zabeda. We
liars,
know that people lie. The
So
bro, it's
mainstream
not,
media
bro.
doesn't always represent what's true and factual. We get that. That's
But
not
why is it?
difficult
Why
to
is it still be?
understand.
But that's the thing, though. Why? Listen, you're not getting my point here. Why is the
I do.
media
Zabeda, do you know
lying
what it is?
and
Yeah,
constantly
I'm not going to
lying
tell
and
you.
nothing's
Wait, wait,
being
wait,
done?
wait, wait. Zabeda, let me give you a theory, right?
Yeah.
If I'm in a group, yeah, a really tight knit group, which is just happens to be some of the most powerful motherfuckers on the planet, I'm going to utilize any tool to my advantage to sway the narrative to
Yeah.
protect me.
Yeah.
That's it. The people
So
that you're
would you say
talking
that's
about,
corruption?
wait,
Would you say that's
hold on.
corruption?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. But then at the same
Okay, then.
time,
So
but
so
wait,
so let's
wait,
go back to
Zabeda, hold
Kingo's
on a
point.
second. Let me finish the sentence. Of
All right,
course it
sorry.
is. But show me one group where the in group are not constantly trying to protect themselves through twisted media, twisting stories, embellishing stories, and all the rest of the shit. Show me one group.
Even the leftists,
Bro,
even people on the left do it.
bro, why are we, yeah? Like, if you look at
Wait,
all the
no, answer my
mainstream,
question, Zabeda. Answer my question. I'm not going to
what
let you
you
slide
mean
on
Even
that
one
on
one.
the
group?
left
What
do
you
it.
mean one group? What are you talking about?
Show me a group that isn't constantly trying to sway the media to their advantage or embellish stories to make their shit seem larger than
Legit.
life or to conceal certain facts. Show me a group that doesn't do this or doesn't attempt it. The problem is the group that's got control of the media, you're not in that group, so it's going to affect you.
Exactly,
But I'm
exactly,
saying,
and that's.
show me a
But we're
group
not
that doesn't
talking of just
try to
mainstream.
do this.
That's our point.
But
That's his point.
okay, do you guys watch Vice? Yeah, I
Yeah,
personally like Vice.
Vice
Yeah.
is left wing, and Vice itself even twists information as well.
I don't think so. I personally think they're quite balanced. They're very much on the front line. They're very urbanized sort of media, not very like coming in
Okay.
this formal thing. They actually integrate and generally speak to the people that they're interviewing and document their sort of progress and time with this whatever story that they're
Okay.
covering.
All right.
But my main point is, bro, yeah, like if you look at the
I still want
mainstream,
that group, Zabeda. Tell me a group. I'm not going to let you slide on this
I
one.
can't give you one. I'm not on the top of my head. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but what I'm
And
saying
that's
is, yeah,
why I
like
respect you, Zabeda. That's
Yeah.
why I
So
got
you're being
time for
honest
you,
now. At least you're being honest.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I got
even
time
I
for you,
Intellect-
Zabeda. I'm not going to
Good
lie.
King
I've
Gold,
got time
that's
for
what
you.
we
That's a
call
good point.
yeah.
It's a good point.
No, but obviously I don't know in it, bro. But
You
to
can't
be
have.
fair, bro, I do agree with what King's saying. Yeah, and what we're trying to really say is, yeah, we have a small minority of people that control everything. Yeah, media, businesses,
We
the
know this.
way that
We don't
society is going
disagree
to
with that.
function.
We don't
Sorry.
disagree. We don't disagree with that.
Okay then. So are these people religious then? Because let's
Yeah,
go
but
back to
look,
the original topic.
look, sis, just ask him. Say, look, is some more towards the truth and some just bare out face lies?
Right. Yeah. Go on.
That's what you got to ask him.
Wait,
Wait, what are you talking about?
what
This
are you
You're
is
talking
saying in
about?
relation
just ask a
to
broad question. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
media
exactly.
outlets all having their own type of narrative to spin it to make it look more rosy than it is. That's basically what you're
Of
saying.
course.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is this: there's hack, there's a truth, and there's not. The general truth. Some media outlets completely lie. That's why there's a man walking around saying fake news. So it's about the level of
Yeah, but the
actual
man
truth
saying
being
fake
told.
news also said to inject disinfectant into your body.
Yeah, but I'm just using that example. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm just you got to understand some actual facts or some or a good opinion or
came
good
on last time
philosophy.
talking about zinc and how you need to take 50 grams of it.
Yeah, no, but he's a bit of a neither here nor there. I think he's just got a script where he sometimes sounds moderately intelligent and in other times.
No, bro, he hasn't got a script, and that's the problem. The cunt can't even read a teleprompter.
It was a bad example, but what I'm trying to say is that there's levels of these media outlets. I reckon that some of them are complete and utter lies, and then some of them are more line of truth. So I respect the ones, and we should all respect the ones that are more along the truth.
Zubida,
You know what I mean?
I can go. Let me just reply to what Zubida was saying.
Go on.
In terms of the rich elites that you're referring to, why not? Some of them might be atheists. I'm not gonna say outright they are, yeah, but let's say they are in it, like in their views and whatnot and everything. Yeah, there are shitty people, like I said in the beginning, that belong to every form of system and are
Every
doing
group.
shitty things. Yeah,
And
that
this is
shit.
this is the thing. The problem is the people complaining just
Yeah,
aren't part of the elite group that can control the media. That's why
yeah.
everyone's vexed. Because let me tell you something. If I was in that 1% elite group that could spin the media, I'd fucking laugh at you cunts as well.
Yeah, because that shows you're corrupted. Then Ultra. No, come on, bro. Like it's
No,
about the
listen to
truth.
me.
Like
No, Zabeda, listen to me. If I was part of the 1%, that would be my life. So I won't give a fuck. But I am not
yeah, but
part
you
of it.
know, yeah, I find it very.
Oh,
Sorry. Let me just say one thing. Yeah,
yeah, go on.
you as somebody of color, yeah, this system
I have got
has
a
never
nice
been
color. Do you
fair.
want to see it? Hold on. Look.
Mashallah, bro. Big up your color,
Come on.
bro. Big up your
Look at that
color. You
color.
get me?
Come on.
Dude,
What I'm
are you
saying
black?
is,
Dude?
yeah.
Put
Can
it
you
in
see
the
that
super
forearm?
black.
Oh, who can see
Nah,
that
I
forearm
ain't, mate.
with like no fat? Who can see that? I can't. This is what a forearm looks like with no fat. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh
No, but
shit.
listen
Sorry.
to me. Yeah, what I'm
Sorry.
saying is,
Sorry.
yeah,
No, I can't. That was a low blow. I apologize. Sorry.
even this media, has never catered to your community, never catered to mine, right? So I don't know why you're even defending them because, like, even
Wait,
to
where's
this
the
day, we
defense?
still
Zabeda, wait, no, I'm
no. But
pausing you there.
you're
We're
Where's the
not defending them.
defense? When have I ever said they're great and they're wonderful and
So
they're
see,
helping
wants
me
to
and
say
they're
that they're
wonderful? I've
atheists.
never
That's the
said
point.
anything like
You
that.
want
I've
to say that they're
acknowledged
atheists. But I said,
that.
okay, cool, they are atheists.
Yeah.
Like, what's your point
yeah.
now? Like,
No,
like
it was the
that's the
point
next
of
thing.
Ultra saying, yeah, about all the wars. Like, he was basically saying, give me one
Historically,
atheist country compared to a theist country. Yeah.
but you know, historically, that what Ultra is saying is right?
For me personally, I'd beg to differ. To be fair, I
Okay.
think when it comes to the Industrial Revolution, yeah, I think that's when things really changed, and that's what really gave way for people to start abusing power because they stole a lot from every nation, stole knowledge, stole resources, stole
Were they
people.
practicing slavery? Were they practicing not sorry, I'm not going to go to Arab slavery. I'm going to transatlantic slavery. We're talking about the Industrial Revolution. Were they practicing slavery before that?
Yeah.
And did they continue into the Industrial Revolution as well?
Yeah, that's what helped build the Industrial Revolution. Like when it comes to railways and all
so
that.
do you really think the system changed then?
No, I feel like there's a plan. You know, let me be very, very honest with you, yeah. The founding fathers, yeah, those that founded America and whatnot, yeah.
Yeah.
They're just basically British people that have migrated over to America, yeah.
Yeah.
And they wanted
I
to be
can feel that.
they wanted to be the dominant race and the dominant power because even now when we speak about the dominant global power, people more likely lean to America, right? When really, if you look at it, it's swaying over to China. That's why we've got this ongoing battle. But really, it's them that wants to be the dominant power, even culturally, because a lot of the American culture is being implemented in Africa and Asia. People are listening to American music. They're dressing like Americans. They want to be American. Do you get what I'm saying? And I feel like this is part of the agenda. And when we speak about New World Order, we're speaking about a one-way system that complies with one law for everyone. No individuality. Do you understand? This is why I personally believe that they are
No
targeting Muslims a
individuality.
lot. No individuality. You follow one system, one way. Do you understand? And you do as you're told.
Well,
Yeah.
American culture that you're talking about, what is it? What is the American culture you're talking about exactly? When I look
For
into
me,
American culture,
it's extreme liberalism. Yeah, they don't want people to have sort of traditional values. You know,
such as
they just want,
what's
like, you
traditional?
know, for getting married, having a family, being a bit more conservative. In America, they call it, you know, the American dream. And for me, the American dream is an American lie. Yeah, party and yeah.
So would you say that the what you
Like,
call
look at Las Vegas, Sin City. What do you mean Sin City, bro? Sin City is indirect, bro. This is a city of sins. And when we mean sins, we mean immorality. Yeah? Why are they naming their towns? Sorry. Go on.
It's called Cincinnati. But yeah, basically,
And Sin City, bro. Don't do that.
What?
And it's called Sin City as well.
Okay, well, if you want to put it, but either way, my point is that when you talk about the so-called traditional values and whatnot, you know, you have the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, right? The Republican Party promotes traditional values. So, would you say that your views are more in the inclined with the Republicans?
So who is Donald Trump Democratic?
No, he's
No,
Republican.
he's a Republican.
Okay.
And this is the thing, Zabeda. Essentially, what you're saying, your views, if we put them down on like a pros and cons, you would be aligned with Donald Trump. You need
Exactly.
to take a minute and let
Hell
that
to the
sink
no.
in.
You would
Hell to the no.
or you would be a Donald Trump without the Islam. That's it.
Bro, what Donald Trump, fam? He's a sexist, flipping, misogynist, racist, waste person. Like, there's nothing that I can align with this individual.
That sounds really like liberalism.
No, like, there's liberalism and then there's just extreme liberalism, yeah? And I feel
So
like,
what's extreme liberalism then? Not
like this whole LGBTQ thing, you know, especially like American urban culture nowadays, like this whole thing about strippers, for instance. Yeah, back in the day, people looked down on you for being a stripper, and now it's glamorized. It's like, yeah, you're a bad bee, you know what I'm saying? From the club to the, I used to come from the clubs.
Have you not seen what strippers look like? They're not these broken down, fucked up Eastern Europeans. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're pumped up and they're plucked up, bro. Like a lot of them. Come on, man. Let's be realistic here. And they're praised.
You can't look down
I'm
on
not
strippers,
saying.
bro. Exotic dancers have existed for the fucking longest time. Don't act like it's some new concept. This shit is old. It's regular.
No, I'm not saying it's a new concept, but I'm saying, look.
I haven't told
they won't look down upon. This is what I'm saying. They ain't looked down upon.
I haven't told.
Bro, there's young girls that literally say. There's young girls that say they want a career as a stripper. Like honestly, I'm not joking to you, bro. Yeah, there's certain documentaries of girls saying that I want to become a stripper. That's what I want to do as a career.
So have women not said they want to be exotic dancers before these documentaries were put out?
No, not really. I mean, if you look at it, 90-80%.
Really? Wow. Okay.
No, but I think there's a difference.
Where you got that information from.
Bro, would you say there's a difference between exotic dancers and strippers?
No, they're exactly the same thing. That is exactly the same thing.
That's the same.
What do you mean? It's exact. What do you mean?
Nah, exotic dancers, like I feel like there's no nakedness. They don't have to take off all their clothes.
No, yes, there is. They're exotic. Oh my goodness me! Of course there is. They're fully nude. Fully nude. I love the word nude. By the way,
maybe me and his interpretation of exotic is.
And you have to pronounce it different. Nude as well.
But you know, Sabida, last time I told you about this whole. You comparing the twerkers or the strippers, and I was talking to you about belly dancers. Now, what do you not see the similarities? Are you saying that there is no similarities? What exactly is you trying to say?
But for me, it's let's put it in broad terms. Yeah, the sexualization of females becoming the norm and the only way. Yeah, like unfortunately. That's what it seems like for a woman to get by.
Whoa, that's not true, Zabeda. The fucking prime minister of Croatia's a woman. The one of the most powerful people on the planet, Angela Merkel.
Yeah, but she probably had to fight her way up. You get me?
Yeah,
even Angela Merkel.
That's because men are pricks. That's because men are pricks.
Exactly.
Historically, men have been massive assholes.
So now you're sounding like a liberal, because liberals will say the same thing you're saying right now. About men.
What do you mean?
Sexualizing women.
But that's not liberalism. That's just like
speaking
out against misogyny. That's just speaking out against misogyny, bro.
How much do you understand about liberalism and what you call conservatism? I don't like your.
Bro, like conservative for me, like it feels like more traditional, more like maybe a little bit of nationalism sprinkled at the top. Depends how conservative you are.
If we're talking traditionalism, you know that goes into things like
Wait, Raf, your signal's gone, bro.
Is he cutting out? I don't know.
Yeah, your signal, Raf. Nah, you're gone, bro. You're under the sea fully. Nah, Raf,
Cutting out, mate.
you're done.
Cutting out,
Yeah,
mate.
Raf, you're done out here. You're done out here. Nah, Raf, give it up,
You know
bro.
that meter when
Your
someone's
signal's done.
dying. You know when it goes straight, it's like deet, deet. I think that's what's happened right now.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Nah, because I'm not gonna lie. I understand, and if I'm honest with you, Zabeda, if people say like prostitution for me is a big deal because I don't think it's a career path one should actively try and get into. However, I understand
Yeah.
that there are circumstances where a person might feel that it's their only it's their only option. Now, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying a person might feel it is. Also, it's quick money. It's good money. Obviously, it's not something that has longevity because your body can only take so much, and obviously, you give a piece of yourself away every time you give your body away, and there's only so many times you can do that before it causes emotional, physical harm. You're in like danger essentially from not just diseases but from some psycho to this switch up, and I get that. However, like prostitution is just like it's the oldest profession that I could think of, right? So I wouldn't say prostitution is just across the board bad. Now, with that said, it's not at all something I would want any one of my children or family. No, Raf, you're done out here, bro. Your signal's still trash. Raf, your signal's trash, bro. You're gonna have to reset the thing and come back. I'll put all your data on or something. Yeah, it's not something I would I want my children to get into because I can see the harm factor involved in it, the psychological, the physical, and whatever and what have you. But to say that it's just outright wrong, I would say no, it's not. No, it's not. Right? And
For me personally,
and that's the thing,
let me
don't
explain
get
it
it
to
twisted.
you.
I get it. You're always going to come from the Islamic perspective, and I get it.
No,
Whole
I'm
thing
not. No,
about
you haven't even heard what I have to say, though.
But it's
you don't know what I'm going to say.
saying, no, I know. But
but listen to me, yeah.
Oh, yeah, let me listen.
I believe, I believe things like prostitution is unfortunately surviving in a chaotic environment, right? For someone to think, and this is the thing, we have to eradicate the chaotic environment so people don't get pressured or forced or feel like that's the only way by getting by. It's the same with drug dealers. They're coming from chaotic environments, but they feel like for me to survive in this chaotic environment, this is how I'm going to have to go about it. So it's survivalists. These are survivalist people. You get me? They're having to do what they have to do. But my issue is when it's being promoted and it's being normalized. That's what I have an issue. I'm not saying that like because obviously, like for instance, the prostitutes in Edgware Road, the Romanian ones, a lot of them are actually really being forced into it by their own husbands, like their own husbands are trafficking them into the UK, and they're forcing them to provide because they're immigrants, they got no papers, they're not allowed to legally
but just
work.
So you know, like prostitutes are trafficked globally, not just to the UK.
Yeah, of course. And the thing is, like I was going back to America, this thing is sort of being promoted and glamorized, like, oh, you're a bad bee, and you better work it, and sort of bigging up this sort of behavior, right? And we're normalizing it as if this is something normal, to the point where people actually want to make careers out of it. A lot of the girls, when they speak about why they're strippers, some of them are like, on Facebook, there was this girl, she was actually a college student, and she was stripping for about 6 or 7 months. Yeah, in order to pay for her tuition. You get me? And I feel like there's other things you can do. There's other steps you can take before you have to start.
Tell me right now a career path that I can just pick up with absolutely no experience, no qualifications, where I can earn up to about $3,000 a night.
I don't know if you know about. Well,
tell me,
bro,
because as soon as you tell me, I'm going to apply for this job right now.
All right. Let me tell you one thing. Yeah, you know about trading online. Yeah, trading FX. That's something that's
you can't get that overnight. That's hard.
Yeah, but $3,000 a night, bro. What would you rather? Yeah, £100 a day for doing something that's honourable and actually using your intellect, or $3,000 a night, taking off your clothes, enough people looking at you, like, come on, bro.
the fine honor.
Wait, Zabeda, let me and Renegade Raf and King of Gold. I don't know if you're there, but if you
Yeah.
can hear me, I want to do a quick thought experiment, just a couple of minutes, right?
Mm.
What would you prefer to do? Spend 7 days in a pitch black room. You still get meals and all that shit, but the room's pitch black, no windows, no light, for 7 days, or 12 hours naked in the shop window of Harrods, shopping,
Huh?
like a shop, like those what do you call those?
Mannequins.
Not yeah, you see like the mannequins are in the shop window,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
you in that window for 12 hours naked, or 7 days in a pitch black dark room with no light. You only get meals.
Oh, bro, stop using these unrealistic.
No, wait, I'm
like-
not. I'm saying no. I'm just saying it's just a thought experiment. I want everyone in the chat to do this as well. Yeah, 12 hours in a shop window naked for 12 hours, or 7 days alone in a pitch black room with no light.
Bro,
Yeah,
that's
what would you
that's
prefer? No, wait. It's just a thought experiment. It's not. It's obviously it's not real. But let me tell you immediately. 12 hours in the shop window. Come and have a look. I don't give a fuck. There's no way I'm spending 7 days in a dark room. Do you understand what the damage that will do to you? Do you know what solitary confinement can do to your psyche? With no light, you've got no way to process anything. It's all imaginary.
yeah.
It will
You would
fuck
know,
you
Ultra, innit?
up.
You've done 5 years in the bin, innit?
I don't know. I'll do 12 hours.
You say you done a 5-year stretch, yeah?
Anyone who's still in the chat, 7 days dark room or 12 hours in a shop window. Go. Zabeda, Raf, and Akingo, if you're there, you probably pretend you ain't. That's fine. 7 days or 12 hours? Which one?
7 days.
Wow. What about you, Raf?
No man can look at me like that. You mad?
Oh, shit. Shit. I don't even know. You know that it sounds mad, but obviously the 7-day thing sounds mad. Car. I don't like darkness. Not like I'm afraid of it, but I just prefer the melanin and the sunlight out or something like that. I can't be pitch black for 7 days.
Right.
I don't know.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I won't lie to you. Like, I feel like if you think about the damage that you can do or can be done in 7 days of absolutely can't see anything. So you can't read a book. You ain't got no fucking device that you can look at and read. You can't read because there's no light. Like, you can't do anything except sit ups and push ups. Like 7 days in a dark room.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully
Think about that. Think about that.
Yeah, I don't think the 7 days in the dark room is great. Still, I'm not gonna lie. No. Well.
Yeah.
Helicopter, like Veli
Man,
said.
like Online Grow knows the thing. This is what I'm saying. 12 hours, no problem. And imagine 12 hours in a shop window. And let's be real, like, who cares? Come and have a look, man.
Yeah, bro.
I'm just sleeping. I'm just gonna be sleeping all day in it and just waiting for time to pass.
Yeah, but Zabeda, you would have fallen asleep.
No, but
and you still got 6 days and 12 hours left.
But that's the point.
You'd lose all track of time. That week would feel like 4 months.
But Ultra, that's our point. Look, Ultra, our point is already like the fact that she has an issue with, like women, showing their body or whatnot as if in a sexual way, which I can understand because obviously the point in sexualizing women is wrong, But at the same time, it's like the way it's done, Like that's where I would take issue with anyone, like when they're doing it to a woman, like way they're sexualizing women. But in terms of if it's just being naked and walking out, I mean, I don't know, Zabida, like I don't really. Why do you have an issue with people being naked? Like we're born naked.
No, I mean, for me, yeah, like I believe that the human body is very sacred, in it, yeah. And as people, we have urges. You get me? And I feel like to appreciate someone's body, you have to be worthy of that. You know what I'm saying? And that is only.
We know that there's tribes out there where they are walking around naked. No one's thinking of slapping a woman in the bum, or looking at her bum, or groping her breast. So
And
So,
also, Renegade, I've already said this to Zubaydah. There are nudist colonies, right?
yeah,
Where obviously the whole premise is they are nude
yeah,
and they're a colony, and there's zero rapes,
yeah.
zero.
No,
And
bro. I'm not offended by the naked body. Like I don't like you get me. I don't sit there and go, oh my god, that person's naked. But for me personally,
But,
I feel like it's very sacred. You know what I'm saying? And I don't feel like
but why should it? Why?
everyone.
But that's the point of it. Like you're bringing the sacredness into it because you come from an ideology or from, I wouldn't even say ideology. Like it's Western culture to look at what's it called, nakedness as something that's frowned upon. So being of a culture like that, of course you're gonna feel like, yeah, when someone is showing their body, that the breast could easily be sexualized, the bum could easily be sexualized in a society where you already do that. But if you're in a society where don't do that, like that's where the issue is. Like, and that's not where the issue. That's where you're where I'm like, well, they don't think that way, so why would you have an issue with it?
Yeah, because you know these African tribes you're speaking about.
It's
That's
not
just
just
something.
African tribes. You can go to Amazon where they're not completely black. They're off.
Yeah, because let me tell you why they're not consumed by this mainstream like reality in a sense where, oh my god, the naked body.
Yeah,
And it's just, and they don't have that mindset. You get me? But at the same time, it's also like modesty as well. You get me?
but
You know,
modesty
sort
only
of.
came in. Only
then
came in
modesty
through,
becomes entirely subjective in this instance because these people are walking around with tits out, fanning out, dick out, and it's not sexual. There's the modesty is like maybe they do their hair in a special clip, like or something. Do you see what I'm saying? Or maybe they bath. This is what I'm saying. Modesty is entirely subjective, and you can't superimpose your shit on everyone else because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? And like I said, if you're in a
Yeah.
nudist colony, for them, being nude is fine. And I've said this to you before, Zubaydah. Remember I brought up this nudist colony thing before? And then I compared it to Egypt, where I'd literally just watched a documentary where hijabis are being sexually harassed and fondled, and hijabis by fellow Muslims. And I'm like, yo,
Exactly.
the fucking hell are you doing? So how can that be okay? And don't get me wrong, it's just an isolated.
But it's not okay though. It's not okay, Ultra.
No, but
And those
no. But
people,
what I
those
mean is,
people
no,
are
but
thinking
Zubaydah,
ahead.
listen. No, but Zubaydah, listen. In a nudist colony where they're all naked, don't get me wrong, the majority of nudist colonies
Yeah,
are all
but they're
fat
all
and
new.
ugly.
They
But
all
there's no
agree
one's
on the
rape. There's no
criteria, bro.
rape. There's no
Bro,
rape.
those nudist colonies, yeah, they're all coming in there with the same mindset. There's no outsiders with different opinions. They're all uniting
Everyone in
upon the fact
Egypt has
that they
got the
want to be
same
nude.
mindset. Come on.
No, they don't. What you mean, everyone in you, bro?
Tell me why
There's
I'm
certain
wrong.
man.
Educate
There's
me.
certain man that are getting licked down for that sexual harassment, beaten. Yeah, because it's not acceptable. Yeah, but when you're speaking about the nudist colonies, they're all uniting upon the fact that that's what they're on. It's exclusive only to them. So of course, amongst each other, they're all going to be happy and they're all going to get along because.
But let's go back to the original point, where we were talking about the whole, what's it called, modesty thing. Yeah, if you are seeing people who are wearing the full niqab in places like Egypt or wherever are still getting sexually harassed, does it matter then whether or not they have to be wearing to be proper dressed to be able to, like, is it not something that is a mindset that we have
But
to deal with?
it's not the
Excellent
woman's
point.
fault.
That is
Though.
an
Let me just say
excellent
something.
point.
Yeah, let me say something. Modesty is not only exclusive to women. Yeah, so the woman that's wearing the niqab, wearing the hijab, whatever,
I know
she's.
that. I hear that, but
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
She's implementing modesty. As for the man as well, he also has to implement modesty. He also has to, dress respectfully and not go around
you're
touching
going
women.
somewhere
And those
else.
people that do that, yeah, like they're bunned out.
Yeah, I know, but our point is the mentality is of people who are going around sexualizing women, not the women dressed up in.
Bro. I don't think a woman's clothes has any part to play as to why she's being sexualized and not sexualized, raped. Yeah, I do believe certain things that women wear open a door for sexualization.
No,
But as
come
for
on, man.
rape,
That's
no,
not
wait,
fair.
wait, no, it is true, bro. Because when you got
That's not
girls
fair.
wearing crop tops and certain
That's
clothing, their
not
thongs
fair.
is showing. Like, come
Zubaydah,
on,
we
bro.
just established that women
Yeah.
wearing niqabs and hijabs can get sexually harassed. So it doesn't
No.
matter if they're
Yeah.
wearing
There's
mini
a
skirts
difference. Let me finish,
and just
though.
a bikini top. It doesn't
Let me finish.
matter.
Let me
Men
finish. Let me
are
finish.
pricks.
Okay, and this is my point. It's the man's fault. It's his filthy mindset. No matter what, these men, just the fact that she's a woman and she's got a certain private part, yeah, that's enough for them to go and touch her because they know she's a woman, regardless of what she's wearing, clothed or non-clothed or whatever. Yeah, we're speaking about rape and sexual harassment at this point, yeah. But sexualization, yeah, if you see a woman wearing a crop top and thongs out, are you gonna say, "Wow, this woman is so beautiful"? Or are you gonna say, "Wow, You're gonna, I don't
Yeah,
know,
she's
man.
got a massive booty and her pom pom looks fat and juicy. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that
that's
100%.
sexualization. That's sexualization.
She
Well,
got
I didn't say I'm gonna sex her. That's it.
Yeah,
I've
but
got
you're
eyes.
still
No, but hold
sexualization,
on a second. Wait,
sexualizing a
Zubaydah,
woman.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait. If a woman has got quite prominent mammary glands and I see them, am I not allowed to say, whoa, those are nice? I bet you if she was wearing sandals and I said her toes are well manicured, you wouldn't have a problem with that. That means the problem is now with you, Zubaydah.
Do you know what's even madder though? When we talk about sexualization is more like, someone like going up to someone and like, almost sexual abuse. Not even almost, it is sexual abuse. When you're talking about just admiring someone's look and saying that, oh, she got a nice figure, is that really what we're talking about being sexualized? Is this what we're reducing the argument to? Because
Yeah, but when you're looking at women's figure, yeah, you're like, come on, bro, we're dealing with hormones now, and
But women do the same thing too when they look at men and think, oh, he's nice, he's got a nice body and whatnot. Is it sexualizing men now? Like, what argument are you actually trying to make with this?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Zubaydah, this argument falls apart as soon as you apply common sense. If I said, rah, that woman's toes are well manicured, French tips, they are gorgeous, you wouldn't have a problem. But if she was covered up fully, but she had noticeable, quite pert and pronounced mammary glands, and I said, rah, those mammary glands are quite pert and quite noticeable. You now have the problem, which means the problem is now with you, Zubaydah. It's your mindset that is the problem. It's you that's sexualizing the woman. It's you that's sexualizing the human body or certain parts.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, because at the
No,
end of the
that's
day,
what's happening, Zubaydah.
no,
Listen.
because
No.
but listen to me. Yeah, let me have my say now. Yeah.
All right, go on.
When when I'm in sexualization, we're only dealing with the woman's physical appearance. Yeah, we dismiss everything else. So when you do see these women with the breast out or their bum out, you're gonna look at her in a sexual way. Yeah, of course, because those things, her outer body will definitely make you feel some type of way.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
so
lie
you
to you.
dismiss.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. If I see a woman in a bikini just running, walking down the road, yeah, I will look once and just continue to keep it stepping. The same way, if I see a woman who's got full on clothes walking down the road.
Okay, but why are you
look
looking?
at once.
But hold on, why are you looking
Because
at her
your
though?
creator gave us eyes. That's why, and that's the end of the argument.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to highlight is, why do you find the need to look at her because she's wearing a bikini? Like what's so attractive about that for you to look?
Zubaydah, have you been to Spain? So wait, Raf, hold on a second. Zubaydah, have you been to Spain?
Yeah, I've been to Marseille as well.
Right.
And I was there, and I was seeing a nudist beach, and I was just thinking like,
right,
these are
okay,
mad.
wait. So you've seen the nudist beach. Let me ask you a question. How many people were being oogled, fondled, and raped and molested? How many, Zubaydah, did you see? Say the word none,
No,
because that's what's honest.
What you're trying to say now,
Zubaydah, don't jump. No, don't jump
you just
ahead.
asked me a question,
Just play
though.
with me. Don't play with me.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
just asked
Just
a
play
question. So I'm
along.
saying to you, saying you're basically what you're trying to say is the fact you're trying to compare being naked and not being naked as if that has a part to play in you being sexually harassed. That's not even a question, bro.
No, Zubaydah, I'm trying to like direct you and lead you into the realization that the problem with this whole thing is your mindset. It's your mindset that is the problem here. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm condemning you. No, that's not what it is. Like, behave yourself. You know me better than that. What I'm saying is the problem here with the over sexualization and the overzealous need to jump to that conclusion is with you, especially if you've been to Spain, somewhere where being topless is the same as drinking water. Nobody's being molested. Nobody's really being sexualized
You
well, I
can't
was
really
obviously,
say
obviously,
that, to be
but this is
honest.
what I'm saying, Tabeda. Was everyone like, ooh, tits, ooh, fanny? No, that's not what it is for them. It's normal, but for you, it's not. And if you're gonna imply or impose what you think ain't normal onto someone or just to people who think certain things are normal, that's where the problem is. Which means the problem is with you.
All right, I was eating, yeah. So I ain't even
Wait a
been.
minute. You're
I've
breaking your
just finished
fast.
there,
What
so
do
let
you
me
mean
deal
you're
with this.
breaking your fast and it's still daylight?
We're not
It's
fasting,
ended.
bro. Ramadan's
Oh,
finished,
okay,
my
okay,
friend.
Ramadan ended long time
Okay.
ago.
No, I was just eating in it. I was too focused on my food, but let me deal with you right now, yeah. First of all, being nude or not being nude doesn't have a part to play as to why people are being raped or sexually harassed. Yeah. So for you to say, "Oh,
People
these
being raped.
nudist people,"
No,
wait.
but
Let
you
me finish,
mentioned
man.
mini skirts.
Let me finish, man. What I'm saying is, yeah, to go to these nudist beach, yeah, they specifically cater for nudist people, yeah. So someone that's not into that is not gonna go there. Obviously, me, I had no idea that this is what it was, yeah.
Well,
So when I
that would
saw
be
it,
the first thing in my mind if I'm gonna be sexually harassing or looking at women is to go to a nudist place. I'll be the first thing I would want to be like.
yeah,
Yeah,
but obviously,
there.
but yeah, it is, don't say it's me and my mindset, because there's a lot of people that will agree with me, yeah.
No, but
That
this is
even
Zabib, let me help your argument.
you don't even let me finish, man.
No, wait,
Uh,
Zabeda, remember, I wasn't singling you out as an individual.
Yeah.
I know it might have sounded like that, and I apologize if
Yeah.
I didn't
No,
word it
we're not.
correctly.
Do
Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all love. It's all love. But what I was gonna help your argument where we maybe we can define what we mean by sexualization in it, because some of the stuff that you might be describing, like women walking down with crop tops, I wouldn't describe that as sexualizing women. Like I would say that if you're seeing a woman with a crop top and you just say she's got a nice figure, that's like there's no different to if she's wearing full clothes and I look at her and I say, yeah, she's got a nice figure. Like I wouldn't call that sexualization. But what would you describe sexualization as?
Yeah, what our class as sexualization is constantly sexualizing the woman's body, like, with terms like sexy and
But is
like,
it just women that? 'Cause I can use that example where you've just said just looking at a woman's body and saying that she looks nice or whatnot, where women will look at men and go, oh my gosh, he looks fine as well. Like is it not like
yeah, but you know what it is, yeah. For me, yeah, I feel like we've become so materialized. We're always looking at the exterior rather than the interior, and you gotta be honest. No one, when man are looking at girl, more time he's looking at the physical exterior. That is the first criteria. Does she look physically good?
it's the same
Wait,
thing
let
as
me
well?
finish. Let me
Is
finish.
that wait,
Let
hold
me
on.
finish.
Is that unreasonable? Because if you see a woman from afar and think, rah, nice figure, you don't know what's going on
Okay,
in
but,
her
but, but,
mind
but
or
hold
her
on,
mindset. You know what I mean?
hold on.
It's
This is the
unfair
thing,
to
but
say that.
that's become, hold on, that has become the only criteria to get some sort of validation or attention. Yeah, girls on the Instagram, half naked, and they're getting all the attention, and people, that's the first criteria met. She's looked physically good, yeah. And then there's other females who don't want to show their physical exterior, but they're being dismissed because they're not showing their physical exterior to the point where we've got terms like basic. Yeah, you're just basic. And what they're really saying is, actually, you're basic because you don't want to be half naked on the gram. You don't want to start showing yourself. That's why you're basic. Do you understand? And you don't understand it because you're not a woman. First of all, let me make that very clear. You're not a woman, so you don't
Wait,
know
so
how it
Beda,
feels.
does being called like mean names, does it hurt?
Sorry?
Being called mean names like basic, right? Because
No,
you're upholding a moral
it doesn't
standard.
hurt, bro. Yeah,
Does that hurt?
bro.
Like,
Listen to me. Yeah, the issue is, yeah, when you've got young girls, hold on.
Yeah.
When you've got young girls who feel like because of society or trend that they're being pushed or peer pressure to be a certain way, because if they be a bit more reserved, they're going to be called boring and they're not going to have a lot of friends. This is something that's happening now. You've got 14-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls doing the most maddest poses on the net, and you wouldn't even know that they're 14 and 15 because they look much older.
I
You feel
mean,
me?
I kind of hear what you're saying in terms of what's called people are just following trends, yeah. In terms of whether or not it's to do with looking good so that they can attract people on their Instagram page. I mean, yeah, there is to a degree some truth in what you're saying, but in terms of like, because for me, it's a mindset of the other person, not what the woman is doing. So the woman can just, she can have all the bikini pages, yeah, and whatnot and everything. She has it. But if she's not if the person that's looking at is thinking that way, that's the issue that you should be more or less talking about, rather than what's it called, her dressing up half naked. Because there are like we told you, innit, like in places like Morocco or North Africa even, you can't say to me that the rape or there is no rape there because of the fact that they're dressing modestly.
Yeah, I mean, my main point is, it's becoming acceptable and being almost promoted to be sexy, and that has become the only criteria for females. It happens in the workplace. Hold on, I've heard females in the workplace, like for instance, even now during this corona crisis, a lot of these landlords are saying to the females, you can stay, but you got to give me something in exchange for rent.
And there was a big from the dawn of time.
Yeah, but men don't go through that though. The landlord's not going to say to you, let me have sex with you for you to get by. Because she's a woman, and that's another form of sexualization. Because she's a woman, then I'm going to deal with her this way. Do you understand? Like, I'm going to offer her sex in order for her to stay in his property. Because she's a woman.
I mean, is it with all women or is it just with specific few women? Because we're talking about sexual. If you're talking about sexual, like what that act right there is bribery, in it, or some type of coercion, or almost like a.
It's what women go through a lot, though, bro. That's what I'm trying to show you.
Yeah.
Like even in workplaces and stuff like that.
But Zubaida, do you know you brought up an interesting point there, because I don't get out much, and I realize now I'm getting fucking old, because this basic thing that you mentioned, that's new to me.
You'd come under that category still.
That's new to me. So. Yeah, so I've not heard that before. But listen to the thing, right? Just listen to this. If someone says, haha, Zubaida, you're basic. Now, listen to what this guy's actually saying to you. He's saying to you, excuse me, miss, because you won't show me what you look like in a bikini, I'm going to ridicule. That's what he's basically saying. Yeah. The problem isn't yours, Zubaida. It's his.
No, of course. But there's not girls like me who are strong enough to say, actually, I ain't got to do all that to get by. But there are certain girls, especially when all these celebrities are doing it. You've got these young girls who are looking at that thinking,
they're impressionable. Yeah, I agree.
Would you still call that sexualization though? I don't think.
Yeah, it is because you're promoting sex. You're promoting the woman's physical sexuality rather than her intelligence. Bro, when you're listen, let's compare Lauryn Hill to Cardi B. Yeah, Lauryn Hill weren't rapping about how good her private parts are and how she's such a bad bee. You understand? She was singing love songs about how much she loves her partner.
You're allowed to say bitch. It means female dog. It's okay to say.
But I'm trying not to swear anymore. Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm trying to start swearing. Yeah.
No, but you realize that's the correct term.
Let me finish my point. Yeah, let me finish my point. Yeah, like someone like Lauryn Hill who's rapping, singing about love and. You know what I'm saying? She's not singing about her private parts and how physically attractive she is. And then you've got someone like Cardi B speaking about how good her private parts are and how much people got to pay her. Now, unfortunately, Cardi B's narrative is more influential, right? And you can't really, there's not a lot of Lauryn Hills in our time. Even if there was, she wouldn't really be that popping. Yeah.
Sorry. There's two different things in what you've just said now, yeah. One, they're from different times, and two, they've lived two different lives. Like, of course, if probably Lauryn Hill was coming from a background where she was talking about how she was stripping and whatnot to get to where she wants, like, of course, you're probably going to hear that in her music. But when you're talking about Cardi B never, Cardi B's story is simple. She says, "Look, I was a stripper. What's it called? I used to even run
But
with
let me
people
tell
who
you
were
something, bro. Yeah,
gangbanging."
someone like Cardi B, yeah, she's not even an artist, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, she never even thought about rapping. Really, the reason why she's so famous is because of her physical nature. Yeah, that she's a stripper. She's not a lyricist. I doubt that she writes any of her songs. I don't even think she has a passion for music. She has a passion for money and fame. Let me finish.
Who's Cardi B? Who's Cardi B?
Bro, you listen to her every night, bro. Don't lie. Yeah,
Seriously,
listen.
I don't know who Cardi B.
I kind of knew Cardi B
Let me
before.
finish my point. Yeah. She doesn't actually have a passion for music or lyricism or poetry. Like I said, I doubt she writes any of her music. And she said it one time on this show called Rhythm and Flow. Yeah, it was a rap competition. Yeah, and she was saying, people want to make money. Yeah, the reason why I'm in this music industry is because she goes, boobs and backside sell. Yeah, that's why people got to see that stuff. That's what they want to see. So we give it to them and I get paid. Nothing about lyricism, nothing about preaching a message, nothing about speaking about the truth. And this is what it has become.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the industry is got this idea of what's it called, the woman's body being the what you mean. I mean, when you look at music videos as well, even in drill music, you just seeing bare tits and not bare, like obviously they're not out, but they've got, they're in a small bikini or whatnot, just shaking their booty or whatnot and everything. But my point is, like, it's still to do with the mindset of the man, not to do with the mindset of the woman. So
right, she just looks like a black fucking version of Lady Gaga with all these stupid shit dresses she's wearing.
Well, no, Lady B, because if you know Cardi B, she's very vocal as well. So she's almost like how would I describe it?
She looks like the black version of Lady Gaga.
Yeah, well, you could even say actually no, you can't say that. Well, yeah, she's the more louder version of Nicki Minaj, if anything. But yeah,
wait, louder than Nicki Minaj. Oh wow.
Nicki Minaj
she's very vocal. Like, she's very, very, like, she will say what's on her mind there and then. She don't give a fuck. She'll be talking about.
But some of the things she says is just nasty, bro. I can't even lie. Like, she speaks about how she sexually pleases her husband and all this. Like, it's just like, and people rate that. People sit and say, yes, big up Cardi B, yes, and like, you get me? They're rating the sort of constant sexual behavior.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but for me, I feel like, things like when you talk about sex and whatnot, that's just for me anyway. I don't feel like it's a topic that people should shy away from talking, to be honest, because at the end of the day, it's just it's like everyone does it. So why,
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, you do it with someone that you love. You get me? That someone's honorable and deserving of that, and it's going to cherish you and it's going to respect you.
See the problem that you're doing again. You're imposing what you think on everyone else.
What do you mean? What do you mean, ultra, bro? Like,
why can't she share? If she has love with a guy and then another guy at the same time and decides to share that,
you're nuts, fam. You're nuts, fam. You're nuts, fam.
No, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying we can't impose our shit on everyone else. You can't do that.
Whoa, bro, like, be realistic,
can you get me some warm water? Just let me put some water in this thing for him.
Like, I didn't say, like, love, you like, I'm not saying people, like, for instance, someone is in love with someone and then they divorce and they go with someone else.
You don't have to watch her.
Yeah, but at the same time, bro, that's nuts, fam.
I hear what you're saying, because obviously you're coming from a conservative background where this stuff is not.
But come on, bro. Like honestly, for you, yeah, if you had a daughter or a sister, she's seeing two men at the same time. Come on, bro. What are you saying? What, she's sharing love? Yeah, is that going to be? She's spreading the love. She's spreading the love. Yeah,
bro. She's sharing no, but this is the thing. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. She's not saying Zubaydah has to agree with it. She's saying, this is my message. I'm putting it out there. And if you don't like my message, I beg you change the channel.
Yeah. she already addressed this
Huh?
issue. A lot of people talk to her. I've brought this up to her, and she said it on a radio station that, look, I don't tell people to tune into me. People tune into me, and
Well,
then
you
they
ain't got no choice at this point, mate. 'Cause if you're being promoted left, right, and centre,
That's
Yeah,
not
like
true.
your
Zabeda, I
music's
just
being
had to
heard,
Google
then
who
I
this
come
woman
on.
I don't
was.
even know what Cardi B's like. Half the stuff that you're talking about now. The only time I ever hear about Cardi B is if I'm surfing the internet to watch a video, and then someone's
No, you know what? Yeah, all right. I'm being realistic
I
here.
don't even,
I agree with you guys when you
yeah,
say, and this is something that we all have to take on board. We
Mm.
control what we watch, and we should definitely, if we're so offended by it, yeah. Like for me personally, like I follow specific pages catered to what I'm trying to learn. Yeah, and if you don't want to see it, don't watch it. I absolutely agree. You know, don't put yourself in an environment that you're gonna hate in the
yeah,
long run.
yeah.
You know, be around things that you like. I feel that, bro. But at the same time, it's something that we cannot ignore because it affects every single one of us
No,
in the
no,
sense where, like, I've
I
got
hear
little
you.
sisters. You get me?
Yeah,
I've got little sisters that go to high school, yeah, and they've got all their little friends, and they're coming back saying certain things and certain lingo. I'm like, where the hell did you get that from? And I got it from my friend, and the friend got it from the internet. And you get me? And we have to protect our own from these sort of ideas. For me personally, anyway.
I hear what you're saying, but in terms of what you call linguals and whatnot, unless they're talking something like, I don't even know where you're going with that one, but like to the point of what's it called, sexualization. If the only understanding I have of when we talk about sexualization is from really what we talk about sexual abuse, where someone is going up to specific women or women and touching them and whatnot. I mean, obviously, sexualization, I can understand where someone says that, oh, what's it called, in music videos, that women are being portrayed in, what's it called, as sex appeals or sex symbols and whatnot, which I can
Yeah.
understand where you're coming from. But at the same time, you know, you can also find where men as well, to a degree, are also having this thing where women will also go, yeah, oh, he's 6 foot tall, oh, he's dark skinned, oh, he's this, he's nice, I
Bro,
like him.
let me ask you a question. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Why is that? Because let me tell you why. Yeah, previously, before, you know, in the old days, people weren't getting married because they were physically attractive. They were looking at men to see if he was a provider, to see that he was well mannered, he was respected within the community. Same with the woman. She come from an honourable family. You know what I'm saying? She should be able to take care of the family.
And
But now
you're trying to keep those traditions, right?
yeah, but now the criteria has changed. He's got to be a bad man. He's got to be a bad boy. He's got to be all muscly. He's got to have bare peas. He's got to be rated in the end. She's got to be. A lot of girls nowadays are being used as trophy wives or trophy girlfriends. You get me? Parading a girl around.
But don't you think that's always been?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Don't you think that's always been? It's just that.
Yeah. Not even that, Terry. She literally, in what she was explaining, she was explaining the things that she has a problem with. Like, if you have to be from a good family, she has to be able to provide. And this is the thing, it's the same thing with just new age. It's the same shit.
I don't think so, bro.
It's been in the limelight for a long time. Don't forget, there's been more fetish men out there back in the day than there is, but it's just that it's now easier to put it into the forefront.
Yeah.
Simple. It's just man will be able to get away with certain things, but now everyone's got a camera phone, everyone's online. There's no car accident or building fire that goes unreported now because it's social media is basically like 24/7. Back in the day, if you wanted to see porn, you had to get a magazine if you wanted to see porn or naked women. Now you can turn on your phone.
But think of it like this: that most people even back then, like you had certain men that were going to sleep with women and having children all over the place.
Yeah, that's true. You can't really get away with that too tough unless they're on different continents.
Exactly, it's harder now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, people nowadays don't come with it
intention as well. Do you know what I have a problem with as well? You know when you said the women has to be able to provide and she has to be from a good family and all. I mean, not provide. Sorry, look after her family, or she has to be from a good family. What about the women with one leg, or a missing finger, or a woman that's been maybe didn't have the best upbringing?
You're like
No, but this is what I'm saying. You can't just like put all these people on the shit heap, bro. Even women with one leg deserve love too, you
Yeah, obviously, come on, like, but what I'm saying is,
know.
like someone just mentioned the 60s, yeah? I think that's where the turning point really happened because I think they brought up some footage of like the 18th or 1900s here in Britain where the women were like covered up, like almost wearing like headscarves, you get me? Like, and they
Yeah,
would wear long clothes and stuff like that. And then hold on, sorry, and in the 60s, like, you know, the swinging 60s, I feel like there was a huge culture change, especially in the West, you know what I'm saying, with the sort of disco party fever, you know, the dresses started getting more shorter, the mini skirts started getting more shorter, the cleavage is a bit more out, you know what I'm saying? And that wasn't actual, if people really want to, you see when I listen to these right wingers or these ethno nationalists, yeah, like if you really want Britain to be indigenously Britain, then you'd have to clean up everything, and the woman would have to go back to wearing long skirts.
See, we're going backwards now.
But hold on, let's just think of it like this. What about the days of when they used to have porcupines and coffee houses and 50 wives?
I don't know about that. I don't know what culture that is. I don't know what culture that is.
Do a research into the past, right, of coffee houses and how coffee houses began.
Yeah.
This is in Britain here, yeah?
This is worldwide. This is the reason why, even in Britain, why this became a tea nation. Because most of their men were going to the coffee houses.
And what you're saying, it was getting high off the caffeine or something? The caffeine had a...
No, of course, it was a brothel. It was a brothel, that's the point.
Okay.
And this is the thing, Zubeda, I'm not going to lie. Remember, I think where we keep getting caught is where, even if you're doing it unintentionally, you might be of the mindset that the way you think and your worldview is the best. The problem is, other people
not saying
disagree.
that, Ultra.
No. I'm not saying you are. I'm not. I use my words carefully. I didn't say
like,
you are.
Just remember who you're speaking to, by the way, yeah, because it's me, yeah. You know how I move. You know how I am, yeah. I'm just saying, yeah. Like, I'm not one of these extremists, bro. Like, I'm very open-minded. You've seen me, Ultra.
Zabeda, listen.
Don't have it.
No, listen. Huh? Shut up, Raf. Shut up. No, I'm saying, if somebody is on a beach in public, nude, right? For them and for the people that are there, it's normal. There's no problem. But for someone who's not of that mindset and think that it's wrong, in that situation, who's right, Zabeda?
Bro, listen, obviously, look, this is why a lot of people don't understand Islam because it's aliens.
Don't shout at me. No, wait, don't shout at me. Don't shout at me. Don't shout at me.
I'm asking you a question, though. I'm asking you a question.
I know, but
I'm
don't
saying...
shout at me. Don't shout at me. Don't shout at me.
Okay, sorry. All right. All I'm saying is, yeah, a lot of things might be alien to other people because it's not what they've grown up with. It's not what they know. So somebody that's grown up in a society where most women are covered up and, you know what I'm saying, they're modest and stuff, and then they see this nudist speech, of course they're going to be shocked. They're going to think, whoa, what's going on here? This is a complete cultural clash. This is something completely different.
In that instance, Zabeda, who is right?
I don't think no one's wrong. I don't think anyone's right or wrong. It's a normal instinct. If you've been around an environment where people are clothed and you go to an environment where people are not clothed, like, and you feel shocked, then you have a right to be shocked because it's something completely different. But if you start going around imposing on them, then that's where I'll say that something is wrong there, because to them it's normal and to you it's not. But does not mean because it's not normal to you that it's going to be not normal to them.
Wait, hold on. TheY, maybe Ultra might be in the back or something, or like just keep an eye out for a minute. But yeah, I was going to say, Zabeda, yeah, this is where I think we're going backwards again, because you mentioned that in the 60s, right? That the whole...
Sorry. Can I address this piece of crap, this Atticus now, yeah? This little weirdo. Like, he looks weird as well. I'm gonna be funny. No, but hold on. No, because this guy is always like chatting the most in the chat, and I don't even know who this creep is. You feel me? Like, even if but can I just say something, yeah? Like, this guy's calling me fat and that's no problem because I've got a man. I don't know about you, but even if I did have a banging body, even if I like had what you would call the perfect body, yeah, I would not go around flaunting it. Facts. Do you understand? Like,
what are you talking about? Oh shit, my camera's in.
Speaking about nudist speech and all this nonsense.
Wait,
But
wait.
it's someone like this also sexualizing females. Oh, because there's been fat ladies that also have been on the nudist speech, because I think nudists are actually quite accepting of the body, you know, and a lot of them are quite old as well. So you know how when you're old, your body's wrinkly, but they flaunt it because they don't care. Because really, it's not about the reason why they're being nude. It's not for a sexual reason. It's because they're trying to get close to nature. From my understanding, they're trying to be as free as possible. Do you understand? So you have big women, short women, whatever. So I don't think that has a part to play. You get me?
Look, it does have a part to play, because in the past they used to think that women who were fat were wealthier. So it did play a massive role in the past when
some societies actually like big women. I mean, in Mauritania, before the woman gets married, they do this like not force feeding, but they feed the woman up.
This was in Britain as well, and in Britain here as well, women who were fatter were seen as wealthier. So it wasn't just in Mauritania.
Yo, can I just ask a question? Sorry I don't want to muddy the water or completely derail the conversation. But I've had a question for Zabida. Do you know anything about your hadith or anything like that? Anything?
Hadith?
What's the significance of? I know he was one of the people who helped the companions compile the book, but you know this Ali alayhi salam.
Look at him. He's trying to say it. Take your shoulder now.
No, but how instrumental was he when it comes to being sort of ranked as a power player in the whole sort of Islamic, you know what I mean? In Islam, like how monumental is that person in Islam? I can't really say it how I want to say it. Sorry,
someone's called me. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, someone's called.
How important is
She's gone. Okay. Yeah. So hold the question, but I wanted to address one point that she made in it, and I don't know why she keeps going back, so going forward in it. Wait, who's drawing? I don't know what's wrong with it. But anyway, cool. So basically, what point I was trying to address is she said that the change came in the 60s. But I was telling Zabida that we even have societies where people have not been dressing up. They're walking around naked or whatnot. They're not groping. They're not doing all that stuff. Are you telling me now that these societies that you're talking about are sexualizing women? That we got, you know what I mean? We gotta be.
It's always been there.
Yeah.
From the times of the Romans, from the Greeks to even the times of in Africa and the times of wherever you want to go, it's always been like that. And that's why I mentioned the coffee shops, because when you understand what the coffee shops were and what they were doing at that time, you see that it's nothing different than going to a strip joint.
Yeah, I mean, I because I've heard that before still with the coffee shop, but yeah, it's just for clarification, it's what we're referring to as brothel, right?
It's not even brothel. It was called coffee shops back then. And it comes out of, because if you go into the history of coffee, you'll find that the first coffee beans was from Ethiopia. And when you understand, when Islam...
Really? Sorry, it's about that, Uncle. Really, to be this backstage, but yeah.
Can I just ask Mr. Riggs a question? I think this is M.A. Brown.
No, it's Abida.
No, who's is M.A. Brown Mr. Riggs?
No, M.A. Brown's not Mr. Riggs. Mr. Riggs is...
All right, okay. I thought it might have been him like on a different account, but it sounds very similar. But...
Yeah, it sounds similar. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was... No, go on. Sorry, go on. Carry on.
No, ask a question.
Oh yeah. Do you think that Africa had a very or similar outlook when it comes to the sexuality of a woman? And do you believe that there was a lot of prostitution
to be there
to the degree, say, for example, like certain countries in the West, sort of like a, you know what I mean, sort of an average type of country? not
when
as
you
extreme
talk
as,
about- when
as
you
a red light district, but
okay, when you're talking about prostitution, that means you're having a woman and you're trying to sell a woman in the form of in the African way. They do not do that because they embrace it in the fact of, if this is your woman, that is your territory, and we're not going there. If this is your daughter, that is your daughter, I'm not going there until you present your daughter into a kingdom or a kingship. Then that's a different ball game. But as in for money, no.
that's what I was thinking. I was just assuming due to the sheer value they held or perceived value they had on a woman.
Because you got to follow in the form of a system of feminine and masculine energy, and for you to able to get success out of it, you need both. You can't have one or the other. You have to have both, because when you have a male or a female, you produce a child. So when you go on that factors of that, there is no need for you to able to try to sell something, because would you sell your daughter unless you're in a form of need?
But Terry, you see, when we're talking about African spirituality or Africans in history, right? Because when we talk about this whole man and woman dynamic, especially through what we know as Western society today, I feel like we're superimposing our understandings of the relationship between man and women to them, because in them time, I don't.
But that's why. This is why I separate in forms of understanding true gender. A lot of people think true gender as in a male and female, so per se, biological thing. It's not that. It's like an energy force. If I were to put it into forms of science, it's a form of a minus and a plus. When you have a minus and a plus and you put it into electrical socket, it produces electricity. If I put a minus and a minus into a socket, it's gonna blow.
Yeah.
Which is an atom bomb that we have today. They repel from each other. So when you understand forms of energy, you understand that if this is the principles that two entities have to come together to producing something, it's a method that you're going to continuously follow. But if you're going to have two of the same thing, it's not going to work.
But what? So what are you talking about when you talk about male? When you're talking about the positive and negative, I think you're suggesting homosexuality being positive or negative.
Do they produce any children?
But this is the point. Like, I feel like when you're saying that, like, I don't think historically that this can be, you know what I mean? I've heard about certain African priests. I've heard of certain African priests who were very who were male, but they would appear to be female in the way that they were behaving or whatnot and everything.
No. That's why, as I said to you, that's where it comes into this situation once again. As I said, if I have a negative and positive charge within myself,
yes,
I'm able to produce the success that I am trying to succeed or trying to go into the direction of what I want to do. It's not that I'm talking in a form of man and woman.
Okay.
Because if I'm talking about a man and woman, then I'm going into sexuality.
Okay. I mean, obviously, like that idea of where we're talking about man and woman isn't African, and it's more of understanding from, especially from people of Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. The way I understand it, anyway.
I would say it's more of a. I won't even say. I'll say it's more of a European nature.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Because even in forms of Islam, they love women too much.
Of course.
What do you mean?
Huh? That's why I said coffee houses.
No, but what do you mean? What do you mean? Like Muslim men love women too much?
Because they will have more than one wife.
Yeah. No, but polygamy. But that's just polygamy, bro. So that's something that's
practiced at one point.
Yeah,
but
polygamy is not something that's just Islamic. That's
no, but listen,
the
but listen carefully. What I'm trying to say to you is that it's
Okay.
not. I'm not stigmatizing something. I'm just saying to you that majority of their ways, they're not going to have homosexuals or lesbians or whatsoever within their system.
Yeah.
right.
So
Yeah.
when you look at it in its perspective, where has it come from? And this is why we have to be very, very careful. But if you look at the what people were doing at that time, it shows you. So even when there was brothels at that time, what does it show you? Men loved the women at that time, regardless whether they have more than one wife. They will go.
Okay, bro. Can I ask you a question, bro? Yeah, sorry to cut you here. You're saying that by men having a brothel, they love women. I'd beg to differ because the ones that are paying for the sex, then I don't think they love women. They just love that physical intimacy. Second of all, if the man are owning the brothels, they're making money off these women. They love money, not women. They love satisfaction.
Hold on. You're making an assumption that men are having sex.
What's a
Men,
brothel then?
a brothel, you can just go there and look. It's not everything is about sex.
I don't
Some
know
men,
about that,
why
actually.
do you have like tabletop dancers and things like that? There is lustful men that just want to watch because they don't want to have that actual interaction because they might be married. It's where men come together and they discuss, but they're watching entertainment.
Yo, sorry, look, sorry, lads. I'm going to jump off the panel. To me, that Ali Salam, how important was he when it comes to?
I think you're referring to the Prophet's cousin, Ali radiallahu, who was the last.
So go on.
He was the last Islamic out of the four caliphs. He was the fourth caliph, which means leader of the Islamic Empire, and he had a huge part to play in Islamic history. He fought many battles, and like I said, he's related to the Prophet. He's a descendant of the Prophet.
Okay. So you could say he was a descendant of Musa.
Yeah.
You're saying
yeah. I mean,
yeah. All right.
The dad, Ali's brother, Ali's dad, and Muhammad's dad were brothers. That's what we're trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. So he was as important because I've heard of Easter's argument. So he wasn't as important as Musa. Then I can imagine because Musa was
no, yeah, that is just like
debate.
This is a Shia narrative here. You get me? And Ali was never a prophet.
We're not going there with this.
Sorry, yeah.
Obviously, I just answered a question.
Yeah. I just wanted just a quick answer. All right, cool. All right, then I'll let you jump back on what you're saying. Sorry, guys. Peace.
Okay, so yeah, like I think what I was also basically trying to say is that what we see today as when we talk about homosexuality or male or female whatever in when the way we superimpose this idea when we look into things like people who are of African spiritualist background in history, I don't think they understood it or they were, because like I was saying in it, like I've heard that certain priests and certain priestesses had what we understand to be female priestesses used to act like men, and what we understood as male priests used to act like female in African spiritual. But that's just me superimposing my view on the thing in it. I hear
where you're coming from, but you got to remember there is a new age and there's an old age in it. And it's like, for instance, even if we're going to the Bible, there's some people that will follow in the Bible sense, or there'll be someone that will follow the Bible in a man sense. So,
from what I get from the Bible, though, is the idea of that it's a man's world.
But exactly, it's masculine.
yeah, when I look into African spirituality, there was like you said in it, there's no understanding of the masculine and feminine. There was just people.
Can I
existing.
just sorry to cut you, bro, yeah. Papa Cop, I just said that the Ali Anho is Prophet Muhammad's cousin, and you telling me that I'm lying. What's wrong with this guy? Prove to me now that what I said is wrong.
Don't pay attention.
Right, so no, but I don't like. You know what I said though? It wasn't a lie though, and then I know this person in there. Anyway, sorry.
I was the one that even said it, so I don't even know why. But you're even.
But it's just certain people that I know that just want to start picking at me for no reason, even when I'm telling the truth. Even when I'm telling the truth.
This is what you need to stop doing. You need to stop letting people get to you. Queen J already said to you, don't get drawn out. And why are you reading her comment and replying back to it and saying, yeah, it's true, and then not?
No, but obviously, like when it's like Islam, I try not to misinform people with the deen. I treat it as something fragile, and I didn't say anything wrong. Do you get me? And then people want to twist what I said to be like as if it's a lie. I'm not trying to lie on Islam. That's one thing I'm definitely very careful with.
Read the comment and keep it stepping, man. Like even me, I've seen comments that people come at me and I'll just be ignoring it, family. Don't like, come on.
You're right, bro. No, apologies. I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Uncle. Yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah, no, it's just as I said to you, it's a lot of it takes a lot of reading and research and understanding where certain people are coming from. And, you know, when you look into forms of history, you know, there is a lot of men that were impotent. And when they go to certain places, they go for a thrill and they go to certain places, you know, and you see but the conception of what we know of things today, we try to superimpose it of the past.
Of course, I can understand that, yeah. I can relate that, but
do you think we have to evolve with time, because there are certain principles from the past that I think that can still be used today, and I feel like by completely
we can still use certain principles of, like, I've never ever said that we should abandon, like I like my definition of what I call culture is something that can adhere to change, and I feel like when the way people define culture today is not something that we want to change from. It's almost like it's stagnant, and that we should continue having everything there when not everything is useful. That we should continue to have the good.
Culture upgrade itself.
Culture should update itself, but what you see is some people don't. They want to keep it back in certain times and certain things and whatnot. Like that's how I understand certain people when they talk about culture in it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I define it to be some type of culture if they can change.
Belly, there might be someone in the back room.
Yeah, I think Belly. Yeah, I think Shaka's in the back. Shakara heard me say African spirituality. Click your heels twice, he jumps on.
This is my cue to leave, I reckon.
But you see, you know, like the conceptions of a lot of things. You know, it's not easy, but we have a different mindset from what they had. So for us to try and calculate it, this is where linguistics comes into the situation. And this is why I say observation of the past. What were people doing around that time? And how did they see things around that time to able to know what they were doing? And so it explains the words that they've written. Because if you don't know, you're just going to take that as face value. It's like
but you know, there's a lot of knowledge that they left us. You know, like you know, you got to remember that these people didn't have these sort of technological advancements, and they were still able to, you know, tell the time and navigate by using nature. And I think that's something that we are lacking in this modern era. We're not in tune with nature, and we're so dependent on technology.
I think we still are, because technology is what we've used in nature to get to this point, you know, navigating the seas and whatnot, and telling the weather. All what you're really trying to say is that few people know how to do it better than use the technology better than others. That's what you're trying to get out. Because obviously,
but really, like you know, like communicating, for instance, we live in this era where we can sit behind the screen and with a fake name or whatever, and there's no realism to it. Do you understand? Like, people have become desensitized to just. Sorry,
my name's not fake.
I didn't call you that.
Yeah, don't ever call my name fake.
No, I didn't call you that.
I'm joking, relax.
No, but what I'm saying is, bro, yeah, like for instance, culture and traditions, I feel like they're very important because they give you a form of identity. Do you know what I'm saying? Like even from the clothes that you're wearing, like I don't want to, like, you know, when I'm wearing my traditional clothing, it makes me feel like, you know, this
I,
is me, you know, rather than
I
blending
don't
in with
know.
everybody else.
I don't know about obviously your what when you talk about culture in it's different. But for me, like I'm willing to drop a culture that would tell me that what's it called everything that the ancestors were doing is right and that we should continue to do it till today. I'm just saying that I will look into what the ancestors said and whether or not it applies today. If it's good and it applies today, we take it. If it's not good and doesn't apply today, I'm not like. That's where I draw the line when we talk about
Yeah, but see, that's where we have to be very careful. This is why even when we talk about ancestors, they were able to apply it in forms of principles. So when you use the principles, you use the principles as a backing for what you're doing now. It's not to follow exactly what they were doing back then, but taking them principles and
yes,
looking at how life is today and
okay,
using that principle to create your own ideology.
yeah, I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. But obviously, like I don't want to go down that road. But yeah, obviously, certain people have their own
That's why you
what
have to be careful of taking things literally. When you
yeah,
take
literally,
literally,
yeah.
then you're talking about a total different ball game.
Yeah, that's the point. That's where I think that's where we shake hands and part ways if people are going to be taking everything literally. But yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Veli,
I mean, you know, we're
I
living
think
in a very
Chakra on stage. But yeah,
yeah.
so, what were you saying? Yeah,
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Yeah, but big up yourselves. Yeah, you know, thanks for the conversation, and
No
hopefully, I
problem.
make another appearance. Peace and
run spirit
blessings.
woman, run spirit woman, run.
Shout out.
Saga.
Good
Wagwan,
morning, good
family.
morning.
Well,
Respect, respect.
Yeah. Every
yeah.
aspect in every aspect.
Blessing, blessing.
That's why that's why I was trying to mention when she was saying about it started in the 60s. That's why I kept on mentioning the coffee shop, because when you do the history of the coffee shop, you will see the madness that was going on.
Okay.
Because that's the time of the coffee beans.
Yeah.
So the coffee beans, this is why this country turned into a tea nation, because the women were thinking that when their men were coming home, they were impotent.
Oh shit.
Think about it. If you've seduced a woman, how are you going to go home and seduce your wife?
Oh shit. Yeah. It
So
was fun.
they said, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to create the tea thing. That's why they had tea time, so that when they did tea time, it was family time.
It's almost like going to the pub.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that you can both have the woman and the man there, so the man can't be up to mischief. But then, where does that come from?
Yeah, I mean,
Because after Ethiopia, they stole the seeds from Ethiopia. Who took charge for that? Who were one of the biggest coffee nation people?
I mean, Shaka, what do you think? Obviously, I mentioned something about how when we talk about African spiritualists and whatnot, yeah, what we understand them to be, what we understand to be what we call trans homosexuals and whatnot and everything. That's what I've heard, that what we talk about African priests or whatnot during that time.
I think I understand where you're coming from, but I think that you may be applying it incorrectly.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is that along gender lines, yeah, the understanding of gender and expressions of gender were different. There was an understanding of masculine and feminine,
Yeah, of
and
course. Yeah,
masculine roles and feminine
that's
roles.
what Terry said.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
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 What's it called? But be correct in saying that what was considered masculine and feminine wasn't necessarily exclusive to males and females.
Yeah.
At the same time, on the level of sexuality, I've not seen any evidence to suggest that that applies. And what I mean is, say for example, something is considered to be feminine in terms of its order in the society, and a man plays that role. That doesn't mean that man is a homosexual.
Yeah,
If
I
that
hear
makes
you. Yeah,
right,
like we're talking about
right? Just saying.
yeah, yeah, I hear
Yeah,
that.
so that's my thing. I've never come across any evidence of socially formalized relationships other than male female. Like even in the context of there's a concept of male husbands, male wives and female husbands, and that it's a social order, it's a social title, but it has nothing to do with sexuality, like in terms of whether they're having sex or not, like if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that could be
Wouldn't
like a man staying at
would
home and the
Yeah,
woman
yeah
goes out to
or
work.
something like that. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
wouldn't that be considered a white term more than that being related to us as a people? Because when you check it, even as hunter gatherers, if we're going to go back in time as a people back in Africa, when the men lined up and went out to hunt and gather, even if they went out for days, the mission was to bring back food to everyone. But say if it was a few days and they had to set out and they found a few other things around, we want to tell ourselves that the same way how men get together and go get all fish and breadfruit and all them things there and make all our porridge and brethren there, it's the same way we can say it back then. And it wouldn't be considered a female thing compared to how white people look at their roles in a way of, I'm a man and all I do is build houses and put screws in and you serve me my food. You feel what I'm saying? Compared to how we work more in a universal state where black men don't look at cooking as a woman thing. Black men look and say, yo, truth said me better than you, but truth said me don't want to tell you the truth too much. So I don't want to break your heart compared to a white man not knowing how to do that shit,
But
period.
doesn't that come from the teaching of the mother? Of when mother did some cooking and you observed it, but
Yeah,
it's
not a
always
black
been a joint. It's always been a kind of a joint because, like, if a man goes to go do the fishing, the man will bring all the tons of fish and give it to the woman to take it to the market.
Right. It's okay. Like it's kind of like this. I use this analogy sometimes, right? It's kind of like the man builds the home, and after I build the home, yeah, I can probably do my own interior decorating. I'm pretty good. My feng shui is pretty good. But at the end of the day, if I'm building the home and I know I have a woman as my companion, you know what? Half the time, you know what the man wants? The basement. Let me get that. The rest of it, I really do expect you to beautify that home. I expect you to beautify that home. You feel what I'm saying? Put that touch on it. Because I built the home. So when I walk through the door, you should already have that warming feeling of saying, welcome home. You dig we? And it's not that that's a woman thing, but throughout history, we've known that to women to do it. Go back to your point, Mr. Riggs. When we watch our mother cook, it ain't a black mother that don't have a black son that did not, hey, come here. You feel what I'm saying? Whether it's a fried dumpling, learn how to season the chicken raw, and then next week you learn how to cook the chicken, but it ain't no black mother who did not have a black son that didn't say, no woman is not going to cut no style on you. You have to learn how to wash, cook, clean, all that half. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a different cultural dynamic between black and white and gender. All those terms and titles are all on their narrative and their initiative. A lot of those things, we didn't go through that. We're innately, you feel what I'm saying? Like we can't pick and choose when we're going to say they was from the Caucasus Mountains and we taught them that. You dig what I'm saying? Like we've been taught so much things innately that when it comes down to the gender role, it really doesn't pertain to us. It's more of their world. You feel what I'm saying? I think it just, they give us these terms for us to come along with it, so we fuck up our community, not knowing we good on where we going. We got our little bumps and rubbles, you feel what I'm saying? But
So
we all right when it comes to certain things.
let me give an example of what I was talking about. Yeah. So in the book of Water and the Spirit by Manado Masami, yeah, He's from the Dagara people in mostly in Burkina Faso, and this is just a excerpt from the book. Kind of gives explanation of what I was saying before. Says, I learned that Nyangoli was my male mother's son. That is the son of my mother's brother, my uncle. Guiso, as this uncle was called, was a man of calm demeanor who for weeks would come to the house every morning and sit with me quietly as if I were his child. I wondered what these people were thinking and why they were wasting their time on me, but I would have no answers until I relearned my native language. When that day came, when that day came, I understood that the taming of my anger was a task assigned to me by my male mother. After my ordeal, I had to be softened, quieted, sobered, and made to feel supported. A father cannot provide this for his son, especially when there is already a serious problem between them. There is a natural need for transfer of reference. I don't know how to explain it in Western terms. It is as though the father must at some point efface himself for the son to survive. And this is when the male mother becomes useful. The feminine in the male, the mother in the man, is an energy that can be triggered into wakefulness only by a male directly associated with the mother. The male mother is therefore thought of as someone who carries water, quote unquote, the energy of peace, quiet, reconciliation, and healing. Yeah, just to explain that a little bit. Malida Masome was taken to a seminary, seminary school as a child and taken away from his village, and at some point he runs away and gets back to his village, but because he was abused at the Catholic school, and these kinds of things, he's come up with a lot of issues. He doesn't know his language, so he's getting reinitiated into among his people and them kind of things there, and him and his father have an estranged relationship, and so within the social order, the maternal uncle has a specific role within that vibes that because
he's the bridge.
So yeah, you know what I'm saying, and so because of his association with the mother, he's supposed to have a certain role in the child's life. But like it says, it's talking about evoking the feminine in the masculine in order to bring a certain level of healing to this male and quell his anger. Yeah, that has nothing to do with sexuality.
No. Can I make a point?
Go.
Yeah, that was great. What I want to say also, Shakara, you're a father, right?
Yes, sir.
Great. And with that story, that was, wow, the art of listening, and I'm working on it, and I see how important it is. No, real talk, bro, real talk. And what I want to say is, like, as you were saying, reading that excerpt, I was telling myself that's psychology 101 somewhat. And my thing is, the reason why I asked if you're a father is that's nature nurture. Now, I understand the estranged part. That's why the uncle is there, because the uncle has probably had some point in his life, whether it was having his mom around, there was a feminine aspect in his life to where he could have played the role of being the uncle to be the bridge, because the father, as it said, as you were reading through the expert, he stayed silent, meaning you can't even talk to me for whatever happened at the church, meaning like the whole language barrier part. And it seemed like the uncle, whoever he is, he understood coming from whatever his feminine side. You feel what I'm saying? Because my whole point is, as fathers, we all have that. You dig what I'm saying? Whether it's with our sons or our daughters, we have a nature nurture. Not all fathers have it. No, they don't. You feel me?
And not all mothers have it either.
That's right, because we wouldn't have abuse and things like that. You feel what I'm saying? So let me throw the balance out there. But to lean to the side of the story, yes, they as fathers, for those who have it, that's nature nurture. Just to rebel up to your point, Shakara, it doesn't make you feminine. I think that's something that's natural. You dig what I'm saying? Because the man and the woman need to come together to make a child, and that child being in the mother's womb for 9 months is definitely feeling every emotion of a mother. Every time she go in the kitchen to cook, whatever she's doing, he or she is feeling that energy, but we're sticking to the he part. He, that little boy, is feeling that energy. So he's getting innately feminine energies while he's a male, praying that he comes out, as we're speaking as heterosexual men, but yet there's a nature nurture to him that when he becomes a father, he can nature and nurture his son, whatever trials or tribulations that he's going through, if that made any sense. So I understand it. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty dope.
Yes, sir.
I mean, what I want to clarify, because we're saying that there are women and male roles then, from what you've read.
No, I don't
No,
think
I'm
there's
talking from what
a man
Shakara read
doesn't play
in
a
particular.
woman's role. A man has, you've watched your mom in her woman's role. You feel what I'm saying? Like any man who knows how to make up a bed, unless your mom died and you had a father that was one of them type of men who was on it like that, make sure the house clean, he knew how to make up a bed because he
I think I'm
watched
missing my
his mama
point.
do it. That's how those. So to me, it's not a role. It's who taught you these things. My mom taught me how to make a bed. My father didn't teach me that. My mom taught me how to make a bed.
But
My
that's not.
bed making game skills is off the chain. You feel me? But it doesn't. That's not a woman's role. It doesn't make me feminine. Nah, I just know how to make a bed. From my mom taught me that. You feel what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I was just from what he read is because it sounded like what's it called, women, if let's say an incident happens, then the men take over in it. So are you saying from like that's how I understood it, unless you read it, unless I'm coming from a
I think what I get from it more, there are character traits and maybe roles that are considered masculine and feminine.
Yes.
In terms of the order, how it's perceived in society, but that doesn't necessarily make it exclusively male or female. If that makes sense? This I'm saying.
Well, Shakara, ask yourself, if you were the uncle in that story, would you consider yourself feminine, or would you consider yourself the uncle who understands a little boy who's been traumatically what he's been through? The father just don't get it because the time period has happened in between, but yet he has been granted the opportunity to come back to the tribe within the fold. Even though he's going through what he's going through, he's now going to have to learn the language, but yet you are the uncle who saw Pat, who just had the sense to be like, yo, this shit right here is crazy. Fuck it, let me just jump in.
I get it, but to be honest, it's more because what he's explaining is more than just the uncle kind of had the vibes and stepped into the situation. This is his social function, like this is a predetermined social function that you play in this child's life as the child's mother's brother. So at some point, you know that you may be called upon to perform this function, and this was the time. But because they call it the male mother, they've obviously assigned it to a gender role, if that makes sense. That particular function to a gender role, but it's performed by a man. So the function they're considering it feminine. But you have to evoke the feminine in the masculine in order to perform it in relation to another man.
It makes total sense. It goes right back to us. It goes right back to us being fathers again, whether you have a son or a daughter. And if some shit is happening, you got to learn how to put past the whole, hey, man, be a man.
Yeah, definite. So in simple terms, we could say like let's say the mother. So disciplining is masculine, and nurturing or soothing is feminine, But and at some point, mother has to do with some disciplining, and at some point, father has to do with some soothing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You know,
right? Exactly. And to me,
that's
balance. That's
why I said that the uncle was probably good for the job because of what he probably had learned from his mother.
Right. He had good balance. Exactly. That's what I got from it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
Okay. I don't. As long as we're saying that it could be either way in it, but in terms of like saying that there were traditional roles for, or what we understand there are roles that women and men play.
Oh, definitely.
That's a bit.
That's
why I said to you in the first place, like the European system is so literal that it will make it sound like as if it's the other way.
because they have no history. That's the thing about it. There is no order. There is no discipline. All the things that we spoke about, whether it's African spirituality, whether you're a Hebrew Israelite, whether you're a Muslim, whatever it is, as long as there's a brown code that gets a little bit darker, there's discipline there. You feel what I'm saying? As you go into those white areas, it just shows we're just different. You feel what I'm saying? And with their world with unbalance, the things that we do, they're looking like, how could you do such a thing? We look like, yeah, that's why your kids spit in your fucking face. And he said, fuck you, mom, get out my room. Yeah, that's why you go through what you go through. You feel what I'm saying? So they just it's just already chaotic there. You dig me? And yeah, that shit just don't
I
add up.
mean,
They are that's
obviously,
why
obviously,
yeah.
yeah, I hear the whole, but I don't think. I mean, challenging. If we're talking about challenging a senior, I mean, you don't necessarily have to go to spit in the face. You can just be like, yeah, just talking against what they're saying, or challenging their view. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Bro, these white kids in America, brethren, yo, them youth, they're rude, dog. Yo, them youth, they're out here, man. Listen, I'm talking about it. May be, like I said, England, and I got family from there, and I've come under the English rule. You know what I mean? My family's from the Caribbean, so I totally get both sides. But on this side, based on discipline, and nah, man, nah, I'm telling you, out here, like listen. It's crazy.
Shaka always says, "No, Longton, draw for the belt."
You're always trying to bring some controversial. You can't help it.
Hey, Shaka, I want to ask you a question concerning African. Quick sidebar concerning African spirituality. Would you, for now, I guess, okay, the first question would be, have you read the scriptures? Have you read it? Are you a man of it? Or have you read through it and
Assuming when you say the scriptures, you mean the Bible?
Yes.
Not comprehensively.
Okay, great. Would you say, okay, not comprehensively. Okay. Would you say, for what you've read out of it and you've seen concerning the children of Israel and serving deities and having, following the other ways of the nations, and as you can see, for whatever you've read, however, even though you haven't read it comprehensively, and even being scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, the black man, wherever we are, you can find this skin tone. But just going back to Africa and dealing within West Africa, Nigeria and Ghana and Guinea and certain of those places, would you say that those tribal people, well, no, you wouldn't say because you didn't read it. I'm saying that I have a strong feeling that the same African spirituality you believe in, I believe those are the children of Israel who have still kept those deities with themselves, like Baal and a lot of those names that you've called out, like the Dogon and the Ashanti, because like they have Hebraic kind of lineages, but as I've read comprehensively through the scriptures, that the children of Israel they always did something when they got with another nation. And they've always kept a graven image. Would you put a connection to that, or would you say those African people are just a people that they're like the indigenous original people and they have no back story? They are who they are right there. Did that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, kind of. Sorry, I'm feeling that my internet's playing up a little bit because you was chopping up a bit, and I'm sure it's not you. I think it's me. But so forgive me if my thing kind of goes funny while I'm answering you.
Yes.
So I don't argue that they don't have no backstory. I think most of the so-called tribes that we have on the continent today have a history, and a lot of them are fragments of what were larger people groups prior to, as it relates to migration, in relation to invasion, as it relates to climatic changes and other social and natural phenomenon. I am yet to be convinced that a lot of this is Hebrewic. in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I think that there are a lot of migratory patterns on the continent that go on. So, like, for example, there are migratory patterns from the Nile Valley, there are migratory patterns from Central Africa down to South Africa, and you know what I'm saying, and you know, there's a lot of migration over thousands of years on the continent that brings certain people groups into being. Yeah.
Okay.
There is I am of the understanding that there is what's the word? There's evidence of people who have claimed to be Hebrews and places predominantly in like East Africa and North Africa, and then a couple in West Africa.
Right.
But the idea that whole lineage are Hebrew. I'm yet to be convinced about that.
No, you're no. I totally agree with you on that, because, like I said, for someone who hasn't read it comprehensively, I got to give credit to that. And for me, who read it comprehensively, I know that the children of Ham and Japheth, people forget, like, you know, that's what I try to tell a lot of Israelite brothers. Like, I get it. You want to put the calling out there to let everybody know there's an Israelite, but like, not everyone's an Israelite. You feel what I'm saying? You still have the house of Ham, and you still have the house of Japheth, the so-called European. So I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you on that part.
Right, brother.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing is that you got to look at spaces of time and influences of over a lot of things, and depending on your eyeglass of where you're looking at things, you may look at something and try to relate to it in its perspective. But most traditions have always had its own backbone and wherever it's come from. But then, for instance, if you understand some of the Hebrews that came in, and some of the Christians and some of the Muslims, now over a period of time, it would have an influence, which now will probably change things, where people will now able to see something in similarity, but it doesn't mean it's actually come from that direction. So, for instance, you might even get a European Hebrew that's been there for 1,000 years, yeah, and he's preaching the word of God to a traditionalist. That traditionalist is now learning that, and then he's looking at a relationship in between the two, so then it can have an influence. But when you understand most of African spirituality, you can be religious and have the African spirituality, because the African spirituality is tied into the culture.
Okay. I totally got your point, and I guess for me, that's the part where religion destroys the whole game, because as an Israelite, I don't find myself with a religion. I find myself as a culture. And I believe that I know that Africa is my home. I knew that I know, when I say I know, it's just from what I've read comprehensively and then secularly looking at the map title, just through the empires, through Babylonian and such as can be. So I know I come from the East also. You feel me? I know. And with that, I take that as a culture. That's not a religion.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So I see, but I also get your point.
And then you've got to look
religion,
at the other thing.
Remember, religion came to Africa to where either two things happened. Either you got with the sword, to the Crusades, either you got down with Jesus or died. That was their thing. Or Islam, either you got down with the sword, but yet within other party, you kept your culture going quietly. You dig what I'm saying? And then you have the other part now, where me and Shakara was talking about, where you have the culture, but yet throughout migrations, this goes back to your point too, Mr. Riggs, when you're talking about time. To me, you have the other part now, where you've had your culture, and through migration and moving forward and meeting with other cultures, now you take on what they believed in. That's what I mentioned, the Baal piece, Baal Peor, and many other names that Shakara has mentioned before. You take your original culture that you've had, and you've also met these other nations, and coupling their their spiritualities also with your spirituality, and now you've leaned more to theirs and forgetting yours. Is that making sense?
Yeah, and we can use Santa Maria as an example.
Right. You feel what I'm saying? Like, okay, the perfect example is kind of like, once again, it goes back to whether you believe or not, right? Santa Maria, when you look it down in Cuba, you feel what I'm saying? Or you go to Panama or certain parts of Central America, when you see those black folk doing what they're doing, yeah, I see an African spirituality. I definitely see it, but I also see a Hebraic part. You feel what I'm saying? Because I also see the part of like, okay, well, how did you get there? Okay, the Creator said He was going to scatter us throughout the four corners of the earth. Yet we were scattered, but yet we still took those African traditions that we coupled also with our culture. That's why that wasn't too right in the sight of the Creator. And then now we have Santa Maria. You feel me? We have that, but yet if you sit down with some of those people and ask them, well, before you got here, who were you? And before this culture and before this African spirituality came with you guys here, what were you before? And I think that's the answer we should wait on. And that's the question I want. And just a quick side note to a question. That's what I want to ask you, Shakara. Have you sat down with any African brothers or sisters of African spirituality to ask them the question, before you got to this, what was your grandfather? What was hit? Like, try to go back as far as you can go back. And if it takes you to your Hebraic point, cool. If it doesn't, it is what it is. You feel me? It shows the part, like, once again, that not everyone will be an Israelite, and we can be like, okay, you might be of a Hamitic seed, because we know, well, we don't know, not everyone knows. For I believe and I know that the seed or the house of Shem is of a Hebraic house, but once again, it's a house who fell into Ham and many other cultures and deities. But back to the question, Shakara, have you spoken to any African spiritualists to ask them how far do their lineage go with this spirituality? You feel what I'm saying? Or does it change to something, and as time changed, they got into that?
So from my experience, the 9 times out of 10, you're not. When you get a Hebrewic interpretation, it's usually those people that are Christianized, yeah, and but love their culture. Those who are spiritualists tend to not have that inclination, in terms of the Hebrew. Yeah, but I've seen examples of, because like you can be an Asante Henny and be a Christian, if that makes sense. Like
no, I totally got it.
In that sense. So yeah, when that takes place, those people, and even then, not all the time, but when I've seen it, that's the context I've seen it in. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But that's just my experience. So
because if you go to a lot of the traditionists, some of the traditionists now, some of them, the traditions is not really their backbone. They might have been brought up in the Christianity world, but then they've come back to their traditions, but the Christianity has the influence.
That's like their backbone.
In today's world, not the old, but of today's world. Totally now, like for instance, if I say the Igbo people, a lot of people say they might have had the Hebrew connection, but what I know of the Igbo people, from understanding of recent, most of their backbone comes from the Roman Catholic Church. So it depends on the circumstances of why they're doing what they're doing. Because they're coerced within the Bible, it's easy to say, okay, we're the Hebrew Arabic faith, but then why would they want to say that? Then you're going to go to the people and look at how the people have been suppressed, so they may look for allies. And if the Hebrew community is a good ally to have, why not claim it?
But how
as well though, a lot of those that are claiming, like for example, among because this came out the other day, when you're dealing with a lot of the Hebrew understandings among like the Igbo and stuff like that, they're talking about like the state of Israel and them man there and whatever they're doing over there, and they're aligning themselves with that thing quite explicitly. And so yeah, that might be telling, in terms of the
Hey, Mr. Riggs, question: Have you read the Bible?
A little bit, but I'm a historian, so
Okay.
I go outside.
Same
I
here.
go to the history of the outside of it, not
Totally
what the
got you.
content is.
I'm starting to learn that also. I'm starting to edify myself doing that also. And I just, and that's it. And I'm glad you brought that up because I want to bring this point in. Wouldn't you, I don't know if you've read Deuteronomy 28. And I'm just saying, wouldn't you find it quite ironic when you were just breaking down the Catholic Church and all that to like just due to the fact that, and just being a little preachy without being preachy, when it just says, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, where it just clearly says, due to the fact that you didn't want to love me and serve me, that I'm going to give you gods of wood and stone. You feel what I'm saying? And it's just so ironic that you just happen to mention that piece. And it's just like, that happened only to us. There is no other people in the world that felt the rigor of that Catholic Church. Whether we're going to use the past or we can use the modern and come up with just them just duping us so well to where, you feel what I'm saying? We just really believe like, wow, look at this whole, wow, this guy's really pretty with his blue eyes. You feel what I'm saying? And his long flowing blonde hair. You feel me? How ironic is that? You feel? And we got the worst stuff coming into Christianity. We didn't even get the like the red carpet on how they gave it to themselves. You feel what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah, but you see, and this is what I keep on mentioning in forms of looking outside the book, because as I said, it goes to timing. If you understand in that time period, you've got to look at it like today. If I said to myself, who are the people that are the movers and the shakers, then that means I've got to look at who are the superpowers in that period of time of, let's use King James Bible, for instance.
Right.
Now, who are the superpowers to able to influence that book? Who are the superpowers that are to able to commission that book? What is their agenda? Where are they going with this?
Well,
what are they trying to do?
Okay.
Within that vicinity. So then I look at, okay, King James. King James was a king. Now I look at what he was doing, how he was doing things, what he was up to. Then once I'm able to see in that, then I look at what was his agenda. Why would he want to translate the Bible into English? Why doesn't he just let the people learn Latin or Greek?
Well, how about this? Well, how about we dig a little deeper and let me stay on your point and let's really stay outside the book. If we want to really talk about who's the heavy hitters and the big hitters, forget King James. Let's just stay outside the book. Let's just talk about the periods. The Babylonians were big. You feel me? The Purge was big.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like because I want to believe that. I want to say on your point, you know, within the part of me talking about the biblical part, like, you know,
you see,
there were many nations that had their hands in things.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
Of the Bible.
But I get what you're saying. But we have to look at the times of when something was put as a book, not when it was scrolls or tablets.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
It only happened in a certain period of time. That period of time, as I said, the reason why I said King James is that the people that ruled King James at that time was the Church of England.
Right, the Anglican
not
Church.
The Roman Catholic Church.
Right.
And then you got to see how did the Church of England formed itself. It was someone that was rebelling to the Roman Catholic Church. Now, when he came into the forms of translating, he was trying to unify people because he unified his kingdom. Remember, he was a king of Scotland and then became the king of England to unification. So in that same period, you've got to look at when he was translating, who was he unifying to releasing the Bible at that time. So then I look at the Puritans. I look at the Bishop of the Church of England. There was a massive conflict, but he had to make them work together. So what can I do to making them working together?
Okay.
So, and that's where we have to be careful when we go into linguistics and literacy, because I can say one word and it's how I say that word. What type of English were they speaking? They were speaking in them times in forms of Tudor English, English period. So if I look at that, is what kind of directions am I going to push things? Like as in the narrative of congregation. They knew that if I said church, then church is an establishment, it's a building, and the king is in charge of that church, which now makes the king the oracle.
Okay.
So now, if I'm the one commissioning it, which King James now hired 50 people to develop this book, what is my agenda?
Okay, I think I understand what you're explaining your synopsis on how you examine things on outside of the book.
Yeah.
All right, I got it.
And
And
as I said, the words may be correct, certain things might be correct, but then it's how am I delivering it?
no, totally agreed. I guess that's why that's what AKA we call them preachers. You feel what I'm saying? But I think once again, what I was saying on the other point of saying what you were saying, staying outside of the book is whether there are many other periods throughout the world, the Babylonian period, the Persian Medes period, where you can read in their languages to stay outside of the book to see like, okay, there are some we don't like, that's why secular language and learning ancient languages is stuff that there's so many nations that don't exist anymore. That's why things are on tablets and people think they know what they're saying, but you really don't know. But it looks, a bunch of lines. But if those tablets and those things could be read, we can definitely find history outside of, for those who don't dabble or who look at the Bible with a funny eye. You can definitely go throughout all the other periods throughout time and definitely read and see about African people. You feel what I'm saying? Like you can definitely see that. It's way bigger than the Atlantic slave trade. I tell people slavery didn't begin there. No, it didn't. There were too many empires out there where they already knew the strength of the dark tone people to utilize them and use them to build empires. You feel what I'm saying? We didn't start off just building off America and England. No. You know what I mean? We built many empires. You feel me? And it may be recorded in their history books. You feel me? Instead of King James' book and whatever he commissioned, But
you just sometimes, as I said, like you just have to be very careful and understanding the nature of people and how they deal with things, and you will find your answers.
You feel me? Instead of Got you. So, Shakara. So your African spirituality that you follow, does it concern deities, or is it just more? It's more spiritual, or are there names that you do call out to?
Yeah, both. Yeah, both.
Graven images and such.
Yeah, but what do you mean by graven images?
Actually, an image, something carved, meaning something made by hand of a man.
Right. So in my house, there's an altar, and there are carvings on the altar.
Okay. Then if it has an image of a face or image that, I think you see, when a lot of people like graven image, I'm like, yeah, just I guess that's the beautiful thing about a language or old English of back then. It's like you grave something. It's kind of like being in school, you had your keys. I don't know if y'all did that. Shakara, you seem like we're around the same age. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all had the wooden desk back in the days. You had your keys. Well, that's the shit we did. We so terrible out here. But yeah, you scratch your name. You feel me with your keys. You put your tag name in your joint on your desk. You be like, okay, there we go. But the image wasn't an image of me. I just put my name. I just did a graven name. So
can I ask a question? In your consciousness, then, let's say that the what was graved was a symbol. Does that have a different significance to an image?
Meaning, as you what example is the Star of David?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, great. No, because when you check it, right? Why would because David there's nothing in the scriptures it's a European thing. That's all I can
Right.
say. You feel what I'm saying? Because there's nothing written in the scripture where they said there was a star that followed David. You dig what I'm saying? So it's definitely a European thing, and it goes right back to adapting and taking on someone else's thing. You feel what I'm saying? But I'll say the black part to it, I guess, is that heroic part, and that heroic story of David is why people are like, yeah, he was a black man, so why wouldn't this be a star? So we have our different connotations from them, but it's definitely a European thing. But overall, yeah, like I said, you can get Jesus in any form you want: wood, gold, platinum. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, it's but not within mine. But overall, just to expound on graven image, yeah. So not to make it look as if it's like this terrible thing. Like, no, there's graven images in the world. Like Buddha is a graven image.
So then for you then the only symbols that you really deal with are like letters.
Yeah, like what you I guess consider the Hebrew language. Yes. And that's writings, because we read books, and that's writings.
All right. All right, cool. Yeah,
and within your spirituality and the altars and such, do you have deities that's directed, as in the one for fertility, one that will bring you success and money into your home, one that, you feel me, or is there just one universal one that you?
So the shrine itself, like the altar in my house, doesn't have any specific images pertaining to specific divinities except for ancestors.
Okay. Who do these ancestors consist of?
Family members. Like my auntie passed away recently. There's a picture of her on the altar.
Okay.
And then there is like, so that at other points, Marcus Gar, who might be there, or I'm saying, it all depends. There are like forces of nature. So that I've got like an incense that I burn that's on there. There's water that's always on the altar.
Right.
But then I have been to ceremonies, like Oshun ceremonies where I'm saying, depictions of Oshun will be, but generally speaking, it's not universal, but generally speaking, there are no images in African spiritual traditions that are said to represent the all-encompassing creator, the supreme creator.
Right.
Because that concept is generally considered to be beyond comprehension, so therefore cannot be encapsulated in a specific symbol.
So they recognize that. So that's recognized within African spirituality.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, no. Sorry, I should say that is recognized almost universally, which is why you generally don't find the idea of like a personal God that interferes that intervenes in the affairs of man. Like that is considered to be beyond the purview or the consideration of the supreme creator. But you will find, let's say, for example, in the Dogon, there is a symbol for Ama, which is the term that they use for the supreme creator.
So they do believe that there is a creator.
Yeah, most def. Yeah, the concept might be slightly different, but the concept of a supreme creator is certainly there, or is certainly given expression to, if that makes sense.
That cannot be seen. That's beyond our mind. Can't see it. Can't do anything.
Most def.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that
sounds like some Israelites to me. That sounds like some Hebrews to me, but because my whole point is.
But that's the point, though. I wouldn't. So the difference between us is that obviously you're gonna see it through a Hebrew interpretation and see where it links up with the Hebrew.
But it kind of goes back to me saying, you feel what I'm saying? Because for them to even have that in their mind, you feel what I'm saying? Because my whole point is, I guess I'm going back to listen to old debates or old conversations that I've heard you have with other brothers. My whole point is to have the African spirituality and to have the shrine and to have all that why even have the notion of wanting to think that there is a creator, knowing that that's a, you feel what I'm saying? It's kind of like,
yeah, I know, I hear you, bro, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it presumes that idea could only come about through a Hebrew understanding. Like the
But no,
people
I'm forgetting.
Kemet
Matter of
had
fact,
that from a long
forget
time.
that I even said that sound like Israelites. You feel what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I'm just using my mind just off the strength of, well, that's a lot of common sense to still give a respect to a creator with no
Right.
name that you have for it, no name, but you know, like I didn't.
No,
Just
they
put
may have a
myself in.
name. They may have a name, but they may not. Yeah, they may not. They may not. They so like on Nyame or on Yankopong in Asante, like there's no image that represents, you know, on Nyame, if that makes sense. It's just
Right.
but the name which relates to like the supreme consciousness, you know what I'm saying? Or other man comma, supreme consciousness in the becoming mode.
That's
You know what I'm saying?
great
It's
names for the creator. That's all.
You know what I mean?
Elohim. That sounds like it goes on to Elohim and a lot of those titles of like, you know, the highest of the high. But my whole point is to even have those names and yet still put a sub level under it, just so you can feel good. Like, okay, at least I may not be able to comprehend beyond my mind, but to look at something warms my heart, if that makes sense.
Right.
You
I
know
get
what
what you're
I'm
saying. I
saying?
get what you're saying.
Right. That's all. Right. Okay. You see, and that's why sometimes when I be quiet, you see how for me, see how I'm going back into it. See how the Most High humbles me. Could be enough times out here, so I'm like, I want to jump in. I'm like, yo, Veli, what we doing, man? Yo, Veli, I need like, come on, bro. I need to get in the mix real quick. And you know, but these are the points where you know the Most High humbles me in ways like your time will come. You feel me? And the conversation will be genuine, and you don't got to jump into the pool of everyone's arguing. Then all of a sudden, you know, it becomes you know, all you need is one person to talk. I know this, and I know this. And shout out to the Muslim brothers and sisters. It's not our fault that we have a passion in taking out our shovels and digging deep into who we are as a people. We don't always want to find conflict. We don't always want to argue. And I get it sometimes that our history may be so enriching that it may bore you, where you kind of want to throw the monkey wrench in to flip the topic. And my point to that is that I guess I'm happy for the conversation where, you feel what I'm saying, respectively enough, if we want to go sidebar, somebody can be like, yo, could we switch topics real quick without someone saying something real slick and all of a sudden, yo, what? And then like, okay, where are we going now? Like we just had a good flowing conversation before and now we're in an uproar. But yo, salam alaikum to all my brothers and sisters. Love y'all. Peace and love to everyone. Hope you had a great Ramadan and great, you know, holiday and holy day. But yeah.
Family, I got to run for a bit, yeah. So
yeah, I got to
be
move
back
my
later
damn
and stuff.
stuff. For real.
All right.
But yo, bless up to the man, them love.
Bless it. Crucial.
Yo, Mr. Riggs. Yo.
Yo. I'm about to go into the shower. Everyone just switches off the ting, fam. Fucking hell, fam. Yo. Yeah, what's going on in the chat then? What's everyone saying? Yeah, man.
Yo.
Let me switch this off first.
Yo.
So
I'm about to go into the shower. Everyone just switches off the team phone. Fucking hell, man.
yeah. What's everyone saying? How they invading the Cape? Okay. Yeah, on the day I still. Yeah, man. That is posted in the StreamYard thing again. See if anyone wants to come on. But people should know that the link's in the description as well. The StreamYard link is in the description if anyone wants to join in. Okay. Terry, Uncle Terry Riggs. I know you're there, but you ain't talking. What's the question of the day?
Where's everyone?
They were dust, man.
Huh?
They were dust. Oh, right.
Everyone's ducking out Valley Vision.
They said they gotta do something in it, so they said they'll come back later, or they just go off and do their thing in it when the conversation gets dead in it. So yeah, the question of the day was, what method do people use to get answers to questions they don't understand?
Boy, no, that's a crazy one.
Yeah, it is. It's a
That's
crazy one still.
That's a crazy question.
Yeah.
But it's in the formalities of, like I always say, you have to listen to both sides of the story to get your information.
Yeah, of course. But
then it comes, as I was saying to that Hebrew, what's his name?
Mordecai.
Mordecai. What I was saying to him is that you're only looking at it through your own eyeglasses. So you're going to only relate to something or pick something where your biases might.
Right, yeah. And this is what I was saying when earlier we were talking about the whole female and women roles and whatnot and everything. We're looking at it like a European, we're superimposing our thing on them.
Yeah.
So especially where another thing a lot of people don't know. I don't know if you know about there was a tribe that they went to. I don't know if it's Jesus. It begins with P or whatnot. Yeah, Jesus and something. Yeah, and basically what happens is the missionaries that came there told them about how Jesus was the person that they're referring to in their tradition is actually Jesus, and they would they told them so many things and whatnot, and they have their own Bible now, and their Bible, even though it differs from the actual Bible, but the stuff that they told that it made it seem like what they were talking about was Jesus and whatnot and everything. And a lot of people don't know this is what the missionaries did when they went to places like Africa. They were telling them, yeah, this creator that you're talking about is similar to our creator.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying, is superimposing when they didn't understand the language, but yet whatever you're saying or doing was wrong. Now, if you look at in old traditions, you can go so back where you can find certain Bibles in Yoruba and certain Qurans in Yoruba.
Yeah.
Or you can find in Igbo or whatsoever, depending on the people. So that's why I said is who were the oppressors at a certain period of time. And most of the periods of where things have evolved and changed is that time from Arab slavery to European slavery.
Yeah.
That sector there, so you going back to the Babylonians don't make no difference.
Yeah.
That's why I keep emphasizing on when the first books were made, because that's where the influence is.
Of course.
When they put pen to paper.
And then also the fact that you can also look at the missionaries that came in at the particular time to there and what they were telling those people.
Mm-hmm.
God. I know a lot of Igbos, they claim that not just because of what you said, where they're looking at it from the Biafra after the Biafra War. They also claim it because they were told by missionaries, yeah, like the God that you're talking about is the God of the Bible.
Yeah, because their major contact, if you understand, and this is why I said Roman Catholic, because of the Portuguese.
Yeah.
So the Portuguese were heavily in that direction. They heavily went through Lagos into meeting
The people from Calabar
and Edo.
Yeah.
So around that region was rife of Roman Catholic.
Yeah. There's even I don't know if you heard that there was one Oba of Benin king that had a mixed race child.
I'll put it past him.
Yeah. Had his descendants. He has white. Yeah, so it's mad. Like a lot of people don't. Yeah.
Like it's mad to see a Yoruba king married to a Christian priest.
Well, that's how westernized Nigeria has become, or Abrahamatized, or whatever you want to call it. It's mad.
And that's why when you look at it, you look at the superpowers, and you're going to look at the people that want to make money or swarm to who's got the strength at the time. So if they look up to Europeans, of course they want to connect that shit. They don't want to be left out. They want money.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, I was going to take it off somewhere else. Yeah, with the whole Islam and Christianity thing, in terms of which one do you think was, obviously this is about, I'm talking about of which one was least worse for us, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was, maybe that shouldn't go down that route, because we're having an argument of which one's the less of two evils.
It's very difficult. It depends on what type of people we're around. The thing is, in the Western world, it's very difficult because it's got too many different cultures. Everybody wants to put their culture forward, tell you who's his best. But if I come from a culture that is one Pacific, it's easy to control in the situation. And and if you actually think about it, it probably may work for them because everyone's on the same page. That's why the Chinese did what they got to where they got to.
Yeah. So what do you think? Because China at one point was being flooded with opium, and now they're fighting to be a superpower. What do you think? What do you think got China to the point that they got? Because a lot of people say that China is atheist today. So I don't know.
Being a communist.
Being a communist, yeah.
Because you suppress the people can't do nothing except for one thing. So everyone's got their position, and it's not about cash because the government got richer, but the people all worked on the same page because that's their rules and regulations.
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, I talk about a perverted version of communism, what they were practicing anyway, but it was more like a state capitalist type of economy they were practicing.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously that unity thing on that one thing, oneness, yeah, that's what got them to where they were today, innit? I would argue. And even sorry?
As I said, that's why you will see that the people that weren't complying to it were majority Buddhas.
Yeah.
And most of the Buddhas, they had to have their own states.
Yeah, that's why you have Tibet.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Thailand. Thailand and Tibet are far away from each other anyway. But yeah, you have different Hong Kong and all them places.
Because majority of their things was manufacturing. They concentrated on manufacturing
In China.
The reason why is because they had a massive population.
Yeah.
So it's easy to manufacture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you've got a big population and you do manufacturing, you can be one of the top manufacturers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, Nigeria could do that as well, but
too many ideologies in one pot.
In Nigeria,
yeah. Remember, you got the Christians, you got the Muslims,
yeah,
and then you got people from different cultures and traditions. It's too much going on. Not everyone's going to be on the same page.
But even in China, you have Mandarin and Cantonese, and they as well have adhere to certain views and depending on what area and town they're from. So,
but they had to still follow the government's rules and regulations.
Okay.
So, if they say that everyone can only have one child, they had to comply.
In Nigeria, I think, do they not do that to a degree in Nigeria? I mean,
Don't have that.
Huh? Obviously, I can't make that argument.
Nigerian men like too much woman.
I would never work in Nigeria, 100%.
Well, the poor man will still go and breed up bare women.
Bare things, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying still. Yeah. It's crazy because I even have probably family members that I don't even know about that. I think one of my dads said that his uncles went away to Germany or something like that. Didn't see him for like 20 years, and he comes back and he just says, "Yeah, I was in Germany." And it was like, "So what were you doing in Germany?" He didn't say anything. He hadn't told no one nothing. But yeah, he probably has kids there.
He's probably got kids there, and then don't say nothing. The reason why they don't say nothing,
yeah,
they're coming to Nigeria to breed again.
Yeah, that's what he did. When he got back, he still had more kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he married one of the Oba of Benin's daughters at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he was definitely that was only because he bought like the Jeeps and whatnot. So when Nigeria's like big cars in it. So when he bought that as a gift for him, and next thing you know, my man's saying, "Oh, listen, have my daughter."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gives him land and clout.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly what happened.
That's the reason why. That's why I said it's not even a religious thing. It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's what I was saying about why you will find a priest that can be a Christian or find a priest that's a Muslim, because the African traditions is his culture. And because of certain positions, they'll accept the chieftaincy title. They'll accept it. They don't mean that they're going to follow the ideologies of it. So when you hear certain priests, if you listen to some of them carefully, they might have a few Christian ideologies in their system.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. I think I was talking to Brad the other day, and he was complaining kind of about the whole Christianity infiltrating the royal family in Yoruba land. So yeah, he wasn't really happy about.
A lot of people ain't happy about it, but what can you do? He's looking at it in the perspective of tapping into the Christian market.
Yeah,
but if it was the king now, if it was his dad, he'll kick him out.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, his dad was proper traditionalist. He got that from by luck.
Oh
He got
wow.
that from by wealth. Because he was looking after the dad's business. All the other brothers were pissed
Why?
because traditionally the other brothers should have got it. But because the king now had money,
Yeah.
it changed things. Because remember that the crown in Ife
Yeah.
is like a big trophy. If it was a king of any other place, it'll go more traditional.
Mm.
But if you're the king of kings, then that
Yeah. So,
position is for anybody.
help me understand it, Carl. You know, you have in Yoruba land, you have the Oni of Ife, you have the Oba of Lagos, and you have the Alafin of Oyo. Yeah. The which they say the Oni of Ife is the one that is the king of all Yoruba. Is that true?
Yeah, yeah. He's the king of
That's
kings.
the king of kings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So where does, because they said that one of the things that my dad also mentioned when I asked him that question was that the fact that the Oba of Lagos of recent obviously acquired wealth, so that's where the power shift is coming to. What about the Alafin of Oyo? Why does that get mentioned a lot?
The Alaafin of Lagos.
Of Oyo.
Oh, he gets mentioned because he's the keeper of the ancestors. He's the keeper of history.
Okay. But so would he be second if you were ranking Oba, Alafin, and Oroni? Are you saying that the Alafin is the second, and then Oba is third?
The Ife is number one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean he runs anything. He's just the number. He's one of he's like the managing director.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, in terms of like if it was a company, he would be the CEO. Then you had the vice.
He'll be
Vice.
managing director. There isn't no CEO.
What do you mean? There's no CEO.
Meaning, in the board of directors.
Okay. He'll be the managing. He will be the head of the managing directors.
Yeah.
And then where would the so-called Oba and thingy fit in? Oba and
Most of the other Obas will fit in their departments, but they have to have an overall agreement.
yeah, okay. So traditionally, the Oba of Lagos and the Alafin of Oyo should answer to the Oni of Ife.
Not so per se, they don't have to answer.
Yeah.
But remember,
I'm talking from historical point of view. If it was
in
to be
historical point of view, yeah, the Ife king states his thing forward. It's like when everyone's agreed, it will go through the Oni of Ife.
Okay.
So it's not like it's like a puppet crown.
Okay.
But his ideologies, a lot of the kings don't agree with it.
Obviously, you're talking about today, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but in terms of historical,
historically, they agreed because then they were all on the same page.
Same page. Yeah. I was just trying to understand. Carl, obviously, I'm looking at from a Western point. You have the bishop, you have the king, or the pope. But in terms of who's the head of,
remember, we don't look at it in form of ranking.
Yeah.
Because it's the oil king could just fall out with all of them and don't even have no time for none of them.
Okay.
They all could go their separate ways.
Okay.
It's like a United Nations.
Yeah.
But then there's always a wealthy dictator.
No, I hear you. Yeah, because the idea of a Duduwab republic, if let's say like the whole, I don't know if historically the whole of what we know as Yoruba, that's where we call the Oni of Ife, the Allah thing for you, and then the
because that's why
yeah.
The kind of the supposedly the CEO should have indirectly been the king of Benin.
Really?
Yeah, but
well, you're basing it on wealth, or are you basing it on historical?
Because in certain historical facts, the king at that time when the Yorubas were doing theirs, he was who brought the kings together. He was the son of the Benin king.
Wait, the Oba of Lagos you're talking about?
No.
Not today's Oba of Lagos. I'm talking
about today's the Ife king.
Yeah.
It's like King James bringing all like Wales, Scotland, and England together.
Yeah.
Unifying them together.
Hmm.
The person that unified the Yorubas together was the son of of one of the Benin kings.
But that doesn't make any sense because Benin and Yoruba are different.
Not really. Think about it. There's similarities.
I know there's similarities. Obviously, you got the title above Benin.
Okay, think about like different regions. Let's say, for instance, in the Yoruba people, they all had their own language.
Yes.
But someone respectful from an outside comes along and unifies them together, and then you are able to see the similarities because of what that king has brought to the table.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But
which king are you talking about? What's interesting from what I've read
about Oduduwa.
Sorry?
When you're talking about like Oduduwa.
When did Oduduwa exist?
This is folk story, isn't it? In forms of one of the kings came along. I'll tell you. The founder of the kings. Let me get it out. The founders of the Yoruba kings.
Let me just tell you what I'm saying whilst you're searching up here. From what I understand, there was a dispute between the Oba of Lagos at one point for the titleship. One of the brothers now went to what you know today as Benin and set up his kingdom and called himself the Oba Benin.
You see that the first see that throne in Lagos, we have to be very careful because you even had an Igbo king be a king of Lagos. It was at the time they've been exchanging, but remember there was a war against the traditional original king and the one that complied with the Europeans. But majority of the time they answered to the Benin king at that time.
So you're saying I thought it was always the Benin were answering to the Yorubas, not the other way around. You're saying now that the Benin
they never really answer to each other, but I'm saying is the influence of remember.
Okay, I know what you mean by influence, but in terms of having so much influence, you can have so much influence now where someone's
all the Yorubas started to grow. Remember, after the Benin got crushed.
Yes.
Because remember the female warriors, what do they call themselves?
I forgot their name in what you know today as between Benin and wait, are you talking about Benin or Benin?
Are you talking about outside or inside Nigeria?
Inside Nigeria, Benin.
Yeah, I'm talking about inside. I'm not talking about the one outside.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
They're just Yoruba people. Those ones outside are Yoruba.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. The female warriors are the ones found in the near the Oba Lagos area.
Yeah, because even the Ga people of Ghana were first resigned in the Yoruba lands before they went to Ghana.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's why you will find certain Yoruba lingua in the Ga people's language.
Okay, because I know I was speaking to one Gar man the other day. He was telling me it's the Igbos that he felt that they were more similar to, because he said that there was specific word, like he mentioned just one word, bia. Bia in Igbo means come. In
The
Gar as
biggest,
well, they say that as
the
well.
biggest word you would know is Ashewu, which is a Yoruba word.
Yeah.
It's used in Ga. There's many words, Yoruba words in Ga.
But you know what? Yeah, I've always said that historically, what we know as these Ashanti
Ashanti is a total different tribe.
no, but understand what I'm saying. Yeah, if you go back further enough, they all come from a similar root. So when
The
we're
Shantis, not so per se, because the Shantis are the Akan people.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Akan people are different from the Yorubas.
Well,
You
obviously,
know,
because they
they shared trade, but
oh
they
yeah,
were they were another, like the Igbos. You had the Igbos, you had the Hausas, you had the Yorubas, you had the Akan people. The Akan split into about three or four, about five.
yeah, you got Fanti,
Fanti, Shanti, there's about
Achapon,
five. Uh-huh.
you got bare of them. Right? I hear so many people. One guy would tell me, yeah, the Asante's the head of all of them, but a Fanti, you got
The
this,
Fantis are the ones that sold them out.
yeah.
They're the ones that put people to slavery.
What I would say though is like historically, because from you know, when you're going into genetics and whatnot, yeah, I think Brother Ngozi was saying this one time as well, wasn't it? um from what I've researched, yeah, when you're going into things like genetics, especially with people from West Africa, because you hear a lot of people go, oh, what's my West African lineage come from or descend from and whatnot. um they say that depending on where these people are getting their DNA information from. Let's say I did an ancestry test, yeah, and the people were getting their DNA information from Ghana. They're gonna say that I'm off, my genetics trace back to that area, particular Ghana. The fact is that I think and Gozi was saying this too, that a lot of people from West Africa are actually related. Like whether or not you want to start saying that there's
Yeah,
not, yeah, like it's
yeah. Remember, overall,
yeah,
we've always been travelers. We've never really positioned ourselves in one place.
yeah,
But it's like the Bantu people. The Bantu people are rife in all of us.
mm,
Like when you go to the houses, you'll find the Fulanis are rife in it. The
yeah,
Fulani are connected to more of the Nubians.
yeah,
So you can see where all the channels come from. We're all interconnected in some form of way, because what happens is, to create an alliance, you marry the opposite tribe or the other tribe to creating that alliance, to making yourself an ultimate force. It's like the Songhai Empire. The Songhai Empire was built up of different tribes,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
So we're no matter how we try to say certain things, we're so mixed and diverse that there's many that you will find other tribes in other tribes,
100%.
and that comes under the times of trade.
Yeah, I mean, another example I'll give as well with what you're saying is um they say that the Igbos
Mhm.
descended from what you know today as Sudan. So
Um,
I've read that before, but I don't know how true it is. But I've read
no,
that the Igbos.
I would have said more of Hausa and Fulani.
Well, they, you know, when they talk about even the
If you
Yoruba,
go
they
there
say
today, if you go to Sudan today, there is houses in Sudan that dominate a certain area.
yeah, yeah, of course. But even that, like, but that's because the what we call houses are nomads. Even in northern Ghana, you know, they there
Yeah,
and
they're there. But that's what I'm trying to say to you. The parameters were only made via the Europeans, but most tribes are all over the place.
Mm.
You know, they might just change the name of their tribe.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
Because you have the influence of the Dahomies. They came from through Benin and come into the Yoruba lands and things like that.
Mm.
We're integrated with them.
Yeah.
So it's very to finding the Pacific, and that's why I don't subscribe to a Pacific. I don't even describe as Yoruba. I just know that as a people.
Yeah, what your of recent ancestry, of recent understanding is Yoruba. Even me, like of what I'm recent now, is I'm called I'm descended from the Ishan people. From historical point of view, the word Ishan means in to the Benin kingdom, it means that they have run away.
Yeah.
So which means that they have come from what we know today as yeah. And then on top of that, like I said earlier, what we know of Oba of Benin, his ancestry says that he comes from the Yoruba people. Because all what happened was that there was a dispute. He walked away. Obviously, some people followed him, and they set up a kingdom.
Yeah, and that's like Gar.
Yeah,
the Gar people are the people that left Nigeria to go and find a better place.
Yeah, of course.
And that's why I said the confusion. When we start talking about Nigeria is just a new phenomenon. It's not the people. It's only today's people that they call themselves Nigerian. Back then, they will never call themselves Nigerian.
They never called themselves Nigerian. Even the word Igbo, they never even called themselves. They was called the Arrow Confederacy. That's what they used to refer to them as.
And even with that, you see, it's connected to Cameroon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they only gave Cameroon a piece of the land back.
Yeah. Even historically, they were debating whether or not they should unify Cameroon and Nigeria. Because they saw them as the same people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why
you wouldn't even know that there's no change.
Yeah. It's only that French people wanted to take that part and call themselves, and that's why.
But there's still parts of it that the English still own.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's what I said to you. That's where the European created the confusion.
Yeah. The Europeans just drew a map. They didn't even care which one was which or whatnot. You got people who call themselves Ashanti or Akan in Ivory Coast.
Yeah, and the same thing in Ivory Coast, in Sierra Leone. You'll find Yorubas.
Yeah, but Sierra Leone was set up to, take people who were either they were supposed to come on the voyage to the Americas or or Britain, but some of them ended up
Yeah, some of them came back, but those are the Creoles.
I heard as well that there was some that they had on the ports getting ready to ship off, and then they just said, okay, no, there's no point shipping them off, just take them to Sierra Leone. So there's a mix of that.
That's a time of Oluequiano, and that's what I said to you. There was a whole heap of people that went back to Africa.
Yeah.
After the American Civil War.
Yeah, it's even I was told the other day, 'cause I know I've got a friend of mine who he said that he's like me, he's half Ishan and he's got Igbo ancestry, but he said his Igbo side that his dad is apparently a descendant of slaves. So basically his ancestors knew where they were from and just returned back of recent, like last 100 years.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. The time of the year of return. That's why you have Liberia. A lot of the people that return to Liberia and Sierra Leone at that time.
But I'm talking about personal. Like I'm not talking about the place that they set up for them to return. I'm talking about I'm coming back to Nigeria, can't know my ancestors are from Nigeria. And he said, yeah, like that's why he's got an English surname, because his dad is recent returnee to Nigeria.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say to you is most of the Igbo people, because of the Roman Catholic Church, they start to use English names.
Mm.
A lot of them do. That's why you will hear if you listen to some of their names, Emmanuel, all these names. This is why they try to play smart into trying to make them feel like they're Hebrew Israelites, because they use biblical names. But when you actually get their proper name, like Inchoma or Chi, it's a different ball. They don't like to use their
Ifoma or something like that. You get me? Yeah, fam. Yeah, of course. It's weird. It's interesting.
Yeah. So that's why I said it's very even difficult to say, yeah, I'm the Pacific.
Yeah.
When West Africa's been mixed already.
Yeah. Because that's why I was saying to you, like, that they have a common ancestry, all these groups that you're talking about.
Yeah. Because then, like most of these DNA tests, they're all good, but what are they basing it on?
Yeah, that's the point.
Are they basing it into old traditions? Because there's certain tribes that have disappeared completely. Yeah. Even when you look at the Nok Empire, NOK, there is nothing to tell you who they were. It only gave you artifacts of imageries, but they didn't know what they were up to, what they were doing. There's nothing to solidify that.
Shakara the other day was telling me about a book that he's gonna get, and basically the book. The title is When Igbo and Yoruba Were One.
I won't be surprised. But then, as I said to you, for me, it's been intensive research, and there's certain things that we will never know because it was a lot of oral.
Yeah. Well, but that's one thing, because I had an argument with, I think it was Beefy and Macu on this, and we were talking about what we know as oral when we're trying to understand history. Yeah, because a lot of people, I think their argument was that anthropology is Western and whatnot and everything, and basically you can't rely on why it's only Europeans that dig up to know history, whereas we know it through oral tradition and whatnot. So how reliable do you think in terms is oral history in comparison to when we're looking into anthropology and whatnot and everything, like how, I don't know. It's obviously there's no field that deals with oral history being some type of science or discipline. So, what do you think?
Or remember, it's a form of resettlement, but there is some forms of evidence where it involves kingship.
Yes.
A lot of the kingship kept documents, and what you got to remember is it becomes more of what we call a cultural thing of a society. You can only see these documents if you're in that society. If you're not in that society, you're not going to get to find that information.
Yeah.
It's not open to the public.
Especially where they had a lot of people don't understand that that the African spiritualists had a Freemasonry type of system where there only certain information was known to the public, whereas they would be it's almost like in Kemet where they used to hide it in their the science that they knew in the temples and whatnot. Is that fair explanation? Or
because I'll give you Brazil for an example.
Yeah.
When I went to Brazil, and we went to the condos where the old traditions of they kept it the same. Then when I was able to see that with my own two eyes and see how their culture has done, there's no difference between them and us. And some of their cultures they've kept even longer than us because we've thrown it away.
Okay.
So, but I was able to see from like old traditions
Are you talking about black Brazilians, or was there?
Yeah, in Salvador Bahia.
I've never. That's interesting because when people, I've heard Shakara say this before about how Brazilians have a very, very similar culture to Yoruba traditions that are practiced. So
The biggest African population outside Africa is Brazil.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. So what you do is you will find that there's even a lot of people from Congo, because remember the Portuguese took out a lot of slaves and took them to South America.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
From the times of Alfonso, they were taking tons.
Yeah. 100%.
So when you look at that, and then you look after the Alfonso denied them, they had to go to other places. So you're going to find a whole heap of them, and that were taken there. But then, as I said, if you observe the culture, you're able to see the relationship between the two. This is why majority of them would take on the traditions, even up to the spirituality. They took it on board. They might have tweaked it, but you will see that the similarities are just so obvious.
So what was the people that you mentioned again from Brazil?
Huh?
Well, who's the people that you mentioned from Brazil that you were talking about?
When you go to there, like Salvador Bahia, Salvador Bahia is one of the biggest big black population in Brazil. Majority of them are black in Brazil, in Salvador Bahia.
Okay. So they don't have it's just Salvador Bahia people.
Yeah, they have, and you'll be surprised. They have in their Portuguese, they will speak a few bits of Yoruba language.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised of that.
And
wow, even the way they dress.
Yeah.
Even the way they dress is similar.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see, so this is why I said to you that some people preserve things, and that's why you can't really dismiss certain things.
Yeah, I mean, but how true is certain oral histories like you just said now, yeah, that obviously they preserved it through the culture of practice and whatnot and everything, and you said that it's only specific groups of people that are going to preserve their history, but where does it conflate with history in your opinion when you talk about oral history?
Oh boy, oral history goes way back. It's just, when you passing it from father to son, and if you have a culture and a tradition, and you are able to put your child into that oral tradition, then it's something that will keep on getting passed through. If there is no influence within, let's say, for instance, where I was saying in Brazil, certain parts of Brazil, there's no outside influence, then they're going to keep that culture as long as it can go.
It's the fourth largest city, Salvador Bahia. Cuisines. Do they keep the food the same as well?
Yeah, Echo.
Nah, I don't know what
the
that
white
is.
jelly that's made out of corn.
Yeah,
it's white jelly, and they eat it with a green stew. They eat that. But they put sugar in it, like oogie.
Pap. Yeah, pap. Yeah.
What they eat in the morning. Yeah, when you put it in the fridge, it turns into a jelly.
Okay.
Yeah, they eat that, and moi moi.
They have moi moi as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see their food, innit? If they have their food that'd be amazing, fam.
It's shocking because when you start to see these things, you're thinking, hold on, what's going on here?
Bruv, I don't know. I can see the rice.
Yeah, they have different names. They all have different names.
They have a name for it, innit? Okay.
Yeah.
I just typed in Salvador Bahia food, but that doesn't mean.
Yeah,
that could be zone any Brazilian type of food. You get me?
But if you look at their cuisines, if you see Salvador Bahia cuisines,
yeah, okay. They said
you might see it.
They said the local cuisine I'm on Wikipedia right now. The local cuisine spicy and based on seafood, shrimp, which is shrimp and fish, strongly relies on typically African ingredients and techniques, and is much appreciated throughout Brazil and internationally. The most typical ingredients. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Azite de dande. Yeah. An oil extract from palm trees. Oh wow. Like palm oil.
Yeah.
Brought from West Africa to Brazil during colonial times. Okay. Using the milk coconut juice, they prepared a variety of seafood. Okay. I don't know if they use they said sugarcane. I'm just skipping some things.
But they have to improvise with what they have over there.
Yeah.
So it's like when I say with Jamaica, they've got what we call bami.
Bami, yeah.
Bami is Gary, but when it's gone hard.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a brick. If you put bami or you put Jamaican bami, it's like when you make the eba.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you leave the eba out, it goes hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they make it a brick. So what Jamaicans do is they put hot water on it.
And how do they eat it? Do they eat it with a sauce or what?
Yeah, okra and all that kind of thing.
Okay. I know that in Jamaica they also eat rice and peas. Yeah, Terry. Someone's in the back chat. Middlesex Omar. Why is he putting that in? I don't know. Yeah, Terry. Uncle.
Yeah, 1 minute. They're just making noise outside my house, doing videos. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you see, rice and peas. Can you hear me?
Huh?
You see rice and peas?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that
we do like what we call ewa.
Ewa, okay.
Yeah, and rice.
Ewa, is that what they call it in Nigeria? Ewa.
Yeah, Yorubas will call it ewa, but the Igbos have got another name. Everyone's got a little name, but it's just bean stew. They'll get tomato pepper sauce and mix it with cook the beans and put it together and then put it on the side of the rice.
I didn't even know they had it. Oh shit! I've never had this before. Ewa.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, in rice and peas, when you look at it, it's similar to not even similar. It's the same as in Ghana they have wache.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. Wache, you have different ways of cooking it, or you like even.
It's so the same. It's not even like it's the same.
What we call ogi or pap. Yeah, in Ghana they'll call it cocoa.
Ogi. I know my cousin when I went to in Nigeria. I know because I got cousins that are half South African. I know when they came there, they were talking about pap. I was looking at them like, what is pap? He said, "Oh, pap is like a version of the South African version of jam or something like that." I don't know. Corn.
Huh?
It's corn porridge. Corn porridge.
Yeah,
that's all we. I eat that already, fam. What the hell? I don't even call
Yeah,
it corn porridge.
that's
I
you.
just eat
Everyone
it.
has their own name. If you want to put it into reality, like the Gary is cassava.
Oh wow.
It's all cassava.
That is mad.
It's just that we all have different names from
Yeah,
Brazil
just
to the
different.
Caribbean.
I
Just different.
know. I know also as well. What's that? Not pap. Not pap. Salt. You know, ackee and saltfish.
Aki. Yeah, a lot of Guardians use Aki.
Yeah, they use ackee, and
But
that's what they call it saltfish as well and whatnot and everything.
the Aki is because it's very. You have to be very careful. They tend not to eat it too much because Aki can be poisonous.
Okay, is ackee a fish? Yeah.
No, Aki is a plant.
Okay.
All plants that can be grown in Africa can be grown in Brazil, or
Yeah, of course.
like in Jamaica or in some of the Caribbean islands, they've got what we call busy. Busy in Nigeria or in across the border of West Africa is called cola nut.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what it is? It's different formats of cooking, but the same ingredients.
Yeah. Oh, you know, saltfish in Ghana is called Kobe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we eat saltfish all the time because saltfish is a fish that's been preserved.
Yeah. It's
No,
really interesting.
like a lot of us we use saltfish in okra.
Yeah. Okra soup.
Mm-hmm.
Okra soup. Egusi soup. I don't know if you've heard banga soup.
What's the ingredients?
No, my mom just calls it. My mom
Yeah,
calls it banga.
like you got ogbono soup. Like you got like in Ghana you've got the peanut soup.
Yeah, Ghana is called peanut soup. Yeah.
Or rice balls. They'll get this rice, make it soft, and make it into a ball. That same form of rice balls is like ground rice, but not more. Ground rice is more mashed up.
Yeah.
Where the rice balls is more. You see more of the rice. It's the same thing with the yam. When you've got amala, which pounded yam.
Isn't it the cassava skin pounded?
Yeah, it's most of them are under yams.
Yeah. They're all under yams. I was just saying when you talk about amala.
Yeah, amala might be a mixture because you got different types of amala.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you got a white one, you got a black one.
Yeah, you got. I've seen. When I hear amala, I'm not hearing about the white one though. I'm hearing about the brown one.
Yeah, the Abeokuta people use they call it amala pupa.
Okay.
Yeah, so meaning the white one.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's as I said to you, it's made out of some of them are made out of cassava, yam powder, different types of flour.
Well, I remember when I was younger. Yeah, I used to. Obviously, like when people go into the cassava and the thing, we just looked at it and said, "Oh, that's yellow pounded yam. That's green pounded yam. That's brown pounded yam. That's what."
Yeah, and you got to remember, even with the cassava, depending on the cassava, it's depending on what oil they use.
Okay.
Because you can have the yellow Gary is done by is being fried with palm oil, where the normal one is done by another oil. So you get two different colors.
I used to tell my mum. I was like, "Mum, make us something like a red pounded yam." I'm like, why are you just leaving it white? I'll eat it, fam, any day.
Yeah, if you want the red one, you just put palm oil in it.
Yeah.
But you see, this is why I always say that sometimes it's best to look outside the book, look at what the traditions are, look at what they're doing, because then you get a better idea. If you follow language and landmass, you're going to get lost.
Yeah. It's always been that old follow the money.
Yeah. So if you look at their traditions and their culture, and you just look, okay, this is how they make this food. Now, let me get this ingredient and see who else does that.
Mm.
And then you're going to see that there's a similarity across the whole board, like even the African diaspora.
It's the first time I'm hearing about Liberian jollof rice. I was looking at them. I was looking at someone the other day and they said like
even Sierra Leone does one of the best jollof rice.
not with their no jollof rice with basmati rice is good. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, because it as I said, it comes under the traditions of where you're coming from.
Mm.
Is there someone in the chat room? Oh, that's Sherry.
He's just putting a video in. I don't know. He was talking about what's it called? Something to do with religious, scientific truths and whatnot and everything. I don't know.
But yeah, it's just looking at. You see, this is why I always ask people. Sometimes it is best to travel because then you're able to relate the cultures. You'll find that even in America, you'll find something that they're doing will be similar. You know what I mean? Just look into soul food, and you start to see certain things.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Okra is well known for black people in some of their food. Some people just don't like it because it's slimy. And some people, they don't make the slime. What they do is they chop it into big pieces and just put it into the food. So it's not as slimy. Right? They'll cook it with the fish.
Well, which one are you talking about now?
Okra.
Okay, yeah.
Some people just use it as a normal chopped up vegetable ingredient. So they'll cut big pieces.
I don't think my mom's cooked it with fish, you know.
Yeah, but in the Caribbean they do.
Okay. Yeah.
But as I said to you, it's in the same ingredient because when you think about it, when you make okra stew, they like to tend to put fish in it.
Yeah, my mom puts fish in a lot in our food anyway, so
only
because we never grew up eating fish too much, so my mom would be like, "Yeah, I'll put the fish for your dad, and you can have the stew." So
yeah, but what I'm saying is they will sometimes put little bits of fish.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Crumble it into the okra stew.
Yeah, like stockfish.
Yeah,
stockfish. Yeah.
It gives the okra flavor.
Yeah, 100%. Or even my mum will put crayfish.
Yeah.
Even jollof, they put crayfish in jollof as well.
Yeah, and that's why I said if you look at like African jollof rice, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just that they don't use palm oil and tomato sauce.
That's where you're referring. Is it which rice are you comparing it to in the Caribbean?
It depends on what rice. Some people use long grains. Some people use basmati.
No, I'm talking about in terms of because I know that Caribbeans eat rice and peas. I've heard they also eat tomato rice or something like that.
Tomato rice is not. What's the difference between tomato rice and a jollof rice?
Or rice and stew. You put tomato.
Rice and tomato sauce, isn't it?
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah, fam.
It's just the format of how they cook.
Yeah, I don't really get this guy's point to this video, but it's an hour long, fam. No one's gonna spend an hour long watching that. What exactly is his point? Is he a Muslim? Is he a Christian? Where is he coming from?
Millicent Omar.
Yeah.
What does Omar tell you?
No, I'm talking about the video he dropped in.
Oh, the video, I don't know. It's something to do with him and Belly.
Anyway, yeah, it's interesting. I want to look into this Salvador Bahami. Baha, is it Bahia?
Just look at some of these South American countries, and you see the roots are deep in. Even Cuba's got deep roots.
Yeah.
And how you know how the deep roots come about is you look at your starting point will be, okay, let's look at the British. Where did the British pick up slaves and where did they drop them? Same thing with Portugal. Where did they pick up slaves and where did they drop them?
That's a very important question.
Because wherever they picked up slaves, you more likely know that they come from that region.
But do you know what though? My mum used to tell me as well. They used to march slaves from Nigeria to Ghana and take them.
Yeah, but that's because they've taken them from Nigeria to doing that. But as I said to you, in forms of knowing it, it's looking at the tribes.
Okay.
But most of them were all mixed up into one. This is why a lot of them couldn't really communicate with each other. What they did was they mixed them up, but for them to be able to communicate, they had to speak English.
Yeah, that's it. And they told them not to speak their language.
The best way to teach them English was the Bible.
Yeah, but some of the slaves couldn't read as well, so they would have a slave Bible, if anything.
No, you get a man reading out to them.
Okay.
And making them learn Pacifics, because not all slaves went straight to the Caribbean. Some of them branched off. You know, you had a few of them that like, even when it came to alcohol, you got slaves that were taken to Portugal because they got this big painting in Portugal on the banks where they had the where you will see where they were interacting with the African people, but they had 3 taps. They had a tap for themselves, a tap for the black people, and a tap for the Jews at the ports.
There's a tap for the Jews. What do you mean?
They never remember they're Roman Catholic, or you say Portuguese Catholic.
Roman Catholic.
They ain't mixing with Jews.
They ain't what?
They ain't mixing with Jews.
You're funny, man.
There's an old painting. I have to get the name of the painting, and you see it. Yeah, it's a deep thing.
What does the painting have? What does it entail?
How people were interacting with each other on the main street.
So you're talking about different groups?
Yeah, different groups of people interacting. Okay. You see a black person dancing with a white person. You see people drinking water. You see a knight riding his horse, a black knight.
Wow. This is in what place you're talking about?
Portugal.
Okay.
Because not all slaves went directly. They some slaves get educated.
Yeah. The British did the same thing too. They used to educate slaves as well.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to you. So some of them were educated how to make wine, and then they would send them to the plantation.
And then they would be the ones to teach the slaves that they bring how to do it.
They had a lot of mixed race children.
Yeah.
Because remember, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they mixed with the black people. That's why you'll find that a lot of them have African heritage.
Yeah. No, of course.
They just try to suppress it or try to not remember it.
No, I hear you. I know what you're saying still. Like even when you go to Torok talks about the blackamoors.
Oh gosh, Torok.
I'm joking.
It's like giving 5 different information and intertwine them all together. And then he will run with it like it's the truth.
But this is the point of the question of the day. It's talking about how do you get to the truth in it? Because a lot of people like even Zabida who came on. One of her arguments is that I don't listen to mainstream media because it's corrupt. I like to listen to alternative media, and she was talking about how 5G was being pulled out. People who write anything on 5G has been pulled down from the internet and stuff like that. So,
but she's listening to YouTube media.
well, that's the point. She said YouTube media is probably more accurate than mainstream.
Yeah, but then within the YouTube media, how much mainstream's in there?
Well, she said that what's that one? Vice.
It doesn't matter what media you listen to.
It's always bias, yeah.
As I said, if I'm gonna, like if I want to know something about what's going on between the Muslim community and the Western world, I look at both sides. So I'll go to the Islamic media, and I'll go to the West side media, and then make my own personal conclusion.
100%.
Doesn't mean it's true, but it's my conclusion.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to look at one side of the book and say, yeah, that's the truth.
That's the truth, yeah. That's why I kind of stopped. Cause I used to watch I used to binge watch the Young Turks hard. I used to watch them every day. I'd be on their thing, watching their team. And what kind of kept me out of politics was, especially the mainstream politics, is just the fact that, you know what, yeah,
they've all got agendas.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, they all got that something. When you hear something, a debate between someone on a specific topic, and you're just like, hang on a minute, you're supposed to be the people who are championing intellectual honesty, and you're misconstruing someone's argument, and yeah, that's where it all fell apart for me. I was just like, you know what, Raf, don't even bother with it. Just deal with what you can deal with. Even I used to watch politics. I used to stay up and watch the elections.
That's why part of the reason why I liked history, because the history gives me an idea of what that person is about. Because then I'm looking at it, and if someone has been killing people for years, yeah, and then now they're trying to tell you that this is the truth, are you going to believe it when their track record is bad?
Yep. That's 100% facts, man.
They've told you that they've told you that they were drug dealers back then. They've told you they've done all the atrocities. But yet you want to trust them now just because of something? That's crazy.
Especially when it's the same people who have kept power since them times till today.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna comment here.
Yeah. Well, Atticus. Now I'm a leftist anyway. So I used to watch a little bit of Vice, but not really a lot of it. But I don't know what I watched that made me think, yeah, Vice is a bit. I don't know. I just like, whatever, man. I just do that. But yeah, I don't really watch. I'm an anarchist anyway. I told you I'm anarchist communist. I have no, no, what's it called? I don't really care for all them type of leftist view, whatever things. I'm just deal with what I have deduced from reality and whatnot, the truth or whatever. What I think is the truth anyway. Yeah. So. Yeah. What's the comment section saying? Oi. No, just communists all the way. Middlesex Omar, what? I'm gonna put in a private stream. So Middlesex Omar, your video, what's that about? I don't like. I've typed in Firas Sahabi to understand what he's about, but I don't know. Oh, he even talks to Muhammad Hijab. Oh wow. So he must be. Yeah, I think he's a Muslim. Hey. So what exactly are you trying to tell people on that video then? Well, then how can you disagree with communism? Because communism is anarchism. It's just the fact that anarchism deals with the idea of hierarchy more, whereas communism talks more of the money aspect of it, the money and the class aspect. But even though class and state comes into it, so I don't know where it is. Where we're disagreeing if with communism, because communism you're just looking at it from what the Soviet Union were practicing, or China or Cuba, and really and truly when you go into their models of it, they'll tell you there, even Lenin will tell you there that he's not a communist. He's a what you call it, a state capitalist. He'll tell you that. I don't know where Marxist scum. I don't even know where Marxist scum even comes. Marx just made an analysis on capitalism. He didn't really go into what type of society he wants to have. Oh well. Anyway, I don't want to make this chat about communism and all that stuff, car. People themselves, if they're sincere, you can go and check it up. Communism is talking about a moneyless, classless, and stateless society. It doesn't talk anything else. If any type of society that talks about us having a state, has money, and obviously states are class because they're talking about themselves being higher, and they're the people that is by definition not a communist country or a communist place. So what did Marx get wrong? And what is your definition of communism, Atticus, now? I don't even care for what Marx says anyway. I don't even know why I'm arguing that. I'm just talking about a moneyless, classless, stateless society, and that's what communism is. Like, I don't know. I'm an anarchist, communist anyway, so yeah, I don't even care. Yeah, so this video that Middlesex Omar put up, Reddy, do you want me to share my screen so I play it or what? Because a man said it's an important video. Is Reddy there? Can people hear the tapping I'm doing? I wonder. Reddy, do you want me to share my screen and play that video that my man put in the back chat or what? What is class? Class can be... Oh, it's copyright. Oh, okay, say no more. Say no more. No, say no more. Yeah, when I talk about class, I'm talking about, where you have a middle class, upper class, lower class, and you're talking about in terms of forms of hierarchy in a system where one is either respected or lorded over the other. Yeah, you got one for me, yeah? Let me get it now so I can play it. But I need to have a shower still. I'll just leave it on and go in and have a shower in it. That is not the definition of communism that I'm talking about, bro. I don't even know where you got that one from. That is a state capitalist definition. Like honestly, bro, if you go and look into this stuff, you understand where I'm coming from, innit? Like a lot of leftists who are anarchists call themselves communists too, and they will tell you that is a state capitalist definition. But yeah, Veli, give me the video so I can play it. share my screen and just do. Did you even share? Did you send a video? I know you sent one in the chat, Daddy, but it was like the stream or something. I don't even know why. I was like, you just put the okay. So hierarchy exists. So what? So what? So what? That's everyone's justification for why we need to continue the way it is, because it's always been like that. So what? Imagine we're talking about culture changing, and man, them are complaining about Islam, man, them are complaining about Christianity, and man, them are complaining about all these groups, saying that we need to change and not have these beliefs anymore, but we still want to adhere to things of hierarchy. Come on, man, get out of here, man. That don't make no sense, bro. Ready? Yeah, drop the video so I can play it. Is it on Valley Vision Global Waivers? The Waiver Gang. Another one bites the dust. Wake and bake. Love Island. What? It's not because it works, man. Get out of here, man. What are you talking about, fam? Oh yeah, it's never worked. What are you talking about, fam? You've got all these issues going on today and you say it works. Well, come on, man. Come on with a better argument, bro. That's the same way. Oh, people will make the argument that okay, but religion has got us to this point today, so we should continue. Come on, man. Get out of here, man. That argument's dumb. We're not all equal. Okay. But you will complain about Muhammad. You'll complain about Jesus Christ. You'll complain about all these people, religious figures, and how dictated they was, how much of a dictator there was. But we're not all equal. Okay. I hope you know that there were people that were saying that they weren't equal, and whilst they were slaughtering people as well. What are you talking about Jupiter for? Leave Jupiter out of this, man. What's wrong with you people, man? Daddy, where's the video, fam? Let me play the video, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yo. Ben, I don't even know why you brought that up yesterday. Actually, it was you that made that comment yesterday about what are you even saying? What is he saying even? You're saying, I couldn't reply to when Jupiter and Aaron were talking about. What are you talking about, fam? Of course I can't. Listen, I'm not getting involved, fam. Yeah, I'm 5 foot. I'm 5 foot tall. I'm 5 foot tall, so I have no problem saying that I'm a short man, innit? Yeah, I'm 5 foot tall. Heartbreak thing. Let me open it up quick. Yep. Copy. Wow, what's wrong with this page, fam? Fuck's sake. Nice long video. Let me now share my screen. Share screen. Share audio. I believe in Chrome tab. Entire screen. Where is it from? What the fuck? Chrome tab. Last slave markets. Okay. Share. Ready? Have you shared my screen? Yeah. Let me play it now. Move this here and play it.
The National Archives podcast series, The Last Slave Market. Dr. John Kirk and the Struggle to End the African Slave Trade. Presented by Alistair Hazel. This event was recorded on the 12th of January 2012 at the National Archives, Kew.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back to May 1872. What takes you to the island of Zanzibar? Some of you may know the island of Zanzibar and the city which exists today much as it did then. Off the coast of East Africa, some miles off the coast of East Africa. And Zanzibar then, this is a contemporary print from the 1870s. Zanzibar today looks much as it did then. May 1872, a doctor, a British doctor, a Scots doctor, a man called John Kirk, was down at the port. And he wrote back to his superiors in London and in India, "Never since coming to Zanzibar have I seen so many large dhows come in crowded with slaves, and seldom have the slaves imported been landed in a worse state." These were slaves that came from the hinterland of East Africa. Later I will show you a map. They came in abused, emaciated, often marked, treated like animals, in a terrible state. They were taken to Zanzibar into various buildings around here where they were collected. And later on, they were sent in tens of thousands up by dhow, that is the Indian Ocean craft, sea craft, which again, I'll show you a photograph shortly. They were sent up to the Middle East, to the Red Sea, to the Persian Gulf, to places that we know today as Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, up into Turkey, up into the Muslim hinterland, because in the 19th century, the Muslim world depended for its labor entirely on slaves, and by then black African slaves, to handle work in the households, to fish for pearls off the Gulf, to build, and for a lot of the artisan and trade works that went on in the Muslim cities of Turkey, of Persia, and of Arabia. Very different, ladies and gentlemen, from what was happening in West Africa. I want you to visualize Zanzibar at the time. You can see here a city that was remarkably ordered structurally. It was a big city. It was the biggest city in the Indian Ocean, in the east of the Indian Ocean. It was actually, in those terms, in those days, had about 250,000 people. It was enormous. It was a trading entrepot. It was as large as the city of Karachi, which was one of the largest ports of India, and it was the center of a huge amount of trade in the Indian Ocean. It was a city that, from the distance, looked very beautiful. You can see here the fort, which was originally built by the Portuguese. You can see a minaret of a mosque there. In the background, in this print, you can see just the seaport and some ships here as well. But it was a city that was also extraordinarily filthy. The explorer Sir Richard Burton wrote, and he was writing in 1856, "Corpses float upon the water. The shore is a cesspool. It is a clean show, concealing uncleanness." There was no sewage. It wasn't a modern city. There was no sewage in the town. And so the filth and the dirt and the dead bodies, the effluvia, if you like, from 250,000 people living there, flowed down through the city into the shore. The beach was effectively a mass of sewage, of dead bodies, of filth. Because of this decay, at night, gases came out of the water, came out of the mud, and they lit up into blue flares that would dance up and down the beach. And it was said that these were the ghosts of slaves who had departed, been killed, and died on the shore. That's quite an evocative statement. But the real point I want to make before moving on to the next slide is This was 1872. Now, those of you who know your British history will know that there was a tremendous campaign to abolish slavery and slave trading in the early 18th century in Britain, in England. Names like Wilberforce, Clarkson are big names in this country. By 1807, and then by 1837, slave trading had been abolished, had been made illegal throughout the British Empire. Yet here in the 1870s, tens of thousands of slaves were being sent from East Africa up into the Muslim world. Yet Zanzibar was a client state of the British Empire. The Indian Ocean was a place dominated by the fleets of the British Empire, and particularly the British Empire in India. Post 1815, Britain was the global superpower. The comparison would be America today. Yet this traffic went on well into the last quarter of the 19th century. And when I wrote this book, when I studied this book, that was one of the questions I asked myself. Why did this take place? Why was this happening? Why did this traffic continue for so long? This here is another contemporary slide of Zanzibar. You can see again the fort, still there today. You can see this is a place called Shangani Point, where many of the overseas consulates and agencies, America, Germany, Britain, and so forth, had their positions. Again, many of these buildings survive. And here you can see dhows, ocean-going craft from the Gulf. And here, very importantly, an ocean-going schooner from either America, Germany, or the UK. Again, this was a big, big mercantile maritime place, a country, Zanzibar. It was part of an empire that had been started by Omanis in the Middle East, but it was a big, rich country. And the reason Zanzibar was rich, ladies and gentlemen, was not because of slaves. Zanzibar was fabulously rich in terms of the day because of this stuff here, ivory. It was rich in ivory because our forefathers craved this stuff. Ivory was the luxury good of the mid-19th century in Germany, Britain, and later America. We couldn't get enough of it. We wanted it because of billiards. Middle-class people in Britain, wealthy people in Britain, had to have a billiard table. Billiard balls were made of ivory. Cutlery. The cutlers of Sheffield took 250 tons of this stuff every year. Knickknacks around the house, lots of carvings. Look at a picture of a Victorian middle-class luxury dining room, sitting room, whatever you like to call it. And you'll see lots of ivory stuff all over the place. Because of this, the prices went up and up and up. And the best ivory came from deep in the African continent. It was soft, it was carvable. It came from the headwaters of the Congo around there. And the exit point was Zanzibar. So the Zanzibar merchants were rich, really rich, and they knew it. They sent these big caravans into the interior, away for years, and they came back with tons of ivory. But those caravans, ladies and gentlemen, needed porters. They needed people to fight the wars out there. They needed harems. Zanzibar trader didn't travel without all his luxuries and his equipment. That included his harem. Making up all these people were the slaves. A caravan going to the interior often would have thousands and thousands of people. And the leaders of the caravan might only be 10, 20, 30 Omanis, Arabs, Swahili from the coast. The rest would be slaves. Slaves who made this whole venture possible. And so you had slaves and ivory really in a funny symbiosis continue together that drove this tremendous trade throughout the 19th century. Slaves really were power. Slaves really were an indication that a man was rich. So Zanzibar not only was a tremendous market for slaves itself, it was also the point where the slaves, as I said earlier, were sent on to the Middle East, to those markets in the Middle East, those markets in the Muslim world, where slaves were desperately needed. And Zanzibar was, by the last quarter of the 19th century, or the second half of the 19th century, one of the very few places in the modern world where slaves in quantity could be found. What you have here, and this again was drawn in the 1870s by a British soldier, what you have here is the Zanzibar slave market. It was a scruffy place. It wasn't like, if any of you have been to West Africa, it wasn't like the slave castles you see in places like Ghana, places like Cape Coast and elsewhere. This was a pretty scruffy place with large numbers of manacled human beings, graded, chained, held together, And they were graded according to type, according to health, according to effective desirability. This was a market. And so children who were actually quite desirable but pretty expendable were $4 or $5. A young man might be $17, $18, depending on the time of the year, depending on how the market was going. And a woman, and you see some women in here, women were fantastically valuable because, again, they were material for the harem. And so the women tended to be taken aside, put behind an awning, where the buyer could come and have a look closely, inspect the purchase of a female slave. And for visitors, and British and European visitors to Zanzibar always stopped off to have a look at the slave market. There was a little bit of a frisson there of almost pornographic activity, if you like. They never ceased to be excited by how the women were taken aside and the slave purchaser would then go into the awning and have a good close look. It was also a different place than the Zanzibar slave market. It was the center of what Zanzibar was. When the trade on the mainland was going well, the slave market was going well. And you had well-to-do Zanzibaris who were tended to be Swahili or Indians, people from India or Arabs. They would come through the slave market in the morning and they put bets on the prices of slaves, and they would look at the jugglers and they would look at the entertainers, and they would listen to the slave auctioneer chanting away prices in the background, a bit like any other auction. It was a kind of leisure place as well, right at the center of the island, and it was a place where really Zanzibar took its temperature. In the 19th century, there was a theory that Muslim slave trading was kind of okay. It wasn't, when I say a theory, I mean a theory in the West, in places like Britain, that it wasn't as evil, as unpleasant, and as culpable as the kind of slave trading that took place across the Atlantic to Brazil or to one time to the States of North America. The first British agent, this was an agent on behalf of the East India Company from India. The first British agent that came to Zanzibar, he was a political appointee, was a man from the Middle East, a man called Hamilton. He spent his life in the Middle East. He spent his life in the Middle East and in India. He was a tough guy. He had seen a lot of suffering. He came down to Zanzibar and he was astonished at the suffering these people endured. He wrote back to his superiors in India, in Bombay, and most of his letters are pretty dry. They're here in this archive. They're pretty dry, they're pretty functional, they're pretty what you expect from a man of his kind, an operator out there in the sticks. But on one of his early letters, he writes, and I quote, "I fancy in no part of the universe is the misery and human suffering these wretched slaves undergo while being brought here and until they are sold exceeded. They are in such a wretched state from starvation and disease that they are sometimes not considered worth landing and are allowed to expire in the boats to save the $1 a head duty, the duty at the customs port. And the bodies of these poor people are eaten on the beach by the dogs of the town. No one will bury them." It's a remarkable passage because it really leaps out from the page. This man, this tough guy, I'll take you through his history, but he was a very robust individual, was appalled at the source of the slave trading, just what kind of suffering and what kind of terrible abuse of humankind went on. What we have here is a contemporary photograph of a seagoing dhow, sometimes called a bugala, which literally means a sea mule. These boats were extraordinary. You still see them today in East Africa. You see them in the Gulf. This photograph doesn't bring out quite the high stern and the low prow of the boat. It shows you this huge lateen sail, and it gives you an idea of the kind of speed they went and do indeed go at. These boats have been trading up and down the Indian Ocean, east of the Indian Ocean, for time immemorial. They've been going up and down, trading between the Middle East and the East African coast for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And there's a particular reason, and the reason is summed up in two words: the trade winds. The monsoons come down from this part of the world, the Middle East. Here you can see the Gulf of Aden, you can see the Red Sea, and up around here beyond the map, this is the contemporary map. Beyond this map is the Persian Gulf. The trade winds at the beginning of the year blow down here, they still do, all the way down here, and they eventually peter out around the island of Zanzibar, which tells you a lot of why Zanzibar was so important. And in the second half of the year, this great circle of wind and current moves back again up here, right across towards India and back again. Those boats have been following those trade winds, carrying commodities, sharks, meat, fish, coconuts, things of that nature, and returning with the commodities of the East African coast for thousands of years. And in doing so, they nurtured, encouraged, and contributed to this trade in slaves. Slaves were another commodity. This was, again, very different from the West African slave trade, which was, comparatively speaking, a modern phenomenon, 17th, 18th century onwards. Slaves were a commodity. There's another point, ladies and gentlemen. The people that came down on this extraordinary circle of trade wind activity, they naturally regarded the trade winds as the work of God. They naturally regarded it as part of the order of being. They've been coming up and down here for, as I said, thousands of years. They also regarded the taking of slaves as part of God's will. Indeed, the first ruler of Zanzibar said Allah had granted Arabs the right to take slaves from Africa. It had been granted. And if you read the Quran, slavery is sanctioned by the Holy Book. So for them, this whole activity was not a big deal. This was what went on. This was how the world was. The coming down of these dhows, this activity was so deeply embedded, it became almost a ritual. I spent a lot of my time, early life in East Africa, and I remember even in the 1960s at Mombasa, the town here, some of you may know the East African coast, little town of Mombasa up there. Well, it's a big city today. But I remember in the early part of the year when the first fleet of dhows came in, the tremendous expectation as people came down onto the shore, came down onto the harbor, and looked out to sea, see that first white sail appearing over the horizon. When the boat comes in, and it came in, the expectation was fantastic. People came down onto the beach, the ladies in their buoys, their black, voluminous garments, partly veiled, the men in their long white tanzus, tremendous amount of clapping, tremendous amount of ululating, tremendous, almost a hysteria of expectation. As the first boat came in, the guys in the front of the boat started to dance, actually danced on the boat, beating the drums, singing, dancing, laughing. It was really coming together of a great sort of ritual of excitement. And if you can imagine that going back 100 years, this too was part of this whole trade, this whole slave-taking activity. It was part of God's order. It was part of the way life was. And here we have, as I said, the Indian Ocean. One further point, I think, to mention about this map, and that is Zanzibar really was a pivot between this activity that went on up here and down there, but also Zanzibar controlled by virtue of its position and by virtue of the protection given it by the British fleet. I'll come back to that. Zanzibar controlled a commercial empire that was truly vast. There were Zanzibaris, Zanzibar traders, in every African port, in every kingdom, in every tribal center, in an area that extended right up to Lake Turkana, which I can't find, but somewhere up here, across here, right up the headwaters of the Congo, right the way down to present-day Malawi, Lake Nyasa, Lake Malawi, this huge area. We're talking about a subcontinent. There were Zanzibaris there, not large numbers, that controlled the trade of that whole subcontinent. And this Zanzibar was the exit point. I mentioned that Zanzibar had a control on this empire, and the reason, and this is really the answer I finally came to after doing this research, and the reason was the British Empire. The Indian Ocean was a lake controlled by the British. The fleet out of Bombay, and when I say the British, I mean the British in India. The British in India, our forefathers, some of our forefathers, in India, controlled a subcontinent. This was the jewel in the crown, as some of you will recall. And to them, the Indian Ocean, control of the Indian Ocean was vital. But ladies and gentlemen, they really, these guys sitting in Calcutta and sitting in Bombay, really weren't too bothered about a bit of slave trading here in the east coast of Africa. In the 1840s, Lord Palmerston, British Foreign Secretary, a very strong anti-slave trader, inquired of his colleagues in India what they were doing about slave trading in the East African coast. A lot of letters crossed hands, a lot of research was done, and the responses which came back from British officers in India and British officers in the Gulf up here was lots of slave trading going on, lots of it. But what's the problem? What's the issue? Why are you so worried about this? The British officer from Aden wrote in a very striking letter back to Parliament, back to this country, a letter which, again, I think is a remarkable letter. He said that he thought the trade of their forefathers, those are the people, the Arab people in the Gulf, was something that was a perfectly legitimate right. He went on to say that slaves provided the people of the Gulf with their food, attached servants, their bodyguard, the maintenance of their domestic economy, and the tutors of their children, and indeed the captains of their vessels are often slaves. He then went on with an ironic, I don't think he was being ironic, comment. Their harems are filled with chosen beauties from the Swahili tribes, and much of their domestic satisfaction arises from the idea of possessing an ample establishment of this kind. Sir, an attractive slave girl is considered the most complimentary present. 1850. So to the people running the British Empire in India, this really was not a big deal. If I can just take you back to where I started this talk, this was really the answer why this trade continued for so long, because the dominant power in the Middle East and the Far East, the British Empire in India, was not disposed to do anything about it. Zanzibar, Zanzibar's sister country, Oman, they were ruled by the same family. They were indispensable to stability in the Middle East. This was realpolitik. The people that controlled the track up into the Gulf, people that controlled Zanzibar were vital to the stability of India, to the stability of the British fleets coming through, for coaling, for defense, and slave trading was really a secondary issue. I'm going to take you on now to a gentleman who occupies the bulk of this book. Forgive me, but I've given you quite a lot of background here. This man is called John Kirk. We met him in the first slide when he was down at the port in Zanzibar, and I read out one of his letters back to his superiors in Bombay. This guy Kirk, a phenomenal man, and really, if I can leave you with anything today, it is what a great man this was, who has been largely, for whatever reason, overlooked in the history of this country. He was brought up in some poverty in the little village of Barry in Forfar, in Fife, in Scotland. He was very clever. He went on to Edinburgh University. He got a first-class degree there as a doctor. He was a botanist. He was a remarkable linguist. He traveled. He was a contemporary of Lister, the epidemiologist, and he traveled out to Crimea to join the forces there as a doctor. But he really comes onto the scene when in 1856 he was asked to join Dr. Livingstone on his expedition up the Zambezi in the late 50s and early 60s, up the Zambezi into Central Africa. Kirk joined Livingstone as a doctor and also as a botanist. Botany was his abiding hobby, his abiding passion. That expedition, ladies and gentlemen, was a catastrophe. It's often not said just what a catastrophe it was. Livingstone was a disastrous leader. Livingstone was a remarkably selfish man. I apologize if there are people here who are passionate admirers of Livingstone. He was a great man. He was also a remarkably selfish man. Everything that went wrong with that expedition was blamed on others. He didn't get anything for himself. Many people died. Many people suffered. It was a catastrophe, and Livingstone never really was censured for it. The one man that remained with that expedition right from beginning to end, and stuck with it, and on whom Livingstone became very dependent, was this guy Kirk. They explored the Zambezi and a tributary of the Zambezi called the Shiri, and there they found huge quantities of slavers and slave trading taking place. We're talking about present-day Malawi. It was called Nyasaland then. The people took the slaves from that settled, prosperous area up through Mozambique to the coast and then up to Zanzibar. One thing that Kirk learned on that expedition was not to be naive about slave trading. He learned that it was incredibly embedded in the practice of people, the peoples, the cultures, the tribes, the activities of Central and East Africa. I won't go into the details of that now, but the simple, if you like, missionary endeavor of slave trading is bad, we're going to stop it, we're going to tell these guys that Christ forbade it, didn't work. So when later, in the mid-1860s, late 1860s, Kirk came to Zanzibar, where he did as a doctor, as the medical officer to the British agency, he came not as a naive man. He came not as an ingenuous individual. He came realizing what he was getting into. He came with his wife, who was a remarkable woman, a very tough woman, who went all the way out to Zanzibar to get married to him and got married on the boat on her arrival. And there they spent many, many years. This is the British agency in Zanzibar. Still there today. It's a restaurant. Behind it, it's slightly different. There's the beach. It's called Livingston's Restaurant. And behind it is a courtyard. And above there are the rooms where Kirk lived with his wife for over 20 years. In that agency or consulate, Kirk read the bound correspondence of the agents that have been in Zanzibar for the previous 20 years. There have been 7 of them. And it doesn't make pretty reading. They're bound in leather, the letters. They're letters from Zanzibar to London and letters from Zanzibar to Bombay. The copies of those letters are here in this archive here, and I've read them. And they tell a very depressing and very miserable and very gruesome story. They tell a story of how Britain, through its empire in Bombay, sent out agents to this place to look after, to look over, to mind, to shadow the ruler of Zanzibar, and how in each case the agent would be sent out to Zanzibar, as I mentioned earlier on, tough guys, guys that had been around in the Middle East. These weren't softies in any way, they weren't liberals in any way. And on arriving in Zanzibar, one after the other, these guys were horrified at what they found. They'd seen slaves in the Middle East integrated into families. They'd seen slaves being looked after by benevolent masters. They arrived in Zanzibar and saw just what was going on at the heart of the slave trade, where slaves were acquired, in inverted commas. They saw the suffering, they saw the brutality. Just to mention, in parenthesis, one aspect of this, large numbers of the slaves were young boys. Eunuchs were terribly valuable in the Middle East. Boys were sent from Zanzibar to secret places in Sudan and in the Yemen, and there they were castrated. The operation was horrendous. 90% of them died. But the 10% that survived, their prices went up by several hundred percent, so it was worth doing. It was a brutal business. These guys came to Zanzibar. They were horrified. The letters showed them writing back to their superiors saying, we've got to do something about this. We really have to do something about this. After all, we are representing the most powerful nation in the world, the most powerful nation in the world's history. Zanzibar's tiny. Why don't we do something about this? And in every instance, their masters in Bombay said, get on with your job. Forget it. This is not important. That was the first thing that happened. The second thing that happened was, as I mentioned to you earlier on, Zanzibar was a diseased, filthy place. Europeans, Westerners couldn't live. In every case, these guys, after a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, found themselves stricken down by disease and either dying or having to be ferried out quickly. Now you can imagine that to the Zanzibaris, this wasn't chance. You can imagine you're the Zanzibar court, you're the Zanzibar traders, you're the guys in Zanzibar, and this Westerner comes in and he says, you've got to stop slave trading. God has said it. And guess what? Within a couple of years, he's struck down by disease and has to be taken out. It's quite clear to them. Their God said it's right. The Christian God said it was wrong. Game, set, match. There was a remarkable event. A man called Rigby in 1858, he was one of the agents, came down to the Durbar room, the big audience chamber of the Sultan, the then ruler of Zanzibar, and he harangued him and said, Providence has made me and my people the instrument to prevent slave trading in your country, in the Indian Ocean. You have to stop it. I am an instrument for doing this. And the advisor to the then ruler of Zanzibar listened to him patiently, and after he'd finished, in the audience chamber that still is there in Zanzibar in the Sultan's palace, he then said, Mr. Rigby, very courteously, you've got it wrong. Actually, slave trading has gone on since the time of Noah, a man that you revere in your book and that we revere in ours. It will go on long after you and I are dead. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's part of the world's order. He knew what he was saying. Rigby, 6 months later, almost died and had to be evacuated from the island. So that's the context. Kirk read this stuff. He read these letters and he got to know the history. And it was, as I said, a depressing history. When Kirk was there, very shortly after he arrived, this man here, pretty self-satisfied individual, became ruler of Zanzibar. He's a man called Sultan Bargash. Bargash was his name. And he tried twice to take the throne of Zanzibar by force, and he managed to get the throne by intrigue shortly after Kirk arrived. He was actually a friend of Kirk's. And when he got into power, it was by dint of being supported by the British and by dint of being supported by a group of people called Mutawas, and they were Muslim fundamentalists of a kind that we're quite familiar with today. Bargash, after he came to power, repudiated all agreements he had with the British and stayed very strongly with his fundamentalist, his Islamist, if you use today's terms, supporters. And he did that because, as I think I mentioned, at that time, slave trading was really a fundamental tenet to this Islamic and Muslim belief at the time. And the Matawas, the supporters, worked very, very strongly against all Western influence in their traditional ways, and they hated Britain, and they hated everything Britain stood for, and they hated the whole concept of modernization. So Bargash was in a fairly strong position, and because Kirk was his friend, he was in an even stronger position. Because in the mid-1860s, the last agent from Britain, the last British agent in Zanzibar, was evacuated. And the Indian Empire, the guys in Calcutta and Bombay, couldn't find anybody else to take the job. In fact, they appointed a guy in Aden, and the man got so depressed, he walked outside and shot himself. He wasn't going to go to Zanzibar, because Zanzibar was a death sentence. So our friend Kirk, who was the doctor, was appointed as the interim agent. He knew he would never be a permanent agent. He wasn't from India. He got none of the background, the training of the Indian Empire civil service. He had no support from India. He was just holding the position. Bargash was delighted. His friend, who was a kind of locum, as Kirk called it, a kind of interim position, was the British agent. Nothing was going to change. Slave trading was going to go on forever. For Kirk, our doctor friend, this was a trap. This was a catastrophe. By then, he had a family. There was no way back to Britain. He couldn't get a job in Britain. He spent 10 years in Africa. Nobody was going to employ him as a local friendly GP. He needed the money. He had no support. He could do nothing apart from collect a few flowers. It was very difficult. He didn't succumb to despair. He didn't go under. He was actually a much cleverer, much tougher guy than that. He did something that perhaps none of us here would have done. He bit his tongue. He said nothing. He didn't preach to the Zanzibaris about the evil of slave trading. He just got to know them. He was a master of the various languages. He got to know all the people there. He got to know the key traders. He became the trusted guy on the island. He was scrupulously honest. He wasn't corrupt. When people came with problems, he was the guy who sorted them out. He even on occasion defended Zanzibaris in certain commercial conflicts against British shippers, against the Royal Navy, because there was a small court in Zanzibar. He became the one person that they trusted in Zanzibar over the years. And because of that, and it's in his diaries in Edinburgh, because of that, he learned more about the slave trade in Zanzibar than anybody outside the Zanzibar community had ever done before. He knew the main slave traders. He knew the prices that they paid. He knew when the ships left and knew where they went to. He knew the times they left. He knew how they evaded the British cruisers who were against slave trading. He knew even the tribes of people that made up the slave trading activities, the slaves that went on the boats. He was aware of the commercial context of this whole operation. He became a person who was increasingly the advisor to the Sultan, because the Sultan trusted him. The slave trade in Zanzibar was completely out of control by the time we get to the 1870s. And I'll give you an idea of just how profitable and how out of control it was. A letter in the archives here from the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi to the ruler of Zanzibar reads as follows. The ruler of Zanzibar had written the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi and said, the traders coming down from the Gulf are increasingly violent. They caused havoc in my town. They steal slaves. The slave trade is really beyond something I can control. I want you in Abu Dhabi to help me control this. The Sheikh of Abu Dhabi wrote back. He said, my brother, we did warn these traders and we sent people to tell them, but it will afraid have little effect. The gains are so enormous from this slave trading that it is hopeless to think of stopping them. With 10 baskets worth of dates that a man now gets on credit in the Gulf, he can get 20 slaves in Zanzibar worth $1,000. God is indeed great. You may punish them if you like, but if you do not punish them, you had better leave them alone. So that was the context. This man here, one of the biggest slave traders of them all, he's normally known as Tipu Tim, and you will see pictures of him in the books on exploration at the time in East Africa. He controlled a huge area of the Upper Congo. He went on long 10-year safaris. He traveled with an army of 10,000 people. He was a, quote, great man. His house is still there in Zanzibar. This photograph was taken by Kirk. It's never been shown, apart from that book. It's never been used to date. And you can see him dressed as the great chieftain, as the great Arab trader. In fact, his mother was an African. That's often the case. A lot of mixing between Arab and African in that part of the world at the time. But this gives you an idea of the kind of guys that Kirk had to deal with. The very fact that Kirk took this photograph tells you something of how he was integrated within that society. In Britain, things were changing. They were changing in curious ways. They were changing as much as anything else because of news that was coming through to the UK about this tremendous slave trading activity that was happening in East Africa. This is not actually a real representation of what was going on. This is, if you like, propaganda. This isn't one of the missionary newspapers. Camels were not used in the villages of East Africa and Central Africa. But it gives you a sense of how evangelical and missionary activity was beginning to interest people in what was going on out there. Now, the government responded, the British government, and the British government responded in the way the British government loves to respond. It appointed a committee to look at this. And the committee sat in the House of Commons, and lots of very worthy, very good, and very noble people talked for many months about what they were going to do about slave trading in East Africa. And they reached no particular conclusion, except that it was a bad thing, and something must be done, and somebody must do it, but they weren't quite sure why, how, and tough. And they wrote a big report, which you could read, again, in these archives. It goes on for many pages, and it doesn't tell you very much. But out of it came one thing, this guy here. His statue's on the embankment. He's called Sir Bartle Frere. He was governor of Bombay. He came back to Britain, and he was a very self-important and a very self-regarding individual. He was a very able man too, and because he spent his life in India, he had a particular outlook of things, which was that when you do stuff, you tell people what to do, and they will do it. And if people have brown skins, and you tell them what to do, they better do it. And that was the way he operated. Anyway, Sir Bartle Frere came along to the committee, and he told them that he knew the answer. He knew what to do. So the government, looking for a way out, appointed Bartle Frere to go to East Africa to sort the situation out. And Bartle Frere, who'd retired, was looking for a big height to his career. Later on, he became a governor of one of the South African states. That's another story. He was looking to a height to his career, so off he went to East Africa. He went with a spectacular salary. He went with a spectacular title. He was called Special Envoy under the Great Seal, whatever the Great Seal is. And he went with lots and lots of people and a nice fleet and a very big yacht. And off he went to East Africa. And on the way, he talked to the Pope. He talked to various ministers in Italy and in France. And he arrived in Zanzibar. And his fleet anchored outside Zanzibar. And he sent lots of messages to the Sultan. And he told the Sultan he'd got to stop slave trading. And he told the British government that that was what was going to happen. And to his surprise, the Sultan said, no. So Bartle Frere sent his mission. He was sitting in his yacht there, and the Sultan's palace was opposite, but he refused to go and stay with the Sultan because that's not what one did in those days. So he sent another message. This went on for a month. And every time, very politely, Balgaf said, sorry, no. And Bartle Frere said, you've got to do it. And Balgaf said, we have a treaty with you. It goes back several years, and we're your ally. You can't do anything about it. Bartle Frere got really annoyed at this. So eventually, he in high dudgeon took off in his boat, sailed off to India, and he lost his temper. And on the way, he ordered, off his own bat, the fleet to blockade Zanzibar and kill the Zanzibar trade in ivory, in trade with the mainland, in everything, because he was very annoyed. The only problem was that was illegal. And unfortunately, the British officers of the Crown in Britain said, we have a treaty with France, dated from the 40s, to observe Zanzibar's sovereignty. So this is going to get us into real trouble with France as well. The cabinet in Britain, headed up by a gentleman called William Gladstone, panicked and said, we can't do this. But Bartle Frere, there was no email in those days. He was sitting on his boat halfway across the Indian Ocean, feeling very happy about things. So what you had was a diplomatic crisis. And the cabinet in Britain sent lots of cables out to Zanzibar to our friend John Kirk and said, what are you going to do about this? And Kirk said, don't worry, I'll sort it out. The cabinet panicked and sent several cables saying, but what are you going to do? He said, it's all right, we'll deal with it. What Kirk did was remarkable. I take you back to an earlier point. He was the one guy over the last 5 or 6 years that knew everybody in Zanzibar, knew everything, knew sometimes and literally where the bodies were buried. He had extraordinary influence in that place. He had extraordinary trust. To cut the story to its chase, there was a remarkable moment late in June 1873, when one night the Sultan sent a message to Kirk in his house and said, would you come and see me? It was late, Kirk had people to dinner. People left, and Kirk went along the waterfront. He knew he was being followed. He got to the Sultan's palace, big stairs, still there, went up to the big room, and there the Sultan was with all his advisors. And the Sultan said, the ruler of Zanzibar, Balgaf, said, we trust you. We want your advice as to what the hell we do with this mess, because we're under a lot of pressure, but we don't really want to give up this slave thing. It's pretty vital to the country. And Kirk looked around, he knew all the guys there, and he said, I think the time's come, you've got to give this up. And the Sultan and his advisor said, we can't do that. And Kirk then drew a deep breath, and he looked at all his advisors, one after the other, and he said, I know what you've been saying. And I have a bet, I'm pretty sure, that if you refuse to give up slave trading, refuse to close the Zanzibar market, and there's an international crisis, which they've been discussing, and there's a blockade, and as a consequence of this crisis, Zanzibar's trade is destroyed. I know that you guys are going to blame the Sultan as having provoked this. And they all looked away. And he said, but if that were to happen, I personally will make it absolutely sure that in this country, every one of you are held to blame. That the whole country knows that you signed up to this disastrous line of action. And because he knew them so well, and because they knew he knew the country so well, and because they knew he knew everybody there, the traders, the politicians, everybody in Zanzibar so well, they knew he would stand by that. He had the courage to stand by that conviction. At that point, the Sultan turned around and asked them all again, including the fundamentalist advisors. He said, are you still prepared to stand by your earlier action? And one after the other, every one of them said, no. They all gave it. Extraordinary moment. It's recorded. Extraordinary time. They pulled the treaty out of the cupboard, wherever it had been, and he got them to sign it that evening. And next day, the Zanzibar slave market was closed after hundreds and hundreds of years of existence. It was, I suggest, a remarkable moment. Kirk himself became the kind of person that the British Empire loved, a man of extraordinary influence in Zanzibar and in East Africa, and he used his knowledge to drive slave trading out of the whole region. He punished slave traders, he understood the economy of slave trading, he used his knowledge of the economy, he used his knowledge of the individuals, and he used brute force to expunge slave trading throughout the whole of East Africa. Now, when I say East Africa, I mean the coast. His power and the Sultan's power did not extend deeply in that. He was successful, and I suggest he was probably somewhat arrogant towards the end of his life. And then in the mid-1880s, something happened which is now known as the Scramble for Africa. The world moved on very quickly. A man who's rather well known, called Count Otto von Bismarck, decided he wanted a piece of this. He wanted Tanzania. What was today called Tanzania was then called Tanganyika, and he didn't like the influence Kirk had over the Sultan, and he put pressure on the British government to remove Kirk, which is what they did. Bismarck was rather important to the British government because of a conflict over Egypt, and Kirk was retired at the age of 55 and returned to his house that he bought in Sevenoaks, and he's then spent the next 35 years in Sevenoaks in somewhat cantankerous retirement. Picture of him here, a canny, clever, rather robust old man, and I suggest you rather a great man. Thank you.
Well. Yeah. Wow. What did everyone think of the video? I missed most of it anyway. And had a little rendezvous. You get me? So yeah. What's everyone saying? Yeah. Can't see anyone. Am I the only one on the panel? Let me take this off. Nah, Mr. Riggs is there still. That's an excellent video. Yeah, fam, we've done all forms of slavery, whether it's from the Arabs, the British, and even the Africans doing it. You get me? Like me, I have no shame in saying that. Africans sold Africans into slavery. I found that out wholeheartedly. Yeah, rotted. What's going on? Everyone's just quiet today. Is there another video you want me to play, Veli? Who doesn't have a spanner? Who's Ben Grant talking to? Who doesn't have a spanner? Yeah, of course it came from the Bible. Like it depends which type of yeah, of course it comes from the Bible, but let's not pretend. You know, the Bible, the Quran does say that if you don't understand, you know, if it's not clear, go to the people of the book. So yeah, that's, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's interesting still. Wait, valid. Okay, yeah, all right. There's no other video to play then. All right. Well, did everyone miss the video this morning? You played a video on your channel this morning. Was it to do with consciousness or whatnot? Maybe we could play that video. God, there's more people here. Play a video or there's no point, yeah? Swine flu. Don't want to die, dude. Yeah, what's everyone saying, fam?
Ralph, what did you enjoy that?
I missed most of it because I was away doing something else in it. But who the hell is Dilpreet Sin? Oh, bruv, I don't even know, bruv. Are you guys gonna be coming in to troll every time, bruv? Come on, man. Is it really that? Yeah. What were you saying, Mr. Uncle? What were you saying?
Yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, you was asking about the video. Did I enjoy it?
Yeah. Did you get some info out of it? I heard Zanzibar.
I didn't really watch it because I was in the shower, innit? But yeah.
Okay.
I know. I heard people talking about Zanzibar and whatnot, but yeah. Well, what do you think about? Because some people feel like when we attack the Arab slave trade, we're attacking Islam. So yeah, what do you think? Do you think that, you know, you can reconcile it, that Islam and Islam and slavery don't actually go?
Yeah, what do you say now? Islam. The laws and regulations around it is able to be tweaked to justify the situation.
So you don't think actually Islam supports slavery? It's just been tweaked to.
It is slavery, but it's just another excuse of changing it round.
Wait, how do you mean? I'm failing to understand what you mean by that.
What I'm saying is depending on what slavery you're talking about, they're all slavery in its format. It's in forms of understanding the definition of slavery.
Okay. So people today might come and say, well, that wasn't actually how they would the Quran understands slavery, and someone might say this point, but actually it's just slavery, but they're just changing the understanding of it.
Yeah, because then it comes into certain parts of shackle slavery, certain parts of business. Because Dad, they took over 15,000 slaves to do the farm work. One of the first documentations of that time of shackle slavery. But so it goes to, for me, I don't try not to use religion. I use the people.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
I feel like it's, you know,
that means you're going to be saying your people too that were converts were slaves. They were doing slavery, which if there was or there wasn't, you're putting everyone into the same pothole. But if you say in forms of Arabs, then that's a different ball game. And that's why I said to you, if you go into the history of Baghdad, then you were able to see what was going on. Because from Baghdad, it moved to Egypt.
Okay.
And they realized something where they are able to utilize that to creating let's say a slavery of servants, and porcupines.
Okay.
So it comes under that category, but then where the Europeans took it to another level in forms of business.
Okay.
Yeah. So you was part of that. You was part of that business. They didn't care about their workers because they were getting free service. Where
Yeah.
where the
Yeah,
Arab,
we can hear your voice. We can hear your voice still, Preet.
who's that?
No, I don't. I think he's a troll, fam. Ain't he? You know, as soon as you play a video that people disagree with, they're gonna come in with a different name. Then they're gonna try to put their dick or bum or whatever on the screen to actually try and get the thing shut down in it. You know me? So yeah, it's just sad, in it, bro.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. Say that point, that last point again about the whole because you were saying that you were saying about people changing their religion and then taking on this.
Because if you go into the Quran, it's about, it comes into the culture.
Yeah.
But then, is it slavery that would you class slavery as in not paying your servant?
I mean, yeah, I would count that as slavery, not paying your servant. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at it,
I don't know why it took so long to say that. That was processing in my mind. I was going to shout Rennie's name or something. I was processing. Yeah, that is slavery. Why?
Now, if that person is in the forms of being used for sex, what would you class that?
Slavery as well.
So a lot of these things do come under slavery because then they're doing something out of their own will. They've been captured to do something that they're not supposed to do.
Yeah, that against their own will, you mean?
Yeah, against their will.
Yeah.
So,
Veli,
would you?
Sorry. Let me just quickly. Veli, there's a guy who called himself Deepreet Singh. I think you're gonna have to do your thing with the screen thing before it comes on in it car. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. What are you saying?
Yeah. So, in looking at certain things, slavery comes in different formats. It's forcing someone to do something that they don't want to do, or being kidnapped from some place where they're not originally from. When we look at that, now people will try to differentiate the two and say, that wasn't slavery. But it's not the same as the European slavery. But then you've got to understand, where did the Europeans learn it from? Where did they get that information from? Where did they get that knowledge from?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the Arabs taught them through when they were going to the northern parts of Africa to go and see them.
And then you've got to look at the times of slavery between Baghdad and Egypt, and knowing the times of the Silk Road, where a lot of slaves from Ethiopia around that Somalia region.
Yeah.
So it's not really been talked about. Reason being is because they've been converted to becoming Islam. So a lot of them started to convert because the loophole was anyone that wasn't a Muslim could be put into slavery. It justifies it. But converted, you kind of have an opportunity to come out of it.
Yeah, that's true. Another thing that I read the other day was that they said that if the Arabs had a child with one of the female slaves, female black slaves especially, their child was automatically become an Arab, so they were free.
But then what happened was, because a lot of people don't talk about the rebellion of the slaves in Baghdad. Not much details on it, but the slaves rebelled in Baghdad.
Yeah. I know about the whole Zanzibar rebellion.
So why would there be if it wasn't slavery, then why would they rebel?
Yeah, 100%. But that's the thing. They say that the later forms of what they were doing with the castration wasn't as bad as when it comes to the British and what they were doing. Because I asked this question the other day to people. I was asking them, what exactly?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Cutting people's genitals off is not bad.
Well, that's the thing. They were comparing it to things like butt breaking. You hear all these fancy terms that what's going on, alligator babies. Like all them terms, that you hear.
But whether you chop off a penis or you do butt breaking, they're both atrocities and violations.
Of course, but
doing things out of people's wishes. So there is no levels. No one is worse than the other. They're both worse. They're both bad. Why are you going to do that to a human being?
Yeah.
So when people try to justify that, I don't understand in the fact that you did what you did. There's an amount of bodies that they found of dead people.
Yeah, I mean, what I was trying to say, because I was making an argument the other day, obviously, and like the argument turned into who's worse in it. Like, it was a struggle, but I was trying to source out what exactly was, apart from just castrating black men, what else was the Arabs doing as forms of punishment to slaves and whatnot and everything. So yeah,
Periods of time.
So
how long was the slave on the mid Sahara, and how long was the slavery in the chattel slavery or the triangular slave trade?
The triangle slavery was for about 500 years, whilst the Sahara was about 1,000 years. You're going back to around the 9th century.
So when we look at that, how many people must have died from the Arab slavery?
Bare people. I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that.
No, I'm not saying you doubt it. No. Yeah. So doesn't matter. Killing someone, does it matter how you kill them?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Because you're still killing somebody.
You're still killing someone. Yeah. I just like I wanted to get, because obviously when you go into what the British did, you go into like the different things of what they called it to punish slaves or whatnot. I just wanted to know what type of punishments did they do for slaves in Arabia, in so-called Arab trade, when you hear about the castration, you hear about the prostitute, not the prostitute, the women harems that they have, or harems, or whatever they call it. So yeah.
And the racketing never stopped.
Oh yeah, of course, of course, of course, of course.
So, you know what I mean? Just that
Mm,
done under money now.
100%.
You know, you blackmail people for telling them to do something, and it's not what they're not doing what they will say they were gonna do.
Yep. 100%.
And that's where you start to find a lot of African people in certain places.
Yep.
You know, so you know, and one thing I don't try to do is differentiate,
Okay.
because when you start to differentiate, you're trying to say one's better than the other.
Well, I know I've heard people in the past make that argument, but
When it shows you that they are admitting that they did do some atrocities,
yeah,
but yet you're trying to deny it.
yeah, yeah. I
No,
saw someone's, I
it was
saw
worse.
someone's, I saw someone's comment earlier saying that the British are trying to exonerate themselves. I was looking at them, I was like, what are you trying to say? Just because we're discussing one form of slavery doesn't mean that the British are exonerating themselves when they say their one was bad. Like, come on, man. I don't know why people do this, man. People need to stop being emotional and try and talk with facts and talk with truths. Because if it was me, I'll say it there, yeah. There were black people that sold black people into slavery. That was wrong.
You know, and this is why I don't get into the situation, because the circumstances that some people were put into, and we have to accept
Say that again.
casualties of war.
Say that?
Casualties of war.
Yeah, casualties of war. What about it?
Where people get infected with it. So if I'm warring with another tribe, I might not just take the soldiers, I might take the people of that tribe.
Okay.
Because if I don't do it, they'll do it to us, regardless of where they went. And it's like when you go into forms of Christianity, it's like an offering.
Yep.
No.
No, of course, 100%, 100%. Right.
What am I offering to these? What am I offering to these people?
Just to give them guns and alcohol in trade of slaves anyway. So yeah.
You know, so there's so much things that they were offered. But does it mean they understood what was going on? Majority of the time, they didn't know what was happening in the Caribbean.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. Obviously, I'm saying I agree with that, because that's what I ask my arguments to several people. I say that all the time. I say, okay, cool. Africans sold people to slavery. Did they know what they was going to do with them and take them to and whatnot? And that's why you hear about people like Madame Tinubu.
And then when they did realize, what they took action. They actually took action to the situation. So
I'd like them to know. I like to know what the British were telling these people, what they were doing with the people that they were taking. I want to know what they were telling to these people that they were, God, that would be interesting still. God, obviously, yeah, people can sell people into slavery. That's wrong. What did they actually what were they telling them that they were doing with them instead of, yeah.
And that's what I if they knew, because remember, even some of the kings, they realized when some of their people got taken, they writ to the country that to get their people back. But how would you know who's their people amongst millions?
So I was chewing exactly. The British didn't even keep a proper record of each name of the slave. They just took the slave and named them whatever, and then just continued.
Mm-hmm.
And some people don't even know that they even took kings.
Yep.
One famous one, Jar Jar of Podo.
Yeah, because he, as far as I'm concerned, it's casualties of war.
No, it wasn't casualties of war. It was the fact that there was an alliance brewing between the British and the so-called the people and his group, and I think he disagreed with something, so they took him.
Yeah, exactly. Because as I said to you, they want something. Remember, they're coming in a form of a military sense. So, you're defending yourself, and if you let them overcome you, then they're gonna, when they catch you, that's what they try to even do with the Ashanti king. The Ashanti king really took the golden stool and ran into the bush. They couldn't find him.
They took the what?
When they were going for the golden stool.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Look at the history of the golden stool.
So the British were trying to steal it from him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Golden stool, innit?
They were gonna what?
They heard about the golden stool.
Yeah.
And the British wanted it.
Well,
so when they
that rings a bell, the golden stool. That does ring a bell.
Because that's what the king of kings. That's what he sits on.
But I also heard that before the Ashanti came, not before the Ashanti, before the British came to Ashanti, that they used to they used to put they used to not have what you know as kings. What do you call the Santihini? It was when the British came that they installed a Santihini.
Can't remember the full story, but it rings a bell.
Yeah, that was it was the fact that they had many chiefs or whatnot in that region, and the British needed someone that they could consult to at all times, not just like 10 different people at once. So yeah. Installed a king. Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In Nigeria, have you ever heard of, or have you ever encountered people in Nigeria that had blonde hair and full black in Nigeria?
Albinos.
You're saying albinos, right?
Mm-hmm.
With blonde hair.
Yeah.
I've never seen an albino with blonde hair.
My cousin.
And you got black skin as well.
No, black skin.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You're talking. You might get that in like Egypt and them areas.
No, I have family like that, bro.
Huh?
I have family like that.
You got that.
I've got family. Sorry.
They had blonde hair.
Yeah, my grandmother, my grandmother's mom, so my great grandmother, she had blonde hair, blue eyes, and she was fair skinned, but like lighter lighter, like black, like she was full black or whatnot, but just
It
lighter
was-
in it.
Remember, Europeans went in up in there, you know.
No, they're saying they're full Nigerian. They're saying
Yeah.
that she's full. She was born in Annam.
I'm not saying she's not full Nigerian, but you do understand that Europeans did go up in there.
So you're saying it's because of mixing with Europeans?
It could be.
Well, I don't know. Like,
A lot of people in the Igbo region, they mixed.
well, that's the thing. Like, when you look at my grandmother, she's very dark skinned, so it's not like a
I'm not
mix.
saying that, you know, as I said, things could happen in any format.
Yeah, I'll say to you, I have seen. There was this recent. I was watching some YouTube video with just this person acting and whatnot. Yeah, and it was interesting. She had blonde hair and blue eyes in it, and then I was watching an interview with her where she said, "Yeah, my hair is actually naturally blonde and blue eyes."
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking to myself, "Hang on a minute, what's she talking about?" So, like, she actually went into when she showed like a childhood picture. She said that, "Yeah, my hair, I was born with blonde hair," but she's proper like, you know, black skinned in it. So I was like, it's interesting, isn't it? Then on my family side, like I've got cousins who are dark skinned with ginger hair, naturally ginger hair. I was shocked when I saw it when I went to Nigeria. I thought it was all lies. I said to my auntie, "Auntie, you're lying."
Brown in our family, on my side, on my dad's side, our hair goes light, especially
Yeah.
it can go ginger.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that one's normal.
Oh, that's normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Even with your dark skin.
You have a lot of hair and you stay in the sun for so long, especially the ones in Nigeria. They stay in Nigeria for so long, the sun will beat and it will turn brown.
Well, that's the thing. My cousin's hair's naturally like my hair. Yeah, my hair's just falls black. Yeah, when you look at it, it's full brown, full
It's
ginger.
brown. Yeah,
Full ginger. That's what I'm saying.
You see it when the sun comes out. It's just that because we're in a cold climate.
I mean, so you're saying that if I was to be in the sun more, then my hair would turn brown or ginger.
If you'll turn brown and then you can get ginger depending on the strength of your hair, innit?
Mm. Yeah, Belly, I can see it. Terry, do you want to watch another video?
Go on then, put it in. I'm doing some.
Yeah, work in the background.
Because I've got a show at 5 o'clock.
Oh, see. Okay.
Another telephone thing.
What's the show on?
Oh, it's people from Ghana and America and all that. They all come to say their piece. It's called Alliance of Exodus.
Wow.
You know, people are regrouping. People, they're getting wiser.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good, man. Let me increase the screen. I'll mute it. I'll start the video. Terry, it's playing, so you might as well mute up.
Yeah.
Yo, G, yo, Raf. There's no sound, bro. You gotta reshare your screen, gang.
Sorry, bro. Shit, let me get about.
Reshare your screen and remember to click the sound.
Yeah, that's the thing. I forgot that still. No, how I forgot that.
What do you do? How can you play the
when
music?
You click share screen.
Yeah.
Share
When you click
audio.
share screen.
Share audio.
You click share audio. and then you can just share the screen.
And
you don't even have to share the screen. You can just share the audio. You know what I mean? That so you can have it. You don't have to share the screen. I can leave you man on the screen while the man's talking about. True, it's the video what we can share.
No, I'm bugging out, fam. I don't know why I did that, fam. Wait, hold on. I'm bugging out. Wait, good look. Share screen. That. Share audio. Chrome tab. Tracy Mirage. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, share. The audio share.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Let me play it now. Everyone put their thing on mute.
Thank you. Cheers, Owen. I come to archaeology as a visitor. It's not my field of expertise, but my PhD is interdisciplinary. It's in English and history. I deal with aspects of archaeology and anthropology when I look at the categories used to refer to certain areas of the Near East, to certain peoples. And certainly this is the subject of my paper today. So I'll be tracing the categories and the signifiers used to refer to the inhabitants of the Near East back to where they started, and the problems that we have until today in terms of how we refer to the region in general. To start, I'll try to share my PowerPoint, although I'm not entirely sure how this. Let's try here. Share screens. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that's
okay. Okay, it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So there are some very lengthy quotes. I'll start by introducing my research. Some very lengthy quotes here, which obviously I'll not be reading them. So I'll leave them on some of the slides on the PowerPoint here, or at least parts of them, while I'm explaining their importance to what I'm talking about. So arguments of a perpetual dichotomy between East and West, though ungrounded in facts, have been read and resurrected over every major conflict concerning the two homogeneous entities. Today, such premises mostly pass unquestioned. It does sound perfectly natural and current to discuss the problems or differences between East and West as though they were two countries with distinct borders, not ideological concepts and constructs that transcend the definitions of geography and ethnography. It is the formulation of such mythical ideological conceptions of Near Easterners or the inhabitants of the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa that I trace here, beginning from their early becoming at the time of the Crusades and up to their resurrections in early modern England. I visit each of the imagined figures of the Near Easterner within European and specifically English imagination. So these are, as the title of the paper, the Saracen, the Moor, whether of Barbary or Morocco, as well as the Turk of the Ottoman Empire, and ending by the Arab. Starting with the first section, so the Saracens part. This is a quote from Pope Urban II's speech in 1095. I'm putting only part of it here. There's about 2 pages of it that are of importance, but I'll just share with you a couple of them here in 2 slides. In 1095, Pope Urban II gave a speech to a gathering of French and German bishops and princes, as well as a crowd of the public, in a central French town called Clermont. His famous speech, besides being influential in mobilizing the First Crusade, it also played a great role in founding the formulation of the Christian West versus Islamic East divide. Part of the quote, I'm not going to read here, but part of the quote is now on the slide. I hope you can see that. what Urban II is describing here is clearly the Arab conquest of the Levant, and some of what he says about the loss of vast territories of Byzantium, or the kingdom of the Greeks, as he calls it, is not too far from the truth. There are many falsifications and incorrectness in what he says, nevertheless, which I shall return to in my analysis later. In the meantime, I shall tackle a specific historical inconsistency in the report Urban II refers to. Speaking in the late 11th century, Urban relates the incidents above as news, although the Arab conquest itself took place in the early 7th century, and its political unity had started to break up by the 10th century, and with rival caliphates appearing in Egypt and Spain. Urban, however, had his motives for doing so, being Holy Pope in 1095. He could see his subjects torn by internal wars and economic strife. Phillips explains in Urban's mind the fundamental cause of such chaos was a diminution of faith. His solution was a holy war. His appeal would unite the warring European factions and knights around a common enemy. This is another part of the cause. Second, in the process of creating a new conflict, Urban II utilizes the sown seeds of a much older one. He claims that those who defiled the churches of God are a race from the kingdom of the Persians. The churches and territory which have been dismembered were possessed by the kingdom of the Greeks or Byzantium, the Greek Orthodox Empire. Thus, he is resurrecting here the old argument of Persian versus Greek, which was a result of the Greco-Persian wars, and bringing it back from antiquity to aid him in creating a new conflict, but on a much larger scale. It is worth noting here that a similar conflict, albeit within a different framework, must have been known relatively recently to the educated elite, considering the rivalry between Byzantium and Persia, which existed before the Arabs claimed much of the two competing empires. Third, Urban II deploys, in addition, the Turk versus Frank conflict, invoking the greatness of the great French king Charlemagne, who reinstated the fragmented Roman Empire under his reign in 800 AD and ruled much of its former territories. The kingdoms of the Turks, to which Urban refers here, must be a reference to the Avars, being the only pagan kingdoms encountered by Charlemagne on the eastern fringes of Europe. Nevertheless, Urban's use of the term Turk, rather than the widely used Avar, for the sole reason of weaving the conflicts between the former regions of the last reign of the Roman Empire and its neighbors against what he called Mohammedans or Saracens. Fourth, Urban II adds a whole new dimension to the old conflicts by claiming that the invaders depopulated these lands. And the depopulation concept here is vital because we come across this problem over, like the signifier problems, we come across it over and over and over again, especially with the Crusades coming back to claim Jerusalem and so on. This argument is entirely lacking in foundation, and the majority of the local populations were either forcibly converted or put under pressure to choose to convert to Islam. But Urban was skillfully justifying war of the highest level by denouncing the populations of the Levant, their former, or perhaps their contemporary faiths. As Phillips asserts, Urban and his circle of advisors constructed a case whereby violence could be seen as a morally positive act. The first Crusaders rejoiced in massacring the population of Jerusalem, perhaps in an attempt to reverse the depopulation which they understood had taken place previously. Thus, Urban's merging of the two ancient conflicts, the Greeks and the Persians on the one hand, and Charlemagne and the Avars on the other, into one larger feud creates the illusion of an ephemeral conflict that has always existed, parallel, if not identical, to the eternal conflict between good and evil within Christianity itself. Moreover, the struggle for power and territory, which has always blighted human civilizations of all shapes and kinds, served to skillfully establish the novel divide between two newly formulated entities, Saracens and a cursed race, a race wholly alienated from God, versus race of Franks, who are beloved and chosen by God. They are the two homogeneities of East and West, which to a large extent forge the Western sense of identity accepted, celebrated today. So moving on to the second section, which is the Turks part. The linguist Jack Derrida explains in Structure, Sign and Play that this field, which is language, is in fact that of free play, that is to say, a field of infinite substitutions. In the closure of a finite ensemble, this field permits these infinite substitutions only because it is finite. That is to say, because instead of being an inexhaustible field, as in the classical hypothesis, instead of being too large, there is something missing from it, a center which arrests and founds the free play of substitutions, which is exactly what happens with the signifiers that I'm talking about. Such infinite substitutions occur within the cycle of sign, signified, and signifier, which Ferdinand de Saussure also mentions. I shall argue here that the image of the inhabitants of the Near East, appropriately called the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa, continued to hold the same characteristics, but under different consecutive signifiers. So it was pretty much the same trope, but the word would change. So at one time it's Saracen, at another time it's Turk, then we go on to barbarian, more, and then Arab. But the content, the connotation remains the same. Like all substitutions, they went through a transitional period when they were used interchangeably, for example, or rather synonymously, until Turk became more dominant. It is perhaps worth noting here that the term Saracen itself is debatable in regards to its origins and why it came to represent Near Eastern peoples in medieval times. The Oxford Dictionary traces the origin or the etymology of the word Saracen from the Old French Sarrazin, via late Latin from late Greek Sarakinos, and then from Arabic Sharqi, which means Eastern. I find this completely unconvincing, and I can read within this as well the influence of the colonial structures that created this homogeneous attitude toward the region. There isn't the origin does not seem quite convincing here, particularly because the second syllables of the Greek and Arabic origins are completely different from their French and English counterparts. And not just that, Sharqi does not sound the same at all as Saracen. A recent French TV program, however, suggests a much more plausible origin to the word, which the French Institut du Monde Arabe endorsed on their website as well. The Saracen, or Saracen in French, has two meanings, buckwheat and an individual Saracen. According to the French series, Nos ancêtres Saracens, the buckwheat meaning superseded the Saracen meaning due to buckwheat imports from the Near East, which led to its implementation as a signifier for Near Eastern peoples, or peoples from the Levant. The program also highlights how representations of Near Easterners as black in medieval times could have been due to the color of buckwheat itself. In this illustration, I show how, it is from 1400, I show how the Saracens were regarded as black in this particular illustration. The point of the incommensurability of depicted details in medieval narratives is highly illuminating and informs some of the arguments I've made already, and arguments I shall make later. Turk is not wholly new, however. Urban II mentions it in his speech, as discussed previously. There are many reasons as to why the transition from Saracen as the dominant signifier of the inhabitant of the Near East to Turk started taking effect from the late Middle Ages. The principal one is that the Ottomans were establishing themselves as the new superpower on the scene, having founded their state upon a theory of infinite expansion and annual war to advance their territories. Moving on to the following section, and I have a map here which highlights Barbary as part of clearly showing Morocco as part of Barbary. In this section, which I'll try to keep it brief so that I get to finish the rest of what I'm trying to say. I'll be just talking about how the barbarians and the Moors were also classed as Turks and not entirely separate. When it comes to North Africa, initially the distinction was between two categories, barbarians and Moors. But by the 16th century, they were dismissively divided in the English popular imagination into Turks, who were part of the empire, and Moors who lived in or came from Morocco. Tinniswood goes on to explain that the distinction was not hard and fast. Both terms were loose, generic, and often interchangeable. Nevertheless, barbarians or Moors, all North Africans, like the Eastern Mediterraneans, were also called Turks, whether to denote Muslims or to mean a type of Ottoman Turk, both which was often the case, since informed distinctions and understanding of the region were quite hazy. The term survived as a signifier of sorts until the 19th century when Thackeray visited John Frederick Lewis at his home in Cairo. He was surprised to find his friend dressed like a Turk. Nevertheless, Turk and its variants began to wither away from the beginning of the 18th century with the publication of 1001 Nights, as I'll explain in the next section. And from this point onwards, Arab starts taking place. Like Turks, which ethnically refers to the inhabitants of Turkey, whether of old or new, but was used to universally mean Near Eastern or Muslim or Arabs or people from the Near East. Arabs refers ethnically to peoples from Arabia, which is the Arabian Peninsula below the Levant, but came to be used as a universal term to refer to Near Easterners, or more specifically, sometimes the Muslims of the Near East, or sometimes just everybody. In England, something similar to what was happening in France at the time was also taking place with the publication of the first translation of 1001 Nights between 1704 and 1717. Galland's text was translated in England by an anonymous Grub Street translator shortly after its publication in France. The English translator published it under the Arabian Nights Entertainments as a title. The title, which does not reflect the meaning of Galland's The 1001 Nights, is based on Galland's assumption, rather than the English translators, that the stories were written by an Arabian author for an Arabian audience. In addition, Galland was also ignorant of the geography of the Eastern Mediterranean, which he sold himself as an expert on. He was referring, for instance, to some towns and in the manuscript itself, in footnotes, as towns of Arabia, located in Arabia, which obviously they were not like. For example, he mentions Alexandria as a town in Arabia, which, as perhaps most of the audience knows, it's a town in a Mediterranean town in the north coast of Egypt. This misconception was carried over by 19th and 20th century translators of the Nights, such as Edward William Lane, Richard Burton, and T.E. Lawrence. After the British forces invaded Egypt in 1882, they started feeding aspects of British Orientalist ideology to the Egyptian public through British-controlled newspapers and journals. Some of these ideas shocked and disturbed the Egyptian public. British colonial forces expected and demanded from the Egyptians to identify themselves as Arabs, something which was taken further by the new pan-Arabist military regimes in the 21st century. Today, there are many calls amid understandable confusion and resistance from pan-Arabists for discarding this false Arab cloak and restoring the ancient and proud identities of the peoples of the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa. One example on this is an article by a Lebanese vicar which went viral in the two lingua francas of the Eastern Mediterranean, North Africa, Classical Arabic and French. And the article is titled Non, nous ne sommes pas des Arabes, and the author is Father Theodoros Dawood of Lebanon. He asserts that the Syrian, the Iraqi, the Egyptian, the Lebanese, the Jordanian, and the Palestinian are not Arab. And this was the Arab phase was only like the Roman phase or the British phase or the French phase. It was only a phase of colonialism. It doesn't define these countries and it doesn't define these peoples. As discussed earlier in the paper, many academic texts have to be approached with caution, and I'm concluding here, with caution when it comes to terminology. Due to the aforementioned colonial and pan-Arabist falsification, it is not uncommon to encounter a reference to prehistoric inhabitants of the Levant as Arabs, as we observed in Wheatcroft, or to come across the Spanish terms Moros and Moriscos, which are widely understood in English as Moors and Moriscos, translated incorrectly by the author of an academic paper on linguistics into Arabs and captives. Similarly, due to the currency of the signifier today, and I mean by that the Arab signifier, dictionaries also are not far removed from corruption, as we discussed previously. I believe I have demonstrated sufficiently here the progression of one signifier after another in reference to the inhabitants of the Near East in English imagination. The Saracen is the Turk, the barbarian, the Moor, and the Arab, the same apparition reappearing in a new cloak every time. I hereby call for a systematic reconsideration and an academic revision of the way we refer to the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa and their inhabitants. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. What's everyone saying? What's everyone saying? So, is there a difference between Saracens and Arabs? Because from history, they say that the Saracens were Arabs. So, I didn't really watch the video, because I was doing something in the background. But what were they saying about the Saracens and the Arabs then? Yeah, let me unshare my screen still. Yeah. I was chewing in the background, that's why I kept my mic muted. I realized year 2020 is a Muslim. So what are you saying year 2020? Oh, so they're saying the Saracens and the Arabs are not black. Okay. Okay. Well, it's interesting because even Kalam does a presentation where he says that the Arabs were black. So yeah, I don't know. Saracens are the same as the Moors. So then they are black then. So black people don't invade people. Okay. I mean, I don't want to paint the picture that black people are some type of, better than other people groups, but I wouldn't say that it's we were always invading people, but definitely would say that that we were. What threesome? So the Moors were never black. So what were the Moors then? I don't know. I don't know what. If they're saying the Moors ain't black, I don't know where. I don't know where the confusion's coming in now. So what were the Moors then? Like mixed Arabs and North African blacks? What are you? Is that what you're trying to say? Mm-hmm. That is interesting. Just chewing away, chewing away. Yeah, no, I was responding to Atticus Cotton. Basically he's saying that the Arabs or so-called the Moors were not black. Yeah, yeah. So that's interesting still. So the Arabs, okay, noted. Cotton, when are you gonna jump on again? Wait, what has evolution of skin color math lecture got to do with this? I was actually eating Oreos, thank you. Yeah, I hear that still. I hear that still. I hear that still. After hours, yeah. After 12 hours, yeah. Yes, I am a pygmy. And what? So what? I'm a pygmy. And what? So what were the Moors then, Mr. Proclogette? Is it Mr. Proclotije? Mr. Proclot? Yeah. What color were the Moors then? I don't know. Like everyone's telling me Moors and know that they were never black, so it's interesting. I did ask the question the other day. I did say if the Spanish knew black people as Negro, and they were calling them Negro, and that's where the word nigger comes from. Why is it that now, when they were interfering with the Moors, they were calling them Moors and not black and not Negro too? So I have asked the question, but I don't know. Obviously, what skin tone? That's what I mean. Skin tone. Were they what you would call today Negro Africans like me or not? You can call me the little one. I don't mind. I said desert yellow. I said desert yellow. What does desert yellow mean? If you're living in the desert, fam, you need to be dark skinned. You don't need to be desert yellow. What the hell? And the desert is not yellow, so it's red. That's why the Arabs took their henna. They put the red on their beard and whatnot. Everything red sand. Well, I'm just certain that I don't know if that's true. Thank you. As I said, Black Turks. I don't know about no Black Turks. Never heard about. That sounds pseudo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the desert, the Sahara. I said that wrong. Sahara. Yeah, is red. I'm pretty sure it's red. You're rude, fam. You're actually rude. If every with a tan is black, what? I'm not obsessed with race. Race is not even the way. A race is just a social construct. Oh, the people like Khan, they were calling them black. Wow. Okay. Keep my name out your mouth. We don't know your name. I'm a dot. Raf looks like a Turk. Yeah, I do still. I do. I say keep my name out your mouth. I'm a dot. Ralph? Yeah, it is, a lie. Man said my uncle is Ralph. I'm gonna start calling Ralph uncle. Tons tunnel. How would you even say that in the way you want to describe it? Tons tunna. Tunna. Tunnel. Yeah. I said my uncle's Ralph. Uncle Ralph. No, actually, there was a dot before you. Everyone has to big up and respect Dot Rotten. I mean, not just Dot Rotten, Dot Cotton. Dot Cotton. Jeez, come on. Large tons tunna. A tunna. No. Cotton, you got it wrong. If Khan is black, then Sri Lankans and all dark Indians are burnt. He comes on, Ralph actually comes on. I think he popped up yesterday when Elron was talking. He's always listening in. Ralph is there, man. They're all listening in. Come on, man. Everyone listens into the stream, but they just pretend they're not there. They're not in the chat, innit? I know Ralph's listening in. He's just waiting for an opportunity to bring up race and race realism and all that stuff, innit? Like the way Elron came on yesterday and said that, yeah, when we were talking about what were we talking about? We're talking about black on white violence and white on black violence. He was coming in with his statistics, which fair enough. He brought the statistics, but at the same time, he needs to understand that his stats that he brought was speculation. Conviction isn't is different from prime suspect. So yeah, this idea that you got a prime suspect doesn't mean that in all cases that person is being convicted now. No, Dot. Dot Cotton's the real Dot, not you. You're the Indian Dot. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. He has a lot of fake graphs that he brings, and big up Ralph though. He tries it. He tries his hardest to state his thing still. But you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Still, like we kind of bang on Ralph about his whole what's it occipital lobe or whatever he calls it. Yeah, we bang on Ralph about the whole what's it called, trying to have white people own Britain and whatnot and everything. But some black people do feel the same way that black Africans for only blacks. But I think the difference is where Ralph misunderstands what he's talking about is the fact that what Britain continues to do is to continue to loot Africa of their resources. And then on top of it, when you go and study the IMF, the Britain Conference, the what you call the SAPs, which is the strategic structural adjustment programs, and the whole World Bank, then you're going to find out more. No, you're not the only dot on the net. You're the Indian dot. Stop it. Behave yourself. Yeah, I love the EastEnders, man. I wish I could watch it again, but I feel like if I start watching EastEnders again, I'll get distracted from all the stuff I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be revising for exams and whatnot. Just get stuck on EastEnders again. I'll probably start watching EastEnders again in 2 years' time. We got Dot Cotton, man. Bare dots, bare dots, fam. What's wrong with you, man? Are you trying to dot? Keep down the low. Man, I don't know what dot it means. Trying to dot, fam. Jeez. No, I go uni, Atticus. I go uni. Second year pharmacy. Going exams. I got exams in July. They're all online anyway, but yeah. I never watched Brookside, Never watched Brookside. I don't even know what it is. That's the first time I'm hearing about Brookside. I know I used to watch Neighbours before I used to watch EastEnders. And I used to also watch Hollyoaks. But no, I've never heard of Brookside. Brookside's different still. Alright, oh, that was nice. I said I want to dox a dot. What are you trying to dot? Trying to dot some. What food are you trying to dot? Hey, hey, no. Stop there. Yeah, I used to watch Neighbours. Neighbours was gang. What are you talking about, man? Oh, ever tried to slew Neighbours? Get me? They got all the man in HMP and that. Get me? When they're not watching EastEnders or Hollyoaks, they're watching that. You get me? I'm talking lemons. What's lemons? Ah, my neck, fam. Fuck's sake. Home and Away.
I never watched that, you know, but people was telling me about it still, but I never watched it. Home and Away. I like the intro though for it. I'm not gonna lie. What's the littlest hobo? I don't know what you're talking about. What's the littlest hobo? Skippy and Bush Kangaroo. Skippy the Bush Kangaroo. I think I've heard that title before, but I don't know where it. I've never heard that before. I've heard it before somewhere. What about Little Britain? All that stuff. All that good stuff. Little Britain. Get me. When I stopped watching Hollyoaks EastEnders, I used to. No, I didn't stop watching it. I was also watching Early Ways Essex and Made in Chelsea. I used to love that show still. Not gonna lie. Made in Chelsea and Hollyoaks. No, Made in Chelsea and what's that show again? Early Ways Essex. Love reality TV. Sunset Beach. What the hell is that? I've heard of it though, but I feel like the Sunset Beach is some kiddies show, like some little ute thing or something like that. Like bananas in pajamas or Balamori. I don't know if anyone remembers Balamori or Blue Peter. Blue Peter. That was a thing back in the day. CBBS. Bold and Beautiful. Bold and the Beautiful. I remember that. I remember the title. But I never watched it. Come on, man. You know Made in Chelsea was gang shit. You get me? Come on. You know that was come on. Made in Chelsea was shit. It was the thing still. Get me? Especially Spencer. I love Spencer, fam. Spencer was always fucking all the gal. Oh shit. Sorry, my language. Yeah, Spencer was getting involved in illicit activities and being promiscuous. Bold and the Beautiful. It does bring back some memories still. I remember the title, but I can't put like what it was and whatnot. I'm young still. I'm 24 still. 25 soon though. 25 soon. Let me 3 months time. I think when's my birthday? Birthday September. Sorry, I don't know. I'm bugging out, fam. What do you mean? Shut up, Bob. What are you talking about for nerds, fam? Get out of here, man. About for nerds, Bob. Yeah, shut up, man. Let me. You hear it was gang. Especially if you're 4 or 5, you come back from school, sit down, you're watching Blue Peter and that. You get me? Don't ever diss Blue Peter in your life. Do you hear me? What else? Oh, it's bare with them shows, fam. Switched over to Disney Channel. Oh my days. Oh wow. Yeah, it was when you come back from school time. I don't know fully. I can't remember Blue Peter fully. I can just remember the name, but I remember I used to come back from school watching Blue Peters, or we're watching Tracy Beaker or Murder the Vampire, Arthur. Hey Arthur. Yeah, I remember that still. Half an hour TV shows. You get me? When TV shows were half an hour long. Or they still are, but yeah, it was like cartoons like that. I don't know what the kids are watching these days. innit? The name sounds familiar. The name does sound familiar, but I can't put a picture to it. You know what I mean? But I was probably really young, innit? I was probably like 4 or 5. So I'd probably be looking at it like, oh, yeah, like, I can't even remember. I can't even remember my house, how it looked like, you know? Shit. This is when I was living in Ellsbury. Back when I used to live in Ellsbury. Fucking hell. Ben 10. Okay. Yeah, my brother used to love Ben 10. I wasn't too much of a fan of it, but yeah, my brother used to love Ben 10. My brother used to love Ben 10, love Sonic. Also, other shows, I can't even remember. The only thing I used to watch really tough on Cartoon Network was things like Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls. What else? No, actually, I didn't even used to watch Powerpuff Girls. Tough. It was only when it was on in there I would entertain it. But I used to definitely watch Dragon Ball Z or Samurai Jack. Samurai Jack was calm. Oh my days. Yeah, fam. Them were the shows back then. You get me? I study pharmacy at uni, 2nd year pharmacy student. Hopefully, I'll move on to 3rd year. I got my exams in July, so hopefully pass them, move on. Tasmanian Devil. You know what I was watching this morning? I was having a little brekkie, yeah. I was watching Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd. You know when you go on YouTube and start watching all the old cartoon clips. Yeah, I was watching that. Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd. It's too funny. Tasmanian Devil. You know, we were talking about that the other day when we were talking about the Tasmanian Devil, saying that the reason why they got that character and it's a racist connotation of what they thought of the people that lived in Australia. So they were calling them the Tasmanian Devils, saying that they spoke weird languages and didn't make any sense and whatnot and everything. That's what it's a play on. Gorgals. I think I remember the Gorgals. Street Fighter. Robotech. Oh, remember our Robot Wars? Oh, that's what we that's what we used to watch on Blue Peter. Robot Wars. After Blue Peter it was, I think. Yeah, Robot Wars. Sorry, man, I had a dirty cough. Yeah, it was Robot Wars still. Yeah, it's a negative connotation still. If you go into it, yeah, you can understand it. You can tell that from a lot of Disney and Walt's and Warner Brothers shows. To be honest, like a lot of their stories are based on something. If it's not racist, it's based on a negative historical fact about some of these stories. Some of these stories are just changed from the original stories that they used to put out about these
things if you look back at it. No, I haven't watched Crystal Maze. I haven't even heard of it. Around the Twist. No, I haven't heard of it still. Crystal Maze. Unless he was talking about challenges where you used to run through and try and I don't know what is Crystal Maze. It's interesting still. Yeah. Oh, Takeshi Castle. Come on. Everyone used to watch Takeshi's Castle. Everyone used to watch it. Come on, no one can tell me they never watched Takeshi's Castle. That was too funny. Oh my days. Oh my days. Yo, that was too nuts. I said Takeshi's Castle. That was just too funny, fam. When they used to see people flop, that was just too funny. Nah, I didn't know about that still. I'm only 24, so I don't know how old that was. Maybe it's one of the few shows my mum allowed me to watch. Mum never, at the beginning, Mum never used to let me watch EastEnders when I was young. She said it's too grown for man. I was like, oh, okay. Gladiator Wars. I remember I saw something like that. Yeah, I do slightly a bit. My memory's hazy on that, but I remember that still. Gladiator Wars. So Gladiators. Yeah, remember that. I think it was on BBC. Like an after school thing. When you finish from school 3 p.m, come back, you're at home watching Gladiators. Yeah, when they drop in the water and stuff like that. That was too funny. That is too funny, I swear down. Yeah. There's so many shows to watch, fam. I swear to God. There was Little Bill. Oh my days. I used to watch so many different shows when I was young, fam. That was crazy. I remember when I don't know if people remember when there was what they call cassettes. Cassettes. Instead of having DVDs and Blu-ray and all that, we had cassettes. So I used to have a cassette of all these shows as well. Shit. Fun Song Factory, all of that, man. Christopher the Crocodile. Oh shit, there are so many of them. Oh, I used to watch Ed and Eddie on Cartoon Network as well. Yeah, Ed and Eddie. That was gang still. Yeah, Takeshi Castle was too funny, man. Graydon Square. Graydon Square is live right now. Graydon Square is live right now.
Where is content over everything? I never see content ever on the comment sections no more. Must be in the backgrounds. Let me see. Nah, Terry said he's gonna do a show still. I heard he was doing a show. So I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure. Yeah, he said he was doing a show. Yeah, but yeah. He said he's doing a show at 5, sorry. That's what I meant. Doing a show at 5, so he was preparing something in the background, so probably gonna go live soon. Where's Dot? Where's Indian Dot? Can't see Indian Dot, everyone. Where's everyone today? I don't even know. That's a good question, you know. I think everyone's kind of like trying to take a break from Hangouts. Hangouts gets a bit too much sometimes, so everyone's trying to take that little pause and break and whatnot, so they're not coming on as often. But obviously, it's here if anyone wants to have a good debate. Get me? What's that? What's that, Billy? Is that another video? All right. I'll cheer people up still. All right, Captain. All right, boss. Damn, all these beautiful girls. That's why it will never work. You'll have me suicidal when it's over. Oh shit, Felly, you are a wicked guy, man. You are a very evil guy. Oh shit, no way. Do I even want to be part of this? Oh my days, wow. You are an evil guy, man. Wow. Oh my gosh, wow. Wow. You are Benny, you want to attract all the smoke today, don't you? You want all the smoke. You want all the smoke. Well, guys, get ready, man. This is gonna bring all the smoke today.
Religion in pre-Islamic Arabia was a mix of polytheism, Christianity, Judaism, and Iranian religions. Arab polytheism, the dominant form of religion in pre-Islamic Arabia, was based on veneration of deities and other rituals. Gods and goddesses, including Hubal and the goddesses Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat, were worshipped at local shrines such as the Kaaba in Mecca. Different theories have been proposed regarding the role of Allah in Meccan religion. Many of the physical descriptions of the pre-Islamic gods are traced to idols, especially near the Kaaba, which is said to have contained up to 360 of them. Other religions were represented to varying, lesser degrees. The influence of the adjacent Roman, Aksumite and Sasanian empires resulted in Christian communities in the northwest, northeast and south of Arabia. Christianity made a lesser impact, but secured some conversions, in the remainder of the peninsula. With the exception of Nestorianism in the northeast and the Persian Gulf, the dominant form of Christianity was Miaphysitism. The peninsula had been a destination for Jewish migration since Roman times, which had resulted in a diaspora community supplemented by local converts. Additionally, the influence of the Sasanian Empire resulted in Iranian religions being present in the peninsula. Zoroastrianism existed in the east and south, while there is evidence of Manichaeism or possibly Mazdakism being practiced in Mecca. Polytheism and indigenous beliefs. Topic. Background, belief systems and sources. Until about the 4th century, almost all Arabs practiced polytheistic religions. Although significant Jewish and Christian minorities developed, polytheism remained the dominant belief system in pre-Islamic Arabia. The religious beliefs and practices of the nomadic Bedouin were distinct from those of the settled tribes of towns such as Mecca. Nomadic religious belief systems and practices are believed to have included fetishism, totemism and veneration of the dead, but were connected principally with immediate concerns and problems and did not consider larger philosophical questions such as the afterlife. Settled urban Arabs, on the other hand, are thought to have believed in a more complex pantheon of deities. While the Meccans and the other settled inhabitants of the Hejaz worshipped their gods at permanent shrines in towns and oases, the Bedouin practiced their religion on the move. The contemporary sources of information regarding the pre-Islamic pantheon include a small number of inscriptions and carvings, remnants of stone idol worship, references in the poetry of the pre-Islamic Arab poet Zuhair bin Abi Sulma, and pre-Islamic personal names. Nevertheless, information is limited, and while scholars believe that the dominant traditions of the pre-Islamic Arabia were polytheistic, there is little certainty about the nature of pre-Islamic polytheism and considerable debate. According to F. E. Peters, "One of the characteristics of Arab paganism as it has come down to us is the absence of a mythology, narratives that might serve to explain the origin or history of the gods." The majority of extant information about Mecca during the rise of Islam and earlier times comes from the text of Quran itself and later Muslim sources such as the prophetic biography literature dealing with the life of Muhammad and the 8th century Book of Idols. Alternative sources are so fragmentary and specialized that writing a convincing history of this period based on them alone is impossible. Several scholars hold that the Sirah literature is not independent of Quran but has been fabricated to explain the verses of Quran. There is evidence to support the contention that some reports of the Sirahs are of dubious validity, but there is also evidence to support the contention that the Sirah narratives originated independently of the Quran. Compounding the problem is that the earliest extant Muslim historical works, including the Sirahs, were composed in their definitive form more than a century after the beginning of the Islamic era. Some of these works were based on subsequently lost earlier texts, which in their turn recorded a fluid oral tradition. Scholars do not agree as to the time when such oral accounts began to be systematically collected and written down, and they differ greatly in their assessment of the historical reliability of the available texts. According to Ibn al-Kalbi's Book of Idols, descendants of the son of Abraham who had settled in Mecca migrated to other lands, carried with them the holy stones from Kaaba, and after erecting them started circumambulating them just like Kaaba. This, according to him, led to the rise of idol worship. Based on this, it may be probable that Arabs originally venerated stones, later adopting idol worship under foreign influences. The relationship between a god and a stone as his representation can be seen from the 3rd century work called the Syriac Homily of Pseudo-Melaton, where he describes the pagan faiths of Syriac speakers in northern Mesopotamia, who were mostly Arabs. Deities and system of worship. The pre-Islamic Arab religion was polytheistic, venerating many deities and spirits through statues, bedelis and natural phenomena. According to the Book of Idols, there are 2 known types of statues, idols sanam and images wathan. If a statue was made of wood, gold, or silver, after a human form, it would be an idol, but if the statue was made of stone, it would be an image. Allah. Some scholars postulate that in pre-Islamic Arabia, including in Mecca, Allah was considered to be a deity, possibly a creator deity or a supreme deity in a polytheistic pantheon. The word Allah, from the Arabic al-ilah meaning, the God, may have been used as a title rather than a name. The concept of Allah may have been vague in the Meccan religion. Pre-Islamic texts, Meccans and their neighbors believed that the goddesses Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat were the daughters of Allah. Regional variants of the word Allah occur in both pagan and Christian pre-Islamic inscriptions. Muhammad's father's name was Abd Allah, meaning, the servant of Allah. Encyclopedia of Ancient Deities by Charles Russell Coulter and Patricia Turner considers Allah's name may be derived from a pre-Islamic god called Alia and is similar to El, Il, Ilah and Jehovah. It also considers some of his characteristics to be seemingly based on lunar deities like Ilmuga, Kahil, Shaker, Wad and Wara. Alfred Guillaume states that the connection between Ilah that came to form Allah and ancient Babylonian Il, or El of ancient Israel is not clear. Wellhausen states that Allah was known from Jewish and Christian sources and was known to pagan Arabs as the supreme god. Winfried Corduan doubts the theory of Allah of Islam being linked to a moon god, stating the term Allah derived from al-ilah like El Elyon, which was used for the god Sin, functions as a generic term. South Arabian inscriptions from the 4th century AD refer to a god called Rahman, the Merciful One, who had a monotheistic cult and was referred to as the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Aaron W. Hughes states that scholars are unsure whether he developed from the earlier polytheistic systems or developed due to the increasing significance of the Christian and Jewish communities. He also adds that it is difficult to establish whether Allah was linked to Ramanan. Maxime Rodinson however considers one of Allah's name, Ar-Rahman, to have been used in the form of Ramanan earlier. Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat. Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat were common names used for multiple goddesses across Arabia. G. R. Hotting states that modern scholars have frequently associated the names of Arabian goddesses Al-Lat, Al-Uzza and Manat with cults devoted to celestial bodies, particularly Venus, drawing upon evidence external to the Muslim tradition as well as in relation to Syria, Mesopotamia and the Sinai Peninsula. There are two possible etymologies of the name Al-Lat. The etymology best reflecting the Arab lexicographical tradition derives the name from the verb latta, to mix or knead barley meal. It has also been associated with the idol of jealousy, erected in the Temple of Jerusalem according to the Book of Ezekiel, which was offered an oblation of barley meal by the husband who suspected his wife of infidelity. It can be inferred from Al-Kalbi's Book of Idols that a similar ritual was practiced in the vicinity of the idol of Al-Lat in Mecca. The second etymology, which is more in line with Semitic traditions in general, takes Al-Lat to be the feminine form of Allah. The word Al-Lat was used as a name and title for multiple pre-Islamic goddesses of Arabia and was used for either a wife of Allah or a daughter depending on the region. It was used as a title for the goddesses Ashura and Atharat. The word is akin to Elat, which was the name of the wife of Semitic deity El-Alat. S cult was spread in Syria and northern Arabia. From Safedic and Hismaic inscriptions, it is probable that she was worshipped as Lat Lt. F. V. Winnet saw Alat as a lunar deity due to association of a crescent with her in Ein Esh Shalale and a Leonite inscription mentioning the name of Wad over the title of FKL Lieutenant. René Dassault and Gonzague Rickmans linked her with Venus while others have thought her to be a solar deity. John F. Healy considers Al-Uzza actually might have been an epithet of Alat before becoming a separate deity in Meccan pantheon. Redefining Dionysus considers she might have been a god of vegetation or a celestial deity of atmospheric phenomena and a sky deity. Al-Uzza was meanwhile associated with the Mesopotamian goddesses Nanai, Inanna and Ishtar. Manat was apparently associated with the Greek goddess Nemesis. A similar word Menutu was used as a title for Ishtar. Mecca and the Kaaba. The Kaaba, whose environs were regarded as sacred haram, became a national shrine under the custodianship of the Quraysh, the chief tribe of Mecca, which made the Hejaz the most important religious area in North Arabia. Its role was solidified by a confrontation with the Christian king Abraha, who controlled much of Arabia from a seat of power in Yemen in the middle of the 6th century. Abraha had recently constructed a splendid church in Sana'a, and he wanted to make that city a major center of pilgrimage, but Mecca's Kaaba presented a challenge to his plan. Abraha found a pretext, presented by different sources alternatively as pollution of the church by a tribe allied to the Meccans or as an attack on Abraha's grandson in Najran by a Meccan party. The defeat of the army he assembled to conquer Mecca is recounted with miraculous details by the Islamic tradition and is also alluded to in the Quran and pre-Islamic poetry. After the battle, which probably occurred around 565, the Quraysh became a dominant force in western Arabia, receiving the title, God's People, Al-Allah, according to Islamic sources, and formed the cult association of Hums, which tied members of many tribes in western Arabia to the Kaaba. According to tradition, the Kaaba was a cube-like, originally roofless structure housing a black stone venerated as a fetish. The sanctuary was dedicated to Hubal, Arabic, Hbal, who, according to some sources, was worshipped as the greatest of the 360 idols the Kaaba contained, which probably represented the days of the year. Ibn Ishaq and Ibn al-Kalbi both report that the human-shaped idol of Hubal made of precious stone came into possession of the Quraysh with its right hand broken off and that the Quraysh made a hand of gold to replace it. A soothsayer performed divination in the shrine by drawing ritual arrows, and vows and sacrifices were made to assure success. Marshall Hodgson argues that relations with deities and fetishes in pre-Islamic Mecca were maintained chiefly on the basis of bargaining, where favors were expected in return for offerings. A deity's or oracle's failure to provide the desired response was sometimes met with anger. Allah and Hubal. Different theories have been proposed regarding the role of Allah in Meccan religion. According to one hypothesis, which goes back to Julius Wellhausen, Allah, the supreme deity of the tribal federation around Quraysh, was a designation that consecrated the superiority of Hubal, the supreme deity of Quraysh, over the other gods. However, there is also evidence that Allah and Hubal were two distinct deities. According to that hypothesis, the Kaaba was first consecrated to a supreme deity named Allah and then hosted the pantheon of Quraysh after their conquest of Mecca, about a century before the time of Muhammad. Some inscriptions seem to indicate the use of Allah as a name of a polytheist deity centuries earlier, but we know nothing precise about this use. Some scholars have suggested that Allah may have represented a remote creator god who was gradually eclipsed by more particularized local deities. There is disagreement on whether Allah played a major role in the Meccan religious cult. No iconic representation or idol of Allah is known to have existed. Goddesses. The three chief goddesses of Meccan religion were Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, and Manat, who were called the daughters of Allah. Egerton Sykes meanwhile states that Al-Lat was the female counterpart of Allah while Uzza was a name given by Banu Ghatafan to the planet Venus. Alat, Arabic, Alat or Al-Lat was worshipped throughout the ancient Near East with various associations. Herodotus in the 5th century BC identifies Alalat, Greek, Alalat, as the Arabic name for Aphrodite and, in another passage, for Urania, which is strong evidence for worship of Alat in Arabia at that early date. According to the Book of Idols, her idol and shrine stood in Ta. If Al-Uzza, Arabic, Alzi the mightiest, was a fertility goddess or possibly a goddess of love. Her principal shrine was in Nakhla, a day's journey from Mecca. Manat, Arabic, Manat, was the goddess of fate. According to the Book of Idols, an idol of Manat was erected on the seashore between Medina and Mecca. Inhabitants of several areas venerated Manat, performing sacrifices before her idol, and pilgrimages of some were not considered completed until they visited Manat and shaved their heads. Other gods. Manaf, Arabic, Manaf, was another Meccan god whose idol was caressed by women. Menstruating women were forbidden from coming near his idol. The Meccans were accustomed to name their children Abd Manaf. Muhammad's great-great-grandfather's name was Abd Manaf, which means, slave of Manaf. He is thought by some scholars to be a sun god. Quzza was a god of rains and storms. In pre-Islamic times pilgrims used to halt at the hill of Quzza before sunrise. Qusay ibn Kilab is traditionally reported to have introduced the association of fire worship with him on Muzdalifa. The pantheon of the Quraysh was not identical with that of the tribes who entered into various cult and commercial associations with them, especially that of the Hums. Christian Julian Robin argues that the former was composed principally of idols that were in the sanctuary of Mecca, including Hubal and Manaf, while the pantheon of the associations was superimposed on it, and its principal deities included the three goddesses, who had neither idols nor a shrine in that city. Political and religious developments. The second half of the 6th century was a period of political disorder in Arabia and communication routes were no longer secure. Religious divisions were an important cause of the crisis. Judaism became the dominant religion in Yemen while Christianity took root in the Persian Gulf area. In line with the broader trends of the ancient world, Arabia yearned for a more spiritual form of religion and began believing in afterlife, while the choice of religion increasingly became a personal rather than communal choice. While many were reluctant to convert to a foreign faith, those faiths provided intellectual and spiritual reference points, and the old pagan vocabulary of Arabic began to be replaced by Jewish and Christian loanwords from Aramaic everywhere, including Mecca. The distribution of pagan temples supports Gerald Hothing's argument that Arabian polytheism was marginalized in the region and already dying in Mecca on the eve of Islam. The practice of polytheistic cults was increasingly limited to the steppe and the desert, and in Yathrib, which included 2 tribes with polytheistic majority, the absence of a public pagan temple in the town or its immediate neighborhood indicates that polytheism was confined to the private sphere. Looking at the text of Quran itself, Hothing has also argued that the criticism of idolaters and polytheists contained in Quran is in fact a hyperbolic reference to other monotheists, in particular the Arab Jews and Arab Christians, whose religious beliefs were considered imperfect. According to some traditions, the Kaaba contained no statues, but its interior was decorated with images of Mary and Jesus, of prophets, angels, and trees. To counter the effects of anarchy, the institution of sacred months during which every act of violence was prohibited, was re-established. During those months, it was possible to participate in pilgrimages and fairs without danger. The Quraysh upheld the principle of 2 annual truces, one of 1 month and the second of 3 months, which conferred a sacred character to the Meccan sanctuary. The cult association of Hums, in which individuals and groups partook in the same rites, was primarily religious, but it also had important economic consequences. Although, as Patricia Crone has shown, Mecca could not compare with the great centers of caravan trade on the eve of Islam, it was probably one of the most prosperous and secure cities of the peninsula, since, unlike many of them, it did not have surrounding walls. Pilgrimage to Mecca was a popular custom. Some Islamic rituals, including processions around the Kaaba and between the hills of Al-Safa and Marwa, as well as the salutation, "We are here, O Allah, we are here," repeated on approaching the Kaaba, are believed to have antedated Islam. Spring water acquired a sacred character in Arabia early on, and Islamic sources state that the well of Zamzam became holy long before the Islamic era. History and regional variations. Greek accounts. According to the Greek historian Herodotus in the 5th century BC work Histories, the Arabs at the time only believed in 2 gods, Oridult, whom he identifies with Dionysus, and Alalit, identified with Aphrodite Urania. They believe in no other gods except Dionysus and the heavenly Aphrodite, and they say that they wear their hair as Dionysus does his, cutting it round the head and shaving the temples. They call Dionysus, Oridult, and Aphrodite, Alalit. Alit was identified as the mother of the gods by a Nabatean inscription. Herodotus Hist. I. 131 calls her Alalit and equates her with the Assyrian goddess Mylitta and the Persian goddess Mitra. Strabo stated the Arabs worshipped Dionysus and Zeus. Origen stated they worshipped Dionysus and Urania. Western Arabia. The Hejaz region specifically was home to 3 important shrines, one located in Ta'if was dedicated to Al-Lat, another in Nakhla was dedicated to Al-Uzza, and the other in Al-Qadaid was dedicated to Manat. Various other deities were venerated in the area by specific tribes. For example, the god Sa'd was venerated by the tribe of Kinana, although he also received worship by the Arab nomads around Palmyra. Suwa is an important god of the Banu Hudhail tribe. Apparently, animal sacrifice was also practiced. According to the Book of Idols, animals such as camels and sheep would be sacrificed before the deity, often performed on an altar. Medina, then called Yathrib, was home to 2 polytheistic tribes, Banu Oz, which was also known as Oz Manat or the gift of Manat, and Banu Khazraj. Both tribes were devout worshippers of the goddess Manat. South Arabia. The civilizations of South Arabia had the most developed pantheon in the Arabian Peninsula. Evidence from surviving inscriptions suggests that each of the southern kingdoms of Qataban, Saba, Hadramaut, Ma'in and Himyar had its own pantheon of 3 to 5 deities, the major deity always being a god. For example, the pantheon of Saba comprised Almakah, the major deity, together with Athtar, Haubaz, Himayam, and Dhat Badin, the main god in Ma'in and Himyar was Athtar, in Qataban it was Amm, and in Hadramaut it was Sin. Amm was a lunar deity and was associated with the weather, especially lightning. One of the most frequent titles of the god Almakah was, Lord of Awwam. Anbay was an oracular god of Qataban and also the spokesman of Amm. His name was invoked in royal regulations regarding water supply. Anbay's name was related to that of the Babylonian deity Nabu. Hakum was invoked alongside Anbay as gods of command and decision, and his name is derived from the root word to be wise. Each kingdom's central temple was the focus of worship for the main god and would be the destination for an annual pilgrimage, with regional temples dedicated to a local manifestation of the main god. Other beings worshipped included local deities or deities dedicated to specific functions as well as deified ancestors. Other deities included Dul Khalasa Arabic, Do Alkalst was an oracular god in Yemen worshipped by the Bahila and Qatham tribes. He was venerated in the form of a white stone. His sanctuary known by the same name was called the Kaaba of Yemen and rivaled the Kaaba of Mecca. Talib Arabic, Talb was a god worshipped in southern Arabia, particularly in Saba and also a lunar deity. His oracle was consulted for advice. A shrine dedicated to him existed in Riyam. Basamam, who is mentioned by an ancient text to have healed 2 wild goats or ibexes. Shamsam was a female solar deity, possibly related to the Canaanite Shapish and the broader Middle Eastern Shamash. She was the dominant goddess of the Himyarite kingdom, and possibly still revered in some form by the Bedouin for several centuries afterward. Kal, the patron god of the Kinda kingdom whose capital was Qaryat al-Faw. The town was called Dhat Kal after him. His name appears in the form of many inscriptions and rock engravings on the slopes of the Tuwaiq, on the walls of the souk of the village, in the residential houses and on the incense burners. Nasr, the god of time who was worshipped in South Arabia and mentioned in Quran. Wad Arabic, Widi was a lunar deity in Ma'in. His name is interpreted to mean, love. Snakes were associated with him. The Minian colonists living in Daran modern-day al-Ula during the rule of Leonites worshipped Wad as well. A temple of Wad evidently existed in Dedan. There is evidence from Minian inscriptions of the presence of Levites in the Temple of Wad who according to some scholars were either priests or cult servants who could later be promoted to higher positions. The tribe of Banu Kalb worshipped Wad in the form of a male and is said to have represented heaven. Nabateans. The main deity of the Nabateans in northern Arabia was Dushara Arabic. He was the only god known for certain to have been worshipped throughout Nabatea and was associated with the Greek gods Zeus and Dionysus. The meaning of his name is not clear as there are no definite interpretations of it. John Healy speculated his name to mean, the Lord of Shara mountain range. Dushara was represented in the form of a stone cube or more generally in the form of cuboid architecture which can be seen throughout the remains of the Nabateans' principal city, Petra. Warwick Ball has noted a possible connection with the Kaaba and has commented that, as a result, the Islamic abstract concept of deity certainly owes a debt to Nabatean religion. There is evidence that Dushara was connected to a Ra, the local god of Basra. Al-Uzza was worshipped in Nabatea where she had been adopted alongside Dushara as the presiding goddess at Petra, the Nabatean capital, where she assumed attributes of Isis, Tyche, and Aphrodite. She was the protectress of the city and also of love and immortality. Despite the same name shared between the Al-Uzza of Nabatea and that of Mecca and other places, it is unclear whether there is any continuity of worship or identity between them. Al-Qaum Arabic, Alqam or Shay al-Qawm. He who accompanies, leads the people. Another Nabatean god was the guardian of caravans. He was the only truly nomadic god of the Nabatean religion. According to Nabatean inscription, he did not drink wine. Manat was another Nabatean goddess and was identified with the Greek goddess Nemesis. She was the goddess of fate and justice. Within the Nabatean kingdom, the place she is most often mentioned is Hegra, however there is no direct portrayal of her. In some of the inscriptions, she is linked with Dushara in cursing and fining those who violate the terms of use of the tombs and do not observe the rules, respectively. In two of these inscriptions she is linked with Herkasha, which according to various interpretations might be referring to another deity or an object. Allat was another Nabatean goddess who was probably identified with Athena and Tyche. An image of her containing elements of both human and block form exists at Ain Shelala in Rum, along with an inscription which describes her as the goddess of Basra. 3 inscriptions mentioning her exist in Salkad. However, her name isn't recorded anywhere in Basra or Petra. Only a single bust of her near the arched gate of Petra testifies her existence in the capital. An inscription in Hegra on a tomb mentions her as cursing those who violate the terms of its use. The Nabatean inscriptions define her and Al-Uzza as the bride of Dushara. Al-Uzza may have been an epithet of Allat in the Nabatean religion. In the same inscription where Al-Lat is mentioned, a deity named Hubal is also mentioned. Jane Taylor takes this deity to be a god of divination. This is the only place outside South Arabia where a name similar to that of Hubal is mentioned. Maxime Rodinson suggests that the Meccan god Hubal may have been of Nabatean origin. A god called Al-Qutba is mentioned in the inscriptions of these people. Devotion to the god is mentioned in inscriptions in Wadi Rum where Qutba is represented as a betel alongside Al-Uzza. The gender of this god is disputed. The worship of the Syrian god Balshaman was imported from Horan. The Edomite god Qos was also worshipped by Nabateans, as visible from inscriptions at Khirbet et Tanur. The goddess Isis is referenced in an inscription in Wadi es-Sayyah at Sidd el-Mararia. A Greek inscription at Siq mentions one of her priests. Greek papyrus dates to 2nd century AD states that she was worshipped as Sotera in Petra. The Syrian goddess Atargatis was represented in Khirbet et Tanur too. Tyche is represented holding a betel and shown alongside lions in Petra and Basra. At Khirbet et Tanur, Nike upholding that of Tyche surrounded by zodiac symbols, the king Abodas I founded Abodet where he was deified. The worship of Pakitas, a Nabatean god, is attested at Gerasa alongside Hera in an inscription dated to the 1st century AD, while an Arabian god is also attested by 3 inscriptions dated to the 2nd century. Petra has many sacred high places, which include altars that have usually been interpreted as places of human sacrifice, although, since the 1960s, an alternative theory that they are exposure platforms for placing the corpses of the deceased as part of a funerary ritual has been put forward. However, there is, in fact, little evidence for either proposition. Other Northern Arabian cultures. The Aramaic stele inscription discovered by Charles Hubert in 1880 at Tama mentions the introduction of a new god called Salm of Hgm into the city's pantheon being permitted by 3 local gods, Salm of Maram who was the chief god, Shingala and Ashira. The name Salm means image or idol. An inscription on a temple building discovered in 1979 mentions the triad of gods called Salm, Ashima and Sengala. An inscribed block found alongside it shows a priest worshipping an altar surmounted with a bull's head, with the winged sun disk, a crescent and Venus shown above them. Von Klaus Bayer and Alistair Livingstone took these to be astral symbols of the triad and Sin to be a part of Sengala, thus concluding him to be a lunar god while seeing Salm as a solar god and Ashima as Venus. Religious worship amongst the Kedarites, an ancient tribal confederation that was probably subsumed into Nabatea around the 2nd century AD, was centered around a polytheistic system in which women rose to prominence. Divine images of the gods and goddesses worshipped by Kedarite Arabs, as noted in Assyrian inscriptions, included representations of Atarsamane, Nuha, Ruda, Dai, Abarilu and Atarkaruma. The female guardian of these idols, usually the reigning queen, served as a priestess Apkalatu, in Assyrian texts who communed with the other world. Inscriptions in a North Arabian dialect in the region of Najd referring to Nuha describe emotions as a gift from him. In addition, they also refer to Ruda being responsible for all things good and bad. There is also evidence that the Kedar worshipped Al-Lat, to whom the inscription on a silver bowl from a king of Kedar is dedicated. In the Babylonian Talmud, which was passed down orally for centuries before being transcribed c. 500 AD, in Tractate Tanis folio 5b, it is said that most Kedarites worshipped pagan gods, the Midianites, a people referred to in the Book of Genesis and located in northwestern Arabia, may have worshipped Yahweh. Indeed, some scholars believe that Yahweh was originally a Midianite god and that he was subsequently adopted by the Israelites. An Egyptian temple of Hathor continued to be used during the Midianite occupation of the site, although images of Hathor were defaced suggesting Midianite opposition. They transformed it into a desert tent shrine set up with a copper sculpture of a snake, Abjal, cognate with the Sumerian Ab.Gal, related to the Akkadian Apkallu. Ferryman was a pre-Islamic North Arabian god, known from the Palmyrean desert regions as a god of Bedouin and camel drivers. The god Al-Qutba is mentioned in Leonite inscriptions as well. Balshaman was worshipped by Safedic-speaking people and is mentioned in Safedic inscriptions. The worship of the Hermonian gods Leucothea and Theandrios was spread from Phoenicia till Arabia. Eastern Arabia. The Dilmun civilization, which existed along the Persian Gulf Coast and Bahrain until the 6th century BC, worshipped a pair of deities, Inzak and Meskillik. It is not known whether these were the only deities in the pantheon or whether there were others. The discovery of wells at the sites of a Dilmun temple and a shrine suggests that sweet water played an important part in religious practices. In the subsequent Greco-Roman period, there is evidence that the worship of non-indigenous deities was brought to the region by merchants and visitors. These included Bel, a god popular in the Syrian city of Palmyra, the Mesopotamian deities Nabu and Shamash, the Greek gods Poseidon and Artemis, as well as the West Arabian deities Kal and Manat. Bedouin. The Bedouin were introduced to Meccan ritualistic practices as they frequented settled towns of the Hejaz during the 4 months of the Holy Truce, the first 3 of which were devoted to religious observance, while the 4th was set aside for trade. Alan Jones infers from Bedouin poetry that the gods, even Allah, were less important to the Bedouin than fate. They seem to have had little trust in rituals and pilgrimages as means of propitiating fate, but had recourse to divination and soothsayers, kahans. The Bedouin regarded some trees, wells, caves and stones as sacred objects, either as fetishes or as means of reaching a deity. They created sanctuaries where people could worship fetishes. The Bedouin had a code of honor which Fazlur Rahman Malik states may be regarded as their religious ethics. This code encompassed women, bravery, hospitality, honoring one's promises and pacts, and vengeance. They believed that the ghost of a slain person would cry out from the grave until their thirst for blood was quenched. Practices such as killing of infant girls were often regarded as having religious sanction. Numerous mentions of jinn in the Quran and testimony of both pre-Islamic and Islamic literature indicate that the belief in spirits was prominent in pre-Islamic Bedouin religion. However, there is evidence that the word jinn is derived from Aramaic, where it was used by Christians to designate pagan gods reduced to the status of demons, and was introduced into Arabic folklore only late in the pre-Islamic era. Julius Wellhausen has observed that such spirits were thought to inhabit desolate, dingy and dark places and that they were feared. One had to protect oneself from them, but they were not the objects of a true cult. Bedouin religious experience also included an apparently indigenous cult of ancestors. The dead were not regarded as powerful, but rather as deprived of protection and needing charity of the living as a continuation of social obligations beyond the grave. Only certain ancestors, especially heroes from which the tribe was said to derive its name, seem to have been objects of real veneration. Judaism. A thriving community of Jewish tribes existed in pre-Islamic Arabia and included both sedentary and nomadic communities. Jews had migrated into Arabia from Roman times onwards. Arabian Jews spoke Arabic as well as Hebrew and Aramaic and had contact with Jewish religious centers in Babylonia and Palestine. The Yemeni Himyarites converted to Judaism in the 4th century, and some of the Kinda, a tribe in central Arabia who were their vassals, were also converted in the 4th–5th century. Jewish tribes existed in all major Arabian towns during Muhammad's time, including in Tama and Khaybar as well as Medina, with 20 tribes living in the peninsula. From tomb inscriptions, it is visible that Jews also lived in Mada. In Salah and al-Ula, there is evidence that Jewish converts in the Hejaz were regarded as Jews by other Jews and non-Jews alike and have sought advice from Babylonian rabbis on matters of attire and kosher food. In at least one case, it is known that an Arab tribe agreed to adopting Judaism as a condition for settling in a town dominated by Jewish inhabitants. Some Arab women in Yathrib, Medina are said to have vowed making their child a Jew if the child survived, since they considered the Jews to be people of knowledge and the book. Ilmin wa Katabin. Philip Hiddey infers from proper names and agricultural vocabulary that the Jewish tribes of Yathrib consisted mostly of Judaized clans of Arabian and Aramaean origin. The key role played by Jews in the trade and markets of the Hejaz meant that market day for the week was the day preceding the Jewish Sabbath. This day, which was called Aruba in Arabic, also provided occasion for legal proceedings and entertainment, which in turn may have influenced the choice of Friday as the day of Muslim congregational prayer. Toward the end of the 6th century, the Jewish communities in the Hejaz were in a state of economic and political decline, but they continued to flourish culturally in and beyond the region. They had developed their distinctive beliefs and practices, with a pronounced mystical and eschatological dimension. In the Islamic tradition, based on a phrase in the Quran, Arabic Jews are said to have referred to Uzair as the son of Allah. Although historical accuracy of this assertion has been disputed, Jewish agriculturalists lived in the region of eastern Arabia. According to Robert Bertram Sergeant, the Baharna may be the Arabized descendants of converts from Christians, Arameans, Jews and ancient Persians inhabiting the island and cultivated coastal provinces of eastern Arabia at the time of the Arab conquest. From the Islamic sources, it seems that Judaism was the religion most followed in Yemen. Yaqubi claimed all Yemenites to be Jews. Ibn Hazm however states only Himyarites and some Kindites were Jews. Christianity. The main areas of Christian influence in Arabia were on the northeastern and northwestern borders and in what was to become Yemen in the south. The northwest was under the influence of Christian missionary activity from the Roman Empire, where the Ghassanids, a client kingdom of the Romans, were converted to Christianity. In the south, particularly at Najran, a center of Christianity developed as a result of the influence of the Christian kingdom of Aksum based on the other side of the Red Sea in Ethiopia. Both the Ghassanids and the Christians in the south adopted Monophysitism. The third area of Christian influence was on the northeastern borders, where the Lakhmids, a client tribe of the Sasanians, adopted Nestorianism, being the form of Christianity having the most influence in the Sasanian Empire. As the Persian Gulf region of Arabia increasingly fell under the influence of the Sasanians from the early 3rd century, many of the inhabitants were exposed to Christianity following the eastward dispersal of the religion by Mesopotamian Christians. However, it was not until the 4th century that Christianity gained popularity in the region with the establishment of monasteries and a diocesan structure. In 1986, the remains of a church thought to date to the 4th century were discovered in Jubail in eastern Saudi Arabia. In pre-Islamic times, the population of eastern Arabia consisted of Christianized Arabs, including Abd al-Qis, and Aramean Christians among other religions. Syriac functioned as a liturgical language. Sergeant states that the Baharna may be the Arabized descendants of converts from the original population of Christians, Aramaeans, among other religions at the time of Arab conquests. Beth Katre, which translates, region of the Qataris, in Syriac was the Christian name used for the region encompassing northeastern Arabia. It included Bahrain, Taraut Island, Al-Qat, Al-Hassa, and Qatar. Oman and the United Arab Emirates comprised the diocese known as Beth Mazunaya. The name was derived from Mazan, the Persian name for Oman and the United Arab Emirates. Sohar was the central city of the diocese.
Valley, yeah, Brad's backstage. If you can add him in still. He keeps asking me to add him in. So Valley, add Brad in.
Edged, in the center of the peninsula, there is evidence of members of two tribes, Kinda and Taglib, converting to Christianity in the 6th century. However, in the Hejaz in the west, whilst there is evidence of the presence of Christianity, it is not thought to have been significant amongst the indigenous population of the area. Arabicized Christian names were fairly common among pre-Islamic Arabians, which has been attributed to the influence that Syrianized Christian Arabs had on Bedouin of the peninsula for several centuries before the rise of Islam. Neil Robinson, based on verses in the Quran, believes that some Arab Christians may have held unorthodox beliefs such as the worshipping of a divine triad of God the Father, Jesus the Son and Mary the Mother. Furthermore, there is evidence that unorthodox groups such as the Coloridians, whose adherents worship Mary, were present in Arabia, and it had
Yeah, Veli, Brad is backstage, so add him in if you can, please. Yeah.
has been proposed that the Quran refers to their beliefs. However, other scholars, notably Mircea Eliade, William Montgomery Watt, G.R. Hotting and Sidney H. Griffith, cast doubt on the historicity or reliability of such references in the Quran. Iranian religions. Iranian religions existed in pre-Islamic Arabia on account of Sasanian military presence along the Persian Gulf and South Arabia and on account of trade routes between the Hejaz and Iraq. Some Arabs in northeast of the peninsula converted to Zoroastrianism and several Zoroastrian temples were constructed in Najd. Some of the members from the tribe of Banu Tamim had converted to the religion. There is also evidence of existence of Manichaeism in Arabia as several early sources indicate a presence of Zandakas in Mecca, although the term could also be interpreted as referring to Mazdakism. There is evidence for the circulation of Iranian religious ideas in the form of Persian loanwords in Quran such as Firdaus, paradise. Zoroastrianism was also present in eastern Arabia and Persian-speaking Zoroastrians lived in the region. They were known as Majus in pre-Islamic times. The religion was introduced in the region including modern-day Bahrain during the rule of Persian empires in the region starting from 250 BC. It was mainly practiced in Bahrain by Persian settlers. Zoroastrianism was also practiced in the Persian-ruled area of modern-day Oman. The religion also existed in Persian-ruled area of modern Yemen. The descendants of Abna, the Persian conquerors of Yemen, were followers of Zoroastrianism. Yemen's Zoroastrians who had the jizya imposed on them after being conquered by Muhammad are mentioned by the Islamic historian al-Baladari. According to Sergeant, the Baharna people may be the Arabized descendants of converts from the original population of ancient Persians Majus, as well as other religions. See also Ancient Semitic religion, Babylonian mythology, Book of Idols, Folk religion, Iram of the Pillars, Islamic mythology. Notes. References.
Yo. Lucky, bro. I'm nearly. Hey. What's going on? Betty. Brad's here. Add him back, man. My thing's sounding loud still. I haven't put my earphones in. Let me put my earphones in and that. Yeah. Belly Vision. Yo. Belly. Machiavelli. Brad's been asking to add him in still. You get me? The moon is hollow. Everyone's going on about that. I see, what's his name? Dot was getting upset by it still. And I think Big Art was there still. Oh no. Don't tell me he's backstage too. Benny, please just add. Please just add a Brad, please. Fuck me. Oh shit.
I'm in love with the cocoa. I get it for the lol. You mean Muhammad ibn Wahab was a Jew? Yeah. The 99 different gods came from Islam. I'm joking. Hey, come on. Who's about, fam? You get me? Belly. Bear man are backstage and that. You get me? Don't know if you can hear, man. Still. Just add Brad though. I get it for the lol. Tired, B. No one's chatting to me. Chat to me, people. Chat to me, people. You get me? Until Veli comes round, I don't know what going on in it. But Veli, Brad is backstage still. You get me? I don't know where you're at, B. You get me? Brad is backstage. He's been asking me for a minute still. I even had to pause the video to get him to get in. Yeah, it was an audio book still. It was an audio book. Brad, it was an audio book still. Oh, I'm not Ralph. I'm Raphael, innit? But yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he's come to strengthen the lies and that, but I don't know about that still. Yeah, of course, the word Jungle Book. Okay. The word jungle came from India. Okay. So what did they used to call it? Rainforest. I don't know what they used to call a jungle. A rainforest. Jungle and rainforest, the same thing. Oh, that is interesting. Dot would know that because he's Indian. Indian Dot. Big up Indian Dot for bringing us that information there about India and that. Yes, Brad.
What's up, man? What you say, bro?
Nothing, man. What's going on?
Hey, yo, what was that about? What was that?
Oh, basically, Belly is on troll session, so he was trying to. he put up a video. He sent me a video. He said, "Share it, play it." It's about. I'm looking at the title. I'm like, oh shit, this is not gonna be going down well, car. This is
Yeah.
all about the Islamic history that certain man don't want to know about.
Man, I ain't gonna lie though, bro. I was my cousin came over yesterday, and we was having a conversation, and he started to read the Quran, bro. I ain't gonna fake, bro. Yo, he was right, bro. I mean, on some things like Jesus wasn't the Messiah, bro.
Oh,
That
that's
like you don't hear
Messiah.
Jesus wasn't God, bro. And the way you know is the only book of the Bible that says he was the book of John, and that's a much later book.
Yeah.
Oh man.
A lot of people don't know that it's a
So
much better book.
so I ain't gonna be talking shit about Muslims no more, bro. Because they got a point. I ain't gonna shit. I gotta give them
Yeah.
that respect.
Yeah, 100%. Like if you know the conversations they were having, that was
Yeah.
one of the conversations that led to even Islam. The fact that there were people that were saying no, he is a god, and then people were saying no, he's not a god, and the
Not a
people
god.
that were saying he wasn't a god lost, so they went to Arabia and started spitting their thing there.
Yeah, man. So I ain't
Teaching
gonna
some-
lie. You know, I
yeah.
was telling my dad about it. I was like, hey, what do you think about this? And he was like, I need to read. So I don't know, man. My family might become one of the most powerful Muslim families in America, bro. Oh God, man. This is crazy, bro. It just makes you wonder though. You know how like when you do something your whole life like one way, and then like you learn that it's like not necessarily up and up, you know? Damn.
It's mad still.
Yeah, man. God.
Yeah, that's the thing. At least that we've gone past that chapter now. It's on to better, big and better things, fam. Do you know what I was
Yeah,
looking at the
man.
other day?
What?
I was trying to find out more about Prince Hole Masonry. In fact, I watched a video this morning on Freemasonry based from Kalam, Titans TV channel. He does
Yeah.
he does videos. I think he did a video with Konsu and Black Panther on Freemasonry.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Those are some good brothers right there.
Yeah, he you know he's part of Team Osiris, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Kalam, you know that.
Kalam is part of Team Osiris?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
You know Team Osiris and Amon Ross Squad are cool now.
Yeah, I know they're cool now. I
Zion
saw,
Lex united them. Zion Lex united them. Big up to Zion Lex for that. Thank you, bro, for uniting the ultimate Hebrew slaying squad.
No, but that's the thing though. I was with Konsu on his live the other day, and he was talking about it went into the Moors and all these black groups, yeah, and he was talking about how they should be unified and whatnot. So it was like I don't know. I get mixed messages from the Team Osiris because obviously on the one hand they're saying, listen, no one should be attacking the pseudos, even though we don't agree with them. And Ank's thing is like, listen, I don't take no prisoners.
Yeah, fuck the pseudos.
So it's kind of like, hang on a minute, you're going against Zion Lex, yeah, but you have said that you wouldn't really want to be getting involved because, like,
well, because there's money to be made though. Like, let me be real with you. General Yohana realized the Hebrews were getting they were just the punching bags for the House of Consciousness, and they were bringing such money to the House of Consciousness just by like each event, like crushing them on this fact, crushing them on that fact, crushing them on this fact. You know what I mean? So it's like after a while, he was like, you know what? No more interaction at all. So what Sinetta did was he just took out of camp Hebrews and had them go up against camp Hebrews. So you get your Black Jesus ministers, your apostles, your Michael Edwards, you get your what's his name? I'm not say Zion Lex, but yeah, Zion Lex. You can get these guys who like have no real thing to stand on, but like have they're kind of freelance the thing, so they'll be able to coexist in different classes of Hebrews. You know what I mean? So like when you see Zion Lex get around like ISUPK, he's like, oh yeah, this is right. But then when he gets around Sinetta, he will say that he'll wipe his ass with the Bible. So it is a money thing at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
But hang on a minute, like I see Captain Cesaric still comes on with Sarnetta's team.
Yeah, but he knows he will not come on and debate Garfield. He will not come on and debate anyone. He will only come and attack. He will only come at another Hebrew that's like not in camp or a Christian.
Oh, Zion Lex does that.
Well, no,
I mean, sorry, Captain Cesaric.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, he only do that if he comes in. He only do that to like clean up some Hebrew history. So like, for example, Zion Lex and Garfield was supposed to debate a long time ago. But you know why he won't?
Why?
Because Garfield only had one rule. He said, I will debate you free of charge, but this is the only thing I want. After each round, we allow like 15 minutes to fact check everything that was said that round. Once he said that, it was over. Then like, okay, there was another debate that was supposed to be between Rob Bourne. Now, Rob Bourne, I'm gonna be real with you. Rob Bourne, like, I've been trying to follow his like his fitness thing. He's called God Body. I've been trying to follow that. And he has this thing where he's like, bro, he wanted to debate Zion Lex on one fact. He was like, listen, we're gonna debate this. We're gonna debate because he studied West because Rob Bourne, he's MBK, so like all they do is just sit around. They'll sit around, and I mean, like when he did the exposure of Noble Jew Ali, bro, and they say that this man was really just a hypnotist. He broke down this man's whole life down to just some dude that came from the South, went to the Black community up north, and just simply, oh God, he went to the Black community up in New York and just simply started to do like hypnosis shows, and he introduced the fez and the turban to Black people. That's why, like, if you look at the history between African Americans and Turks, It's not a real bad history because it's like when the Turks were like when they opened up an embassy in DC to show support for the civil rights movement. The Senate was like, do not allow any of the civil rights leader to go into your embassy. But not only did the Turks let them go in, but they had like a full on party because they was like the history between us is fairly tight. And it's like, so he was a pseudo. Like Noble Drew Ali was 100% pseudo, but he was also a capitalist. He was a capitalist, so it was like, but like if you say this to the Moors, and then this is where I have to respect like a lot of the Moors that are like able to say like, look, Moorish history is Moorish history. I like this part, because most Moors are just Muslims anyway. They're like Quranists anyway. So they'll respect the Sunnah, and this is how it was broke down to me by my boy. He said like, we have the Quran and the Sunnah. We'll respect that, and then like the Hadiths, we will never argue Hadiths. We'll just be like, hey, this is just a nice little add-on to like the overall thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they won't like complicate it. Like they'll be like, "Yo, I'll big up Imam Ali, but then like Abu Bakr." You know what I mean? Because I ain't gonna lie, bro. If you look at history of Abu Bakr, bro, Abu Bakr was a G, bro. Like that's the only dude I would want to blackwash. I would want to blackwash the fuck out of Abu Bakr, bro. Like I would want to say Abu Bakr was a black.
Oh man, that guy killed thousands of people, fam. He was nuts.
So that man was, so he was like Dr. Khalid Muhammad before Dr. Khalid Muhammad, bro. He didn't care, bro.
Yeah.
So I like how Muslims try to make him seem like, oh, he was so pious. He just wanted to do what's right by Islam. Man was like, yo, I got a sword, I got this book. Log on.
Yeah, sorry. Veli, there's a King of Gold is backstage.
Oh my man.
Yeah, so what you saying? You wanted the sword. You wanted the.
Yo, he was like, look, I got I guarantee you, if he was alive today, right, and someone said, like you hear like Zabeda or someone say like Islam was not spread by the swords like that, he'd be like, yo, who is this chick, bro? She's lying, bro. I use the sword right here, bro. You see this sword? Yo, he was about his thing, bro. Like I guarantee you, bro. Like he would. I think it comes in like the one thing I'm learning because listen to my cousin, bro. I ain't gonna fake, bro. I would advocate for every African American to become a Muslim, like a Sufi Muslim. Like it'd be like,
What
we'd be
about
like
Shia? What about Shia Muslim? Because Shia say that.
no, Sufi. Because I would rather do that because the Sufi Muslim will keep his thing. He or she will keep their like traditional thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd rather have that because like the Shias still will bun out like voodoo and things like that. I would not do. The reason why I would not do Sunni is because it's like the Sunnis, they kind of have this thing where it's like a lot of them practice too much to what Saudi Arabia.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah,
what's up, bro?
What up?
You doing all right, man?
Oh shit, you can see me. Fuck.
Yeah, bro.
All right.
my man on the couch or in bed.
He's in bed
Chilling.
still.
I like how Kingo gets on, right? And I love how he gets on here. And he'll be cooking like a full-on meal conversation. You just be hearing pots and pans in the background, water running and shit.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah. What's happening though, family?
Yo,
You're right.
I might become a Muslim, bro. I might become a
heard
Muslim.
the talk, man. I heard it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, King of Gold was coming on this morning to find out about Abu Bakr and Ali.
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, what's his name? Is it Ali? Ali.
I think it's Iman Ali. Iman.
It's
I think he was more of the from what his thing. I don't want a Muslim to come on though.
What Subeda was saying was, peace and blessings be upon him. That's what Ali, what Zabeda said after she said that, innit? She says that with everyone. So Muhammad, whatever she says in it. So yeah.
But it's funny to me. It's like if you want to have like a trinity of Islam, it would have to be Abu Bakr or the Prophet Muhammad. He's like the God the Father, right? And then you would have to have like Iman Ali be like the Holy Spirit, but then like Jesus Christ would be Abu Bakr, bro. like the person, because you need all three. I feel you can't just have one. You can't have all three, and you can't have one without the other, bro. Like I'm gonna be real, because
the funny thing is.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
The funny thing is we're talking about these American like conscious community, And they,
Yeah.
I think it's ISUPK wants to interview Russ, apparently. ISUPK? I think it's the UK branch of ISUPK, the Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah,
They,
I'm
they're like,
sorry. I
no,
want to apologize to the
Muslim
UK.
now, man. They were banking and hoping that he was going to turn Hebrew
Wait,
Israelite.
hold on. Wait,
I really want to apologize to the UK real quick. In a
Pull that
second,
back.
let me apologize to the UK.
Did you say? Wait,
On
hold on.
behalf of what ISUPK?
Did you say UK ISUPK want to interview Rasper?
Yeah. What did you say? What was you going to say, Brad?
I want to apologize to y'all for not containing our bullshit across the Atlantic and letting it come across. Please forgive us. Please invite. If I come over, please invite me over for tea. Just know I wasn't one of the black people that let it out. I tried to keep the door shut. I stepped away for 2 minutes.
Airborne. How could you not contain it?
I didn't know it was gonna be like this. So I apologize. Man.
Yeah, they want to interview Russ. They'll be like, so what made you turn Muslim? And what do you think about Hebrews? And did you know that they? Yeah, I don't know why. Because he's like, yeah, they want to interview me, and it's like, why isn't it ironic that they want to interview him at such a time? You know what I mean?
Are you serious? There's actually a UK. I didn't believe it.
No, yeah, there's AUI, there's ISPK.
I've even subscribed to it, so I even knew that they were here. What the fuck? This has been a long time ago, fam. Oh shit.
Yeah, there's I know there's an IUIC too.
In UK.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on, man?
You know, when I think about it, there's actually more Hebrew Israelites now going to Judaism has got more of an influx of people joining it than Christianity.
Because people get tired of Christianity. I ain't gonna fake. I think Christianity is on its way out in the black community.
That's what I'm saying. That's like a revolution right there. Because don't forget, who's really walking around saying I'm a Hebrew Israelite? Like, I can't remember really that happening as of lately, really.
But if you see, I ain't gonna lie though, the ones I see joining, they're like forming their own groups though. It's not gonna be like the camp things. Because I think one thing that I've noticed that people will go look at the propaganda first, like they'll type in Hebrew Israelites and there'll be just like a bunch of news articles. Because I saw my dad researching it and he pulled up this young lady who died in the UK called Joy Morgan. Yeah. So it's like, I think that's where people are headed at. I think people are gonna be headed more to oh God. And it's but I ain't gonna lie though, this is why I think the Hebrew Israelites are beneficial. They do have this thing where it's like blackness, so it might unify the thing,
Yeah.
No, they ain't militant.
It's definitely
They're not
welcome.
militant. Huh?
They give this impression that they're very, very thoroughly black. But the only problem is that if you've had any white friends or you happen to have any type of relation with white people, it's not really going to be comfortable for you, a comfortable place.
Yeah. And how they view if you mixed race people is pretty weird when it comes to if your mom was black versus if your dad is black, because it's like you can't really if a mixed race person has a black mom or a black dad, they're gonna come out looking practically the same shade of brown, in the sense that it wouldn't matter. But it's if it's a dad, it's oh, you are what your father is, therefore you're a Hebrew. But if it's your mom, it's oh, you're not, you're a white man. How does that work?
Yeah, so in that case, I'd be a Hebrew Israelite, but in the case of the white side, you wouldn't. Yeah. So in that case, I would actually be a genuine Hebrew.
I swear you're Nigerian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw someone in chat saying that. Well, I think it was you, Ralph. That you said, Ralph. That I know you called you Ralph, but if I did call you Ralph, I apologize sincerely.
Yeah, I do it sometimes. I literally correct myself 1,000 times. That's why I learned his name. I'd be like, Aromo Sele.
Yeah, you said that Igbos had nothing to do with the Israelites or Hebrews.
Okay, so there's what's it called? Port. Say it again.
Port Harcourt.
Fuck my life.
Port Harcourt. I can't even pronounce it properly, but I know it's Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt. Yeah. So there's a synagogue that was built there, and the Igbos have maintained it for 60 plus years. So that's where a lot of them. Because the thing is, okay, so look at the West Bank. I was looking at how why all these white people coming from Europe are able to move to the West Bank, and it's they're not really technically Jewish. is because they've been able to maintain the culture for generations. So that's why you will see some Igbos that are like will be able to advocate for that same right too, because they were able to maintain it.
Yeah,
So I
because you
think,
know Marty Kanu, the current leader now.
yeah,
He's
that's
like
trying
the
to do
walking
Biafra.
Messiah. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's like the walking Messiah there. He's
Walking Messiah.
he's like a walking Messiah there, basically.
I wouldn't call him a. I'd say that he's revolutionary in the sense that he's trying to, tell people to,
Yeah, I would say it's not my personal opinion. It's what some people, well, a lot of people are saying there.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're part of that, because I've noticed the Biafra movement, though, I think he's low key like just living off people's money now, because it's like he doesn't like. I would think, and I'm thinking like I say what I think about the Adudawa Republic when I hear people talk about it, like, oh, we gotta form this group, we just gotta donate money, and I'm like, are y'all just collecting money? Because the
Yeah.
thing that makes no sense is
No.
you
If
haven't
a
like you would
Nigerian
think.
asks you to donate money, don't ever do it. They're not doing it for anything useful apart from. It's like going to a church in Nigeria. I remember when I went to church in Nigeria, and this is a Catholic church. They did not let us leave until people were donating what they were asking for. It was crazy. I was sitting there. I was like, "Is this how these lot behave?" And they were literally like, "Oh, we're asking for 8,000 naira. We're asking for 8,000," and they were sitting there for 5 minutes asking for it. I was like, "Raw."
And then shared with you the amazing magic of the Lord Himself, and you cannot deny it. If you do not donate, your eyes will turn into spiders when you go home. To your home. No, do you know what they do? Some fucking. I have to admit. Like, I don't know if that's definitely something that would turn me off becoming Christian. Is all that madness.
You gotta admit though, bro. After like the one thing I love about Nigerian pastors, it's like an 8-hour church, but it is entertaining. Holy Ghost
Yeah,
fire.
it is.
Holy Ghost.
No.
Holy Ghost. It is entertaining, bro.
It is. Still.
Yeah, but it's kind of like theater, though. No,
it is 100%.
Bro, I brothers and sisters, man. It is a little bit of embarrassing, bro. That fuckery.
Wait, you see that one pastor that suplex people in the church? Light skinned dude, bro. He literally dances in the tithe money, bro. He literally dances.
Yeah, no,
in
I
the
know.
money.
Where he starts jumping up and down doing the worm.
Yeah, bro. The time when he like picked up a woman, says, "Man of God, my stomach hurts." He's like, "God's going to heal you." He puts her on her shoulder and slams her on the ground, bro. It says, "You are healed," and she gets up. Bro. It is so funny, man.
I don't know what's wrong with people, man.
Yeah, so you got people like Sarah Suttersetti and all these sort of revolutionary.
Oh, fuck that retard. He's a cop, bro.
Oh shit! I thought he was he's definitely anti-religion, though. You could say that.
Yeah, not really though, because the thing is, think about this is one thing, Kingo. I'm gonna tell you about the Black American conscious community that I hate. Okay, the ones who are hated frequently, what I mean by frequently, are the ones that are telling the truth. But the ones who kind of go, that are like, no matter what, they're loved, like Polite, Sarah, Young Pharaoh. These guys, like they just collect money. That's it. Like the ones who like stick to their thing. So like in the chat sometimes I see his name. I think his name is Atrocity, or like I think right there. What's his name? Like now is like his last name. Dude maintain like he would be.
Atticus now.
Atticus now, right? Yeah, Atticus now. He would most likely be hated because every time I see him in the chat, he doesn't change. Like he sticks on the truth. So if I were to say something like I think it was yesterday, I was bringing up the mistreatment of Jamaicans that I heard about, the buck breaking that was done in the Caribbean to try to break slaves. He didn't like go with it. He asked for proof. Guys like him would be hated in the conscious community because once he used the wrong word, he asked for proof, sources. You know what I mean? So once that happens, bro, like when you see like a guy like SETI who 1 minute say that like, and I would say the change, like for example, Shaka Utmost. Where's Shaka Utmost? He's in Florida now. And as soon as Shaka Utmost left New York, he went to Florida. He started a school. He was able to, he started a school. He was able to, like, his scholarship has changed significantly. And I mean, like, on a scary level, where it's like, he's not romanticizing Kemet anymore. It's like, like, he doesn't say that, like, Kemet fought to, like, end slavery of Nubians. No, they didn't. They were battling with the Nubians, bro. They weren't cool. You know what I mean? Like, You know, he was on this thing where it was like this holistic black land thing where, you know, have you ever heard his song?
Yeah, I think,
Egypt
but
was a black land.
I think I was laughing at the way he was dancing and
Oh, you didn't? I was laughing at the way he was singing.
yeah, just singing as well. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to.
Yeah.
I
But I
think we're
mean,
gonna have
Shaka
to.
almost. I've always respected him. What he spits, but I don't know about the romanticizing bit. Like
He would, bro. He would, because he would.
okay.
Oh, maybe I'm using romanticizing wrong. Okay, so it's like, because one thing I've seen, and I think when I think King did it one time when the invention of the light bulb.
Hmm.
It's like everything in the planet came from
From
Kemet.
Kemet, yeah,
That group. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I mean by romanticizing. You know.
yeah. I've seen. I've heard. I've heard. Oh, they were looking to make airplanes. The Shakara bird, or the
Yeah,
yeah. It's
yeah.
like
And it's
oh,
like, you know, like aeroplane, we gotta get it, you know, the aeroplane, you know, the first like some of the first flying, like, you know, the Wright brothers, you know, two little white boys from North Carolina, or I think it was or from the Carolinas, you know, they were bored, came up with it, you know, like you gotta get like I believe in an intellectual sense. I believe we can still love our Africanness and still love our people, right? And still be like, you know, hey, we got gunpowder from the Chinese. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we can still take these things without having to say that we invented everything. Because the thing is, when you say we invented everything, that means everything good and everything
Yeah.
evil.
Do you know what? When I look back at what I said, I was like, oh, why did I say that? But the blueprint was there for pretty much everything because that has been so everything that's electrical that requires a circuit and that particular type of contraption, which is for a lot of electrical items, is in what do you call it, in Kemet. So that's what I should have said was that. But yeah, to be fair, I mean, I mean, there were so many things that were created recently.
No, but there was. I did hear about. I think it was Nana von Sermon that said it. That there was a light source that Kemet had, and it was supposed to be something that you heard of Greek fire.
No.
Okay, Greek fire was it was supposed to be a weapon that the Greeks used that was everlasting burning. It was supposed to be like a everlast burning or something like that. Yeah, that's where that's something that they said that they had. You know what I mean? So there was like some kind of light source that they had. And then I do agree with the part that like if you don't really have hospitable environments, your inventions, you know, your need to innovate will become, I think, more like as important of your survival as, you know, eating, sleeping, and bathing, you know. So, you know, I don't want you to think I was knocking your knowledge. I was just simply stating that, like, you know, hey, I understand we love our we love our thing, but it's like, bro, we didn't do everything. You know what I mean?
No. Obviously, I mean, but yeah, I mean, sometimes everybody has a little throwaway comments and I can assure you,
yeah,
I'm going to learn, regardless of my if anybody's if I haven't lived up to people's expectations or I've just been known as a complete waffler, I'm gonna grow eventually, and I will come with information that's fruitful for the table.
Well, that's what I like about you though, because you don't act like you know everything. Like you just where you know, but if you don't, you just sit quietly, wait, and then you come back and give your your opinion. That's why that's one thing I think I learned that from James, because James is king of that. Like you know, James will like. He'll have a conversation, and then you will see, like, okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's like, all right, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. He gets comes back, and argues the fuck out of what he just learned.
Fair, I've never really seen him lose a debate. To be honest,
well, that's why I think he wins all of his, because he will say, I don't know. I think that's the key to winning any intellectual debate is, I don't know, you know?
Yeah, of course. Can't be wrong or strong. One thing I learned,
but I think today,
can't be wrong or strong. Then basic lesson.
But I think today is a day, you know, I'm going to just propose this for the G Block. I think today's the day we might say some nice things about Islam. So I would say, speaking from my point, maybe Islam has something open to Christians, because
no, they do definitely. If I said if I was ever to go back here, it wouldn't be the Bible.
Yeah, it would definitely be the Quran for me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm serious about taking my Shahada, bro, because it's like There's a lot of fighting words in it that, yo, call me. I want to, if I had a Muslim name, it would be Khalid, Abu Bakr, Muhammad, bro.
But the only reason why I would have an issue, 'cause the way I grew up with my family, like
Yeah.
it's like the church and everything. Like I feel sorry for some of them because they don't even know what's in their book here. Because when the father reads out, or the priest reads out, the like the Bible, they're only reading specific sections that they want the
Yeah,
people.
they take the verse. They take only
Yeah.
verses. They don't read everything in context, bro.
Mm.
So it's like almost to that point when I was talking about Revelations 1 and 14. Like to James's point, I was only looking at it from like what was relevant to Black Americans. But to James's point, like that whole existence, like a person with red eyes and a sore tongue and stuff like that. That's not a good description,
Mm.
Yo, you look at the chat. Never, Brad. Never.
Yeah,
we can
Africans
say-
hate Islam, bro. He hates
man.
Islam, boy.
Shoot, but it would be I think because I'm watching too much ethical though. That's why. I think because I've been watching way too much of it, bro. Because there's so many taglines when you fall asleep hearing, mashallah, alhamdulillah, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. You keep hearing that, bro. You wake up like, Allah Akbar. Like it gets drilled into your head. I realize how that works.
But that's the thing. When you've spoken to Moors, what have they said about the whole? So they did they say they like Ali, or do they have an issue with?
Well, they're mostly Quranists, so it's more like
Yeah.
they don't like. Okay, so for example, one thing I must admit I respect about and I say the Sufi Quranists. Okay, that's what I'm gonna put that. If I were to create my own Islam, it would be like my own sect. It would be like Sufi Quranists because I've never seen a Quranist like in a outside. Like let's say you have like 4 non-Muslims and 2 Sunnis and 1 Shia, right? The 2 Sunnis would bang together. The Shia would probably be on its own, but the Quranists would be like, "Yo, we should all kind of like stick together in this situation right now," So that's where I would be like, because it seems like the Quranists only has like one person they look up to, and it's like one person they judge their Muslimness to.
Yeah.
You call it that sad talk, bro.
It was interesting because let's say I had a discussion with Bernie Bay and what's his name, Orthodox Moor. So
I love talking Orthodox more. Big up to Orthodox more for real.
Yeah, it was about the whole cutting off if you're stealing and the punishment for stealing, and according to the Quran it says to cut your hand off or something like that. But according to them, they said that if you translate the word in the proper Arabic and go back or whatnot, he says that it's not actually to cut your hand, it's to mark your hand. So basically put a mark on your hand to show that this is you're a thief, and so everyone knows that you're a thief for doing that. But I don't know,
I'm not gonna lie, he's very irritating to talk to sometimes, but like if you actually like were to like engage on like a nice like calm level with him, Bernie's actually Bernie's actually very knowledgeable.
No,
Very
that's what I said to Bernie. I said to Bernie, when you was on Jedi shows, you were never like this, You was never like this. You would never talk. He was always. The only time he would start talking mad was when he come in and he'd be like, "I'm Bernie Bay, whatever, Moorish American Muslim, where." And then that's it. After that, he'll be talking calm, innit? Like he will interact.
Because like he made a good point. He was like, because I see some, like I legit like I support my people there, so it's like, I look at his channel. I'm not gonna lie, bro. If you look at his channel, there's sometimes it's funny, bro. And I wish he did take this video down, but he did. He went live. It was like a 4-minute live where it was him. He was reading verses in the Quran about Satan, and those verses he was rapping them to the Yin Yang Twins song. Let me whisper in your ear. I forget the name of it. The one where they whisper, "I'm gonna beat that pussy up like that." He was rapping to that. and he was reading the various scriptures in the Quran about it, or verses in the Quran from it. So I had to be real with him. Like, he is a very he said that I'm gonna tell Dad, I'm gonna tell Jesus. Yo, AN is funny, bro. That's my man. I don't know why he never comes on, bro. I
No,
think he's funny.
he got upset because the other day, Belly kind of like kicked him off because he was like we were trying to have a discussion. I think he was amped up because I think man was questioning something that we were just talking and questioning. I mean, we were kind of like questioning his idea on what he calls the universe and whatnot and everything, and he wasn't really making sense. So
Who's
I think,
that?
Bernie.
Okay.
So
American Moorish American.
yeah, he got upset still. So Veli, I think he said to Veli, like, if you ever cut me off again, and then Veli was like, you know what? Boom. Don't come back.
Veli is the most patient dude. I always say that. Like, I don't care how upset you get. Veli is literally the most patient dude. Like, chill.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is not like this. Like, these conversations aren't going to end the deen or aren't going to like destroy the concept of God.
I think Veli is Veli a
chill.
Scorpion. Veli, are you a Scorpion? Yeah. Are you a Scorpion? Just, but I don't know why I'm asking. You remind me of someone I know in it.
Astrology pseudo.
Oh,
Not
is
really,
it? Oh,
bro.
jeez. What are you? What are you? You like atheist, Ralph?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's the Kia though. He's the Kia in that atheism. Yeah, I know he ain't walking on it because he's Raph is like cammed up way too much, and you see that cross hanging in his room. He doing.
I've got all over my mum puts bare crosses in my room, you know. Yeah, she
Wait,
got
you're in school? Are you in school right now? And you go to
I'm
university?
I'm second year pharmacy.
Oh wow, good job, man. Good
Yeah.
job. Hey, bro, you do know your degree, UK degrees can translate over to US, man. So you know,
100%. I've got
bro, come on, man.
I've got options, but
I'm trying to go to law school. Y'all have like a 1 year law program. I'm like, yo, why the fuck would I pay for 3 years over here and get it done in a year? You feel me?
What, here in America?
Yeah, like you can
It's
there's
1
a
year.
program. Yeah, it's it's I think in the UK it's like there's a 1 year program.
Are
No,
you
I take
serious?
that back. You do 1 year in the UK, then you do 1 year in America. Never mind. I'm sorry, my bad. I read that wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's like a 2 year program. But it's like
but it'll be intense though.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, I've done accelerated school. Like when I got my master's, I did accelerate it, so it wasn't bad.
Oh,
Like once you get through grad school, like I know I don't know if you guys have that concept of a grad school in UK, but like once you get like your secondary degrees, you know, it gets easier after a while because also most of it's online. Because I want to just for resume point, you know what I mean? Like you can get a degree in international business from Oxford. I'm like, because that's an Ivy League school over here. So it's like the thought, like, because white people take pride in their Ivy Leagues, you know, and I would do it just for the resume booster. You feel me? You know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was trying to. I'm you know, when you're trying to be the master of all trades and that. Yeah. I've been trying to do certain things as well. Like, but the thing is with me, I hate exams. I hate exams,
Really?
bro. Yeah, bro. I hate it so much.
Would you hate preparing for them?
Yeah, that's it.
You know what my trick is, bro?
What?
I always start with the hardest questions first.
So but we're talking about preparing though. We're not talking about
preparing. Well, for me, preparing, I always see for me because I realize, and this is where like I always use this example when it comes to religion. I always view like people like Christians, theists, and things like that. They're like people who can only study in a group. You know, because I always did well in a group. Like when I do study groups, man, I always pass my test. Whereas I study by
100%.
myself, I suck. I suck when I study by myself.
I'm telling you, Bob. I'm trying to do
I can't
study.
focus.
Yeah.
I can't oh man. Like that's why I feel for you right now in this isolation thing, man. Because it's like
no, but you know what's annoying though? Because I don't even want to bitch on America. If actually, know what? Fuck it, man. All the people in my year, they're so snaky, bruv. They're all wet, fam. They all None
The
of
same
them.
thing happened over here, bro. Same, like I remember doing a project, bro, literally doing all the fucking work, and then having the professor say we couldn't contact people in your group saying they couldn't contact. I'm like, you do know all this was done by me. Well, is your word against that? Man, there's snakes
Yeah,
everywhere,
bro.
bro. When it comes to colleges, bro.
Like you get that. It's not even that. Yeah, it's like, all right, cool. I'm the person. You know when you got that one person in your class that everyone chats to because you're cool
Yeah.
and whatnot. Yeah, I'm that person in it. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
good. That means you're doing good in school. I'm proud of you, bro.
but no,
Way to
not even
represent.
that. No, no. Do you know why? Yeah, because
Why?
all right, cool. I'm so cool with everyone. I'm the one trying to
Ah,
chase everyone to text how they are or ask them what's going on. Like, get this done or get that. No one's chatting to each other. You know.
well, let me ask you a question. And this is just one tip my mother told me.
Mm,
She says that like everyone wants when you go to school, you want to learn everything in the class to
mm.
pass. But to be real with you, pass the test. Learn to pass. Don't learn to because you probably have a whole nother field in your mind that you're trying to master. So it's like this like because I'll never understand. I originally started out as poli sci. I'm doing political science because I wanted
Yeah,
to work on the Hill.
science. Yeah,
Yeah, I wanted to work. I wanted to work for Congress and work for the Senate. Like I really wanted to be a congressman or a governor one day.
yeah.
And one thing that pissed me off about the whole thing was that like, why in a poli sci class are they making me take a math course? And I'm like, what do I need to take math for? I took college. I took algebra. I took algebra 1 and 2 my freshman year. Why do I need to take trigger? Why do I need to take pre-cal? Like,
Yeah.
what's the point of taking pre-cal to graduate? You know?
Yeah, I heard that, but you know what? That might be like some type of knowledge that you can have, you know.
I don't understand it, bro. I don't like. There's some things like I never understood as requirements. Like my sister's in medical school. Well, she's about to graduate medical school, but they got
Mm.
her taking business analytics. Like, how do the two correlate? Like, she's going to be a doctor. She's literally going to be combating, death. She don't need to take anything about I always tell her to get her MBA because you never know. Like, listen, 18 months, get your MBA just to have it. So like if you become like a hospital executive, I guarantee you, a hospital executive with MD and MBA, on their thing, sis, you gonna be running shit. And she told me, cause I ain't gonna lie, like the one thing I love about siblings that are smarter than you, cause my brother and sister, bro, I tell you, my brother, oh my God, my brother is smarter than Donald Trump in business. He's smarter than Warren Buffett, man. I'm telling you, bro. He was looking at he was looking at a playlist, and he does this for fun. He has a playlist just for stock exchange, and he updates it with new videos frequently, bro. Like he watches that stuff while he works out, and it'll be like his portfolio is ridiculous, bro. Like the man's dividends could be up. Like one quarterly period, he was making like 63,000 in like 3 months, bro. And I'm like, what did you do? He's like, oh, well, it's an algorithm that I
He
understand. And
does.
at that point,
That's what Warren Buffett does.
How
Warren
much are
Buffett.
you making in a month?
in 3 months, he made 63,000, bro. My brother, I'm telling you, he's my youngest brother. My younger brother. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love the fact I have smarter siblings because it's like, yo, JB, let me talk to you about this. And he just sit down like, sure, get a pen and pad. Like he taught me real estate like over lunch.
So he's doing shares and stocks.
Oh hell yeah! Because I didn't. I thought okay, so like
that, bro. You can't get into that still.
Yeah, that's what Warren Buffett does.
Warren Buffett. I know Warren Buffett.
You've got to read. You've got to be able to like be good at reading.
And I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna say this name. I'm gonna say this name to y'all. Y'all gonna be shocked when I say who's also really good at stocks and shares. Okay, he's pseudo in everything else, and I want you to tell him I said this. He is pseudo in history. He's pseudo in trying to tie cultures, but the man knows when it comes to stocks and shares, and that is Torok.
Yeah,
Torok knows. Torok is when I'm telling you, talk to him about stocks. Yeah, Torok is smart when it comes to that, bro. All right.
Yeah. No,
he's an indigenous Hebrew Indian that eats cassava and cocoa beans for a living. But when it comes to stocks and shares, he buys his cassava. You know what I mean? He gets his stuff imported because and I think he has his own business too. He has like several small businesses too. That's why I think he has so much time on his hands because all he has to do, he says, if one of my mates don't fill in, I can just come in like he's about his money. That's why I think he has time to be pseudo because It's like pseudo. Would you rather be pseudo? Would you rather be smart and poor or pseudo and rich? You know.
Oh, Velly. Yeah, Velly. Add James in because James said he's not going to spend too long here and he's trying to trying to skeet still. But yeah, Velly. Yeah, back. What are you saying?
Yeah, no. Oh shit! I just recognized the background on the thing. Yo, Belly is up in the game with this joke, bro. He has a 24. The other channel's like running like 24 hours now. He has that thing going. You know, it has really good topics too. You know,
Which one?
we got world waivers,
World Waivers, yeah.
the global waivers, the secondary channel. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good little thing, man.
Yeah, fam. Yeah, I need to we need to have that discussion still. I remember actually we were going to talk about that, and then Bullets got involved and started his nonsense. We were talking when we was talking about
The thing is, Bullet, I'm gonna be real with you. Don't ever get, please. I pray to God. I hope no one ever gets hates Gotti. Gotti is not a hateable person. Like he's actually, like his talent is actually this YouTube thing. Like,
yeah.
so
It
like
is.
he's the master of it. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and the thing is, he punches up. So it's like he doesn't attack people that are like he'll never come on here and like pick on Veli. He would always pick on someone that has more subscribers than him, so he could like get their attention, and then he siphons all their subscribers. So like a lot of the times he'll go for like for example, let's say Veli had 50,000. Let's say Veli gets 50,000 subscribers in like a week, right?
Yeah.
Then you'll never want him on the panel because he's just gonna talk. He's gonna be doing these little videos about him and everything. It's gonna be
I want to see how many subscribers he's got.
like 3,000.
Oh, he's got 3,000.
Yeah, it's because he legit like he will have and he countercultures, like he's a counterculture type guy. So it's like everyone goes left, he goes right. You know, everyone's Republican, he's Democrat. Everyone's Democrat, he's Republican. You know, he goes with like, okay, so everyone was against like R. Kelly. So who do you think he was advocating for? Contrarian. Thank you. That's the word. He's a contrarian. Yeah, that's what Bullets does. That's what he does. Because like, okay, for example, we was on the panel and it was this Italian dude named God damn it. He like this Italian dude in Chicago, right? And this dude was just calling black people, like he was saying the N-word over and over and over and over again.
Wow.
And we were telling him to stop. So you know what Gotti plays? Gotti plays a video by Louis Farrakhan that says that, you know how Mr. Farrakhan makes these like claims without having any kind of like charts, historical dates. He just simply says that black people rule the whole world. So everyone today used to be black. And that was his excuse for why this dude could stack and mack him. All right. This dude literally will like post, like I've been in back chats with this dude. This dude will look at me talking about I've been in back chats. I literally got on this back chat thing in like 2020. But no, this dude will be posting bare she-mails, bro. Like bare she-mails, bro. And he comes in, right? And we called him out on it. We like, yo, you trying to call me lame? And he got, because his only insult for me was like, you sound like one of the girls I would fuck. I'm like, huh?
Sound like one of the girls he fucked. What?
Yeah, he was like, you sound like one of the girls I would fuck. Like, whoa.
What?
What does that mean, bro? What does that mean? What do you mean, bro? You know, what do you mean?
No, you know who's a really weird person from there? You know who's really... Yo, Veli, James Jones is in the back. You know, Hassan Campbell, bro, is the weirdest American.
Son. When I tell you, I will never, like Kingo, I can promise you this, and I swear this on my family. I would never in my life insult you, right? And my first key to insulting you would be for me to make this threat that every young man in your life, like your nephews, your little brother, I am going to have sexual relations with. I will never make that as my insult for you. I can promise you that, my brother. I would never let that be the insult I have.
Oh my God! You know what? I didn't even. That wasn't even one of the things. I actually forgot that. Fuck's sake.
Like that was his insult. It was like, I'm gonna find every boy in your house. And the thing that kills me, right, is that like, all right, so let's just say this. Let's say we're talking about, let's say Aroma. Let's say we're talking about Mr. Riggs, right? No, let's I'm not gonna do that. Let's say we were talking about like a random dude we don't like. And my first thing to say is, you know what that dude looked like to me? He looked like the type, he like the type I could take 2 of my fingers and put in his butt. What does that mean? Why
Yeah.
is that? Why would that be the thing you go with? You know?
Those are the people that when you go prison, they're the people that doing all the gay shit, fam.
I think that. Well, I mean, if you look at him, bro, his head literally cannot fit any of his hats. So you know he was bitch made when he was in jail, bro. And he was hanging with Bambaataa and them, the Zulu Nation and shit, man.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yo, Billy, you need to get Shaka around here, man, to do some powerful presentations on different African spiritualities or something.
He's already done that in African Spirituality Week.
Yeah, man. He
Really, has he already done one?
Yeah, man. He did. And if you go to Shaka Ra Speaks on his channel, he was on there. And there was one moment when what's her name? Zabeda did something that was very disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, that was. I was surprised you did that. You know.
Yeah, like the thing is, I don't get this. When Muslims come on here, this is why I'm gonna say, I respect Khan. I respect Malik. I keep calling him Malik, but Malik. I respect like the various some of the Muslims that come on here that I don't think that aren't like necessarily like Sunni, because they'll be able to hear a conversation about African spirituality and like contribute to it, or like what they know. You know, they'll ask the question without having to demonize it. He said we invoke our ancestors, and she just started to like
talk about jinns. Yeah,
like, she called this man's whole lineage demons, bro. Like, and when he said our ancestors, like when you hear the term invoke our ancestors, right? That's just to invoke your ancestors to merely give them honor. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, the same way Muslims do when they give. Thank you, thank you. It's that simple. Thank you.
I've heard Muslims say they love them more than they love their mother.
Okay, that's wild. Like the way I respect the Prophet Muhammad like I do. Like I have respect more for Abu Bakr than I do the Prophet Muhammad. Like I get the Prophet Muhammad was first, but Abu Bakr was the man that like.
To be fair,
no respect. That guy was crazy.
Family, sorry to jump in, but I would do that. Tell me.
No, you
anyway,
good.
Look,
You good.
You're good.
See, you made a couple good points today. I'll give you that, Ralph. This is another one you made. How can a man say, and this was something actually I've seen a number of times now, I love my like most of my religion comes before my mum. And I think they said they love their God more than mum.
Yeah.
Or something like along them lines. It was either the Islam or so. For me, to hear that was it was counterproductive to my mind instantly, and it actually triggered me to the point where that's quite like I don't know. This is where it goes back to when Israelites used to stone women, okay, for showing hair or doing adulterous things. And it's like, okay, so they really did have a spiritual connection towards religion to the point where they'd be able to kill their mum or their family member just like that. Because God was superior and they love God over their mum.
Well, then this is the thing. This is where I'm starting to become like a Muslim apologist now, because Jesus did say, "I come to divide the mother. I come to turn the mother against the daughter, the father against the son, for my sake." So, you know,
that's quite hard for me. That's why when someone says, "Oh, religion can alter," like someone, for example, like Ultra says, because he's quite strong on his stance actually.
I like that about him.
That's what I like about him. But he said something, like, yeah, it can be in that respect quite dangerous.
Yeah,
because someone usually generally want the best for you out of everybody on the whole entire planet.
Yeah. Want to say that part again? I'm sorry, you broke up a bit.
Your mum would want the best for you out of everybody on the whole entire planet. Could you agree with me?
Yeah.
So for them, someone else to have more of a say than what your mum's got.
People backstage, sorry.
Is quite, I don't know.
quite a big step to have, like strong stance to have, like.
But do you know what I think the mother verse was about when Jesus said that?
Yo,
It was
King Ogo,
more
are you related to Wiley, bro? No,
What's that, bro?
I'm joking. Are you related to?
Do I look anything like Wiley? I hope I'm not sounding like him, bro, when I'm talking. Imagine that. You sound like a fucking idiot. You sound
Like, are you
him.
the little brother he had to fight for?
Yeah, but you know what? It goes back to the Scientologists. They like to say,
you know Wiley's little brother raps.
Who?
Wiley's little brother. You know he raps. He raps. You know he's a rapper.
What? Wiley's little brother, is he? Oh, well.
Yeah, he's a rapper. I forgot his name still. I think it begins with C.
Is he any good?
From what I remember, I think he was all right, but I don't really.
Hyper was good, man, but I mean, he was a bit too hyper. Wiley was good, but sometimes you have to be in a mood to listen to him. I think he's one of their rappers for me, personally.
You got to give Wiley the props, man.
One of the best when he won the hype.
He's the father of fucking Graham, fam. He put Graham on. You get me? Man like Wiley and man like even what's his name, Jammer, but I'm not too much of a fan of Jammer still. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah. But yeah, what were you saying, Brad?
Oh no, I was only no, because I was thinking about what King just said about like your mom wanting what's best for you, and it's like people that take that religion above their mom, and it's like, yo, the God that you serve literally gave you your mom, so it's like, how can you love?
Yeah, that's
you know
crazy.
what I mean? Like your mom literally is a product of your God, the God, of God's love for you. So it's like, why, you should honestly, in loving your mother, you would think that you're showing more honor to your, and that's another thing I respect about Muslims in regards to like, well, I think it's more cultural because I've seen some Muslims that will talk bare shit about their mother, bro. Like if their mom is not like a Muslim too, they'd be like, oh, she's just a pagan whore. Like, yo, whoa. And, yeah, and it's like their mom is just like non-religious, like
Wow.
Like I know one.
Never heard that.
Yeah.
But
I think for me though, I think like what I've learned about like culture in regards to like what's not black and what is black, and I think that's just come from hanging out with like UK people, UK black people, because I ain't gonna lie, you guys are like it's like there's no difference between us, but it's like accent maybe, because the community exists of like three types of black people: those who probably have like a lineage within Britain, versus those who probably came in a couple of generations, be it from the Caribbean or the continent, and that's it. I think you guys have more of a diverse, because we have more Nigerians, more West Africans, like you may meet a Kenyan once in a while, but it's like, I've seen Congolese. Actually, I've seen a brother that's from Sudan. Yeah, that's wild, bro.
We got bad people here. I've seen everyone. I've seen Sudan.
I've seen proper West African, typically West African Sudanese. So they do live there.
Yeah.
Like I've seen Bantu looking sort of West African, typical Congolese looking.
What does that mean? So what do you mean Bantu and Africans? What does that mean?
No, because for the ones that are more Nilotic, most of them are Nilotic. They're tall.
Nilotic. Thank you. That's the fucking word I've been trying to pronounce for months now. Thank you, Nilotic.
All right, so you're talking about the Kenyan, Ugandan.
Yeah.
The
high cheekbones.
That type of tall one. The Master is kind of tall.
So, but you got them.
But you got that in Burundi too, though, bro. You got that in like Burundi. You got it in Sierra Leone. You know what I mean?
What
West Africa.
There's very West phenotypically sort of that.
There is no difference between the Bantu, the Nilotic and the. You see, when you talk about the overall tall, slim people, you find that in West Africa too.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
That's what I'm saying. Burundi is a good example because they have that. Like
forget Burundi, Nigeria.
So look, this is what I've noticed, Ralph, is that in my line of my Igbo line, there are a lot of tall. 6'6" is all my uncles. Yeah, 6'6" is my average height of all the males up in my dad's side of Nigerian. Yeah, They're all 6'6", but that is because there are tall people there, but majority of them won't really be that much taller than 6'6". They will, but they're like 7 foot. The average height basically in Sudan is taller than Nigeria. But they're slimmer. They're a bit slimmer, and they've got that little bit of a different look to them. But generally, but there, as I said, I finished with this saying, I've seen quite a lot of like just general sort of West African looking people in Sudan as well, which I wouldn't have imagined. So looking at all of the modern, mainstream media that they put across of how they look,
Yeah,
really
that
dark,
plays a major role, bro. Because
skinny,
I am
and
not gonna lie. Because I used to believe that like I ain't gonna lie, there was a time when I used to believe that like African Americans and Africans were two separate people because every time they show you an African, they never showed us like a West African. They always showed us some East African or some Afro-Asiatic, and it would be like an Oromo or someone from like Eritrea, and they'd be like, "See, those are two different people," and I'd be like, "Damn, maybe they right." And then like it's like you go to like you meet a Nigerian for the first time and you like, bro, wait, you're Nigerian? Yeah, you look like my uncle,
Yeah. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I've heard people because I had this argument with people all the time. They'll be like, I can tell the difference between a Ghanaian, Nigerian, and Jamaican. I'll be looking at them
like how, bro? How, bro?
The only thing with the Jamaican that I've noticed is they've always generally got a thinner nose.
No,
no,
what
are you kidding me?
100.
You're chatting, bro.
Bro,
No,
you are joking, bro.
Experience.
He's trolling, bro. You are, bro. You know one thing though. You know what, Kingo? You know how you would honestly tell the difference between a West African, an African American, and a Jamaican. You can't let anybody talk. No one's allowed to say a word. No one say a word. You're good. Okay. Like if you put me, Raph, Veli, Shakara all in the same room and say, all right, where's everybody from? People will probably say Shakara's from Jamaica because of his hairstyle. That's it. They'll probably make that assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. But other than that, you cannot, like, in no way, shape, or form. That's why I'm not going to lie. Maybe this Pan-Africanist thing, oh God, I don't
They're
want to be
always on
controversial.
fleek, Access alive. They're always
I'm
on
about to be
fleek.
very controversial with this Pan-Africanist statement I'm about to make, bro.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, I was
we
going to say cotton socks with a big belly African fly. That was Biafra. They call that. What do they call that now? Something belly. Yeah, something that's the African way. But what they call it now?
What do you mean West Africa?
The belly.
The belly.
Berry. They call it berry.
Berry.
Yeah, the belly. It looked like I don't know why, but it's just I think they get it from somewhere. But that's where the belly is popping out. That was from.
It's a disease. It's called kwashiorkor. It's protein deficiency.
No. Okay, yeah. Was that what comes from not having food for a long period of time? Because that's
Not
what they
having enough protein in your diet, so your body starts to your body starts to eat the little energy it has, and that's what causes your belly to bloat up because it's protein deficiency.
Yeah. So that was like one of the first places that was seen as there, isn't it? And we are the world. We are the.
Probably seen it in other parts of Africa because they were fighting a long time before.
Yeah, they probably had it when obviously the Belgium went in there as well, and Mussolini. But that was after that they had We Are the World, and then they generated the most funds ever generated. You know when they had that sort of like Red Nose Day type of thing.
Richie, MJ, all the man was there. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that was from Cotton Socks. So that was Windrush. So they made millions and millions and billions off of us just from that.
Wait, someone explain to me. Can someone explain to me what? Because I've heard some people can say Windrush was like the modern day form of the slave trade.
Nah, it was.
It was like more
contemporary. Better, but the idea is that after World War, Britain was dilapidated. It was just destroyed and whatnot, and everyone wasn't getting much. There was not enough people to work, bring the economy back to what it was. So they said that British colonies, got a lot of them were seeking independence. They were making deals with them, saying that okay, can you bring some of your workers, some of your best people over to come and bring up the UK economy again, and so that's what it was.
So it is safe to say, people. So when I hear these ethno-nationalists talk, 100%, we could say that like how African Americans say we build America. The same thing could be said for
Yeah, Britain right now. They built Britain.
Wow.
Yeah, no doubt. So literally 60s, they still So when people say, "Oh, Africans didn't build America," Africans didn't build this. Of course they did, because look at what happened in the Windrush. We didn't come over for any other bloody reason.
It's not that they built technology; it's just the fact that they worked their industries. So
are you from Windrush, Ralph?
Are you what?
Are you from Windrush?
I told you I'm Nigerian. What do you not believe I'm Nigerian?
Yeah, you're Nigerian, but
yeah,
are you second generation?
I'm first generation. My parents came 2 years before I was born.
Okay, all right. So that means that was obviously. So you was obviously off. They came here. They didn't come here Windrushing, because the Windrush was around about 70. Okay, so
my parents came
I'm like, well, you Windrush? Yeah, a lot of Windrush are Nigerian, bro. But yeah, that's all right. It's just a period of time.
Yeah, it was like a huge colony.
I was the first time I ever heard of Windrush people being here was Windrush Nigerians being here was through what's his name, TheY. And then when I asked around some of my family members, I found out one of them. But what happened was Nigerians were having children here and then going back to Nigeria, so they would have kids, go back to Nigeria, live there, and then come back because they have a British passport. They can come back.
Yeah. What are you, Yoruba?
No, I'm from Edo State. And
shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! He's the big king, huh?
Wait! This is the big king here. Salute.
Yeah. Let's
are you from the Edo people, original Benin people? Edo.
No,
I know the location.
I'm from the.
It's Soso.
I'm from the Ishan people. So they're one of the tribes that they're one of the people. They were Benin, and what happened was that there was like a dispute or something, some type of I forgot what they call it. I think there was a dictatorship going on, so some of them fled. So Ishan actually means in Benin, when you translate it back, they are fled. So yeah, that's they just moved a little bit to next door and just started their own thing, and then later on they joined back up again and said, yeah, we're all cool again.
And you know why they were strong people? Do you know why? Terrain. They were coastal people.
They had the war. They had that big war.
Their terrain. If you're a coastal people, you're going to be the strongest. You know that, innit?
Well, it wasn't just that. They had the wall as well. You know the Benin War is bigger than the Great War of China.
Yeah. And this is why the Oya Empire couldn't conquer them, because we couldn't get over those goddamn walls.
Yeah, so they're a lot of mixed. Sorry, mate. Sorry, bro. They're a lot mixed with Igbo people. I think. Yeah,
but they're also mixed with the Yoruba too as well, because if you the original king of Europe of Benin is a descendant of one of the old Oba of Benin children.
That's right. And they've also
of King Europe
to come back to similar beginnings of the Igbo as well.
Sorry, how do you mean?
I've seen something that correlates between Igbos and Edo. I'm not sorry. Don't. I may have not been exactly spot on. I know there's something.
Well, do you know the title of Benin, the Benin King?
Do you know what? I was looking for it, dude, for about a whole day actually, whilst I was just meditating. Looking at Edo,
exactly. Benin. Just type up Oba Benin.
I remember when I first started to learn about Yoruba history.
The early lines, they are actually kind of like a separate group from the actual Yorubas and the Igbos. But I know there's a similar, I think, link with the Yorubas, no? More of a blood link to the Yorubas.
Yeah. How big are the Igbos, though? Because I heard that, like, what the British called Igbos what the British called Igbos were just everyone in the area, and they just gave everyone in the area
Yeah,
a massive group's name.
yeah.
What was I looking up about the Edo people? It was so intriguing.
The problem with the Igbos, I'll tell you, Carl, my mom is from that area where they classified as Igbo. Is like you have two types of Igbo. So my mom's type of Igbo that she speaks is obviously, apart from being from a different village and having a different dialect, they also have a specific type of Igbo, which is like much more how should I say it? Much more a slightly different. It's almost like a my mom tries to describe it as a different language. I don't think it's the fact that she can't understand the dialect speaking in, but they're those people who are on what you call today proper Igbo land. They're called Undi Igbo, so they'll be called NDI Igbo. And my mom's area where she's from, they're just called simply Igbos, but they're not. They'll be told they're not Igbo, even though they speak Igbo.
Yeah, the Igbo is more of the I'd say the thorough Igbo.
That's what they try to say. But they're all Igbo. Igbos are just very divided, but they're all Igbos. But my mom also has lineage of, with the Igala people, so that's where she's conflicting with the whole Igbo thing. Basically, the Igalas were having a war with the Bini. They lost, and the oracle told them they can't return back to their land, so they settled in that Igbo area. When they've been living there for centuries now, but obviously that my mum still my parents, my mum's side still hold to that Igala side very, very much. They can speak, some of them can speak Igala, but my mum herself grew up just learning Igbo, and even the Igbo she speaks is basic. So yeah.
Yeah, there's so many. Like, if I was to, there's so many things when it comes to the Edos, Benin in particular.
Fairly, James is backstage. Sorry, James is backstage.
That is the most intriguing people to study for me. One of them, as well as the Yoruba. It's just so dense. So it's like they're just so there's so much with the Yoruba. It's just
I love it, bro. The thing I love about Yoruba
it's like
history
a
is that
whole fantasy story.
You think, huh?
Endless fantasy story and links.
No, the thing is, the thing that kills me though, the thing I love about
like
it,
in the middle of everything. Go on.
The thing that kills me is like I'm developing a degree of tribalism where it's like I hear somebody like if I heard a certain word, like a certain dialect, like I was driving through a place called it was on Central Ave, and it was like a metro station known as Addison Road, and I was picking up a homie there, and she was telling me about like an auntie that was there, and she was like, oh, she's a Yoruba woman, and she needs a ride home, and her son can't get her because he's in like Virginia, and she was just like, oh, please, I can't afford a cab and stuff like that. I don't know what came over me, bro. I drove this woman like past my house to get to her house, bro. It was like she was like 40 minutes from my house. I was just like, something just told me like, do it. And like she just sat there and she just kept, like we were talking. I kept thinking like, because in my mind, because of rap, I like low key look at some Nigerians like, what if this is a trick? Like what if this is real or not? And like she puts her son on the phone and he says, and he just starts out, he was like, wow, yeah, my brother. Thank you. I was just like, oh, you good, man, you good. I'm learning my thing. I'm trying to play it off like I'm not hyped though, but I'm not gonna fake, man. It when you adapt to this, like, I don't want to say ideology or mindset, but it is somewhat like, because like it becomes like, yo, I really don't care about anyone else right now. Like even with me, you don't ever hear me talking about Pan-Africanism no more, because it's more like I kind of want to see the Dudawa Republic, do well. I kind of want to see the Ashanti people do well, and that's it. Like that's it. Now it's like to a point where I'm just like, this is why I say like I can't really speak as a Pan-Africanist anymore. I can't really call myself a Pan-Africanist anymore, because it's like I low-key just want to see West Africa do lit, and then I want to see like the Niger Congo do lit. You know what I mean?
Well,
then
this
it's like,
this is the problem. Like even when we talk about this West Africa thing, like I was talking to Terry earlier about this, and I wanted to mention this to Cotton Socks. I hope she's here listening in it.
when you're doing this genetic ancestry thing,
Yeah.
man, I need to understand that even though I'm from Nigeria and I know where I'm from, I could do an ancestry DNA test for a specific group now, and their DNA samples might come from what you call Ghana today. So
Yeah.
at least majority of what they get their DNA comes from Ghana today, in it, and probably a little bit from Nigeria or Benin or whatnot. So now they do a DNA test and it shows that my ancestry is Ga and Yoruba.
Mm. Oh,
That
I know what you're talking about. I've seen that one of those DNA tests that they like take the certain markers in your lineage.
yeah.
So, because
So
I've seen one, my dad did one in no, excuse me, my dad did one. He had like it was mainly. Oh God, this was cool though. This one thing I love is when you can cross reference stuff, because it was mainly like Yoruba, but then there was some Hausa in there, and then thank God there was no Fulani, but like there was some Hausa in there, and God forget it. God damn it, we were just talking about them Igbo.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's
So,
crazy.
but that's my point. I like the why I said that is because what people need to understand is genetically West Africans are not dissimilar from each other.
Yeah,
They are not. They're literally you can. Their lineage. Their ancestors are so close. If you go back probably 100, 200 years, that I'm claiming I'm from Benin. I could be all the way from Ghana. I'm claiming.
yeah,
Yeah. So even when we're saying all this stuff about how we're distantly different and whatnot, no, they're not actually. You know what we call Ashanti and all these. These are all local. These are all terms that we're using today. Even some of them, I would even say that that the British came up with them. You
yeah.
understand?
Because like
Yeah.
the Brit, like I noticed that the British referred to like the British would excuse me, the Europeans would refer to European sailors and traders would like the kingdom that they would work, the kingdom they worked with, and they when the kingdom they would work with, when they formed the map, they wouldn't do it off the individual people. They would do it off the biggest ones that they had the most like interaction with.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's what makes me wonder. Like, should step one of Pan Africanism be everyone like okay? So the diaspora, since we know most of the diaspora comes from Western, that just be the major like thing we focus on trying to unify first, like you know, kind of connect with. Yeah, like the diaspora unifies with Central and West Africans before we start talking about Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, and stuff like that. You
No,
know.
but that's the thing. Well, there are people on the continent who are, within these regions actually trying
Mm.
to unify them. So even though we talk like Pan African is just a non-European, it was more of a diasporan African thing. When you've got Kwame Nkrumah, you've got
Yeah.
Fela Kuti, even Fela Kuti's son today still argues for Pan Africanism. So
Sean Kuti, yeah, man, good dude.
Seun Kuti, yeah,
Sean Kuti, yeah.
yeah, so everyone's saying like, oh, everyone's doing, everyone's trying to impose Pan Africanism on the continent, but that's not actually true. You can find it. It's just the fact that people either don't really want to look into it, or you can't really find them. It's very, very not very good, heavily documented. 'Cause a lot of them are underground, especially with countries like Nigeria. It's not like Nigeria's dangerous like that. Like they're gonna be looking for you to kill. But if they talk too much, yeah, just know that they're gonna do.
That's why I would say that like should, and then this is just you being you both being Nigerian. Here's having that just I want to hear your viewpoints on this. Should the way to save Nigeria be a separatist mindset that like you keep the NAR, right? You keep the NAR, but politically, socially, economically, no one that is not of the dominant ethnic group of a region should be running something like what I mean. Like I would expect like the North, like
I've had, yeah. Do you know
what I mean?
what?
Like yeah.
I've had this discussion with my auntie. My auntie was telling me a story about how in the place that she was, because she started off as a nun. So in the place where she was training to be a nun, she was amongst two women who were from Anambra. So they're Anambra is an Igbo area. So they're Anambra Igbos. She said that
they were the Anambra Igbos in her place were like the dominant group in it. But these two women, they kept clashing with each other, and every time you hear, you'll hear people taking this side and people taking this side. My auntie turned around to me and said, "My point is that no matter how much you want to divide up Nigeria so that people can go their way, like Oduduwa go their way, Igbo go their way, Hausa go their way, there is still going to be arguments amongst them. They are not
Oh,
unified."
of course. I'm just thinking, like, in a way to, like, what is the first step in trying to? Because, like, I get irritated. Like when you see in America, you see like I've talked to my friend about this yesterday. I was like, you literally could become like the Nigerians right now, right? If we were to even include the diaspora, right? Most of the slave trade came out of the southern regions of Nigeria, today. So you have that descent rule going there, right? You have a lot of people in the Americas and the Caribbean that come from this country. And then on top of that, your diaspora are out here making, having kids, having families, building communities amongst themselves. So it's like, will you think there would ever be a chance where it's like you would want people to try to like, hey, because like I look at the talents, like I would say Yoruba are very, very like administrative, but like the Igbos are financial gods, like they know money, what I mean?
Yeah.
You try to figure out like, the Hausa, they're good at, Muslim things. And then
I said they're good at
the Fulani, the Fulani, they're good at, like if if we needed, what I mean? Like if we needed someone to walk long distances, boom, Fulani, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And these are just the bigger groups. I haven't even brought down like, the individual yet. So it's like, shouldn't there be that kind of conversation where it's like, hey, we kind of want to change the image? Because I'm tired of hearing like, because I have like shirts and I have like a hoodie and stuff like that, like, I pay my respect to, like it's the land of where my ancestry came from. You know what I mean? So it's like, I try to pay that respect, but it's
just
like,
backstage, fellas.
you hear that, like every time you hear something about Nigeria, it's like corruption, Boko Haram. And I'm just like, stop bringing up Boko Haram. That's literally like, they're like in Barno State. You know what I mean? Like, and we obviously are trying to figure it out.
If they ever come to the South, they like the people don't play in the South. People will kill them. You know what I mean? So,
Bro, I've noticed something. When I see most like crimes against Christians, like there was like this thing where like 40 Christians were murked on like Easter Sunday. And I'm just like, so that only happens in the north. Okay, so the caliphate ain't about this like uniting the people, type thing, And I see, but when you get to the south, bro, it's like glory on the
No. They don't play. They don't play. Like,
bird fire, bro. Fire.
Even the whole, you've heard recently about how the herdsmen are coming to places in the south and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that. Kogi and Kawari.
Yeah.
He was suffering Kawari. Yeah.
So this is a thing I've noticed. Wikipedia, obviously, the Igbo people are descendants of the Nri kingdom, the oldest in Nigeria. They have many customs and traditions that can be found in southeast Nigeria, consisting of about 80% of the population. The tribe differs from others in that there are no hierarchical system of governance. But it said the descendants of Nri kingdom, the oldest in Nigeria, but it's not the oldest kingdom in Nigeria.
What's the oldest?
There were chiefdoms. There were chiefdoms. There were the Nok Empire, but they say kingdom. So
it's not called a Nok Empire. It's called a Nok culture.
The Nok culture,
yeah. They don't even know if they're making it. They just know that the people that were making the what you call
they were from Nigeria, innit? So I don't know. It's like,
it would be like they would be. Wouldn't they be? Because there was like a time in which. I saw this video about like the distinguish between the Hausa and the Yoruba. That like the Hausa and the Yoruba, the thing that separates. The thing that separates the different ethnic groups within within the Niger area would merely just be language group and culture, like the language they speak and culture. That's it.
The Nok people, they must have had a specific location.
Yeah, they had to have a kingdom. I would say I wouldn't say an empire, but they had to have a kingdom now.
Yeah. They had to have a kingdom, but that's the thing there's so little known about that. All they know is that they were doing sculptures and they were doing really, really good sculptures.
But
And that's another thing I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I've heard people give credit that we got that the terra sculptures that the Yoruba have, the Oya have, yeah, that we got that skill from the Igbos. But then I've heard other people say that we got it from the Nok. That the first people to smelt and like cultivate metals in the Niger area were the Igbos, and then like the Yoruba, then they brought it down to they brought it over to Benin.
I'm gonna tell you this.
I'm just assuming that the not just all of the Nigerian people that are there.
Yeah, I was gonna go there as well. I was gonna put you on game. Yeah, basically, Shakara told me about a book the other day that he's gonna get, and I put it down as well. I'm gonna get it later. The book title is "When Yoruba and Igbo Were One Language."
I want to read. Is it oh my god! How many? You already put it down?
I put it in my because I've got a list of books I'm trying to get. So I put that's one of the latest books that I added there, and I was like, wow, okay, I'm gonna definitely get that book. So yeah,
Yo,
it's
I want to read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, I learned that the Yoruba language because I was looking at that thing with Veli, studying about E1B1A, but then looking at the Bantu group, the language group, the Niger Congo language group, and to know that how Bantu is merely just a child of the Niger Congo like language groups. Yoruba, what makes Yoruba unique in the sense is the fact that it's like a mixture of like indigenous languages with Arabic. Like there's some Arabic words that are so intertwined into it.
Well, that's the point. I think it was Brother Ngozi who he was doing. I think
Ngozi, big up to Ngozi.
He was talking about how the oldest tribes in Africa today. I think he mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't want to misquote him because I don't know, but he meant from what I remember him saying. It was a while back. He said that one of the oldest tribes is not only the Khoisan, not only the Twa people, but he said the Yoruba.
Yeah, but see, and I've heard that, but I heard that the term Yoruba would have been known as
that wouldn't be
it would be like Ife or something like that.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be what they were called, but it's the fact that
because Maku told me this too.
Yeah, it would be a different. There will be whole different name car. That's what I was talking to Terry about earlier before you came.
Oh man, I missed that.
Oni of Ife,
Yeah.
Oba of Lagos, and Alafin of Oyo. Where did these? Because you got different titles, so I'm thinking, which one is the one that is seen as the king of all kings or the lords of all lords and whatnot and everything? So
see, but that's where I heard the Alafin said one time that the Yoruba invented the two-party system. So it's like if you look at the Onye Ife, you're looking at the soul of the people, where the Alafin is more the body and the mind. So it's like the Onye Ife's goal is to keep the unity. So it's like you're a Muslim, I'm a Christian, and King is a African spiritualist. If I'm the Onye Ife, it would be Veli. Let's say Veli is the Onye Ife. It would be his job to make sure that we stay unified as one people. But the Alafin's job is to make sure that we all move as one people. Like so that's why you see him trying to intertwine.
The Edo people actually took on a Yoruba prince, Ife of the Ife. Is it Oranian?
Oba Arabian.
Yeah.
It's Oba, not Oba of Lagos. It comes from Oba of Lagos.
Yeah, and so that's why you see a lot of Yoruba blood because he came, obviously brought his people with him.
But this is my point. I said to you that what happened. He was the first king of the Benin people.
Yeah.
So this is my point that when not just him moving, other people would have moved, interacted with the people that were there, and he, because of the fact that his heritage from that region, they established him as the first.
But they've been noted for being the most warlike people in Nigeria. Is the Edos?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I thought the Oyo was that because the Oyo was okay. So this is what I'm trying to figure out about the Edo people.
And the Oyo definitely. They became Muslim, didn't they?
Huh?
A lot of them become Muslim.
Okay, so I've heard so many conflicting stories when it comes to the Yoruba in regards to foreign religions. So when it came to Islam, it was like an economic thing. It was like trade.
Voluntary.
Yeah, it was more like, okay, yeah, we'll do this thing if it means that we can. Like, so if you read a book, it's called The Construction of the Oya Empire. The author's name escapes me right now, but when I get it, I'll definitely give it to you. But they broke down how like certain regions, so like what's Osun State today was only meant for international trade. So that means that foreigners who brought their goods only came here, only came to this one section. Then there was one section that was only for the military. Then there was the only section that was for politics. There was only one section that would be for what was Kawari State right now. That was Kawari State and north of Oya State was
You mean
only for
Kwara State?
Kwara. Thank you. Kwara State, which is only be for agriculture and husbandry, or I said husbandry, agriculture and like herding and things like that, cattle and stuff like that. So when you see the merchants, when Islam came in, when the Hausa became Muslims, they had you see the merchants in one area send like all their sons to be educated to learn Arabic, and then you see the integration of Arabic into the traditional languages, which creates why if you look on a chart that breaks down Niger Congo languages, you see something known as Yoruboid, where it's like
language.
Yeah, and it separates everything. It's a separation because it's an indigenous. It's like they engrafted so much into it because of finance and economic benefits that
Yeah. Yoruba almost they say that it's similar to Arabic, which is interesting because
well, there's some words though, like dead ass. Because I look at this show. I'm sorry to cut you, bro. I look at this show called this Turkish show, and they use the word Baba, and I look at the context of the word Baba, and it literally means Papa, father.
Yeah.
You know, or like I've seen how like the way the Yoruba pronounce the word, the warrior word, the Arabic word for warrior. I think it's not Aki. I think it's Akin or something like that. Yeah, you see that word, but then you also see it be used in some very like upstanding Yoruba names too. You know, so yeah.
Do you know why I think that is? Because Niger Congo is like a lot of languages come from there, so I'm assuming that is where they probably all sort of came from.
Yeah, like I saw if you look at the migration, especially of like, because the thing I like is looking at the haplogroups, like studying. Like I think we need just a week of just like learning DNA, because if we do a week of like learning DNA, if we do that, bro,
it's so necessary.
It is extremely important, because
it's
if we're gonna have the conversation about like Hebrew Israelites, Moorish people, and stuff like that, we got to learn the context of like what are these people, what are their genetic groups, and I feel like the reason why we say a lot of people say DNA is a lie, it's a hoax, all that's because you don't understand it.
Yeah, that's it. That's really it.
And I feel like once we learn it, and I feel like I mean, like I would look up like a simple video, like, someone, I would reach out to like Ngozi or, someone who explain it to us,
on
a simplistic level, like maybe Kalam or someone that can like, who's scientifically minded, or have James look it up, because.
Well, you got a business mind, because I'll tell you what, I had a business plan laid out where I was going to start trying to get genealogy tests done and stuff.
That's a good
make our own personal black database, so I'd be able to tie back where everybody be able to come from. And they wanted full control of that, man. I thought I come up to a couple of boundaries, like with DPA and stuff.
Yeah, at Oya, it's
get a license.
The way that I think it's called Ife University or the Oya University or something like that. They have a database there. So like when I made the claim that I was Yoruba, they cross-reference it. Like they can cross-reference to make sure, because this dude named Dinah Samir, who became I'm gonna butcher this name. He's the king he's a prince of Oluwo. Alowu, thank you. He's a prince there. When they made him a prince, he said that there was a DNA. He had to take a DNA test to find that even if he had any connection to the Yoruba, they weren't just going to give him a kingship without it. So I will say that, and then they will big up that company. I don't know if you guys heard of African Ancestry. Yeah, like Rick Kittles went to this place and he collected like 33,000 DNA samples across West and Central Africa where the slaves came from. And he says it's so tough to give the information that like 25, so far he says that 25% of African American males would have their their patrilineage start with a white guy.
Yes.
That is wild to me, you know. And he was talking about like, because we was looking at the descendants of, I mean, the guy he did the descendants of Frederick Douglass, and their patrilineage started with a white guy, and they were so shocked. But their mom was obviously like, you know, African, you know. And then he was like, it's to the point where you can like if you take someone that's mixed race, so the person that's mixed race, if like their dad is the black one or their dad's the African one, he's able to break it down to that point, you know. And that's where he was like, he said the best test of a DNA company is to do it for mixed race people, because if you see someone that has one thing he also found though is that like if someone mixed race has a mom who is white, there would be there'll be a bigger number of the European, because most of our DNA comes from our mother, because like we're literally in their belly, you know, so they literally form our whole body in their belly. I'm literally explaining this like an amateur, so that's why I say, please, for the love of God, let's have a DNA week, because I'm butchering a lot of these facts. I'm not gonna act like I'm an expert at all in this, but like, man, like I just feel like once we have that kind of conversation, you know, I want to look at these groups like the Israelites, you know, and say like, hey, you know, okay, you know, man saying we're this, but you know, according to this DNA analysis, you are full of shit. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah. Nah, man. I mean, yeah, man. That is definitely something we need to do. But I think I remember one time also Veli was having a conversation, and he was talking about how basically like he's waiting for his channel to get bigger.
Yeah.
I can see it, Veli. I can see it, Veli. What do you want me to do with it? But he's saying he's waiting for his channel to get bigger so that he could basically start adding these type of people to the conversation, in it, Carl.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna be real with you though. Like I look at Dagger Squad, he has like 200-300 people, and even when he had like 50 to 20 people on at one time, he was still having like university, you know, geneticists and things like that come on. So
He's well connected with like Dagger Squad been out for a minute still, like not just been out, but you know, I've known about
no.
Garfield.
My whole point was that he didn't like, he was, even when he was like, you know, 20-30 people in the chat, he was still being able to like, he was still bringing those people regardless. I just say bring them regardless. You know what I mean?
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but it's like
I want to learn about like our differences. I am so sorry. I keep cutting you. It's like 3 seconds. I hear you. Like in the 3-second like pause, I go and I hear you talk afterwards. I am so sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No,
You
it's
go.
fine. No, I was just saying, like, I think Veli was more of people like Ngozi and Black Brothers who are into genetics, to be honest. But
yeah,
I don't know. Obviously, you can't always be asking Ngozi to come on. Like, you need someone who knows there's stuff in this type of information to get on and whatnot.
Bro, deep, you know. You're right, Raph.
But you know, one thing I want to study though, I think we need to. Cause one thing I want to know is, how is it that you have Africans that look like us?
Yo, we can hear you.
And then you have.
Yo,
I can't hear Belly.
Yeah, sorry, brother.
Well, I'm gonna come out and come back in, Belly. Okay, because I can't hear Belly.
Sorry.
Okay, share that video for me, yeah, because my battery's gonna die again, man.
You want to share it, yeah?
Yeah, share that video for me, man.
Okay.
That one's you say you want to learn about DNA, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. DNA.
Be careful with G Block University, man. You get me?
Do you want to play it tomorrow instead, or do you want to play it now? Do you want to play it tomorrow?
Wait for Brothers to jump on.
All the words of researchers get out.
You can play it now or tomorrow, but wait for Brothers to jump on and then slap it on still.
Yeah. How about wait? Let me redo it again, cause I don't think I pressed the audio thing.
Yeah, you did. You did. The audio was on.
Oh, I did. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm thrust. What happened? There it is. Boom. Yeah, what's it saying?
His brother's gone, man. Let's jump back on, man, so I can jump off.
Yeah, where's Brad?
Shit. Wow. See, you need little things like this. Naylor News was
Hold on a sec. Yo, brothers, if you're listening, bro.
Yeah, Very's phone's
you're
about to
listening,
die,
bro.
fam. You need to jump on still. Cause man's phone's gonna die.
Yeah, but she's gonna die, man. But give me a couple minutes, bro. What do you think about the videos we played today, man?
You know what? Yeah, because I was doing something in the background, so I didn't see all of them. But obviously you can see man them are upset. You get me? I see what's her name, Samaya on earlier talking about how we're what did she say? I think she said that what's it called? We're not, if we want to find out the truth, we should find out properly, and obviously I think she said that something about how the Europeans are trying to exonerate themselves, or you're trying to exonerate the Europeans. I don't know, innit? But yeah.
Oh, look, this is interesting, family. Look, the word of a barbarian comes from is actually from the Niger, Congo, so it's a Nigerian word. So it says here, however, he did not check West Africa, which is language linked to North Africa, because the direction of migrants from Niger has been Igbo, in the sense that according for example, the Berber etymology of barbarian. So Berber etymology of barbarian is related to Igbo in the sense that according to Herodotus, the word means stranger. Igbo word for stranger is oberabia. So it's like obiaria. It's like barbarian. The word's like barbarian.
Yeah, one sec. So what? No, Jimbo. You there, yeah?
Yeah, James. Jimmy.
Yo.
Jimmy.
So yeah, the word barbarian comes from Igbo language. Just to let you guys know. Cool.
Jim,
man. What are you saying? Hey, Jim. Listen, yeah. Brad and a couple man said they wanted to learn about DNA.
Alright.
For fucking.
Alright. What's alright?
Said all right. No, they're not allowed. No.
Yeah, man. So man was gonna run a video still, but man was trying to wait for brothers to jump back on.
Oh my God. Look, oi, listen, if you're Igbo or anything to do with it, I found something absolutely like groundbreaking and shaking for most Africans now. We're gonna have Ask Getty coming in here, bruv, with all guns blazing, bruv. All them men will be on it. Everybody's gonna be here, bruv, screaming shit. Look, my thesis is that Egypt was the main outpost from where West Africa, Kwa, Kush, and Kush culture was exported to the rest of the world. Igbo is the Mega Kwa language, the Kushite mother language. Kush is major. I was going to finish. It's very short. Is a major bearer of this civilization. Oh.
You know that Queen Elizabeth II can trace her roots back to the Yoruba people.
No, I heard it traces back to Muhammad. I saw a video earlier about Elizabeth the first and Muhammad.
Was that a mockery or was it actually real?
No,
Oh, was it?
You're supposed to say Evo, man.
A lot of
hey,
terms.
James.
I know.
You're supposed to say the Evo, man.
I was gonna say Evo, and then Yoruba just came to mind when I started still.
They probably got links to Igbo as well, no doubt.
Yeah,
because they all intermarry in it somewhere along the line. And
you see this DNA thing, yeah? Yeah, it's a documentary. How long is it?
It's an hour.
About an hour. Oh, we can start putting in the morning, innit, man?
Tomorrow, fam.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. I need to fucking. Yeah.
It's only because people ain't coming on, innit? But yeah, like.
So let me tell you why, because this has got something in relation to do with you. I think, James. I think seems you're Ethiopian. Ethiopia was not just an East African location, but lay west too, which is something you got to remember. According to Homer, it was the sunset Ethiopia that gods congregated, and the people were called the blameless Ethiopians, in whose land the gods held banquets.
You know, James is from Morocco.
Can I ask you a question? I can go.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Oh, it's Africa.
You can go. Did I tell you I was from there?
Someone else said that you're Ethiopian, but
can I ask you? Do you mind if I ask you?
Who said that? Who said it? Who said it? Who said it? I think it's up there. Nah, I don't think it.
No, let's not play games, bro. It's
No. I think it was someone. I think he was having a conversation with, I think, one of the Somalian brothers or something. Somali brothers. I think it was.
Oh, Samaroon.
Could have been Samaroon, or it could have been Akil.
Who's Akil?
I think one of the one of the brothers that go to the park. You know, the one that time when it kind of kicked off.
You're probably talking about what's that name? That
and M-Stack pulled up on
M-Stack. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, M-Stack's pulled up on the brother. But that, anyway, that's the next thing I don't want to try and talk about. But yeah,
no, James is Moroccan, fam. You're white Moroccan.
Oh, whoa. Raf is definitely more white than I am, bro.
Come on.
Who's more white?
You, bro.
What?
Bro, you're an Italian, fam. Don't try to.
Are you dumb? I'm Albanian, fam. What are you talking
about Raphael, fam? Don't tell me that thing, bro. Hey, done, bro. I'm named after the brother of Jesus, fam. I'm black, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, James, the brother of Jesus.
Yeah, bro. I'm black. I'm black, bro.
No, did you not read Revelation? He's not black. Let me get you Revelation again.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
My feet are black, boy.
Let me get you Revelation again for you.
But my feet are bronze, fam.
No, your feet ain't bronze. Listen, what does burnt bronze look like, James?
Huh?
What does burnt bronze look like?
It looks like Jamaicans.
No.
No.
Hold his elf. He look like you.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. No.
Like the church dog on the back seat, like no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Hey, listen, yeah, man, bruv, you can't do DC bread or me, bro. Jesus was black, fam.
Nope. Listen, it says here straight. His head and his hair were white as wool.
Yeah, what's your point, bro?
His head and his hair.
No, that's metaphorical, man. That's what I'm saying. Bro, you know some joke thing, fam. That's how many white people you know born in a barn.
Okay, so family. The analysis of
how many black people do you know that's born in a barn? Wait. How many black people do you know that's born in a barn?
I know. She's like, there's more white people born in a barn than black ones.
Yo, my analyst of the early archaeology of Sumer and the Akkadian, Sumerian / Canaanite Semitic language has shown that all of them, without exception, were children of Igbo language, and that of the earliest inhabitants. Yeah, but it's, they've got a point, because look, Igbo is a family of Niger-Congo languages. Okay, look, this is a link.
What did you say about Igbos?
Look, Igbo. I'll go back to that, but this is more of a point
man,
that
listen,
is. Go on.
I don't know if you recognize, my brother's already done a breakdown on the language groups and all that,
No, but yeah, of course. But when if it's an all-encompassing, you're not going to really get to the source and the meat and potatoes. Now, what I'd say by meat and potatoes is Igbo is a family of Niger-Congo languages called Kwa by European linguists, which includes many Nigerian and West African. Listen.
Igbo's not the father language of Kwa. Get out of here, man.
Uncle, 1 second. a West African language like Ashanti, Yoruba, and Benin Igbo. I find to be look. This is the point where it gets interesting. I find to be closest to the original mother. He just made such a fucking blunder there. Who typed that shit? I find it to be the closest to the original of the mother language family. In fact, my finding is that in order to not let the Igbo know that it was their language that birthed the others, the linguist invented the word kwa.
Do you think,
Now the link between which is originated from Aqua,
But come on, bro, listen, man.
Igbo.
Sometimes when you read that stuff, yeah, it makes the man them sound dumb, bro.
Yeah, don't you think?
How can man swap your language about so you don't recognize your own language? How does that happen?
Yeah, do you think? I think King of Gold. Do you know what's less of like you know what's a more easy way to like understand this? Yeah, like I think it's less about all of these connections being true, yeah, and it's more about white people telling Nigerians they're far more special than they actually are. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like white people needed your cooperation more, so they told you that you're a lot better than you actually were. But when everything's weighed and measured, yeah, you're just black Africans. Like
listen, brother. Listen, brother. One second. Hold on. Look, if you look at it now, so it's like saying, all right, we're gonna go halfway through the movie and cut out and give you the information from then on. Do we want to know African history from slavery, or do we want to know it from the beginning? And we want to know the truth, and we want to know how it's grown and see the process. And
yeah. I'm saying, but bear of like the connections that I see people make here, or bear the arguments that people be having online about this African. It's like, bro, all black African countries. You get me? Like as my brother Shakara said, all of these borders and these man. You know what I mean, it's all yeah, man. It's all irrelevant, bro.
It's relevant at the same time, but it's interesting to see where people's minds are at and what people's theists are, because I like theses. Sorry, like I like them. I'm not saying that they're bad. I think they're quite good. That's why I advocate for scientists these days, even though 20% of their stuff is correct and the other 80% is philosophy and just theses and theory.
But yeah, thesis sound like it should be an F on it.
Theses. Yeah, okay. I do believe that, science is onto something, but yeah. So I mean, it's good to just to understand, isn't it? I think that's the most important thing out of it all. Even though it's not that relevant to the present.
Yeah.
Still, you could say it's an ego boost, but I think I just prefer to know something and to say I actually know this.
I'm just trying to be honest with you. I think people like Betty, they're just jealous that they're not Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? But people like me, I'm just trying to be honest with you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Veli looks Nigerian. It's just sad that he probably thought, shit, I'm not Nigerian. I'm actually not. I'm Ghanaian. No, but the Ghanaians were inspirational, man. The Wagadoos.
I did tell you guys that. Listen, when you're talking about West African history, they are all related. Whether or not you want to go and call yourself a Ghanaian, like if you go back 200 years, like you'll find that people who are calling themselves Ishan really are just Ghanaian people. What they back in the day, innit? So, yeah, it's not like the genetics. One thing genetics especially for West Africans is showing is that basically literally everyone around there is the same thing. That's why you get.
So if you got a test, for example, Veli, and it said that you was from the Sokoto Empire originally, or the Songhai,
the Sokoto Empire. You're talking about.
Or you came from that type of like that blood, or you came.
That's Hausa people. You're talking about Hausa people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Fulani, or you came from even Ghana. And you like it tied back to a distinctly Muslim region, which you obviously that means you'd have to sort of possibly take on Islam.
No,
Belly, yeah, belly can turn Muslim as
No,
well.
it wouldn't mean that at all, because you
But
know
you'll
that
be sweating with all that attire on.
you know that before the Hausas were professing Islam, they had their own indigenous religions, right?
Who? Oh
Before
yeah,
they,
the houses. The houses. I think they go quite far back though. They took to Islam very, very swiftly, and they deposed a lot of people that were actually Muslim, like the empires. So the
What?
Mali Empire got taken out by them. The Sokoto, the Songhai.
You know, Sokoto is in Nigeria.
Yeah, but I know they were a group that got betrayed by, I think, the Hausa.
No, you need to. The Hausas themselves are the people that were ruling
No, no. See, this is one thing that you may get confused. They're a part of. Look, they're quite nomadic people. The Fulani themselves.
Yes.
The tribe. Yeah.
Yes.
So when it comes to empire, they weren't really progenitors of many empires. I know they were part of a caliphate, but they came in a later period. They deposed and actually worked with a lot of foreigners, like the Portuguese. Have you looked at the history? Because if you look at actually, without trying to make tarnish the whole of the Hausa and Fulani group, but it's mostly Fulani. That's the earlier the etymology in it was a Fulani was a, but yeah, without trying to tarnish them too much, they have pretty much kind of backstabbed a lot of, like, sabotage a lot of worked with Europeans the most, I'd say, out of all the African groups. Nothing that I've seen to want to highlight, because a lot of groups actually do work in one way or that in another. But the majority of the time,
calling them sellouts,
yeah, definitely 100 against other blacks, Christians, or whatever they are, what you would want to call them, the Igbo especially, but more predominantly actually with other Muslim groups from like ancient times, or what we call ancient times, even though ancients further back then, 1800s or 1500s or the 1300s.
So wait, okay, I missed the whole chunk. I was chatting to someone still. So
yeah, a lot of the Fulani tribes are known, or the time throughout history, Fulani known to be sellouts, big time.
Okay, but they would sell out people in the southern part of Nigeria that you're talking about. If you're talking about sellouts in terms of selling their own people to slavery, that's been, that's nothing. You'll find that in every tribe, even the southern Nigeria.
Yeah, that's why I said that. I had to emphasize and make sure that I added that. Yeah, everybody's done it, but
if you're just calling a whole group sellouts, that's not really fair, because
I said that they've been known for selling out. I wouldn't say they're just blanket sellouts, because that would include all.
You see where you're getting the Maku thing from. Maku was saying the same thing about people like Betty's tribe. Like, Betty's just a sellout tribe anyway, right? You see where you're getting the Maku thing from.
He can get away with that though, man. I mean, he's I don't know. Somehow he can kind of.
Maku's a battler, fam.
I think he's got that reputation.
Maku's a battle rapper, fam. Maku will just slew you with bars, fam.
He says what he thinks. He says what he thinks. But I'm not into But what if you type in Obibio tribe, then you actually can see that's the main thing, the general thing.
How many tribes are there, do you think, in
they work closely with? There's 300 different ethnicities in West Africa, in Nigeria.
In Nigeria,
yeah, alone.
Over 250.
Is that individual languages with each one?
Individual languages.
Bomba clot. So what would you say is the official language?
That's why
they call it Wazobia, and Wazobia means Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Those are the three main tribes of Nigeria.
So if you say Wazobia, am I pronouncing that right?
No, Wazobia, but Wazobia is just a common colloquial name to say Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba.
The Igbos are the oldest, by the way.
Right, but what I'm asking is like,
I don't know about that.
If you speak Wazobia, yeah.
No, what it's not. You don't. There's no was.
there's no like actual one language Wazobia. I'm just saying Wazobia is a name when.
So what? Okay,
when
so
someone,
what language? What language? If I had to learn one language to communicate with the most amount of people, what would it be?
either Hausa or Yoruba or Igbo.
But if I understand Igbo, does that mean I understand Yoruba or
Nope.
so?
You can't
Okay, so in
communicate.
fact, my
There is no
finding,
communicated language apart from Pidgin, which
your
is
uncles and aunties.
it's like broken English.
You mean yeah,
Broken
Pidgin
it.
English? It's like
Yeah, broken English.
Creole or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. That's it.
That's mad.
Your
Yeah.
uncles. I'm gonna call you uncles because I've got a little bit of white in me. Yo, in fact, my finding is that in order to not let the Igbo know it would
a little bit of white in you. What do you mean a little bit of white?
the local name. Oh yeah, also the local name of Nigerian monoliths that represent first people, represent first people on the planet, and that's where the word Aqua Nishi and Nishi Igbo for the first people. I mean, why would they actually say they're the first people if they're not? And I'm sure someone else would have actually tried to,
That's the thing. The thing is though, with Nigeria's situation, you cannot get one like. I'm from a small tribe, but even my small tribe is bigger than some of the countries in what you see in the Caribbean or in South America. You know, there's some countries where they're just 10,000 people. My tribe, where I'm from, where my dad's place is 6 million, and they're still one of the smallest tribes in Nigeria. You have different tribes. So I'm Ishan. You got another tribe called not too far from my area called Isikiri. You have you have people called the Tiv, the Nupe, which are middle belt.
What about Tupi number?
What about who?
Sorry, man, I forget.
You're a waste man, fam. TP number. You're mad.
Yeah. Igbo is a family of the Niger Congo language. Yeah, it's a lot. There's so much in depth about Igbo people basically being the progenitors of civilization. And I always knew that because
No, that's not true, bruv. What you're doing is superimposing the fact that listen, when Brother Ngozi did a genetic test before, and he said that some of the oldest archaic DNA that they found is in the Yorubas. Are you gonna say now the Yorubas are the oldest people?
Now, let me just say this. I will answer that, but I don't believe they. The only reason why I don't believe that they are is because how can you have just before the war, the average IQ was that of 4 times of any other Nigerian. The Igbos had the highest IQ, man, by far. They were like that.
The highest IQ. What are you talking about?
40, and the Igbos were like.
I'm gonna. Can I wait? Hold on. Can I just?
I'm not trying to pause.
Can I ask a question quickly?
Yeah.
One second. Sorry. King Gold. What tribe are your family from?
My dad's Igbo.
No bias.
Igbo surname. Yeah, I've got Igbo.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely no bias. Then continue.
No, but look, don't forget, right?
I'm part Igbo as well, but bruv, I'll never say bruv, you can't superimpose Igbos were before everyone. What apart from linguistics, what other argument can? Even linguistic wise, they'll tell you that what's it called? The Igbo language is very. It comes from a common root.
Oh yeah. Just to let you know, I'm quarter Igbo as well. I've got actually quarter Cameroonian as well, Baka. So yeah, it's quarter bias maybe, but look at it like this, right? If you was to read this, you would honestly have to think, my God, I literally come from some sort of, I dare to say it, but a godly people. Igbo let me just read this. I'm going to let you carry on. Yeah, I know it's going to take maybe 2 minutes. Igbo is the family of the Niger-Congo languages called Kwa by European linguists, which includes many Nigerian and West African languages like Ashanti, Akan, Yoruba, and Benin, and Edo. Igbo, I find to be the closest to the original mother of that language family.
in fact, my finding is that in order not to let the Igbo know that it was their language that birthed the others, the linguist invented the word Kwa, which was originated from Akwa Nishi. Igbo for first people, also the local name of Nigerian monoliths that represent first people on the planet. The word was used also by the ancient Egyptians to describe the West African, in fact, Igbo-speaking sea people, Kush, see Martin Bernal, Black, there's a reference as well, Black Athenia, who brought civilization to the Aegean and the Levant during the Hyksos, which means Kush, Kwush, in brackets, Exodus, Kush, also pronounced Kush, means in Semitic, and in Igbo people of the Eshi are also called blameless Ethiopians of Homer. In Sama and in Igbo, in Suma, and in Igbo, the word meant righteous sons of God, descendants of Adama. Another reference scriptures of the Hadami scriptures and
Oh
the
my days! What source are you
so
reading?
the
Come on,
Torah.
no.
Adama before the fall. After he fell, I'll be finished, and let me learn. After he fell, he became Adam, a word which in Igbo means I have fallen. Today in Igbo land, we still have the descendants of the immortal first people, the immortal brackets, like inverted commas, underline, bold, writing, italic.
Who's written this?
They
This is
have.
what I'm asking, bro.
Hey guys,
sorry, bro. I'm not trying to take the piss.
Yeah. So what? So what's the source then? What where can we read?
Well, I mean, look, they've never ceased to go to Aboriginal name, and yeah. So this is coming off the back of not Wikipedia. This is a African prehistory index, which is a discussion-based information and interactive forum. It's definitely had a lot of money behind it because it's quite high up on the search list.
But
I'm going to try to refer to the source. 1 second. You usually got to find where. Okay, so it would be on. Yeah, so it's like an African forum, but nevertheless, right? This is a history that is I believe is. I mean, this is from research as well. This is quite up to date research.
A forum, you know.
I mean, it's a discussive forum. It's a discussion. It's not really anything where it's stamped and approved by, like.
This is up to date research, but it's from a forum.
Yeah, and historians. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's like a forum, but it's not. It's obviously someone's taking their time.
It sounds like Hebrew Israelites are Igbos forum. That's what it sounds like.
It's actually third on the search when I type in.
What would you type in?
Edo and Igbo people. And I was trying to look for a link.
So what does that got to do with Edo and Igbo? If it was talking about Igbos, and it was talking about them having history. Like, okay, exactly. Let me type it in and check for you.
So, but just anyway, just quickly, that means you and Raf can't die, though, yeah.
No, it's just that immortal. It's just that the link is that the Edo people basically got the language and of style and stuff from the Igbo bandits. You know what I mean?
So with the third link, yeah. A guide to wait, hold on. What's it called? Is it called Igbo is the family of the Niger Congo language?
I can't wait for you to tell that to.
Oh my days!
So you were like the vassals that were sent out. We just put some armor and stuff on you lot and just said, "Yo, you lot go and kill them lot and bring us back anything you can."
I cannot wait until you say that to Samarina.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't even want to get that backlash.
Yeah, That's Getty. That's
be all over me, bruv. Like fly on shit if you was there.
That's Getty's gonna try to find where you live and kill you.
See, I mean, that's one of the many claims that I've seen from Igbo people to be the progenitors of a lot of different cultures getting
writer research
language
of African cultural and
General Gender Studies. She served as the former senior special advisor to President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Wikipedia, that is. What you? Yeah.
I'm searching up the woman. I'm just trying to find out who she is.
He's onto his Wikipedia.
So what's your point?
Mate, I'll skip that shit. I just quickly browse through that.
He's saying your evidence is garbage, blood.
I feel like
where he was reading from.
Clicking on that.
Honestly, he was reading from the fucking the Forum of the Immortals, fam. That's the proper thing.
Fucking hell, fam. She died of renal. What did she say?
I know a lot about Morocco, though. I know a lot of hell.
Oh God! Hey, I got a video for you still.
What video?
Gonna put in the private chat, yeah.
Yeah, put it in. Slap it in still. We'll watch this one tomorrow or something, innit?
Yeah.
Hey, tell Veli what you told us about how you're never gonna die. I can go.
The immortal. Well, that could have been meant in so many different levels.
Well,
what's the different levels?
Many different levels.
What's the different levels?
So obviously, when we die, we go back to Erie, innit? We go back to our ancestor, which was a bad man. He's got loads of women. He's got loads of money. You lot, I don't know. Yeah, man.
So women and loads of money.
Yeah, because we're
money for in heaven.
immortal, but I don't know, man. That could be many things. That could be many things. We could be in
how immature are you being? Obviously, how you?
Come on, your question. I'm matching your question, bro.
How are you gonna get on the rides in heaven if you got no money?
Yeah. Fun fair.
Come on, bro.
I'll put it in free entry, man. Free rides all night. You get me?
Also, I heard in heaven, that the virgins cost more than the ushers and shit.
So,
see, this is one thing though. Now,
you need at least in Islam you need at least 72 quid. You need at least 72 quid if you're there.
All right, all the sloshes and all the brothers.
How much is the baddest arcas in heaven?
Obviously, the virgins are worth a quid, innit? So you need 72. You need 72. You need 72 heaven pounds, innit?
They must have shit.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Huh?
You need 72 times 7.
No, you. Blood? Hey, Walter, fam. Try and know, if I ever see you in person, innit? Walter, bro. Man thinks it's a joke, bro. Don't ever chat before I catch you.
You trying to splash water, yeah? Trying to splash some water.
You get me? If I ever catch you, Walter, bro.
I'm gonna splash some water.
So this is what they say, yeah.
What are you saying? Raf, you ready?
Yeah, you haven't slapped it in yet.
I slapped it in the private chat ages ago, man. What do you mean?
Oh shit, yeah.
Do you want to go to hell, or do you want to go to heaven?
Me.
If you had a choice, you haven't posed that question. That'd be one of the best debates I have ever. See it there.
All the religious people are gonna say they want to go to heaven.
You should have me. You should have me as your guy right in the thingies, bro.
I'm going hell, yeah.
I want to go to hell.
I'm going hell where it's hot, blood. Heaven looks like England, bro. They're grey and cloudy and shit. I don't want to go no. They're cloudy. Why the fuck do I want to?
England.
Yeah, I want to go where it's hot, fam. You might want to go. You might want to go to some cloudy place, bro. Why you want to go to the clouds?
England, standard Igbo.
There's not going to be any hoes in there. In
where?
Heaven.
All the big booty hoes are going to be in heaven. Are you saying hell?
In hell. They're going to be
in hell, bro.
Yeah, that's where I want to be.
Yeah, that's what I want to be. I'll link you there, fam.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not. Fuck him. Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck you, fam. Fuck it.
Sorry, I didn't. I know. Sorry, praise the Lord. I shouldn't have said that.
No,
Please,
no,
You said you want to go hell, yeah?
be merciful on me.
Now you want to go hell, yeah? Because the banners are going to be in there, yeah? Yo, man.
Trust me. I'll
So
write out.
greedy.
I'll write out on heaven for the devil and that. You know the ones there. You know, like you just bred him in hell. And man will be like, what's that man? Yeah, I'll take my red. I'll take the red flag up there. You get me on some gang thing. Like what? What?
Yeah, Ucker's brothers.
Hellside, motherfucker.
Blocked off, boy.
Like listen, yeah. If God invaded and the angels invaded heaven and hell, yeah, they would make the place so dead. But if hell invaded heaven, oh my days, like that. That's why you should start in hell and be part of the uprising. Be part of the uprising. Yeah, with the devil. Yeah, because if you got heaven, who you gonna buck? Martin Luther King, like that's cool. He's got a Rolex, but that's what I do. But in hell, that's brother Malcolm and them, man. They're real revolutionaries. You know what I'm saying?
You saying Malcolm X is in hell?
With them, man,
Yo, whoever's that known name.
Shall I show you why? Shall I show you why?
No, brother. Whoever's known name.
When he saw that pagan Muslim who came to kill him, yeah, in his mind, I bet he went straight back to being Detroit Red. I was like, what? Fuck that shit. And then just as that happened, he thought about it properly and he went to have a good time, bro. He's like, well, I've been through enough stress on earth, G. I'm trying to chill out, have a good time, fam.
Yo, Jahannam is a horrific prison where evil disbelievers will be punished in their sins.
Bro, God is a snitch. Nah. All I'm saying is the devil don't chat no shit, innit? Let me take that back about God. I apologize to all you people that might kill me.
God is a snitch. Is that what you said? Okay, no. You said God is a snitch. Oh man, your guy.
No. Why is he always talking? No, but he's always talking.
Why come you waited till I come on the panel till you started trying to bad up God and that?
No.
You're a pagan, fam.
I take it back. I took it back. I don't know God to call him a snitch. I've never spoke to him personally in it, so I don't know. But I hear him always chatting this book, that book. Devil ain't saying much, you know. Like, he's not really saying a lot.
Do you know what it is? Yeah, I heard a story where my man talks about a tree having no knowledge and would kill you if you ate from the tree. But my like Satan was like, nah, listen, if you eat from that tree, you're gonna be alive. And
Can I ask you a question?
Man eats from the tree and he's alive. And he knows everything. He's like aware. And he's like, rah, like, you get me? So I don't know. You know, I'm here.
Who's a better person? Yeah, let me ask you a question. Yeah, someone's trying to get into a house party. Yeah, they try to get into the house party, they get rejected, or even just a rave. Let's say the man bouncer tells them, "Nah, you're not dressed proper," or or "Nah, you look like you're gonna cause trouble," or "Nah, you're too drunk," or whatever. Yeah, and they're like, "But I came out to come to this rave." No, look, the chick that I'm trying to draw is inside, man. I've been grafting her for time. And bouncer's like, man, shut up, bro. Come away from my door if I knock you out, yeah. And the guy's just stressed, fam. Or girl, the person's just stressed. And someone's like, hey, you know what? Yeah, seeing as you guys are out on your, like, you get what I'm saying? You're out and that you seem like you came out for a good time and now you're stranded. You can come here, man. Come to my gaff. A man sets up his own little party and he ain't got as much money as the nightclub owner. But he's got he's got 1-2 things. There's a few little you can do, like you can have more fun in his party than in the nightclub owner's party. Obviously, the nightclub owners is bare standards and regulations, and you know what I'm saying. That he's got to deal with. And my man, it's like, but you man, do your thing. What you want to sniff coke? Well, sniff coke. You want to bun weed, fam? Bun weed, fam. You want to fuck your girl in that room? Just fuck your girl in that room, yeah. Like this is who the devil is, and God is the nightclub owner, yeah. How can the devil be the bad guy? When you die, yeah, the devil's saying you don't have to go to purgatory. Come to my yard. Come to my yard and chill.
I like the way you put it.
Yeah, God is all like, oh no, you can't come in my rave. You can't go dressed like that. Or what? Is that what have you done before you come to my rave? What did you do? What? How did you know what I'm saying? Or have you got drunk?
What have you done for me lately?
Do you do extreme sports, James?
Huh?
Have you ever done any type of extreme sports? Where do you figure that's why I'm asking the question?
No, my brain, my brain. I don't forget that. No, extreme sports, no.
All right, okay. The reason why I asked you that is because you seem like you're quite out there with what you like. You don't really mind. You like living on the edge type of guy. I'm just assuming. But anyway, this is not a time to try and diagnose someone's behavioral patterns. But anyway,
you man, do you want to hear about Igbo land?
Go on then, got truth.
Hey, Raf. I'll pull out the big.
I don't think I'll play around with God like that, bro. His name.
Igboland, Standard Igbo, Alabo, also known as southeastern Nigeria, is the homeland of the Igbo people. It is a non-governmental cultural and common linguistic region in southern Nigeria. Geographically, it is divided by the lower Niger River into two unequal sections, an eastern, which is the larger of the two, and a western section. It is characterized by the diverse Igbo culture and the equally diverse Igbo language. Politically, Igboland is divided into several southern Nigerian states. Culturally, it is divided into several subgroupings, including the Anioma, Ngwa, Abariba, Eda Egbibu, Ezaa, Ibeku, Ohuhu, Omuma and the Epei. William Balfour Beatty remarked that in Igbo land each person hails, as a sailor would say, from the particular district where he was born, but when away from home all are Igbos. And yet considerable differences exist between different parts of this extensive country, and the dialects spoken also vary greatly. Territorial boundaries. Igboland is surrounded on all sides by a host of large rivers, and other southern and central Nigeria indigenous tribes namely Bini, Urhobo Isoko, Ija, Agoni, Igala, Tiv, Yako, Idoma and Ibibio. In the words of William B. Beatty, Igbo homeland, extends east and west, from the old Calabar River to the banks of the Kwara, Niger River, and possesses also some territory at Aboh, an Igbo clan, to the west ward of the latter stream. On the north it borders on Igara, Igala and Apoto, and it is separated from the sea only by petty tribes, all of which trace their origin to this great race. It is primarily situated in the lowland forest region of Nigeria, with parts in the Niger Delta, where the Niger River fans out into the Atlantic Ocean in a vast network of creeks and mangrove swamps on the Bight of Bani. The earliest found settlements in Igboland date back to 4500 BC in the central area, from where the majority of the Igbo-speaking population is believed to have migrated. The northern Igbo kingdom of Nri, which rose around the 10th century AD, is credited with the foundation of much of Igboland's culture, customs, and religious practices. It is the oldest existing monarchy in present-day Nigeria. In southern Igboland several groups developed, of which the most notable was the Aro Confederacy. Igboland was part of the southern Nigeria Protectorate of the British Empire and was amalgamated into modern-day Nigeria in 1914. The nation gained independence in 1960. Shortly afterwards Igboland was involved in its biggest war during Biafra's movement for secession, which eventually ended in 1970 when this area rejoined Nigeria. Ancient trade routes. Igboland's culture has been shaped primarily by its rainforest climate, its ancient trade, migration, and social history within its various clans and peoples, and with its ancient trading neighbors, allies and lately with Europeans. Mr. W. B. Beatty said, "I seized the moment, and, by our interpreter, told Chukwuma, that we had come to make his acquaintance and his friendship, and to ascertain if the people were willing to trade with us." Whilst signing a trade agreement with Igbo chief, Mr. Chukwuma Obi from Aboh clan, who were one of the leading Igbo clans, engaged in early active trading with Europe. Similarly, "After our salutations, I spoke of friendship, of trade, and of education, and particularly enlarged upon the evils of war, and the benefits of peace, all of which was well received." remarked William B. Balke when signing a trade agreement with Igbo chief, Ezebogo in Asaba on August 30, 1885. Due to the native common linguistic standard and interrelated cultures in Igboland, predating the arrival of Europeans, the lower Niger River, which divides Igboland into unequal eastern and western parts, has from ancient times continued to provide easy means of communication, trading and unity amongst Igbos on both sides of the Niger River, as well as promoted ancient trade and migration of people into Igboland, and between Igboland and rest of the world. Some of the notable ancient trade and export routes in Igboland included the famous Lower Niger and Njaba Oguta Lake Orashi navigational routes via Asaba Onitsha Aboh, and Awo Omama Oguta Ogba Egbema and Dani Aboh ferry services respectively. History. Stone Age. There is evidence of Late Stone Age late Paleolithic human presence from at least 10,000 years ago. Early settlement of Igboland dates back to 6000 BC based on early pottery found in the Okigwe, Oka Igwe, and known today as Aka.
Oh
Much
my.
of the pottery excavated by a team led by Thurston Shaw with the University of Nigeria at Nsukka in 1978 uncovered a rock quarry which was a mine for tool and pottery making for a stone civilization nearby at Ibagwa. Anthropologists at the University of Benin discovered fossils and use of monoliths dating back to 4500 BC at Ugwel Uturu in the Okigwe area. Further evidence of ancient settlements were uncovered at a hypothesized Nsukka metal cultural area from 3000 BC and later settlements attributed to Ngwa culture at AD 8 to 18. It is unclear what cultural links there are between these prehistoric artifacts and today. Later human settlement in the region may have links with other discoveries made in the wider area, particularly with the culture associated with the terracotta discoveries at Nok spanning a wide area about north-central Nigeria. Some local villagers retain the original name, like Umuzwoka, the blacksmiths Etzioka, Okigwe, Imoka, etc. The Nsukka-Okigwe axis forms as a basis for a proposed Proto-Igbo cultural heartland antecedent to contemporary Igbo culture. Much of the Igbo population is believed to have expanded from a smaller area within in this region, diverging into several independent Igbo-speaking tribes, village groups, kingdoms and states. The movements were generally broken into two trends in migration, a more northerly spread group towards the banks of the Niger and the upper quadrant of the Cross River, the other, following a southerly trail had mostly risen from the ISU populations based nearer the axis from which the majority of southern Igbo communities were populated. Mbes are notably the best examples of an Igbo group claiming autochthony and rejecting many migratory histories about their origins. Many of these groups either way are evidently culturally northern or southern Igbo based on the proximity of their traditions to those of their neighbors and, many times, familial and political ties. Igbo UKWU finds AD 300 to 900. The first Igbo UKWU metal and precious artifacts finds were made accidentally in 1939, when one Isaiah Anozi was digging a cistern. This led to the discovery of a larger network of linked metal works from the 9th century. The works were based in Igbo UKWU and further finds were found by archaeology teams led by Thurston Shaw in 1959–60 and in 1964 in the compound of Jonah Anozi. Initially, throughout the 1960s and 1970s it was thought that the Igbo UKWU bronze and copper items were of an external origin or were influenced by outside technology due to their technical sophistication. The opposite was revealed to be true since local copper deposits had been exploited by the 9th century and anthropological evidence, such as the Ichi-like scarifications on the human figures, show local origin. The works have been attributed to an isolated bronze industry which had developed without outside influence over time to reach such sophistication. Igbo trade routes of the early second millennium reached the cities of Mecca, Medina and Jeddah through a network of trade routes journeyed by middlemen. There was evidence of beads that originated in India in the 9th century Igbo UKWU burial sites. Thousands of glass beads were uncovered from the ruined remains of a nobleman's garments. The burial site was associated with the NRI kingdom, which began around the same century according to indigenous history. Topic: Kingdom of NRI 900 c. 1560. The northern Igbo kingdom of Nri, rising around the 10th century based on Umunri traditions, is credited with the foundation of much of Igboland's culture, customs, and religious practices. It is the oldest existing monarchy in present-day Nigeria. It was around the mid-10th century that the divine figure Eri is said to have migrated, according to Umunri lore, to the Anambra Igbo, Omambara river basin, specifically at its meeting with Ezu River known as Ezu na Omambara in present-day Aguleri. The exact origins of Eri are unknown, and much of Nri traditions present him as a divine leader and civilizer sent from heaven to begin civilization. In contrast, Eri's origins generally suggest a northeasterly origin, which has sparked up debate pertaining to a possible Igala origin for Eri. Due to historic trade and migration of old, other people also entered the Igboland in about the 14th or 15th centuries and mixed with the natives. Towards the western end of Igboland, across the Niger River, rose a man known as Is Chima, who fled Benin with his accomplices after a dispute with the Oba of Benin, who consequently exiled him in the 1560s. As they left Benin City heading eastwards, Is Chima and his followers settled in a number of lands and established monarchies with the natives in those areas. Those grew into major village groups and towns after the 16th century. Collectively, these places are known as Umuachima, which translates as the children or descendants of King Chima. Igala Wars and European contact 1450 to 1750. Igboland was historically known as the Ibo and Hebo country by early European explorers. Igboland was conquered by the British Empire after several decades of resistance on all fronts. Some of the most famous of the resistance include the Ekimeku movement, the Anglo-Aro War, and the Aba women's riots, which was contributed to by women of different ethnic backgrounds in eastern Nigeria. The extreme northern parts of Igboland in the 18th were subject to much raiding by elements of the Igala people of Ida under Anoja Oboni, a descendant of one of the Ida royal families. The conflicts drew down further into areas in central northern Igboland, particularly Nsugbe near where early European settlers with Joseph Hawkins noted events from parts of the conflicts between the Igbo country and Gala in A History of a Voyage to the Coast of Africa published in 1797. Umueri traditions state that Anoja Oboni, however, is of royal Eri stock and founded Ida as he trailed northwards. The Igala do not claim origins from Anoja Oboni or the Igbo. Arachukwu and the slave trade 1750 to 1850. A number of polities rose either directly or indirectly as a result of Nri. The most powerful kingdom of these was the Aro Confederacy, which rose in the Cross River region in the 17th century and declined after British colonization in the early 20th century. The Aro state centered on Arachukwu followed Nri's steady decline, basing much of its economic activities on the rising trade in slaves to Europeans by coastal African middlemen. The present site of Arachukwu was originally settled by the Ibibio people under the Obong Okonida kingdom before the conquest of what became Obinkita in the 17th century by two main Igbo groups, the Izagwu clan and the Okei Nashi, assisted by the Ibom Isi or AKPA mercenaries under the leadership of the Nnubi dynasty. Led by Agwu Anobia, a descendant of Nna Uru from Abariba, the Izagwu clan was centered at their capital Amanagwu and were resisted by Obong Okonida, which led to the start of the Aro-Ibibio Wars. The war initially became a stalemate. Both sides arranged a marriage between the king of Obong Okonida and a woman from Amanagwu. The marriage eventually failed to bring peace but played a decisive role in the war. Oke Nashi was led by Nashi Ipia, who was a dibia or priest among the Eda people and was called by Aguanobia to help in the war against the Ibibio. These groups were followed by a third non-Igbo Ekoi cultured group, AKPA or Ibom Oberutu, who were led by Akuma Naba, the first Eze Arrow, the title of the King of the Arrow. In southern Igboland, several groups developed mostly independent of NRI influence. Most of these groups followed a migration out of ISU communities in present-day Imo State, although some communities, such as the Mbase cluster of village groups, claim to be autochthonous. Colonial era 1850 to 1960. Following the British Parliament's abolition of the slave trade in 1830, the British Royal Navy had opened up trade with coastal towns Bani and Opobo and further inland on the Niger with Asaba in the 1870s. The palm oil industry, the biggest export, grew large and important to the British who traded here. British arrival and trade led to increased encounters between the Igbo and other polities and ethnic groups around the Niger River and led to a deepening sense of a distinct Igbo ethnic identity. Missionaries had started arriving in the 1850s. The Igbo, at first wary of the religion, started to embrace Christianity and Western education as traditional society broke down. Christianity had played a great part in the introduction of European ideology into Igbo society and culture, oftentimes through erasure of cultural practice. Adherents to the denominations were often barred in partaking in ancient rites and traditions, and joining fraternities and secret societies were forbidden as the church grew stronger, due to the incompatibility of the Igbo decentralized style of government and the centralized system required for British indirect rule. British colonial rule was marked with open conflicts and much tension. Under British colonial rule, the diversity within each of Nigeria's major ethnic groups slowly decreased and distinctions between the Igbo and other large ethnic groups, such as the Hausa and the Yoruba, became sharper. British rule brought about changes in culture such as the introduction of warrant chiefs as traditional rulers where there were no such monarchies. Nigerian independence and civil war 1960s. Following the independence of Nigeria from the United Kingdom in 1960, most of Igboland was included in its eastern region. Following a coup in 1966 which saw mostly Igbo soldiers assassinating politicians from the western and northern regions of Nigeria, Johnson Agui Ironside seized control of Lagos, the capital, and came into power as military head of State of Nigeria. In revolt and retaliation against the government, General Agui Ironside was ambushed and assassinated by northern members of the military on 29 July 1966 in a revolt against that had strong ethnic overtones. Ironside's assassination stood out more because of the method of his killers. Ironside had his legs tied to the back of a Land Rover and was driven around town while still attached. The eastern region formed the core of the secessionist Republic of Biafra. A regional council of the peoples of eastern Nigeria decided the region should secede as the Republic of Biafra on May 30, 1967. Nigerian General Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu on this day made a declaration of independence of Biafra from Nigeria and became the head of state of the new republic. The Nigerian Civil War, or the Nigerian Biafran War, lasted from 6 July 1967 until 15 January 1970, after which Biafra once again became part of Nigeria. The Republic of Biafra was defeated after 3 years of war by the federal government of Nigeria from 1967 to 1970 with military support from the United Kingdom strategy and ammunition, Soviet Union ammunition, the United Arab Republic Air Force, as well as with support from other states around the world. The effects of Nigerian war strategies such as starvation on Biafran civilians, most of whom were ethnic Igbo, remains a controversial topic. The movement for the sovereignty of Biafra has continued with the minority, most making up the MASSOB organization. Geography and biodiversity. Historically, Igboland has taken up a large part of southeastern Nigeria, mostly on the eastern side of the Niger River. The Igbos claim their territory extends westward across the Niger to the regions of Aniasha, Indakwa, Ukuani, and Ika in present-day Delta State. Its eastern side is terminated by the Cross River, although micro-communities exist over on the other side of the river. Its northernmost point enters the savanna climate around Nsukka. In Nigeria today, Igboland is roughly made up of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo, Northern Delta and Rivers states, and small parts of Akwa Ibom. More than 30 million people inhabit Igboland, and with a population density ranging from 140 to 390 inhabitants per square kilometre, 350 to 1,000 per square miles, it could be the most densely populated area in Africa after the Nile Valley. Altogether, Igboland has an area of some 40,900 to 41,400 square kilometers, 15,800 to 16,000 square miles.
Yo, what's going on?
I mean, the common links are they're saying that the word Hebrew and Igbo is very close, and it's all about etymology and how the foreigners have come in and heard the word but not been able to say it. So they've, like the when the Portuguese came and saw the Benin people, they could only say Bini. They said Bini, so that's where they changed. So you know what I mean? It was a linguistics, but that's where they're saying there's a connection as well, even in the word Igbo. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
So are you trying to claim that you're Hebrew?
Well, there's a section or a group within Igbo land, right? Within the Igbo people, where they're saying that there were people that came from in a period of time from that part, like from Israel,
Oh my
and
goodness.
they mixed in. Not necessarily there weren't people there already in that land calling themselves Igbo people. Originally from the Niger Congo, I believe, and some came from Sudan as well, because there's a migration that happened from there as well. So there's been a couple of migrations throughout periods of time, but
When will people drop the Bible, the Quran,
well, there was a war apparently where the Romans actually did sack that part of the world, and even the Europeans now, after trying to look at the date, I think it was somewhere around the beginning, just after Christ, sort of like 45 AD or something like that. When was it? Yeah, so that was when they're claiming so that's when they're claiming that they lost the war, but from the Romans in Israel, but obviously it's been whitewashed and they put loads of white faces there and stuff. But yeah, you can believe it. I personally am not saying I'm 100% about. I say 100% of the things I've come online and said, and that's quite a strong claim to make. But you can't ever really have your finger on it unless you go out there and actually meet the people and see directly what
hold on, just for clarification,
intellectual are saying, as opposed to.
Just for clarification,
go on.
You're saying that the Igbos have a group of people, or some within the Igbos themselves, there are a group of people who traveled from Israel to what is today.
What we say modern day Israel is, yeah, that particular location. Because obviously the Jews, even though it's a sort of like a important position militarily, but
so where do you get that information from?
Well, it's just what you commonly see in forums and discussion.
And where do you think they got that information from?
So that's the thing. Like I said, I personally wouldn't.
Do you know what I'm gonna do?
take it all at sort of face value.
What I'm gonna do is, because there was a good example that I knew, but what's his name? Gabs was just mentioning it. It's about there's a group of so-called called a lot of people don't know that the missionaries used to do this a lot. They used to go to these areas, and if they couldn't convert them fully, what they would do is they would take some of their they'll learn some of their their traditional beliefs, and then say to them, "Oh, that's the same person we're talking about now. That's called Jesus," and basically he will basically tell them that these people are of the people of the Bible, and people will read it and have this strong affinity with the Bible now, because he's telling the missionaries are telling them they are the people of the book. I can't remember, but Gabs used the example. Jesus, I don't know if it's in Panama or something like that. And he said, yeah, they have their own version of the Bible. It's scary. Not even that scary, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
How people are so easily brainwashed into believing that they're from this group of people because a few people come and tell you that this is book.
Well, look at it like this, brother. Let me just say something. Let me just add this to the dynamic. Yeah, imagine now back in Africa, you had the Olympic Games. Yeah, so you had the Olympic Games.
Okay.
Now you'd have had the strongest. You would have had a particular group of people that would have, just because of their their sheer physical, attributes, would have been involved with the with the hierarchy of that part of Africa or that particular tribe, or so it would have been the strongest that would have led from the front. I can imagine rock sort of back in it. Couldn't have been any old person just grabbing a gun and dominating like that. It would have been a bit more like, and even then, it would have been more to the point of like all these stars, and physically, genetically, they would have got themselves into stronger positions. So I would have assuming that these tribes and these particular genetic, what they call the Hebrew Israelites, were just such like I'd say even the most richest, the strongest, had the most influence, at all that times, and it would have been like basically it would have been how it would have been now, or how they're doing it now. You see what I'm saying? But the whole culture, and it's a cult-like thing, and they're sharing it between the blood, and it's all, they've got all the riches. It's exactly what Igbo culture was like, bro. I'm telling you, this whole paradigm you're in right now, that's how the Igbo culture is. That's where so what I'm trying to say is, like, there would have been a powerful group, genetic, that were strong, obviously had a lot of money, and they were just chased all over the world for their riches, and then they were enslaved, and they got all their stuff was taken off of them. It's all proof is in the pudding. So it's like we can't see the common link and all the evidence, and for you to have a rational fucking thought regarding all the evidence compiled, and actually sit down and think, my God, the whole history, everything's there right in front of our face to see that everything's been stolen off of them. And clearly, when you look at phenotypically, Igbo people are, trust me, brother, like the best footballers, all the DNAs and the sprinters, like, trust me, bruv, like they're phenotypically, like, when you look at them, bruv, and like if you look at a culture, bruv, look at that.
I think you're just trolling. You're just trolling.
I'm not, bruv. I'm telling you, the Igbo, that,
I
like,
swear on
especially
something.
because they say they're the oldest people as well. They've got the oldest blood.
You're trolling. You're trolling, bro.
Nigeria. They say it themselves, bro. They say it themselves. Why would you say it yourself about yourself if you don't know? What a tribe would say that about themselves? They don't know that, or they're just blagging it or something. Like
What?
it's specific. It's the oldest tribe. You know what I mean? You know, like why would you lie about saying something like you're the oldest? Not many people want to be saying that I'm old, innit? To say you're the oldest.
What
If
are you
it's like you
talking
got
about? Of
respect
course
because I'm
people
old.
say-
But
Europeans
look,
always
they're
say that
saying
they're the
I'm
oldest.
saying what they're saying. You're kind of saying like I'm literally
People are
coming out of my
people are claiming
this is common knowledge.
Kemet is their ancestry and they're white. What are you talking about?
Who? What example did you just try and use then?
I said white people are claiming that Kemet is their history.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
not that
yeah, but look at that. Look, come on now. All right,
What
look,
do you mean
you're
everyone's
using
saying
that's
they're
a
old?
bad example, man. Come on, bro.
How's that a bad example? What are you talking about?
That's you're saying, yeah, but you look. Let's stick to the point. The point is that
Belly, add ultra in.
are you trying to argue that that Israelites just don't exist and it's just like a made up story and there weren't powerful bloodlines that ruled and they got chased off and all their religion and all their wealth hasn't been stolen from the very people you can see actually have you
cannot prove that.
that's a lie.
None of it is historical.
Yeah, but I've heard this is the argument I've heard, Raf. I'm gonna be honest with you. What they've done is they've created a religion, the Judaism, and it was never part of the African culture. And they are trying to convince and trying to cause some sort of muddy water and trying to sort of do some sort of sleight of hand, like they've stolen everything and they want us to be depressed or something like that. I don't know what it is, what you're trying to, imply. But if you could, even so many Africans are saying, look. If you look at all their customs, they get their foreskin snipped. Where is that predominantly known to be done? But if you check every single Igbo person, bro, they're snipped. It's the culture, bro. You can see the cultures come from.
What you talk, bro? Listen,
everything about the culture, bro.
Listen,
see, you don't even really know about it. Have you been to? Do you speak to many people in Nigeria?
Tell you something. Let me tell you something.
My whole family's of Nigeria. Customs been passed through in Igbo customs. All of them get snipped, bruv. Most of them.
Everyone in Nigeria gets their foreskin snipped.
Not all of them, bruv. Not what the Muslims.
Yeah, Muslims practice it too.
Do they? Okay. I never knew that personally. I never ever. I actually didn't think they were able to.
As soon as Islam came in, Christianity came in. Like the cultures are no different. People have been practicing what's it called?
I thought because of their religion they didn't do it.
What's the proper name for it?
I stand corrected if that's the case.
This has been going on. But even if you go even you go to Kemet.
Okay, let's go far as to say they've clearly Europeans have got that part from Africa. I'm sure they, being the oldest people on the planet, they would have been happening there from arguably before a lot of nations were even born. But listen, go on if you want to say something important.
I was just saying I don't even know what you're trying to argue now. Like
I'm personally not trying to argue, but what I'm trying to say is that because there's a common argument that's been happening for the last for the last 100 years, you'll kind of sit here and tell me like everything I'm saying is just like where's this new information coming? It's old news, bro.
What, that the Igbos have Hebrew ancestry?
Yeah, do you want to Google it? And literally it's everywhere on the internet. Old sources as well, 2000.
Oh my days!
You can get sources from 100 years ago if you want. So it's been
100 years ago.
It's been raging that debate.
From 100 years ago, they were saying that Igbos are Hebrew. 100 years ago. I am so sad. I'm so above. I don't know when are people gonna drop these books. I honestly don't know. I'm so.
Come on, Raph. Come on, Raph. Tell them to drop the fuckery. Come on.
All right. So, okay. Tell me this then. What is the power that governs the Western world right now? Is it a group, a family, a hierarchy of people that have obtained it through having some sort of royalty, some sort of high status in society? where they've amassed. Main thing is amassing wealth through that. Obviously, whatever every human being would desire is wealthy. They're obviously going to obtain that, so they'll be rich as well. Now they've got their little occult. It's underground, and the main thing that they got
What's
from
that got to do with talking about Igbos?
and Igbo people, I was about to say, thank you. I was going there. Is that they've got like an occult type stance on their whole culture, pretty much. It's very like it's probably one of the most occultic like when it comes especially to government and religion. It's like how they're running it now. That's one main thing that from what I've been researching is the main thing that they've got from there. They're quite secretive people. That's where most of cults.
The Igbos are very so secretive. They have cults.
They had a secretive hierarchy. 100%. That's what they were known for.
And they're similar to what you're hearing about.
You'll see it when you start studying them. But go on.
When I start studying them, I'll see.
If you want to. I mean, if you will, yeah. I'm just assuming that you're going to study them, or because you're into African like me. I mean, I'm going to study every type of tribe there is out there.
Wait, Akingo Gold. How can these people be so secretive if you know all about them?
Oh, I mean, once you fall, you're going to know everything about a race. I mean, the reason why we don't probably know that much about this race is because of not this race, but obviously the powers that be here, this occult, this NWO cult, is because they haven't fallen yet. But with the difference with Nigeria, I don't think
we know that they're doing. We know that they're doing fuckeries, but we don't know what they're exactly doing. So what do you know then? What don't you know that they're doing?
I don't know who's doing.
What don't you know that they're doing? This NWO cult.
Oh, what don't we know? Obviously, recently now because of the internet, obviously now we've got loads of information. You could probably find out where they live and what their names are, but there's a lot of things we don't know, like practices. There's so many Area 51. Come on, man. Do I have to go any further?
So NWO is Area
Wait,
51.
Did you just say
Oh,
Area
God.
51?
Wait. Here we go. The Secret Service there's a police. It goes from police, Secret Service, CIA, Secret Services, FBI, MI5. Then you've got your little surveillance things. Then you've got your sort of corporate guys and the finance. But at the end of the day, look.
What are we talking about now? I'm confused now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you lot are trying to get onto me. You're trying to put me into a hole somehow.
Bro, no one said a word. You're the one talking. No one said anything.
That's the maddest thing, you know. I only pulled him up on the things he's talking about. I haven't said to him, say this, say that. He's the one saying it, and I'm saying to him, bruv, where are you getting this information from? And he says, first of all, he was talking about the Igbos and saying that how they're Hebrews, and then he went on. I think the analogy we're actually trying to give was that the Hebrews are very secretive with their thing. So the Igbos are known to be very secretive with their thing, and the people who are elites are known to be secretive with their thing. So they are the same people. So this is what you're trying to say, that you're talking about Zionism.
No. I'd say the modern day, yeah, they're trying to emulate it to a degree.
There's a Zionist agenda. Are you trying to say
not the Zionist agenda, but you could call it the Zionist agenda, yeah.
So
they're quite secretive. They're a group of powerful people, but I mean that's what it would have been like back in the day in Nigeria and with the Igbo people. That's why they were so intrigued with taking them over. Trust anything had been adopted.
The British were so intrigued they took over every Africa. All Europeans took over every place in Africa.
Of course, for many different reasons.
It wasn't just the Igbos.
In terms of the way they run their city, I'd say they've got most of their ideas and the way they run themselves, and it's like mostly from Kemet and Igbo and the Igbos. And,
Wait, I'm confused again. Wait, hold on. We're just talking about NWO, and now we're talking about Ebos.
No, because that's what he started off saying. He started to. I basically went back to. Because he started off talking about Ebos.
I forget about the NWO. That was just an example I was using, so just forget that out of the subject. Like, you know what I mean? It's not really.
Okay, so was you sort of saying was the point of what you're trying to say is people do their shit in secret?
Well, yeah. Well, the whole cult, like,
let me
because it's so old, 6,000 years old. Mostly
6,000 ultra 6,000.
Wait, what's 6,000 years old? The planet.
The Bible, the Bible claims that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Continue.
No,
wait, but I think I'll go. Do you believe that?
No. Wow, that just jumped from this and that and this and that and this. That there, the Igbos claim. People were claiming that Igbos go back to that particular land 6,000 years ago. So where's that come from? Anything but we just said. That's the people living there 6,000 years ago. But the main thing, and I think I want to move off this. So my brain's getting a bit. I don't know. You're not keeping up.
Yeah. To be fair, like, can I just interject?
Have been taken on by the West. Have been a lot of their copying a lot of their stuff from Kemet and from the Igbos, and I'll tell you why. I explain why after you try and slice and dice me, which you think you are, and I'm just going to reintroduce to you why Igbos have such an impact on our Western life right now. But I'll carry on, my brother.
All right, listen, just quickly. I don't know if it's okay. Would it be okay if we spoke about something else?
Yeah. Okay, so quickly, all the oil that they get from there, from Nigeria, mostly Igbo land. The best oil, the blackest oil, is from Igbo land. A lot of yo,
is Ijo Igbo?
Huh?
Is Ijo?
No, they're separate, but they're offshoot. They could be offshoot. Ibibio is an offshoot of Igbo. There's a couple. I haven't looked in that deep, but let me just carry on. There's now so there's a lot of the customs as well. One more thing, sorry, I don't want to take over the whole thing. They've taken the financial aspect, the academic, they had a lot of still knowledge that they've stolen from there. As I said, a lot of nuts, palm oil, all different stuff. Which so what's that? Even Veli would tell you make soap and all the rest of it. Loads of stuff that we see in the house. They've taken the financial structure they had, because that was the most glorious and one that you can find, and it was very modern, sophisticated. They had recruitment centers. They were very on the ball, mate. It was very up to date when they got about differences is that the Europeans have capitalized on prisons. You know what I mean? And a strong military. But they definitely got their religious aspects from Nigeria as well, especially and the Igbo people. You know what I mean? 100%. And all these people going out and trying to give out their culture, you know what I mean? And these religious zealots and stuff. All of that really, the most religious part of Africa, really, I could say, from what I've seen, was the Erie, the Neri people. You know what I mean? All these Ezeneris, these spiritual leaders, bruv, like staunch spiritual leaders.
Yeah, and what good is it has it done for them, all this spiritual stuff?
That's not even Khan anyway. That's a fake Khan.
No, obviously, yeah. They've been double crossed, so that was the main reason by the Christians. I mean, anytime there's been a Christian kingdom or group of people, tribe, they've always been kill off by either Muslims or Europeans and when Muslims have attacked Christians, other Christians in other places have never helped out the other Christians. Literally, you could be for oil, they'd help you out, but for if you're a Christian, they'll just be watching you get murdered. Like they say, when one Muslim dies in Palestine, they kill one Igbo person one Fulani killed an Igbo person in Nigeria every day to this day.
Is that true?
That's the link between them. Yeah.
I'm not even going there. Listen, just quickly, I think I'll go. Did you vote in any of the last elections that
So I
we've
know I
had?
went to loads of points there, but it's all around Igbo people. But come on, carry on.
Yeah, did you vote at all?
I
Like,
did.
whether it be for the current government or Brexit.
I voted for Jeremy Corbyn. And I think he got the most votes since World War II, innit? Any prime minister.
Yeah.
That I vote for him. Did you vote?
Did you vote for Brexit?
No, not at all. What's the point of trying to figure out something where they've got numbers? It's all about numbers. Go on. What did you vote?
When I mean did you vote? Did you vote for Brexit, against it, or did you not vote at all?
No, I didn't. But what would be the significance if I did? Anyway, well, it's just me.
Just hopefully, like a conversation there where we could segue.
To break
what we're
up
currently talking about.
my love for Igbo land. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
just a little bit.
Yeah, right. My bad. Sorry if everybody went to sleep. If I was waffling, sorry, lads.
No, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. Just no need.
It's not yourself. Just what anybody that's Igbo to teach you a bit about the history or the so-called history.
Okay, well, I'll tell you that history of Igbo that you're telling about the Hebrew thing is pseudo. So
Yeah, it could be, but they do say a majority of them say they go back to Erie, innit? Which is then they're obviously a different story, which means they won't go back to I think one of these tribes of Judah.
Doesn't go back to any.
Yeah, then there's the other story. There's the blue pill, but they go back to Erie, and
I don't know. This drug that everyone's got that's tricking everyone to think that the Hebrews have everyone else's culture first is crazy, fam. I don't even know how we're gonna deal with this. A well-organized lie will always defeat a disorganized truth every time. That's what Unc used to say. Every time. That is definitely not Khan. I'm sorry. That is not Khan. Khan has a capital KHANITO. That is not Khan.
Who's that?
Khan in the chat.
Is that what? But I'm supporting my brother. Big up, Raf, and I'll to letting him have his say. Every voice. Oh yeah. Safe. Say. What? Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, man. Let me speak in it, man. Why are you trying to you know what I mean? You can't silence all this.
Who's trying to silence you?
That I've got for you, family. You know what I mean? You better pop in as well, man. You Edo / Yoruba.
I don't know what this fake Khan is talking about.
You know what I mean?